Chapter 1. The Wu Orphanage, a venerable institution located in London. This is a square building, surrounded by tall railings, presenting an appearance that is rather dilapidated yet remarkably tidy, devoid of any dust. The exact date of the orphanage's establishment is lost to history despite its long-standing presence. It possesses little of note. No prominent merchants, politicians, or scholars have emerged from its walls, nor has it attracted many benefactors or compassionate souls willing to adopt the children. It is merely an ordinary, worn-down orphanage on the brink of insolvency, and its manager, Mrs. Gary, is but a common elderly woman. However, this very orphanage holds an extraordinary reputation on the other side of the world, in a society inaccessible to mere mortals, a reputation that is sure to grow even more resounding from this day forth. On this day, June 11th, 1991, the orphanage welcomed a most distinguished visitor. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking reached Mrs. Gary's ears. Nestled in her armchair, she set down her needlework and hurriedly made her way to the door. On such a rainy day, who could possibly be visiting this old orphanage? She pondered, grabbing an old black umbrella from the stand by the door and opening it as she approached the entrance. Standing at the threshold was an elderly man, tall and slender, with silver hair and a beard cascading down to his waist. Over his robe, he wore a purple cloak, and he held a filthy black umbrella. His robe was soaked through, and droplets clung to his crescent-shaped glasses. At 60 years of age, Mrs. Gary felt that this elder appeared far older than herself. Yet, astonishingly, this man, who could easily be her father, seemed to possess more vitality than she did, his striking blue eyes brimming with vibrant energy. "Oh, do come in," she said, flustered as she fumbled for a large key on her keyring, struggling to unlock the rusted door of the orphanage. "The weather has been dreadful lately. The children's clothes have been damp for 2 days now." "Indeed," the old man agreed, following Mrs. Gary through the entrance. He surveyed the surroundings, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. "It hasn't changed a bit, still so tidy," he remarked with a sense of wonder. "Of course," Mrs. Gary replied, rummaging through a cupboard to find a clean towel, which she handed to the damp old man with pride. "It has always been this way. Although we cannot provide affluent living conditions, we strive to offer the children a good environment. This has been the case since Mrs. Cole's time. Sadly, few come to assist us, and even fewer wish to help these poor little ones." As she spoke, the somewhat loquacious old woman couldn't help but voice her grievances. "Have you visited here before? I don't seem to recall you," she said, her curiosity piqued. "Oh, that was many years ago," the old man reminisced. "Perhaps 57 or 58 years. My memory is a bit hazy. I was welcomed by Mrs. Cole, who provided me with great assistance." "Then you must be over 80 years old?" Mrs. Gary inquired as she busied herself making tea for her guest. "Believe me, my age exceeds what you might imagine," the old man replied, finally drying his beard and hair with the towel, engaging in conversation with a somewhat lonely elderly woman. After a lengthy exchange, the old woman finally returned to the matter at hand. "So, sir, how rude of me, I forgot to ask your name." Albus Dumbledore," he replied. "I am the headmaster of a private school, and I have come here in search of a boy named Ting. "Oh, Ting." At the mention of this name, the elderly woman's dim eyes seemed to brighten momentarily. "Ting is the pride of our orphanage. There is no child more intelligent and sensible than he. I have watched him grow. I have seen all sorts of mischievous little ones. As you know, my profession entails such, but I have never encountered a child so bright and mature." Mrs. Gary's face radiated with unparalleled pride and joy as she began to extol the virtues of the 10-year-old boy. Ting spoke his first words at just 1 year old. Since then, he has never cried or caused a fuss. Whether from hunger or being bullied by older children, he faces everything with remarkable strength. Pouring Dumbledore another cup of tea, she continued, "This child adores reading. From the moment he learned to read, he immersed himself in books, newspapers, magazines, dictionaries, novels. She devours them all. He is exceptionally bright and learns quickly. By the age of 3, he could read newspapers fluently. Like a proud grandmother introducing her beloved grandson, the elderly woman spent considerable time detailing the life of the boy named Ting. Dumbledore listened patiently, gradually forming a favorable impression of the child. Intelligent, sensible, studious, diligent, and kind-hearted. Though he understood that Mrs. Gary's descriptions were tinged with personal bias, the impression remained largely positive. Chapter 2. Well, Dumbledore pondered carefully before inquiring of Mrs. Gary, has anything peculiar or strange ever occurred with this child? Upon hearing the term strange, the smile faded from the elderly woman's face, and she sharply retorted, nothing strange has ever happened with Ting Yi. He is a truly good boy, unfortunate enough to encounter a cruel fate. A gentleman of integrity would never doubt such a fine child. Of course, I harbor no doubts. I merely wish to understand him comprehensively. Even the illustrious wizard and headmaster found it challenging to navigate the agitated demeanor of the elderly woman, spending considerable time assuring her of his benign intentions. How could this be? He thought. The acceptance pen clearly inscribed his name in the admission book, indicating he is neither a muggle nor a squib, and indeed possesses magical potential. Such potential invariably leads to various incidents before a young wizard can truly control their magic. Yet, Mrs. Gary, as the caretaker, seems oblivious. Is it due to his low aptitude? Or he recalled another individual and buried the inquiry deep within himself? Therefore, as the conversation drew to a close, Dumbledore finally articulated his request. As the headmaster of Hogwarts School, I wish to enroll Ting Yi as a student. My purpose here is to deliver his acceptance letter and to meet him in person. Oh, yet another acceptance letter from school. I knew our Ting, you would always be recognized, Mrs. Gary replied with delight. However, you are the only headmaster to visit personally, and it will ultimately be his decision. After all, even Eton College has extended an offer to him. With that, Mrs. Gary rose from her chair. Allow me to take you to his room. He should be reading at this hour. Saying this, she led Dumbledore up the staircase. In the Wu orphanage, Ting Yi is a legend. At merely a few months old, he was discovered by Mrs. Gary while she was stepping out to collect the morning newspaper. At that time, he was swathed in adult clothing, with only a plastic card bearing the name Ting Yi to signify his identity. Given his Asian features, Ting Yi became his name. From a very young age, Ting Yi displayed signs of prodigious talent. Whether it was learning to speak, walk, or read, he surpassed his peers by a considerable margin. Moreover, he was exceptionally mature, never causing worry for the adults around him. Although Ting Yi's complexion stood out in the Wu orphanage, his extraordinary maturity and wisdom quickly earned him the status of a leader among the children, who, regardless of age, looked up to him with admiration. Since he turned 5, the caregivers of the orphanage noted a significant reduction in their workload under Ting Yi's guidance. The children gradually became more obedient and considerate, with even some older kids volunteering to assist with chores. Furthermore, in the nearby primary school, Ting Yi was recognized as a unique genius. In the classroom, no challenge proved insurmountable for him. Teachers and the headmasters sang his praises, and after graduating from primary school, he received an acceptance letter from the renowned Eton College. Yet, no one knew that this celebrated genius was, in fact, a traveler from another world. In his previous life, Ting Yi had been a university student in Ye City, hailing from a middle-class family and attended one of the top 10 universities in the country. His major was in the highly sought-after field of computer software. While he may not have been a winner in life, he certainly ranked among the upper echelons of his peers. In addition, Ting Yi was a homebody with a keen interest in various aspects of ACG culture. Before his unexpected journey, he had seized the opportunity of the May Day holiday to watch Avengers Endgame. Due to a life spent in solitude, he was accustomed to being alone. Unfortunately, on his way back to school, he was struck by a bolt of lightning, and the unfortunate Ye Ting was consumed by the electric flash, vanishing without a trace, becoming a fleeting urban legend. This unforeseen event was the catalyst for his traversal. In truth, he had not perished from the lightning strike. At that moment, Ye Ting had merely seen a flicker of electric light, as a bolt of lightning unexpectedly flashed before him, cleaving open a black rift in the air. Everything air, sand, and even himself was drawn into this chasm, leaving no remnants behind. Only later did he comprehend that this was the fabled space rift. Thus, he fell through this aperture into an endless fantastical realm, a chaotic space rife with bizarre and perilous currents. Occasionally, similar rifts would manifest abruptly. These fissures often existed for but a fleeting moment before vanishing. Yet they would invariably expel various entities, both biological and non-biological, from their depths, ranging from planets to mere specks of dust, all of which would be whisked away into the treacherous maelstrom. In Ye Ting's eyes, this space appeared to be a trans-dimensional conduit connecting various universes, with the rifts serving as gateways to different realms. These rifts emerged due to chance occurrences, only to be instantaneously mended, allowing only on rare occasions for cosmic materials to be drawn into the transdimensional passage. The currents represented the legendary temporal anomalies, and all matter ensnared within would be obliterated into oblivion. Chapter 0003. Since his arrival in this realm, his daily existence has been an aimless drift within the interstices of these currents, neither living nor dead. By sheer chance, he managed to survive, having narrowly avoided being engulfed by the torrents numerous times, only to be fortuitously extracted by another current, continuing his aimless journey amidst the balance of these forces. As time passed, he sensed a transformation occurring within his body. His physical age began to regress, his stature and frame shrinking, rendering his clothing increasingly oversized. When his body reached a certain diminutive state, he felt his cognitive faculties beginning to deteriorate. He perceived himself aging backward, as if his mind were undergoing a reverse maturation. Thus, even if he were not to be pulverized by the currents, he might still revert to a fertilized egg due to the regression of his physical age, ultimately vanishing. Yet, fortune smiled upon him once more. Just before he could fully devolve into an embryo, he inadvertently stumbled into a rift and emerged unscathed from the other side, arriving in a new world at the doorstep of an orphanage. At this juncture, he had regressed into an infant, most of his clothing and personal belongings lost within the temporal passage, leaving him with only his undergarments and a signed white iron card, which bestowed upon him the name from his previous life, Ye Ting. As Ye Ting gradually matured, he began to discern the alterations wrought by his experiences within the temporal conduit. These changes led him to believe that, although he had not acquired a system like the protagonists of novels, he could still be considered a chosen one. He discovered that he possessed an innate talent for limitless learning and growth, akin to Saitama from One Punch Man, yet distinctly different. Any ability, talent, or skill he possessed could be infinitely enhanced through persistent study and training. With exercise, his physique would strengthen with learning. He would grasp new knowledge through the honing of his will. His resolve would become more resilient, and through diligent contemplation, his intellect would flourish. This was akin to existing without any constraints in every aspect. Even the innate talent determining his rate of progress would gradually intensify with practice. This realization led him to immerse himself in study and training for an extended period until he sensed something amiss. His uniqueness was becoming too pronounced, prompting him to temper his learning. He also recognized his remarkable affinity for time and space. He could perceive distances without reference points and gauge the passage of time without clocks, undoubtedly benefits bestowed upon him by his experiences in the temporal conduit. Moreover, as he aged, he began to discover his ability to unconsciously influence and alter matter. He could move a cup, make a spoon disappear, and when concentrating, he could sense time beginning to slow down. Occasionally, he could even summon objects from other realms. With a matured mindset and self-control, he gradually curbed any unintended incidents arising from emotional impulses and, through continuous experimentation, began to consciously wield what was effectively termed magic. Now he could levitate lightweight objects with mere thought, instinctively employing abilities related to time and space. For instance, he could momentarily control the flow of time for his own body, akin to Shiro Amiya's instantaneous time control or the bullet time from the Matrix, and he could utilize summoning techniques, most often failing, yet occasionally succeeding in conjuring items from other worlds. To this day, his treasure trove has become replete with an array of peculiar artifacts from various realms, including a headband seemingly from the Naruto universe, a katana reminiscent of Shallow Strike, a master ball, a novel titled Full of Vitality, the dragon made entirely in Nord script, yet with illustrations, an H-book authored by Higashieri, and a coin inscribed with the words, "I hope my sisters can grow up with me and marry together," a wish coin thrown by Sylvanas Windrunner into the Dalaran fountain, along with a ring known as Duran's Lost Ring, among other oddities. Most of those he summoned were inanimate, with the sole exception of a small white cat named Fuyo, who was currently basking in the sunlight on the windowsill. This feline, hailing from the cat spirit Fuyo of the guardian cat maid, had been but a mere infant when it was summoned. It had been nurtured by Ye Ting himself. Now, Fuyo had reached the age of 2, and perhaps due to its lineage as a cat spirit, it had already exhibited considerable wisdom and intelligence. Ye Ting eagerly anticipated the day when Fuyo would be able to speak and transform into a humanoid form. Until today, Ye Ting had felt as though he had merely returned to England in the late 80s or early 90s. He considered himself to possess insights and experiences that surpassed those of his era by 2 or 3 decades, along with a formidable golden finger. Though lacking a system, he was confident that he could emerge as the world's wealthiest individual amidst the new age of the internet, ascending to the pinnacle of success. However, everything changed the moment he opened the door and encountered the elderly gentleman with a white beard. "Hello, Mr. Ye Ting. I am Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts." Chapter 0004. Dumbledore? Meow, meow, meow. Where am I? Who am I? What am I doing? Was it not agreed that I would be reborn 39 years ago? Acquire a golden finger, and utilize my foresight to marry a wealthy beauty, thus reaching the summit of life? Why has Dumbledore appeared out of nowhere? I should have known. The Wu's orphanage was the very place where Voldemort spent his childhood. No wonder this name seemed familiar. In that fleeting moment, Ye Ting's mind raced with countless thoughts. Yet he ultimately buried all his questions deep within, maintaining a facade of composure. "Good day, Mr. Dumbledore and Mrs. Gary." He gestured for them to enter, saying, "Please, come in and have a seat." "Oh, there's no need for that, dear Ye." Mrs. Gary smiled and waved her hand. "Mr. Dumbledore is the headmaster of a school. He wishes to speak with you privately, so I shall not intrude." With that, she closed the door. Soon, the creaking sound of footsteps descending the stairs echoed from outside. "Well then, my child, greetings." Dumbledore regarded Ye Ting with a gentle gaze, introducing himself. "I am the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." "Hello, Mr. Dumbledore." Ye Ting greeted him calmly, though his eyes subtly betrayed a hint of excitement, an exhilaration stemming from his journey into another world, which led to Dumbledore's misunderstanding. "You seem unfazed by the term magic, indicating that you have already recognized your extraordinary nature." Dumbledore playfully raised an eyebrow and snapped his fingers, causing the teacup on Ye Ting's desk to refill itself with red tea. "Oh, how cool." Witnessing this, Ye Ting felt a twinge of envy. In return, he showcased his own ability as the spoon in the tea tray trembled and soared into the air, only to tumble into the cup. This revelation astonished Dumbledore. He had never encountered a young child possessing such formidable magical power before mastering the craft. Typically, young wizards exhibit insufficient magical capacity and struggle with control. Even an ordinary wizard without a wand finds it challenging to cast spells. Although this child's magical demonstration was somewhat rudimentary relative to adult wizards, it nonetheless attested to Ye Ting's undeniable brilliance in the realm of magic. When I first discerned this extraordinary ability, I was reminded of Ye Ting's playful self-assessment. I believe I am not the only one endowed with magic or supernatural powers. However, those around me insist that such things do not exist. I suspect there is an organization concealing the truth, perhaps comprised of my kind, who might eventually seek me out. You are indeed a perceptive child. Would you be inclined to join Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry to learn more about magic alongside your peers? Dumbledore inquired kindly. "Certainly. Professor Dumbledore, I eagerly anticipate my future at the Academy," Ye Ting responded with a smile, his face radiating the exuberance of youth. Though he had lived a cumulative 31 years, the enchantment of being transported into this childhood fairy tale world filled him with exhilaration. The prospect of becoming a student at Hogwarts, particularly the allure of magic, a realm of knowledge previously confined to fantasy, was simply irresistible. What of the internet? What of the world's wealthiest individuals? What of the affluent and beautiful? Such concerns paled in comparison to the might of magic. What beauty could rival that of the brilliant Hermione Granger or the enchanting Fleur Delacour? Though the magical realm bore its share of dark forces, such as Death Eaters and Voldemort, the threats during his 7 years at school were not insurmountable. In fact, the strength of light wizards remained predominant, with the ultimate crisis stemming from Dumbledore's own machinations to obliterate Voldemort. Moreover, opportunity and peril coexist. Ye Ting's unique talents did not come with a clear guide or training regimen akin to a system, thus seeking to further develop his abilities, particularly his time-space powers. Through the study of magic seemed the most prudent course. He envisioned a day when he could traverse various worlds, experiencing a myriad of diverse lives. Subsequently, Ye Ting engaged in an extensive conversation with Dumbledore. Despite his prior knowledge from novels and films, he approached the subject with childlike curiosity, posing numerous inquiries about the magical world, to which Dumbledore patiently responded. At last, Dumbledore rose and remarked, "It is getting late. We must proceed to Diagon Alley, where we can procure the necessary supplies for your enrollment at Hogwarts. Do you have sufficient pounds?" "Of course, Professor Dumbledore," Ye Ting replied, retrieving a stack of pounds from his wallet. "In fact, I have been submitting articles to children's magazines and have managed to save a modest sum. I believe it will suffice." "Very well," Dumbledore nodded in approval. "Then let us be off. Fiji, we're leaving," Ye Ting called to the small white cat, who skillfully leaped into his open backpack, leaving only its head visible. After bidding farewell to Miss Jerry and the curious onlookers, the two departed from the Wu's orphanage, following Dumbledore into a deserted alleyway. "How shall we reach Diagon Alley?" Ye Ting inquired, intrigued. "Apparition. It is a most convenient spell, though it can be rather disconcerting," Dumbledore explained, producing his wand. "Hold on to me, child, and be cautious not to lose your lunch." Ye Ting experienced a moment of disorientation, followed by a dizzying whirl. Yet amidst the chaos, he perceived a clear spatial pathway, a narrow tunnel just wide enough for two. He felt as though he were being drawn through a constricted rubber tube before being expelled into another realm. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves in a secluded alley, and perhaps due to his innate talent, Ye Ting felt no particular discomfort. However, Fiji, nestled in his backpack, mewed restlessly, clearly unsettled. "How do you feel?" Dumbledore asked, regarding Ye Ting with concern. First-time apparition can often lead to some unpleasant reactions. "I feel splendid," Ye Ting reassured, gently stroking the cat's head until it settled down. "I believe I could endure several more trips." "Ah, you are indeed destined to be a wizard. The Wu's orphanage often produces remarkable talents," Dumbledore mused, though the latter remark was more for himself than for Ye Ting's ears. As they strolled through the alley, they eventually paused before an unassuming pub. "The Leaky Cauldron," Dumbledore introduced. "This is a renowned establishment, enchanted to ensure that ordinary muggles remain oblivious to its presence." It is a small and rather dingy tavern, largely overlooked by the hurried passers-by whose gazes glide from the grand bookstore on one side of the street to the record shop on the other, as if this little establishment were entirely invisible. Although it is renowned in the realm of wizards, the interior is undeniably dim and dilapidated. In one corner, 9 elderly women sip sherry from dainty glasses, one of whom is puffing on a long pipe. A young man adorned with a tall hat engages in conversation with the aged bartender, whose bald head resembles an engorged walnut. As the pair enters, the murmured chatter abruptly ceases. Every patron nods and smiles in acknowledgement of Dumbledore, who graciously returns their salutations. The tavern owner lifts a glass and inquires, "Professor Dumbledore, have you come to personally escort the new student?" To which Dumbledore replies, "Indeed, a new arrival from a Muggle orphanage. Is young Harry well? He is to attend Hogwarts this year." Tom seems to speak of a delightful subject, drawing the attention of those nearby. "Hagrid will be responsible for Harry's transportation," Dumbledore elucidates, subsequently leading the way to the yard, which is enclosed by a wall of stacked bricks. "The entrance to Diagon Alley is here. You must remember how to access it." With a gentle wave of his wand, Dumbledore taps 3 times on a specific spot of the stone wall, advising, "Step back now, Mr. Lee." The brick that he tapped begins to tremble and shift, revealing a small opening that gradually expands until a wide archway appears, ample enough for two to pass side by side, leading to a winding cobblestone street that seemingly stretches into infinity. Turning around, Dumbledore opens his arms and warmly welcomes Lee, saying, "Welcome to Diagon Alley." Following Dumbledore, Lee ventures into the magical world for the first time. He comprehends that his life will henceforth depart from the mundane, that the pursuits of ordinary fame and fortune will no longer hold sway over him, and that his future shall be intertwined with legend. Everything shall commence in this very alley. The narrow alleyway was teeming with a myriad of peculiar shops, bustling street vendors, and eager customers, most of whom were acquainted with Dumbledore and nodded in acknowledgement as he passed. The elderly wizard guided Ye Ting through the winding passage, nodding to passers-by while explaining the offerings of each establishment, all the while considering what Ye Ting might require. Eventually, they arrived before a pristine white edifice, significantly taller than the surrounding quaint shops. This was Gringotts, Dumbledore elaborated. Gringotts is the bank of the wizarding world, where you must exchange muggle currency for wizarding galleons, sickles, and nuts. Beside the gleaming bronze door of Gringotts stood a goblin clad in a deep crimson and gold uniform. The goblin was approximately a head shorter than Ye Ting, possessing a dark, shrewd visage, pointed beard, and elongated fingers and toes. As they entered, the goblin bowed in respect. Before them loomed a second door, silver and adorned with inscriptions that read, "Enter, stranger, but beware the consequences of greed. To take without toil is to invite the harshest of punishments. Therefore, if you seek to pilfer wealth that has never belonged to you, thief, heed this warning, what you summon may not be treasure, but retribution." Chapter 6 saw two goblins bowing and ushering them into a grand marble hall. Approximately 100 goblins were seated behind a long counter on elevated stools, some weighing coins on brass scales, others inspecting gems through magnifying glasses, hastily recording entries in a large ledger. Ye Ting approached the counter, extracting a stack of pounds from his pocket. "Hello, I wish to exchange these pounds for galleons," he stated. An elderly goblin stepped forward to receive the pounds. "The exchange rate is 5 to 1. Are you certain you wish to convert the entirety of these 200 pounds into galleons?" "Yes," Ye Ting affirmed with a nod. "Additionally, convert 1 galleon entirely into sickles." 1 galleon equals 17 sickles, the elderly goblin explained. After a brief wait, a younger goblin handed Ye Ting a heavy bag. Subsequently, Dumbledore guided Ye Ting to commence their shopping. "First, you will require a wand," he remarked, "and Ollivander's wands are the finest." The shop was diminutive and dilapidated, its gilded sign long faded, inscribed with the words, "Ollivander has been crafting exquisite wands since 382 B.C. Within the dusty window, a solitary wand lay upon a weathered purple cushion. "Greetings, Ollivander, my old friend," Albus Dumbledore warmly declared upon entering. From a shadowy corner emerged a frail old man, reciprocating Dumbledore's embrace with equal fervor. "Hello, my dear friend," he spoke in a gentle, archaic tone. "What brings you to my humble establishment?" "Oh, I am here to fetch a student from the Muggle orphanage, you know," Dumbledore replied with a wink, then continued. "This is Mr. Ye, though born of Muggle descent. He has already mastered the control of his magic." "Ah, that explains it," Ollivander remarked, stepping closer with keen eyes fixed on Ye Ting, producing a lengthy measuring tape adorned with silver markings from his pocket. "Very well, Mr. Ye, let us see. Which arm do you wield your wand with?" he inquired. "I am accustomed to using my right hand," Ye Ting responded. "Raise your arm, splendid." Ollivander began measuring from shoulder to fingertip. As he measured, he elaborated. "Each wand crafted by Ollivander possesses an extraordinary magical essence, which is its very core, Mr. Ye. We utilize unicorn hair, phoenix feathers, and dragon heartstrings. Each one is unique. For no two unicorns, dragons, or phoenixes are identical. Naturally, should you wield a wand that rightfully belongs to another wizard, you would not achieve such remarkable results." Ollivander rambled on as he maneuvered between the shelves, climbing ladders, and allowing the measuring tape to work autonomously in measuring Ye Ting. Although his incessant chatter could induce drowsiness, Ye Ting remained alert and attentive, his curiosity about the magical world undiminished, despite having gleaned some knowledge from the original text. "Very well," Ollivander declared, as the measuring tape fell to the ground in a tangle. "Now, Mr. Ye, to give this one a try." He presented a wand made of sycamore wood with a core of phoenix feather, measuring 12.5 inches in length. "Wave it and see." As Ye Ting grasped the wand and waved it, an ominous sensation enveloped him. Indeed, in the next moment, a burst of golden red flames erupted from the wand's tip, igniting the cabinet before him, and Ye Ting felt as if he might summon a living phoenix. In a swift motion, Dumbledore brandished his own wand, from which a gentle stream of clear water surged forth, extinguishing the flames in an instant. "It appears this wand is not suited for you," Ollivander remarked, shaking his head. He then produced another wand, crafted from beech wood with a core of serpent's nerve, measuring 9 inches in length. "Give this one a try." The recent incident was a plume of black smoke, enveloping cabinets and boxes, which appeared to be corroded by acid, rapidly developing unsightly small holes, only to be painstakingly restored to their original state. Subsequently, Ollivander had Ye Ting test wand after wand. It seemed that the more experiments were conducted, the more elated he became. Yet, mishaps occurred repeatedly, prompting both Ollivander and Dumbledore to be ever vigilant, wands at the ready to fend off any sudden flames, frost, or explosions that could lead to irreparable consequences. Fortunately, the grimy windows of Ollivander's shop concealed the chaos from passers-by outside. At last, before the wand boxes completely overwhelmed Ye Ting, Ollivander ceased this fruitless endeavor. "Oh, what a discerning customer," he mused. "What spell has been cast in that place? This child's magical prowess surpasses even my own." "Mr. Ollivander, what exactly are you implying?" Ye Ting feigned ignorance, fully aware he was referring to Voldemort. However, Ollivander swiftly diverted the topic. "Oh, it's nothing. You will understand in due time. Let us return to the matter of wands." He stumbled upon a magnificent purple wand from a large box and handed it to Ye Ting. Chapter 0007 began as Ollivander elaborated on this wand. Crafted from the tail feather of an ancient phoenix and the core of a century-old elder tree, it measured 12 inches in length, both flexible and resilient. "This is one of my proudest creations. I shall never find materials as rare again, nor craft a wand more powerful than this. I only hope this one does not bring forth further surprises." Ye Ting, wearied by the frequent surprises, lacked the energy to contemplate the wand's power. All he desired was to conclude this experimental ordeal. Nonetheless, he cautiously accepted the wand. The moment he grasped it, every wand in the shop quivered. A remarkable sensation surged from the wand into his hand, an exquisite fluidity and sense of mastery, as if he could effortlessly wield magic. With a gentle flick. This time no calamity ensued. The wand's tip gleamed with brilliant silver light, and the tremors ceased. "Splendid. Truly magnificent," Ollivander exclaimed. "It is an honor to witness this one find its rightful master in my lifetime." He then turned to Ye Ting and cautioned. "Wands with phoenix feather cores possess immense power and are exceptionally selective of their masters. The phoenix is particularly discerning. The elder wand is more challenging to master than any other, demanding the utmost talent from its user. Any wizard capable of wielding an elder wand is destined for greatness." As he uttered the final words, he glanced at Dumbledore, who smiled gently. "Child, I am delighted that you possess such a wand. I eagerly anticipate your performance at Hogwarts." Ye Ting, satisfied, inquired, "How much for this wand?" "No, it is free of charge," Ollivander replied, casting a wistful glance at the wand. "To see my life's greatest masterpiece encounter its true master fills me with immense satisfaction. I hope you wield it wisely." As he watched Dumbledore and Ye Ting depart, Ollivander murmured, "Another from the orphanage, yet this one is a genius beyond belief, more astonishing than that individual. I hope he does not follow in that person's footsteps, otherwise the wizarding world shall." "Next, we must procure your Hogwarts uniform," Dumbledore remarked as they exited the wand shop. "We typically visit Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions." Madame Malkin was a plump, cheerful witch clad in purple. "Are you here for Hogwarts uniforms, dear?" she inquired before Ye Ting could respond. "We have plenty in stock." "Oh. Hello, Professor Dumbledore. I didn't notice it was you." They exchanged warm greetings. Ye Ting observed a younger boy emerging from the back room, shorter than himself, as he had always been slightly taller than most of his peers due to his continually growing physique. The boy donned a drab, outdated black robe, which Ye Ting found utterly unappealing. "Is that the Hogwarts uniform?" he asked, pointing at the boy in resignation. "Indeed, dear." Madame Malkin led Ye Ting to a high stool. "But if you're not satisfied, we can add some embellishments. Can you stand on this stool? I need to measure your size." Ye Ting remained displeased with the lackluster robe and unexpectedly proposed, "May I design my own robe and have it tailored here?" "Design your own robe?" Madame Malkin's voice rose an octave. "No one has ever made such a request. We are professionals here, but if you insist, I suppose we could accommodate you." Her last statement was much softer, revealing her disappointment at feeling her expertise was being undermined. Thus, Ye Ting skillfully began sketching on paper. He envisioned the robes worn by the students of the Mage Association from the Moon World in his memory, slightly shorter than Hogwarts robes, with a far more fashionable design, blending elements of Muggle aesthetics. He also illustrated accompanying shirts, vests, trousers, and more. Dumbledore and Madame Malkin curiously peered over Ye Ting's shoulder, eager to see what he would create. As the design materialized under Ye Ting's deft hand, their expressions grew increasingly earnest. "I must say, your new student is indeed a prodigy," Madame Malkin remarked to Dumbledore. "This is not something an ordinary child could conceive. If he pursued a career in fashion design, he would surely amass a fortune in galleons." Dumbledore nodded in agreement, having been continually surprised by Ye Ting since their first meeting. Finally, upon completing the design, Ye Ting paused, and Madame Malkin eagerly snatched the drawings to examine them closely. Chapter 0008. "You are truly remarkable, dear. I have never seen such a beautiful design," Madame Malkin exclaimed after scrutinizing each sketch. "Oh, it all draws inspiration from Muggle styles." Ye Ting humbly shook his head. "May I have a set of uniforms made like this?" "Of course. I can hardly wait to see the finished product," Madame Malkin replied, her excitement palpable. Then, a hint of shyness crept into her voice as she asked Ye Ting, "If I may, if you allow me to create similar uniforms for others, I would be delighted to provide you with a tailored uniform made from the finest materials every year during your 7 years at Hogwarts. What do you think?" Madame Malkin looked at Ye Ting with hopeful anticipation. He pondered for a moment, considering it a fair deal, and readily agreed. They then proceeded to flourish and blots to purchase textbooks. Ye Ting acquired the complete set of first-year textbooks, as well as all the books for charms and transfiguration up to 7th year. Moreover, the inquisitive Ye Ting purchased a simplified introductory book on ancient magical scripts alongside a volume detailing the history of Hogwarts. Although he was still quite young, it delighted me to see that someone harbored an interest in ancient magical writings. Upon witnessing Ye Ting's selections, Dumbledore remarked, "Last semester, only 2 students opted for ancient magical scripts, which is rather scant. Madame Babbling will surely appreciate your choice." He then added, "However, ancient magical scripts can be somewhat challenging, so I hope you are prepared for that." "I simply wish to explore the origins of magic," Ye Ting responded as he opened the introductory text on ancient magical scripts. Perusing the title page, the book stated that contemporary spells are merely simplified versions of ancient magical scripts, and that the crafting of magical artifacts is also linked to these ancient texts. "I believe that by studying ancient magical scripts, I can uncover the true source of magical power. I must say, you are undoubtedly destined for Ravenclaw," Dumbledore observed, his gaze tinged with a hint of satisfaction. After inquiring about the significance of the various houses, Ye Ting opined, "A wizard's power stems from the knowledge of magic. Thus, only those who pursue knowledge can be deemed true wizards. In this regard, Ravenclaw indeed resonates with my aspirations." Having completed his purchase, Ye Ting found himself confronted with a plethora of hefty tomes that his diminutive backpack, relative to the books, could not possibly accommodate. At a loss, he turned to Dumbledore with a pleading gaze. "You can use the shrinking charm to reduce these books in size, allowing them to fit into your bag," Dumbledore instructed, as he drew his wand and gently tapped the stack of books. "Shrink swiftly." The books immediately shrank several sizes, until each one became no larger than a fingernail. The curious Shurju peered into the backpack, inspecting these miniature volumes. "To restore them to their original size, the incantation is expand rapidly," he added. Intrigued, Ye Ting drew forth his new wand, mimicking Dumbledore's stance as he pointed it at the tiny books and recited the spell, "Expand rapidly." The diminutive tomes suddenly swelled, returning to their former dimensions. Shurju, caught off guard by the suddenly enlarged book, was startled as it bumped her nose, prompting her to retreat into the backpack with a startled meow. Ye Ting gently patted her head, reassuring, "Be careful, little one." He then endeavored to cast another spell on the books, "Shrink rapidly." Instantly, they reverted once more to their fingernail size. Dumbledore watched in amazement, impressed that Ye Ting had only needed to observe the shrinking spell once to master it, achieving perfect success on his first attempt. Not only that, but he had also demonstrated the ability to extrapolate, successfully casting the enlargement spell in kind. Such talent and aptitude for learning were truly unparalleled. "Although you've heard it several times today, I must reiterate, you are indeed a genius," he remarked. Ye Ting carefully placed the shrunken books into his backpack, cautioning Shurju not to damage them, before accompanying Dumbledore to procure additional items. In the apothecary, he purchased a collapsible cauldron made of tin that stirred itself, a set of glass and crystal potion bottles, a telescope, and a scale. Furthermore, at the magical pet shop, he declined to buy an owl, opting instead to summon a creature of his own for delivering messages. Nevertheless, he did purchase some expensive cat food for Shurju, believing that the wizarding variety would be more suitable for her as a cat demon, hoping it would hasten her growth and facilitate the awakening of her inherent powers. The series of expenditures left his once plump purse utterly depleted, compelling him to resolve, during the upcoming summer, to leverage his prophetic advantage and magical prowess to amass considerable wealth in the Muggle world. The inability to procure the finest cauldron and experimental supplies filled him with a sense of inadequacy regarding his identity as a traveler between worlds. At Fortescue's ice cream parlor, Dumbledore treated Ye Ting to a scoop of ice cream while he himself indulged in a rather distasteful cockroach cluster, which repulsed Ye Ting. Ultimately, Dumbledore utilized apparition to return Ye Ting to the vicinity of the orphanage. Before departing, he remarked, "Mr. Yi, you are a true genius and a kind-hearted child. I hope you will wield the power of magic wisely. Remember, it is not one's power that defines a person, but rather their choices." With a playful wink, he vanished before Ye Ting's eyes. Chapter 0009. Upon returning from Diagon Alley, Ye Ting secluded himself in his room, delving into the study of the magical principles of this world. Through experimentation and research, he began to grasp the underlying mechanics of magic in the Harry Potter universe, which operates through spells that influence rules via magical energy. The source of magical energy emanates from the beings themselves. Thus, only wizards and magical creatures endowed with such energy can cast spells. The application of a spell in this realm necessitates unwavering will, precise pronunciation, and appropriate gestures. The determination of will defines the target and effect of the magic, while pronunciation and gestures serve as indispensable catalysts. Through these means, magical energy can directly affect the rules to yield desired results, in contrast to the direct and crude manipulation of reality through raw magical energy. Magic resembles the completion of tasks through a console in an RPG game, proving not only more effective but also allowing for the manifestation of spells that defy fundamental principles such as the conservation of energy and the increase of entropy. Concerning wands, it is well known that magical creatures in the Harry Potter world possess greater magical power than wizards. Wands are crafted from materials sourced from these magical beings in special woods, serving as conduits for the organization and transformation of magical energy. When a wizard becomes sufficiently knowledgeable and adept with a particular spell, they can bypass the incantation and wand, casting spells through mere thought and without any physical tool. This is known as silent and wandless magic, which allows for swifter and more unpredictable spell casting. However, due to the lesser catalytic effect of silent incantation compared to vocal spells, and the reduced efficiency of handling and transforming magical energy without a wand, the effectiveness and efficiency of such casting are significantly diminished. With Ye Ting's exceptional talent, he quickly mastered relatively simple and commonly used spells such as the wand-lighting charm, the levitation charm, and the reparo spell, but found himself unable to further his studies within the confines of his room. On one hand, knowledge pertaining to spells like the fire-making charm and potions required suitable settings and materials. On the other, overly complex incantations risked yielding irreversible accidents and could potentially disturb Mrs. Gary and his fellow orphans. Consequently, Ye Ting was left with no choice but to stifle his curiosity about magic, eagerly anticipating the day school would commence. The wait was interminably long, but at last, September 1st arrived. Ye Ting arrived at King's Cross Station by 9 o'clock, hoping to board the train early, thus allowing him the liberty to choose a compartment without being compelled to share it with those who failed to pique his interest. Aside from the main characters, only the Weasley twins, George and Fred, Cedric Diggory, and a few enchanting girls managed to capture his attention at Hogwarts. At this moment, the train station was bustling with crowds. Standing cautiously between platforms 9 and 10, Ye Ting scanned his surroundings, hoping to find an unnoticed opportunity to enter platform 9 3/4. Soon, a group of oddly dressed wizards appeared before him, foolishly colliding with the wall, one after another, and then vanishing. Gritting his teeth, Ye Ting suppressed his urge to scoff and followed suit, colliding with the wall toward platform 9 3/4. In the blink of an eye, he felt as though he had passed through a door, and his surroundings transformed into a vibrant scene. Before him stood a red vintage steam locomotive, adorned with the Hogwarts Express sign. With his innate talent, Ye Ting could distinctly sense that he was in a unique spatial realm, one that overlapped with the original King's Cross Station. It was truly unscientific. The extent to which magic could achieve such feats was astounding. He marveled at this as he followed the throng onto the train. At this juncture, the compartments of the train were not yet crowded, but Ye Ting settled into an empty cabin further down. He observed that the older wizards gravitated toward the front, while the newcomers clustered in the last few carriages. After stowing his luggage, Ye Ting opened his backpack and released the long-concealed creature, Fai-Ju, before retrieving a book on Hogwarts and beginning to read its history. While his peers might find such reading tedious, he considered it a delightful pastime. Fai-Ju mewed, nuzzling against his legs affectionately. Ye Ting understood her behavior stemmed from a desire to play with her master. However, engrossed in his reading, he casually pulled out a fragrant piece of grilled fish and offered it to her, absent-mindedly patting her head, which sufficed for now. Fai-Ju, feeling slightly aggrieved, took the fish and ventured out of the compartment to explore. Ye Ting felt at ease, knowing that Fai-Ju, though still young, was a cat demon capable of looking after herself. After a while, she hurried back into the cabin, leaping into Ye Ting's lap as if someone were in pursuit. Indeed, someone was chasing her, a girl around Ye Ting's age, with thick brown hair and prominent front teeth, already dressed in her Hogwarts uniform. Ye Ting instantly recognized her resemblance to a younger Emma Watson, as she bore striking similarities to Hermione Granger, the intelligent and resourceful heroine of the Harry Potter series who consistently held the top spot in her class. However, it was rather disheartening that J.K. Rowling had paired her with Ron Weasley in the end. In that fleeting moment upon her arrival, Ye Ting's first thought was not of the strategies and developments he had long envisioned, but rather why the tale of the Harry Potter world had been penned as a novel and adapted into a film in his homeland. He pondered the remarkable resemblance between the film's leading lady and the true Hermione Granger, yet noted they were not identical. He did not believe that the Harry Potter world was born from the novels and films. Rather, he preferred to think that the Harry Potter realm had influenced his own world, leading to the creation of such works. Although he could not currently substantiate this belief, he was convinced that as he delved deeper into the study of magic, his innate aptitude for manipulating time and space would eventually unveil the methods for traversing dimensions. He felt that amidst his ongoing journey, the truth would inevitably be revealed. Regaining his focus, Ye Ting began to scrutinize the renowned girl before him. She was a proud girl, akin to a swan with an elongated neck. Externally, she possessed an endearing charm, a veritable beauty. "Is this cat yours?" she inquired. Without any pleasantries or introduction, "May I pet it?" The cat, Fei Zhu, mewed softly, retreating into Ye Ting's backpack, revealing only a pair of bright eyes that observed from the shadows. "Of course not. You frightened Fei Zhu," Ye Ting replied, raising an eyebrow in silent exasperation, unable to fathom what had transpired to instill such fear in the feline. "Himari? Why did you name your cat such? Is it some kind of magical language?" Hermione asked curiously, her attention thoroughly captivated. "No, it is Japanese, meaning Fei Zhu," Ye Ting clarified. "Ah, so you are of Japanese descent," Hermione nodded, somewhat understanding. "No, I am of Chinese descent." "Then why name your cat in Japanese?" "Because I like it." Ye Ting found Hermione's relentless inquiries both amusing and perplexing. He had not anticipated her curiosity to reach such heights. Fortunately, the young girl deftly shifted the conversation to a different topic. "I am Hermione Granger," she introduced herself. "I come from a Muggle family, and none in my household comprehend magic. Thus, when I received the acceptance letter, I was utterly astonished yet immensely delighted, for, as far as I know, this is the most esteemed school of magic. I have memorized all the textbooks so that I may catch up with you. So, what is your name?" Her words flowed rapidly, akin to a rapid-fire barrage, as she completed her lengthy introduction and seized the opportunity to boast about her academic prowess. Such a child, Ye Ting thought to himself, before introducing himself in turn. "I am Ye Ting, from a Muggle orphanage, hence I am uncertain of my wizarding lineage. By the way, would you like to come in?" Ye Ting invited. This invitation was driven not only by curiosity, but also by his desire to test whether the so-called narrative could be altered, and this experiment began with Hermione. Ye Ting intended to influence Hermione to join him in Ravenclaw instead of Gryffindor, which would undoubtedly bring about a significant transformation in the storyline, potentially altering the future beyond recognition. Furthermore, he genuinely believed that Hermione's intelligence and eagerness to learn were more suited to Ravenclaw, and the hope of gaining an advantage was one of his subtle intentions. Upon learning that Ye Ting hailed from the Muggle world, Hermione immediately felt a closer connection between them. She gladly accepted the invitation and took a seat opposite Ye Ting, and they began to engage in casual conversation about the magical world that had suddenly entered their lives. Clearly, having thoroughly read the original Harry Potter series, Ye Ting possessed knowledge far surpassing Hermione's in this realm, coupled with an extraordinary capacity for learning. Soon, the young girl realized that maintaining her pride in this regard would prove quite challenging. She found herself faced with a rival. Hermione thought to herself, yet simultaneously acknowledged that Ye Ting was indeed an exceptionally talented peer. At that moment, a knock echoed on the compartment door. Ye Ting opened it to find two girls slightly older than Hermione waiting outside. One had brown hair adorned with freckles, while the other was an Eastern beauty with dark hair, appearing as though she had been reluctantly brought along. Both girls were carrying luggage. "Hello, my name is Myriad." The freckled girl introduced herself. "This is my good friend Xiao Zhang, who is of Chinese descent. We saw you were also of Eastern origin and thought we should come over to introduce ourselves." "Hello," the dark-haired girl shyly nodded towards Ye Ting. Ye Ting introduced himself and Hermione to Marietta, then turned to Xiao Zhang and greeted her in Chinese. "Hello, Xiao Zhang. My name is Ye Ting." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhang's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh, I didn't expect you to be Chinese too." Her expression reflected the delight of encountering a fellow compatriot in a foreign land. And soon the two engaged in a cheerful conversation in Chinese. Chapter 0011. The interaction between Ye Ting and Xiao Zhang, oblivious to their surroundings, left Hermione and Marietta feeling somewhat overlooked. "What are you two talking about?" Hermione protested. Can't you speak in a language everyone understands? All right. Ye Ting shrugged and switched to English. So, would you like to come in and sit? There are still some open seats. Of course, Marietta replied eagerly, pulling the hesitant Qiu Zhang inside. With the addition of the two girls, a sense of awkwardness enveloped the group. No one dared to break the silence, creating a rather uncomfortable atmosphere. Eventually, it was Marietta who broke the ice. She glanced at Ye Ting and then at Qiu Zhang, asking somewhat reluctantly, "Are all Eastern people as beautiful as you? How can you describe a man as beautiful?" Ye Ting retorted. Yet, in truth, his striking appearance could indeed be deemed as such. Mrs. Gary had often remarked that if Ye Ting were to don women's attire, he would outshine any girl. Upon hearing Marietta's comment, Hermione and Qiu Zhang began to scrutinize Ye Ting closely before they both shyly averted their gazes. The atmosphere grew even more awkward. Recalling his original purpose of helping Hermione get into Ravenclaw, Ye Ting deliberately inquired, "By the way, are you both new students this year?" "No, we entered Hogwarts last year." "So we're already second years," Qiu Zhang replied, shaking her head. "Therefore, you should refer to me as senior," Marietta added. "All right, senior." Ye Ting rolled his eyes. "Which houses are you in?" "We are both students of Ravenclaw." The two girls exchanged a knowing glance and replied in unison. "Ah, Ravenclaw." Ye Ting feigned interest. "I truly hope I can be sorted into Ravenclaw this year." "What about you, Hermione?" "Gryffindor," Hermione answered. "I've heard it's the best." "Gryffindor is not the best, Ravenclaw is," Qiu Zhang countered. "Exactly," Marietta agreed. "The Gryffindors love to boast about their house, but in reality, they are merely a bunch of foolish and reckless fools." "You are biased," Hermione sharply pointed out. "No, I genuinely believe Ravenclaw is the best." Ye Ting expressed his support for Qiu Zhang and Marietta, explaining, "Wizards gain power through knowledge. Ravenclaw represents wisdom and knowledge, which is precisely what wizards should aspire to." He concluded, "While courage, diligence, and cleverness are important for wizards, wisdom and knowledge are their essence." Marietta and Qiu Zhang applauded him. "Well said. You will undoubtedly become an excellent Ravenclaw. Professor Flitwick will be delighted to meet you." After contemplating Ye Ting's words, a proud Hermione reluctantly nodded. "I must admit, you make a compelling argument. Now I also hope to be sorted into Ravenclaw." Her cheeks flushed slightly as she spoke. "Unfortunately, which house you are sorted into is determined by the sorting hat. If luck is not on your side, you might end up in a different house," Marietta lamented. However, having read the original text, Ye Ting quickly devised a plan. "I've heard that there is a way to influence the sorting hat's decision. If you keep your heart set on which house you want to go to, the hat will take your wishes into account. You could give it a try? If you succeed, we can be in the same house." He said this while gazing earnestly into Hermione's eyes. Under the gaze of such a handsome boy, Hermione's face turned even redder as she quietly replied, "Understood, I will do that." The four of them then engaged in a lively discussion about Ravenclaw, primarily involving Qiu Zhang and Marietta introducing the house, while Ye Ting and Hermione provided their assessments. At times, Qiu Zhang and Marietta would agree enthusiastically, while at other times they would vehemently disagree, continuing this cycle of conversation. They were so engrossed that they didn't even notice when the train had departed. Around 12:30, a smiling woman with dimples pushed a snack cart through the compartment. The four of them purchased some treats from her and happily exchanged bites. Ye Ting declined Marietta's offer of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, not wishing to encounter flavors like earwax, while Hermione, emboldened, sampled several until she was overwhelmed by the spicy flavor of a pepper-flavored bean, requiring her to gulp down several cups of water. What truly piqued Ye Ting's interest were the collectible cards that accompanied the chocolate frogs. These animated cards sparked a bold idea in him: to utilize this technology to create a collectible card game akin to Magic, The Gathering, Yu-Gi-Oh!, or Hearthstone. He knew that games like Wizard's Chess existed in the wizarding world, and collecting chocolate frog cards was quite popular. Thus, creating a collectible card game in the wizarding realm would undoubtedly hold promise. He could even become wealthy from it. He envisioned employing Ravenclaw classmates to help develop and manufacture the cards. Such technology was not overly complex in alchemy, and students would likely be eager to earn some galleons during their free time. Meanwhile, he could use this opportunity to identify truly capable young wizards to formally employ after their graduation. "I am truly a genius," Ye Ting mused, basking in a moment of self-satisfaction. However, this reverie was abruptly interrupted. Chapter 0012. A round-faced, chubby boy knocked on the compartment door. "I'm sorry," he said tearfully, "but have you seen my toad?" The four shook their heads, and he immediately burst into tears. "I've lost it again. It always tries to run away from me." Don't worry, we'll help you look for it, Hermione volunteered. Then, recalling something, she turned and asked, you will help too, right? Sure enough, this was characteristic of Hermione. With a reluctant sigh, Ye Ting stood up and replied, all right, I'll help look as well. Xiao Zhang and Marietta exchanged glances, initially intending to maintain their distance. However, seeing the boys' distress, they sighed and reluctantly joined the search, not wanting to disappoint their newly acquainted friends. The round-faced boy was moved to tears at this display of kindness. Thank you. Thank you all. My name is Neville Longbottom, and I am grateful for your willingness to assist me in finding my toad. Ye Ting gently patted his head, reassuring him. It's no trouble at all. We are classmates, and it is only natural for classmates to help one another. He paused, a hint of pride in his voice, and continued, when it comes to finding things, it is best left to the professionals. Amidst the curious gazes of the others, he called out, Fiji, with a soft meow. A charming little white cat emerged from his backpack, gracefully leaping into the boy's embrace. What an adorable kitten! Zhang Qiu and Marietta, who had not noticed Fiji until now, were instantly enchanted. Ye Ting affectionately stroked the kitten's head. Fiji, we are on a quest to locate a toad. Its owner is right here, he said, gesturing toward Neville. Fiji approached Neville, sniffing curiously, and then meowed softly as if to acknowledge her understanding. Ye Ting nodded in satisfaction and set Fiji down on the floor. Let us depart, he commanded. At his signal, Fiji elegantly strolled down the train corridor, pausing occasionally to sniff the air. Ye Ting led Neville and the three girls in tow. Can she truly understand what you were saying? Hermione inquired. Indeed, Fiji possesses an intellect akin to that of a human, so she certainly comprehends, Ye Ting replied. Then she must be a magical creature, Marietta concluded. Is she a cat fox, or perhaps a cat with fox lineage? No, Fiji is a cat demon, the boy refuted. I am familiar with cat demons. They are a type of yokai in Eastern magical folklore, Hermione eagerly interjected. Yes, cat demons are indeed yokai, Zhang Qiu, sharing the same heritage, nodded. My father has told me that in the East, any living being could potentially become a yokai given the right circumstances. How frightening. Why would you choose to keep a yokai? I certainly would never keep one, Neville exclaimed, taken aback, instinctively falling a few paces behind, joining the rear of the group. What is so terrifying about it? Fiji is utterly adorable. Indeed, Fiji is not frightening at all. Coward, the girls collectively expressed their disdain for Neville. It was amusing, for typically girls would be more apprehensive about such peculiar creatures, yet Fiji's charm had captivated them, leading them to declare that as long as it is cute, it poses no problem. Indeed, in this world, beauty reigns supreme. Ye Ting mused, caressing his own face, it appears my future is undoubtedly bright. After walking along the corridor for a while, Fiji suddenly halted and turned into a compartment. The five of them promptly followed, discovering two boys sitting face to face inside. One had black hair and wore glasses, while the other, a redhead, was dressed in somewhat shabby attire, resembling a character from a film. Ye Ting instantly recognized them as the protagonists from the original story, the savior Harry Potter and his sidekick, the one who married Hermione, Ron Weasley. The table in the compartment was strewn with snacks and wrappers, suggesting that they had been indulging in treats, but the scene now depicted the black-haired boy curiously observing Fiji, while the red-haired boy was curled up in fear, clutching a squeaking rat in one hand and an old wand in the other, pointing it erratically at Fiji. The wand's tip seemingly glowing green. Ye Ting was startled by his actions. In the original tale, Ron often caused mishaps with his haphazard spells. Disarm. Ye Ting flicked his wrist, and a purple wand instantly appeared in his hand. A beam of red light shot forth from the wand's tip, striking the red-haired boy and causing him to yelp in distress as his wand flew from his grasp. With a casual motion, Ye Ting effortlessly caught the wand midair. Cool. The bespectacled boy exclaimed in awe. You can use magic. What was that spell called? Hermione asked excitedly. Zhang Qiu and Marietta were equally impressed by the swift turn of events, applauding enthusiastically, their eyes filled with admiration. Thank you. Ye Ting nodded in acknowledgement, then leaned down to return the old wand to Ron. My apologies. I did not mean to act so hastily. But please refrain from pointing your wand at my Fiji next time. Chapter 0013. Under the spell of Ye Ting's disarming charm, Ron Weasley appeared thoroughly startled, stuttering, I understand. He swallowed hard, struggling to regain his composure. I do not like cats. I thought she had come to eat my scabbers. Fiji would never eat something so peculiar. Ye Ting shook his head, aware that Scabbers was Peter Pettigrew's animagus form. However, he had no intention of exposing Pettigrew, as it would only place him under suspicion. As a muggle newly introduced to the magical world, how do you possess such knowledge? Fiji, meowing, distanced herself from Ron and his rat, clearly sensing something amiss with Scabbers. Ye Ting casually scooped Fiji into his arms and introduced himself to Harry and Ron, also presenting the others in the group. Finally, he explained, "We are here to assist Neville in locating his toad. But Neville is already sitting in this compartment," Harry Potter pointed out, bewildered. Neville nodded in agreement from behind. At this moment, the girls cast skeptical glances at Ye Ting. Just wait, Fei Zhu would never be mistaken. Ye Ting curled his lip, while Fei Zhu directed a disdainful look at the crowd, scorning their doubts about her. She leapt lightly from Ye Ting's shoulder onto a suitcase, playfully scratching at it with her paws. "This is my luggage," Na Wei exclaimed impulsively. Ye Ting gestured for him to open the suitcase. What Fei Zhu meant was that your toad is hiding inside. Raifu cannot possibly be in there. For I meticulously packed the suitcase myself. If Raifu were inside, I would have known long ago, Na Wei muttered. Yet reluctantly complied with Ye Ting's insistence and unzipped the suitcase. As expected, the moment the suitcase was opened, a toad sprang out as if it had finally been liberated. With the toad's emergence, the truth was laid bare. Na Wei had wasted considerable time wandering the corridor, inquiring in each compartment, but in reality, Raifu had been left in the suitcase all along. At this moment, Fei Zhu was filled with a sense of pride and confidence. Strutting back and forth before the crowd like an arrogant rooster, the girls gazed at her with admiration, their hearts melting at her charmingly proud demeanor. They showered her with compliments, yearning to touch Fei Zhu with their own hands. Yet, she nimbly darted back into her owner's embrace, showing no lingering affection for the praises of the young ladies. As the situation began to resolve, the two previously conflicting groups started to introduce themselves. When the bespectacled black-haired boy uttered his name, Harry Potter, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. "Is it really you?" Hermione exclaimed with excitement. "I know all about you. Of course, I bought a few extra reference books, A History of Modern Magic, The Rise and Fall of Dark Magic, and Significant Magical Events of the 20th Century, all of which mention you." Upon hearing this, Harry Potter wore a perplexed expression, completely unaware of his own fame. In truth, as a quintessential figure in the battle against the Dark Lord, he had long since become a celebrated icon within the wizarding community. Marietta and Cho Chang couldn't help but scrutinize him further. Cho, having spent most of her time in the Muggle world and only entering the wizarding realm a year ago, felt little connection to the gravity of the situation. However, Marietta was different. She even considered approaching Potter for an autograph. In contrast, Ye Ting remained remarkably composed. He merely expressed slight surprise before engaging in brief conversations with both Harry Potter and Ron Weasley, who was somewhat overshadowed by Harry's fame. This interaction left a favorable impression on both Harry and Ron. Harry sensed that Ye Ting was not merely interested in his celebrity status. Ron, on the other hand, felt touched that Ye Ting had not overlooked him in favor of the illustrious Harry Potter. In that moment, he even forgot the confrontation from mere minutes ago when Ye Ting had sent his wand flying. Subsequently, Ye Ting bid farewell and departed with the girls. After their departure, Ron cast an envious and jealous glance at his retreating figure. Is it merely because he is somewhat more handsome? He complained to Harry in frustration. He actually gets to sit in a compartment with 3 girls. Although he is a decent fellow, I dare say that anyone walking alongside him would undoubtedly go unnoticed by any girl. Harry nodded in agreement. Although both of them considered Ye Ting to be a fine individual, boys often unite in their disdain for handsome rivals. Meanwhile, the very handsome figure they spoke of helplessly embraced Fei Zhu and returned to the compartment with the 3 girls. Along the way, Hermione engaged in a lively discussion with Marietta about Harry Potter and Voldemort. One had read numerous books about the magical world, while the other had parents working in the Ministry of Magic and was well informed. They chatted animatedly about these juicy topics, occasionally exclaiming in surprise. Nearby, Zhang Qiu listened intently, chiming in occasionally, while Ye Ting, who was not particularly gossipy, found himself at a loss for words and resorted to reading his own book. Chapter 0014. Ye Ting found solitude in his reading rather enjoyable. However, it wasn't long before the girls turned their discussion toward him. They began talking about the spell he had just cast and the way he had wielded his wand. Hermione, ever the inquisitive one, was the first to pose a question. "What spell did you use just now?" she inquired. "You sent that red-haired fellow's wand flying in an instant." "That was the disarming charm," Ye Ting replied casually. "It is the most commonly used spell in wizard duels, and the incantation is Expelliarmus." "I know that one," Marietta interjected eagerly. I remember it being mentioned in Defense Against the Dark Arts class, but the teacher said we wouldn't learn that spell until a higher grade. You can actually use such a complex spell. How did you manage that? Hermione asked, her curiosity piqued. The fact that Ye Ting, also a Muggle-born, could perform such a spell was evidently a blow to her, and she was eager to discover his secret. In truth, Ye Ting explained, this spell is not particularly complex. In fact, among all the spells suitable for direct confrontation, the disarming charm is one of the simplest. While it does not possess significant destructive power and can easily be countered by various counterspells, it has an advantage unmatched by others. What advantage? Hermione inquired impatiently. It is the shortest incantation among dual spells, allowing it to be cast more swiftly than others. Utilizing this spell often grants an upper hand in magical duels. Upon hearing this explanation, Zhang Qiu and Marietta nodded in understanding and expressed admiration for Ye Ting's extensive knowledge. However, Hermione appeared somewhat unconvinced. I have never seen such a conclusion in any book. Where did you read that the disarming charm has the shortest incantation? I have not come across any reference to the length of incantations in any spellbook. That conclusion is my own, Ye Ting replied. I compared several common dual spells like the stunning spell, the obstruction spell, the full bodybind curse, and the entrancing spell, and arrived at this conclusion. But if it's not mentioned in the books, how can you guarantee that it's correct? She challenged. These texts are written by the greatest wizards. If they haven't stated it, on what grounds can you consider yourself right? What a proud child she is, unwilling to concede at any moment. Ye Ting thought to himself, adopting a serious tone to admonish Hermione. Miss Granger, I dare say you have not diligently studied Muggle science since your acceptance to Hogwarts, have you? Not particularly. But what does Muggle science have to do with this? Hermione retorted, her cheeks slightly flushed. It has a great deal to do with it. Muggle science, though lacking in the convenience and wonder of magic, is immensely valuable in its logic and methods of inquiry. Even in the study of magic, it can serve as a useful reference. For instance, to study the duration of incantations. I would maintain my magical power and energy at a consistent level and cast various spells at the same volume and speed, clearly and completely, while recording the time taken for each. This is an application of the control variable method in science, Ye Ting explained earnestly. Ultimately, he concluded, the spirit of science teaches us that only through practice can we arrive at the truth. Blindly believing in authority is an unwise course of action. Even the great figures of science, such as Newton, have had their theories disproven in contemporary times. They possess limitations in many aspects. So, on what basis do you consider the wizards who authored these magical textbooks to be entirely correct? After all, magic does not possess the rigor of science. If the assertions of our predecessors were wholly accurate, how then were new spells created? After all, none of these texts mention them. Following your line of reasoning, the entire wizarding world would cease to progress. This explanation left Marietta, hailing from a wizarding family, utterly perplexed. In truth, many wizards possess rather limited logical reasoning abilities. Yet Hermione Granger, born to Muggle parents, and Zhang Qiu, who had long resided in the Muggle world, managed to grasp the essence of what Ye Ting was articulating. This notion was novel to me. Zhang Qiu admired her fellow compatriot, exclaiming, to employ scientific methods in the study of magic, you truly are a genius. Hermione, however, felt a surge of emotion at his words. Having always prided herself on her intellect, she found it difficult to concede to Ye Ting, whose theories were both plausible and compelling. Leaving her in an awkward predicament, she wished to counter his claims, but found herself speechless, and while she yearned to apologize, her pride held her back. Ultimately, she opted to express her contrition. I'm sorry, she murmured. I admit I was wrong. Please forgive me. Yet, before she could complete her thought, she fled in tears. In Chapter 0015, it is rather embarrassing that a man of over 30 years, spanning 2 lifetimes, could reduce a mere 11-year-old girl, the protagonist, to tears. It is indeed a disgraceful tale to tell that a man of such maturity could bully a young girl into weeping. Although Ye Ting's physical form was that of an 11-year-old, he had not yet embraced the mindset of a child. Perhaps, before the age of 7, he might have put on a facade in front of others, but as he grew older, he became increasingly accustomed to addressing matters in his authentic manner. To an outsider, this exhibited a maturity that surpassed that of his peers. Upon witnessing the young girl emerge from the partition, tearful and distressed, he let out a resigned sigh and pursued her. I often felt he was several years older than us. Observing Ye Ting's silhouette, Marietta remarked, I share the same sentiment. Zhang Qiu nodded in agreement, adding, other boys our age would merely sulk. They would never take the initiative to apologize or comfort a girl. In the corridor, Hermione gazed out at the scenery zipping by, deliberately avoiding turning around to let Ye Ting see her reddened eyes. All right, please don't be angry anymore. I'll concede that it was my fault. If that suffices, Ye Ting said as he stepped forward, instinctively ruffling Hermione's fluffy hair. This was, of course, a habitual gesture of reassurance he often extended to Feiju. At that moment, it felt as though she had stepped on the tail of a kitten. Hermione, with a huff, turned around and playfully chided, do not touch my hair. I am not a child anymore. Her sudden movement almost resulted in a collision with Ye Ting's face. In that instant, her eyes met his, revealing a gaze that was both playful and enigmatic. The distance between their cheeks was no more than 5 centimeters. Hermione's face flushed crimson, and she quickly averted her gaze once more. Why are you following me? She murmured softly. Is it not because I saw a certain little girl who, at the slightest provocation, bursts into tears? I feared her tears might flood the train. Hence I had to follow to prevent that calamity. This feels more like soothing a child. I would never drown a train in tears. Hermione instinctively retorted, only to immediately realize that Ye Ting was merely teasing her. Consequently, she indignantly pounded him lightly with her small fists. All right, stop being petulant. Crying at every turn is not commendable. Ye Ting casually grasped her little hand that had just struck him. At that moment, Hermione's face turned even redder. She had never been treated so by a boy, with gentle touches to her head and hand. Particularly, this boy was remarkably handsome, and he possessed knowledge that she greatly admired. In an instant, she found herself at a loss for words, stammering softly, only managing to struggle lightly. Yet her efforts were so feeble that even an ant could not be moved. Unfortunately, Ye Ting had neither experience in romance nor the intention of courting an 11-year-old girl, which led him to inadvertently engage in actions that disrupted the atmosphere. He began to lecture Hermione, saying, in fact, differing viewpoints are commonplace in learning and research. When confronted with someone who holds a contrasting opinion, we should not sulk or argue out of spite. Instead, we ought to reflect carefully on whether their perspective has merit and if it can be embraced. If their viewpoint proves to be more reasonable, we must actively learn from it and integrate it into our own knowledge framework. Conversely, we should diligently analyze the flaws in their argument and counter it. Thus, tears will not resolve the issue. Such words are reminiscent of a teacher imparting wisdom to a student. The ambiguous atmosphere was abruptly shattered, yet Hermione, being an exceptional scholar, nodded with a semblance of understanding. However, inexplicably, a sense of discomfort began to swell within her, accompanied by an unfathomable dissatisfaction towards Ye Ting. Lacking any romantic experience, she was oblivious to the source of her unease. Had Zhang Qiu and myriad been present, they would undoubtedly have deemed them two peculiar individuals. Mr. Ye Ting, Hermione stated with utmost formality, you are indeed a well-versed and eager learner. May I seek your counsel upon my arrival at Hogwarts? In response to the little girl's earnest request, Ye Ting replied with delight, of course. I would be more than happy to engage in conversation with such a charming young lady. At times, he would indeed forget his physical age, uttering words that could easily be misconstrued. Upon hearing such sentiments, Hermione's previously restored complexion flushed crimson once more, and she hastily retreated to the cubicle. Inside, Zhang Qiu and Marietta had been eavesdropping, their ears pressed against the cubicle door, eager to overhear the discourse between Ye Ting and Hermione in the corridor, curious about how Ye Ting might charm Hermione. However, as Hermione had ventured too far at the outset of her exit, the distance between their conversation and the cubicle door rendered Zhang Qiu and Marietta entirely oblivious to the exchange. Hermione, her cheeks flushed, hurried back, startled by the approaching footsteps that surprised the two girls. In an instant, they retreated to their original positions, feigning nonchalance as they pretended to snack and chat, successfully evading any suspicion from the returning Hermione and Ye Ting. Chapter 0016. Time passed swiftly. Before long, the night had fallen, and the train was finally nearing the majestic Hogwarts castle. Ye Ting had spent an entire afternoon joyfully conversing with the three little girls, forming friendships despite his prior experience of being perpetually single and having few female acquaintances. Nonetheless, engaging with these young girls posed no challenge for him. Just as they were organizing their belongings, preparing to disembark, a ruckus erupted outside, accompanied by the sounds of a scuffle. Ye Ting listened intently, recognizing the voices of Harry Potter and Ron Weasley among the commotion. Additionally, a haughty voice stood out distinctly, which Ye Ting presumed belonged to Draco Malfoy. In Ye Ting's recollection, Draco was not inherently a malevolent character, born into a family of pure-blood wizards from the sacred 28, with parents and relatives who were Death Eaters. He had inevitably developed a selfish disposition and an air of superiority over Muggles. However, as Ye Ting himself was a Muggle, their stances were naturally opposed. And despite understanding Draco's true nature, he had no desire to engage with this pure-blood wizard, recognizing that dealing with unruly children was quite a hassle. At present, Ye Ting's focus was divided between studying magic and nurturing his relationships with the girls. He intended to validate his hypotheses regarding the plot by influencing and altering the character of the primary female lead, Hermione. Concentrating his efforts on one individual rather than three was more pragmatic, and he found himself more inclined to interact with adorable girls than boys. Thus, he did not plan to intentionally engage with Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. As he listened to the commotion outside, Draco and his two henchmen, Crabbe and Goyle, exchanged heated words with Harry and Ron, ultimately resulting in a physical altercation. The outcome mirrored that of the original narrative. Draco was bitten by Fong, and both groups departed in their separate ways. Finally, after a lengthy journey, the train's whistle sounded, gradually slowing down. In the twilight, the imposing silhouette of Hogwarts loomed closer. At last, they arrived at their long-awaited destination, the Magical Academy. Students jostled one another, alighting from the train one after another. Utilizing his strength, Ye Ting forged a path through the crowd, guiding the three girls with him. As they disembarked, they were greeted by a small platform, where a booming voice called out for first-year students to gather. The voice belonged to Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, who specifically mentioned Harry Potter. Ye Ting quickly bid farewell to two second-year students, Zhang Qiu and Marietta, before leading Hermione toward the sound. Although Hermione felt somewhat uneasy being led by a boy, she maintained her composure and followed closely. Hagrid, true to his giant lineage, towered above even the tallest basketball players, and Ye Ting could see him from a distance. All the first years stumbled along behind him as he guided them down a narrow path. Soon, they reached the end of the path, revealing a vast black lake. Across the water, a majestic castle stood atop a high hill, its towers piercing the starry sky, with windows twinkling like distant stars. Hagrid organized the students into boats, each accommodating 4 passengers. Once Ye Ting and Hermione boarded, Harry and Ron followed suit, greeting them warmly. As the fleet of boats set off, a profound silence enveloped them, each student quietly admiring the breathtaking sight of the towering castle drawing ever closer, punctuated by occasional gasps of awe. After passing through a curtain of ivy, the boats entered a shadowy tunnel, seemingly leading into the castle's depths. They ultimately arrived at an underground dock and climbed onto a surface scattered with gravel and small pebbles. The first years disembarked and followed Hagrid to a grand oak door. At last, they stood before the entrance to Hogwarts. Hagrid knocked thrice on the door, which swung open to reveal a tall, black-haired witch in a flowing emerald-green robe, her expression stern and formidable. First-year students, Professor McGonagall, Hagrid announced. "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take over from here," Professor McGonagall replied, nodding as she led the students further inside. Passing through the immense entrance hall, Professor McGonagall guided them to a small empty room at the other end of the hall. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she began. "The feast is about to commence. But before you proceed to the dining hall, you must first determine which house you will belong to. The sorting ceremony is a crucial ritual, as your house will serve as your home during your time at Hogwarts. You will attend classes with your housemates, reside in the house dormitories, and spend leisure time in the house common room." She briefly introduced the 4 houses and mentioned some important guidelines before instructing the new students to wait for a moment while she departed. Chapter 0017. As soon as Professor McGonagall left, the crowd erupted into a lively buzz, with new students excitedly discussing and speculating about the sorting and the houses they wished to join. "Do you think we could be sorted into Ravenclaw?" Hermione asked, nudging Ye Ting anxiously. Despite her pride, the unfamiliar world of magic left her feeling uneasy. Of course, Ye Ting reassured her confidently. "I've heard that Hogwarts has a talking hat. When first years wear it, it sorts them into the appropriate house based on their personality traits. But what if my personality isn't suited for Ravenclaw?" Hermione fretted, her anxiety deepening. In the original narrative, the sorting hat deemed her suitable for both Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, ultimately placing her in Gryffindor. This implied that she was indeed a fit for Ravenclaw. To alleviate her concerns, Ye Ting reiterated that she should assert her own preferences during the sorting. Didn't I mention before? I've heard that a strong desire can influence the sorting hat's decision, Ye Ting suggested. As long as you express a strong wish to join a particular house, the sorting hat will take your opinion into consideration. Hermione nodded, albeit skeptically, feeling a bit reassured. Meanwhile, Ron interjected, "Why would you want to join Ravenclaw? Trust me, Gryffindor is the best house." His loud proclamation drew the attention of nearby first years. In that moment, it was as though he had stirred a hornet's nest, instantly engulfed by a cacophony of diverse voices. Some first-year students vehemently countered, asserting that Slytherin was indeed the superior house, while others extolled Ravenclaw, and yet more young wizards, partial to Gryffindor, vociferously rallied in support of Ron. The atmosphere resembled a bustling marketplace, rife with noise. Ye Ting took Hermione by the hand, guiding her away from the epicenter of the commotion, finally liberating themselves from the clamor of the excitable newcomers. "Do not converse with fools. Their folly is contagious," he remarked. Hermione chuckled at his words, her inner tension significantly alleviated. The din persisted for a considerable while, but suddenly, the clamor transformed into piercing screams. A series of shrieks, reminiscent of a horror film, captured the attention of Ye Ting and Hermione. Turning at the sound, the smile on the young girl's face vanished in an instant. Her mouth agape as she too was nearly compelled to scream. This is no longer merely akin to a horror film set. It is, in fact, a horror film set. Suddenly, around 20 ethereal specters sprang forth from the walls. These pearlescent, semi-transparent apparitions glided throughout the room, whispering amongst themselves, scarcely paying heed to the first-year students. It appeared as though they were engaged in a debate of sorts. In contrast to the frightened newcomers, Ye Ting remained remarkably composed, his curiosity piqued by the spectral entity's physical states. Throughout various magical narratives, only the ghosts in Harry Potter possess a rational mind, unaffected by negative emotions. Aside from their unique inability to influence the physical realm, they exhibit thought processes akin to those of ordinary humans, even having their own social structures. In stark contrast, ghosts in other mythologies are either profoundly unintelligent, devoid of cognitive abilities, harboring deep-seated animosities, with thought patterns vastly different from humans, or yearning for reincarnation, showing no attachment to the present world and lacking a broad spectrum of emotions. In summation, they tend to embody non-human existences. Regrettably, at this moment, he lacked both the capability and the requisite knowledge to conduct any research on these specters. Nonetheless, he resolved that one day he would undertake a thorough study of them. For now, Ye Ting could only softly reassure the anxious Hermione, as girls often harbor fears of such supernatural beings. Then, they overheard the ghosts conversing with the new students. "Ah, first years." A plump ghost beamed at them. "I presume you are preparing for the sorting ceremony?" Several students nodded silently. "I hope you are sorted in a Hufflepuff." The ghost continued, "I was once a student of that house." "Now, move along," a high-pitched voice interjected. "The sorting ceremony is about to commence. Professor McGonagall has returned." The ghosts drifted in an orderly fashion, vanishing through the walls opposite. Now, lined up single file, Professor McGonagall addressed the first years, "Follow me." In accordance with the crowd, Ye Ting passed through a pair of grand double doors and entered a magnificent dining hall. They had never envisioned such a wondrous, opulent place. Students from other houses were already seated around 4 long tables, while thousands of floating candles illuminated the hall from above. Gleaming gold plates and goblets adorned the tables. At the head of the hall stood a long table reserved for the faculty. Professor McGonagall led the first years to that table, positioning them before the rows of older students, with the teachers behind them. Chapter 0018. The flickering candlelight in the hall revealed hundreds of faces gazing at them, resembling pale lanterns. The spirits mingled among the students, shimmering with a faint silver glow. Looking up, Ye Ting beheld a velvet-black ceiling dotted with twinkling stars. He heard Hermione whisper, "The ceiling has been enchanted to resemble the sky outside. I read about it in a history of Hogwarts." It was difficult to believe that there was an actual ceiling above, and even more so to accept that the dining hall's roof was not open to the elements. Professor McGonagall gently placed a stool before the first years, atop which she set a tattered, ancient wizard's hat. Ye Ting recognized it as the legendary sorting hat and began to anticipate the classic spectacle of its annual song. Then, the hat began to stir. Its brim parted wide, resembling a mouth, and it commenced to sing. "You may think me unremarkable in appearance, but do not judge by looks alone. If you can find a hat more splendid than I, I shall eat myself. You may make your top hats glossy and your high hats smooth and crisp, but I am the magical hat of Hogwarts, far superior to any hat you possess. Any thoughts hidden within your minds? The song continued for approximately 5 minutes, culminating in a thunderous round of applause from the audience. However, Ye Ting found little appreciation for the peculiar melody, believing the applause to be rather insincere. The sorting hat bowed to each of the 4 tables, then fell silent, awaiting the formal sorting. Professor McGonagall stepped forward, holding a scroll of parchment. When I call your name, you shall don the hat, take a seat on the stool, and await your sorting, she declared. Hannah Abbott, a rosy-cheeked little girl with 2 golden braids. Ye Ting recalled that in the original story, she ultimately married Neville. She stumbled out of the line, donned her hat, which perfectly concealed her eyes. Taking a seat, she paused for a moment before the sorting hat proclaimed, Hufflepuff. The table to her right erupted in applause, welcoming Hannah to their midst. Susan Bones, Hufflepuff. The hat announced again. Susan swiftly darted to sit beside Hannah. Terry Boot, Ravenclaw. After several names, it was Hermione Granger's turn. The young girl practically dashed to the stool, nervously glancing back. Ye Ting smiled and nodded at her, which eased her tension slightly, and she hurriedly placed the hat upon her head. This time, the sorting hat did not immediately declare the house. Instead, it hesitated for 2 or 3 seconds before reluctantly proclaiming Ravenclaw. It seemed that Hermione had engaged in a mental dialogue with the hat, successfully persuading it to alter its decision. Splendid. Ye Ting applauded enthusiastically. This occurrence is not solely attributed to Hermione's successful allocation to Ravenclaw. It also signifies that the narrative is not immutable, and it may even suggest that the fate represented by the plot does not exist. The small wizards at the second table on the left erupted into applause. Zhang Qiu and Marietta rose to usher Hermione into the ranks of students. Subsequently, the sorting hat announced several more names, and the crowd continued to dwindle. When it was Neville's turn, the plump boy dashed towards Gryffindor with the hat still on his head, completely forgetting to remove it, which elicited a hearty laugh. At last, it was Thunderye's turn. The distinctive name captivated the attention of the young wizards. Ye Ting confidently stepped out from the crowd and approached the sorting hat amidst the gazes of many. Clad in the formal robe of the clock tower, his stylish and sleek design starkly contrasted with the drab, outdated robes of his peers. Coupled with his extraordinary appearance, Ye Ting elicited countless gasps and discussions, particularly among the girls, while the boys were eager to discover the origin of such an exquisite cloak. As he held the sorting hat in his hands, its slick texture revealed its grimy state, accompanied by an unpleasant odor that made it feel akin to a decaying orange. He was tempted to discard it immediately. Suppressing his disgust, Ye Ting donned the sorting hat. The moment it touched his head, it exclaimed loudly, startling the faculty and students of Hogwarts. How peculiar. This is the first time I cannot discern the thoughts of a new student. A comical voice echoed in his mind. In your mind, I perceive only a chaotic, shifting world. What have you done? I have no idea. Ye Ting pretended to respond in his mind. Yet he recognized that his experiences and trials within the time tunnel had not only bestowed upon him remarkable abilities, but perhaps also a resilient and inscrutable soul. Chapter 0019. Unable to penetrate Ye Ting's thoughts, the sorting hat struggled to render a judgment. It hesitated until Professor McGonagall urged it to decide, ultimately conceding. Very well. I shall make an exception this time. You may choose your own house. Which house do you wish to join? Ravenclaw, Ye Ting replied. Ravenclaw, the sorting hat declared exuberantly, leaving him with a final thought. I shall remember you, child. The majority of Ravenclaw students were girls, and upon witnessing such a handsome boy sorted into their house, they erupted in joyous cheers, warmly welcoming Ye Ting. Seated among the girls, Ye Ting politely engaged with their enthusiastic greetings. Many wished to get to know him, while the older students eagerly anticipated a romantic rendezvous, compelling Ye Ting to graciously decline one invitation after another. During this time, he overheard Hermione and Zhang Qiu grumbling, shameless. Others inquired about the origin of his cloak, prompting Ye Ting to share the details of his design in Madame Malkin's shop, which unsurprisingly led to a wave of admiration and praise. This was his first time facing so many girls at once. Had it been during his past life in university, he would have undoubtedly been too nervous to utter a word. However, he had now become adept at managing such situations. Of course, university girls were far more challenging than the young ladies of Hogwarts. The last notable sorting hat ceremony was, of course, that of Harry Potter. Everyone was eager to witness the boy who lived, and when he was sorted into Gryffindor, resounding cheers erupted. The Weasley twins shouted, "We have Potter! We have Potter!" Even the ghost of Gryffindor welcomed him. The last 3 students were Lisa Turpin, who became a new Ravenclaw, Ron Weasley sorted into Gryffindor, and Blaise Zabini, who was placed into Slytherin. Albus Dumbledore stood up, his face beaming with joy as he looked at the gathered students, arms outstretched, as if nothing pleased him more than seeing them all together. "Welcome," he exclaimed, "welcome to Hogwarts as we embark on a new academic year. Before the feast begins, I would like to share a few words. Fool, crybaby, scum, twist. Thank you all." He resumed his seat, and applause filled the hall. However, the little wizards were left perplexed by his final words. What did that mean? Hermione frowned. "Never mind that," replied Cho Chang. "Dumbledore is a great wizard, albeit a bit eccentric." "He's not eccentric," Ye Ting interjected. "Those words read backwards in Latin mean, 'May Merlin bless you.' You know Latin?" Hermione was astonished, dropping her pumpkin pasty in the process. "Yes, I began learning it the day after I decided to attend Hogwarts," Ye Ting responded, while savoring a plate of roasted lamb. "I also studied Old Celtic and Old Norman, as they are historically significant and steeped in mythology. I thought they might be useful for magic. And it turns out I was right. Old Celtic and Old Norman. I don't even know what those are." The girls were in awe of his brilliance and erudition, especially Hermione, who, as a fellow academic, found herself thoroughly impressed by Ye Ting. Before true genius, even the brightest students felt a sense of inadequacy. Then came the time to feast. Ye Ting thoroughly enjoyed the culinary delights of Hogwarts. Although British cuisine is notoriously bland, the magical world of Britain was entirely different. These delectable dishes left him in awe, with only a slight sweetness that he found overwhelming. "If I were from Shanghai, I would adore them even more," was Ye Ting's ultimate assessment, though even Cho did not grasp his meaning. After everyone had feasted, Dumbledore waved his wand casually, and in an instant, all the dishes vanished. He stood up, and the hall fell silent. "Oh, now that everyone is well fed and hydrated, I have a few more words to share. At the start of the term, I must remind everyone of a few important points. First years, take heed. The woods on campus are strictly off limits to students. Some of our older classmates should also remember this. Furthermore, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has asked me to remind everyone not to use magic in the corridors during breaks. The tryouts for the Quidditch teams will take place in the second week of this term. Any students wishing to join their house teams should contact Madam Hooch. Lastly, I must inform you all that those who wish to avoid accidents and untimely demise should refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor." The first years began to murmur among themselves, and Hermione curiously asked Cho about the last point. Yet even Cho found the final rule baffling, noting that it was a new addition this year. Only Ye Ting knew that the greatest surprise of this academic year would stem from that very corridor. However, judging by the animated discussions among the students, it was clear that the legends of Hogwarts' 7 Wonders were universally popular, both in the East and the West. Chapter 20. As the chatter among the young wizards subsided, Dumbledore made his next announcement. "Now, before everyone retires for the night, let us sing the school song," Dumbledore declared loudly. The smiles of the other teachers seemed to freeze. With a gentle flick of his wand, a long golden ribbon floated into the air, swirling above the dining table, forming the lyrics of the Hogwarts song. "Choose your favorite melody," Dumbledore instructed. "Ready, sing." And so, the entire staff and student body burst into song. The cacophony was dreadful. The sound of the choir roused Fawkes, who was napping in a backpack, causing him to cover his ears and mewl in protest. The song was completed in a disjointed fashion, with only the Weasley twins continuing to sing along to a dirge-like tune. Dumbledore conducted them with his wand for the final few bars, and when they finished, his applause was the loudest. "Ah, music," he said, wiping his eyes, "is far more enchanting than anything we do here. Now, it is time for bed. Everyone, return to your dormitories." The first years followed their house prefects out of the Great Hall, traversing the corridors. Ye Ting recognized the Ravenclaw prefect, Penelope Clearwater, who had long brown curls and an elegant, intelligent demeanor that captivated him far more than the still youthful Hermione and Cho. Ye Ting held a significant interest in this character, who played a minor role in the original text, yet frequently appeared in fanfiction. Alongside another male prefect, she led the Little Eagles to the castle's western tower, in front of the old, polished wooden panel adorned with a bronze eagle-shaped door knocker. Unlike other houses, the entrance to Ravenclaw's common room required answering a riddle posed by the door knocker instead of a password. Penelope explained, knocking on the door, which opened its beak without a sound, instead asking in a gentle, melodic voice, "What will you break once you say it? Who would like to give it a try?" She looked expectantly at the first years, casting a few extra glances at Ye Ting. By mere appearance, he surpassed all the new students, including the girls. So even though Penelope valued substance, she held him in high regard from the outset. Meeting the prefect's eager gaze, Ye Ting stepped forward. "Silence," he answered. "Well said." The eagle-shaped knocker acknowledged, and the door swung open. "This is merely a riddle," thought Ye Ting, somewhat at a loss for words. The problem posed by this door is rather too easy to decipher. However, due to a lack of foundational education, most young wizards are deficient in logical reasoning skills. Thus, for the astute Ravenclaw, riddles often prove to be a more secure means than passwords. Penelope, appreciating Ye Ting, nodded in acknowledgement, her admiration for him growing. For he possessed not only a charming exterior but also considerable intellect. She then introduced herself to the freshman. "Congratulations. I am Penelope Clearwater, the head girl, and I am delighted to welcome you to Ravenclaw House. Our emblem is an eagle soaring high above the unreachable peaks. Our colors are sky blue and bronze." She proceeded with an elaborate introduction to the accomplishments and characteristics of Ravenclaw, along with evaluations of other houses. Ultimately, she mentioned the house ghost, the Lady Ravenclaw, who is said to be the daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw herself. She would provide assistance to the students of Ravenclaw. The common room of Ravenclaw is a spacious circular chamber adorned with elegant arched windows, draped in blue and bronze silk. From these windows, Ravenclaw students can gaze upon the breathtaking scenery outside. The ceiling is domed, embellished with stars, while the deep blue carpet below is similarly adorned. The room is furnished with tables, chairs, and bookshelves, and opposite the door, a niche houses a half-length statue of Rowena Ravenclaw in white marble. A door adjacent to the statue leads to the dormitories above. The two head students escorted the newcomers to their dormitory, which accommodates 4 students, featuring 4 poster beds draped with deep red flannel curtains. Ye Ting opened his trunk, tidied up his belongings, and placed his kitten, Scarlet, at the head of his bed. That night, Scarlet appeared full of energy, excitedly rolling on the velvet blanket. His 3 roommates were Anthony Goldstein, a blonde Jew, Terry Boot, with chestnut hair, and Michael Corner, who had black hair, all notable supporting characters from the original narrative. Together with Ye Ting and 2 other boys from a separate dormitory, Kevin Entwistle and Stephen Cornfoot. They constituted the mere 6 boys among this year's Ravenclaw freshmen, barely sufficient to form 2 dormitories. Historically, Ravenclaw has always been predominantly female, and in terms of male representation, this year's newcomers are already a significant increase compared to previous years. After exchanging brief greetings with his new roommates, they all donned their pajamas and settled into bed, utterly exhausted from their journey to the school. In Chapter 21, Ye Ting, cradling his kitten, reclined on the soft bed, immersed in a book while his thoughts wandered. It had been 11 years since his arrival in this world. Transforming from an ordinary mortal into a fledgling wizard on the brink of magical discovery, the mysterious door was about to open to him officially. From the morrow onward, he would delve into the secrets of magic within this castle and explore the truths of the world. Despite possessing the soul of an adult, he could not quell his excitement, finding himself unable to sleep. It was only after all 3 of his roommates had succumbed to slumber that he quietly slipped out of bed and made his way to the fireplace. Scarlet, curious, trailed behind, recalling that her master's monthly summoning was about to begin. This is the ability that Ye Ting awakened at the tender age of 6. As his sensitivity to the fabric of time and space continuously heightened, he often felt an inner stir. Then, during that fateful year, he finally possessed sufficient mental strength to heed that stirring sensation, allowing him to communicate with other worlds and perform summons. However, on most occasions, his summons yielded naught. Even the occasional items he managed to conjure were nothing extraordinary, merely common objects like food, sand, or daily necessities. Fortunately, he sometimes chanced upon rare specialties from various realms, some even imbued with unique powers, such as the Doran's ring and the leaf headband. Most of these specialties were limited to such, and his summoning of the exquisite Fiyuki was purely a stroke of remarkable luck. This time, fortune smiled upon him once more. A silent rift in the void quietly opened, revealing a substantial object that met his expectations. It was a mechanical, steampunk-style metallic sphere, approximately 1 meter in diameter, which thudded heavily upon hitting the ground. Intrigued, he reached out to touch it, but before he could fully comprehend the situation, the sphere spontaneously opened. Like a lotus unfurling from its bud, the shell of the sphere neatly parted, unveiling its hidden treasures. Inside curled a stunning girl, her entire form crafted from clockwork and gears. With golden hair and a silvery exterior, was it skin? A colossal winding key protruded from her back. There was no need to decipher the information transmitted during the summoning. Just her appearance was enough for Ye Ting to recognize her identity. She was Oriana, the clockwork maiden of the Valoran continent. The origins of the clockwork maiden, Oriana, are shrouded in two narratives provided by the esteemed company, Riot Games. The first tale posits that the creator of the clockwork maiden fashioned this automaton in memory of his daughter, Oriana, who tragically passed away. The second narrative suggests that Oriana was once a flesh and blood girl, whose life was irrevocably altered by an incident in the lower districts of Zon, leading to a debilitating illness. Her deteriorating body required an array of intricate artificial organs, one after another, until no trace of her humanity remained. Oriana herself excelled in the art of precision machinery, crafting her own mechanical heart and spherical automaton. According to the so-called scientists of Valoran, their understanding of science diverges greatly from that of Earth, representing a unique blend of magical technology endemic to their world. Thus, Oriana's expertise in precision machinery encompasses elements of Valoran's mystical knowledge as well. The collision of magic from Valoran and that of the Harry Potter universe is indeed a fascinating notion. However, the immediate concern is to ascertain the state of the clockwork maiden. But how does one awaken or activate the mechanical girl before him? After considerable contemplation, Ye Ting devised the most evident method, winding her up. What purpose does the prominent, gigantic winding key on Oriana's back serve? Perhaps it also functions as a means to initiate her. He approached the back of the clockwork maiden and attempted to turn her winding key. To his surprise, the winding was easier than anticipated. With just a slight exertion, he was able to rotate it. The mechanism emitted a symphony of springs and gears, then fell silent, akin to a long dormant machine that, upon reactivation, shed its initial stiffness and began to operate smoothly. Only the tactile sensation of winding the key reminded Ye Ting that he was dealing with a mechanical creation. After turning the key counterclockwise approximately 3.5 times, it reached its limit. As he released his grip, the key began to rotate slowly and steadily in a clockwise direction. With the rhythm of this motion, Ye Ting sensed a stirring of the soul, an awakening of a spirit within the mechanical form before him, establishing a contract-like connection with his own soul, a sensation reminiscent of his earlier summoning of Fuyuki. This is presumably his summoning technique, a pact established between the summoned entity and the summoner upon the creature's arrival. He can sense his dominion over the contract, and the souls of Oriana and Himi reveal no secrets before him. As the gears continue to turn, the intricate patterns on Oriana's mechanical exterior begin to shimmer with a magical radiance. Ye Ting glanced at his three roommates, who remained undisturbed. After several moments, the luminous glow gradually faded, and then Oriana suddenly opened her eyes. Those crystal-crafted pupils emitted a golden glimmer. She curled on the ground, her small face hidden behind her knees, revealing only her shimmering eyes that gazed intently at Ye Ting, imbued with a spirit unattainable by mere machinery. At this moment, she gazed at Ye Ting, who returned her gaze. Their eyes met. "Hello, Oriana." Ye Ting extended his hand. "Hello, Father. It is a pleasure to meet you." Oriana joyfully grasped Ye Ting's hand and stood up. Her voice was melodious, yet her enunciation bore the hallmark of mechanical style, lacking the human-like inflection even of an AI assistant such as Siri. Nevertheless, Ye Ting could discern emotions within her tone that Siri could not convey. Her hand was cold yet possessed a warm texture, adorned with delicate patterns. As he assisted her to her feet, Ye Ting felt a slight strain. After all, she was a fully metallic construct, and he estimated her weight to be around 100 kilograms. Standing upright, Oriana grasped the metal hem of her dress and gracefully performed a knee-bending curtsy. Then, with a flick of her right hand, the metallic shell that had served as her packaging immediately collapsed and folded into a sphere half a meter in diameter. The gears on the surface began to whir, and a silver-blue light emanated from the embedded crystals, smoothly levitating into the air. This was her magical automaton. The clockwork spirit finally revealed itself fully before him. At this point, Ye Ting could no longer suppress the question that had been lingering in his mind. "Oriana, why do you call me father?" However, he did not receive the answer he sought. "Father is simply father," was her response. Subsequently, Ye Ting inquired about her abilities, and the obedient Oriana shared her knowledge freely, allowing Ye Ting to gain a substantial understanding of her. The clockwork spirit Oriana indeed possessed human-like intelligence. However, as her cognitive core operated on the principles of magical technology and soul dynamics, Her characteristics leaned towards the formation of a personality rather than computational prowess, thus lacking the calculative capacity of a computer. This delineates the distinction between magical technology and scientific advancement. Both possess intelligent cores, however. The former excels in the realms of spirit and soul, while the latter is superior in computational speed. Nevertheless, Ye Ting believes that this can be enhanced by leveraging the form of magic to emulate electronic technology and creating a CPU, along with unifying the programming languages of the CPU and the soul's cognitive core. One can transform the magical CPU into another brain for Oleana. This enables the core of the soul's cognitive processes to concentrate on personality and emotions, while the CPU focuses on calculations. Oriana thus evolves into a super artificial intelligence, embodying both human-like thought patterns and the logical and computational prowess of a supercomputer. In terms of knowledge retention, Oriana resembles an amnesiac, possessing no recollection of past experiences, yet she commands sufficient common sense for daily life. Furthermore, she exhibits remarkable expertise in the intricate manufacturing of magical technology. Although Oriana is classified as a ranged hero within the realm of League of Legends, in reality, she possesses formidable close-quarters combat capabilities. Her metallic exterior is sturdier than one might anticipate. Conventional missile-level physical attacks are unable to breach her formidable shell, and she exhibits significant resistance to magical assaults. Driven by the Hextech Crystal Heart, the Clockwork Mage boasts immense power, capable of exerting several tons of force. Additionally, she possesses the ability to launch magical projectiles from her palms, akin to her basic attacks in the game. Her anti-gravity system allows her to maintain levitation, granting her near-flight capabilities at maximum output, although her speed does not exceed the sound barrier. Most importantly, as a mechanical entity, the Clockwork Mage has the potential for continual upgrades. With access to sufficiently advanced technology, she can enhance her strength, equip a diverse array of weaponry, or achieve greater speeds without limitation. Yet, her most formidable power lies not within herself, but in her spherical mechanical puppet. All of the Clockwork Mage's spells revolve around this magical effigy. This magical automaton is a self-disciplined mechanical entity, possessing a degree of intelligence, which allows it to accompany and assist Oleana. Oleana can issue special commands to the automaton, enabling it to perform various magical effects. Among the most typical commands are noise, attack, defense, and shockwave, though it is capable of executing far more complex tasks. After gaining a thorough understanding of Oleana, Ye Ting felt a surge of surprise and excitement. The seemingly frail and rigid mechanized girl before him was indeed remarkably powerful. In the world of Harry Potter, she could sufficiently safeguard the currently vulnerable Ye Ting. Even in the face of a fully empowered Voldemort or Dumbledore, she possessed the capability to facilitate their escape. However, he was confronted with a significant dilemma: how to conceal Oleana and her automaton. A girl of 1.62 meters and a half-meter diameter metallic sphere could scarcely be hidden from the eyes of his classmates and Dumbledore. Yet, how could he explain Oleana's existence to others? At last, Ye Ting managed to devise a solution: a shrinking spell. This is the first incantation he mastered, and it remains his most proficient spell to date. He intended to use the shrinking charm to reduce Oleana to the size of a figurine, allowing him to carry her as a delightful companion. To him, it seemed hardly extraordinary that, in a world where wizards' chess pieces are animated, a moving figurine would raise no eyebrows. The only concern was that the shrinking charm did not affect living beings, and it remained uncertain how it would interact with a mechanical entity like Oleana. Nevertheless, he resolved to test it. Ye Ting drew his wand and gently pointed it at Oleana. Shrink swiftly. Fortunately, the charm proved effective on the mechanical life form, successfully reducing Oleana to the size of his palm, while the doll transformed into a diminutive metallic sphere. Oleana joyfully climbed up Ye Ting's arm to his shoulder, then leapt onto Hikari, playing gleefully. Sensing the bond between Oleana and Ye Ting mirrored her own, Hikari delightedly joined in their play until Ye Ting scooped them up by the neck and placed them on the bed. Just before drifting off to sleep, Ye Ting quietly posed a question. Oleana, what is your wish since coming to this world? I wish to be with Daddy forever, and to explore this world thoroughly. Chapter 0023. In truth, Oleana's emergence caused quite a stir, contrary to Ye Ting's expectations. As a figurine, her exquisite beauty was striking. His three roommates were eager to examine her closely. Michael Corner even wished to hold her, but was promptly refused. Oleana shyly nestled beneath Ye Ting's cloak, burrowing into the pocket of his robe, leaving only her head exposed to observe discreetly. From that moment on, Ye Ting became the most popular student in Ravenclaw, attracting attention from both boys and girls alike. The boys queued up, eager to catch a glimpse of Aoliana, while the girls were captivated by his own appearance and the charming Hikari. Consequently, whether in the Ravenclaw common room or at the dining table, he was perpetually surrounded by a throng of admirers, chattering incessantly, which became a source of annoyance. However, there were exceptions. Hermione frequently accompanied him, under the guise of studying together, while Cho Chang flitted between her usual group of friends and his side. Yet these two girls did not irk him. Another individual, the beautiful prefect Penelope, refrained from joining the crowd. Though she did not hide her fondness for him, she never engaged in behavior that would irritate him. Due to the relentless attention, Ye Ting often maintained a stoic demeanor, hoping to dissuade strangers from encroaching upon his personal space. As a result of this approach, he was sculpted into an aloof figure in the eyes of most. Boys and girls alike began to distance themselves from him. However, contrary to expectations, Ye Ting's popularity among the girls surged even higher. These girls even refer to him as a heartthrob, a paragon of male allure. It remains uncertain whether these individuals exhibit Stockholm Syndrome or possess a penchant for masochism. As for the boys, thus far, only his 3 roommates have genuinely befriended him. Particularly after learning of his Muggle origins from an orphanage, the Slytherin boys began to consciously ostracize him. "You are merely a hollow, low-born wretch," Draco Malfoy once remarked before him. The consequence of this disparagement resulted in him being suspended upside down by the Levi Corpus charm for an entire recess, until Professor Snape arrived to rescue him after the class commenced. Consequently, Ravenclaw lost 10 points, yet no one attributed the blame to Ye Ting. The Gryffindor wizards, on the other hand, found their fondness for him significantly increased. However, for Ye Ting, such welcomes or rejections bore no significance. His primary objectives, aside from unraveling the plot, were to master the art of magic. In fact, to the professors, Ye Ting undoubtedly epitomized the ideal student. Whether in transfiguration, charms, or potions classes, he impeccably fulfilled the teacher's assignments, and no classroom inquiries could confound him. Moreover, there was the renowned Miss Know-It-All, whose inseparable companionship with him endeared them to the instructors. The Ravenclaw house points had never surged so swiftly. They were frequent visitors at Madame Pance's. After class, the two would always accompany each other to the library to continue their studies, with Zhang Qiu joining them until their assignments were completed. For Ye Ting, this academic environment evoked a sense of nostalgia reminiscent of his high school days. He had always been a patient learner, and when the curriculum shifted from the mundane to the captivating realm of magic, he yearned to devote all his time to it. Such fervor for learning would make even Hermione envious, and coupled with his inherent academic talent, Ye Ting swiftly elevated his studies to a level befitting a higher grade. Naturally, his educational journey was not devoid of obstacles. He found the writing of technical and scholarly texts in the magical realm to be rather irrational. The authors, in their creative liberty, often indulged in lavish yet superfluous prose, frequently interspersed with extensive psychological musings and personal anecdotes. This rendered the texts akin to autobiographical novels rather than genuine magical tomes. Furthermore, the choice of specialized terminology amongst the masters of the magical world was strikingly arbitrary. Within their academic circles, there existed no formal nomenclature, with most scholarly terms relying on convention. For the same spell, diverse authors presented varied interpretations that often perplexed the reader. The absence of standardized professional terminology and academic language resulted in Ye Ting frequently investing considerable time post-reading to distill the knowledge, as he sought to eliminate the eddy of superfluous rhetoric and narrative. He also needed to cross-reference with other texts to identify potential overlaps, as it was common to find different books referencing the same incantation under varying names and descriptions. Subsequently, he would meticulously document his findings in a succinct and professional manner. Within less than a week of the new term, he had filled nearly half a notebook. He believed that his notes, constructed through an academic approach and a self-established lexicon, were far more concise and effective than the magical texts themselves. He estimated that upon accomplishing his goal of exploring the entirety of the Ravenclaw Common Room Library and Hogwarts Library within his 7 years at school, his compiled notes would comprehensively encompass the vast majority of knowledge within the magical realm. In Ye Ting's perspective, all professors at Hogwarts, save for Professor Quirrell from Defense Against the Dark Arts, were undoubtedly erudite scholars. Even the sullen and cantankerous Snape, in his eyes, was indeed worthy of being called a master of potions. The sole subjects he found hard to accept were history of magic and defense against the dark arts. Ye Ting deemed the history of magic class to be of little utility, as the memorization of the goblin rebellions and the timeline of magical legislation appeared meaningless to him. Meanwhile, Professor Quirrell, both foolish and scheming, offered little from which Ye Ting could glean any knowledge. Consequently, during these two classes, he often absented himself, retreating to the library instead. Professor Binns, the ghost who had lived for nearly a millennium, remained oblivious to this, possessing a remarkably limited understanding of his students, having never once accurately called a student by their name. As for Professor Quirrell, he was too timid to express his anger, being a cowardly individual possessed by Voldemort, which left him in a state of perpetual paranoia, too fearful to stir trouble. Beyond academics, other aspects of life at Hogwarts proved to be quite fascinating, such as the enchanted staircases. There are a total of 142 staircases within this edifice. Some are broad and spacious, others are narrow and diminutive, swaying precariously. Some lead to various destinations every Friday, and others abruptly halt midway, with a step that vanishes unexpectedly, requiring one to remember where to leap. Moreover, numerous doors abound, which refuse to open unless one politely requests their passage or precisely prods the correct spot. Some doors are mere facades, solid walls masquerading as entrances. Retaining the locations of various items proves to be quite challenging, as everything appears to be in constant flux. The figures within the portraits also engage in perpetual visits, and even the suits of armor seem to traverse the halls. For Ye Ting, witnessing all this on screen and experiencing it firsthand are entirely disparate realms. The whimsical moving staircases that are so captivating in films and novels bring considerable vexation to his daily endeavors. He feels that even someone slightly directionally challenged would find themselves hopelessly lost within the confines of Hogwarts. The inhabitants of the portraits do not particularly affect him. However, as a courteous individual, frequently greeting the portraits becomes an exhausting endeavor. Nonetheless, the formidable caretaker, Filch, along with his elderly feline companion, Mrs. Norris, does not pose any significant trouble for him. This is partly due to his non-confrontational nature and partly because the presence of the cat demon, Fijiu, keeps Mrs. Norris at a respectful distance from Ye Ting. Being the dominant figure among the cats at Hogwarts, Fijiu commands the respect of all felines, even those with a hint of cat-fox lineage. While Ye Ting attends classes or immerses himself in the library, Fijiu often meanders through the castle unbothered. Students adore her, including the notorious Weasley twins, George and Fred, and even the trickster Peeves instinctively avoids her, perhaps due to her feline demon nature. Consequently, it is not uncommon to see a small white cat parading through the castle, accompanied by a diverse entourage of cats of various sizes and colors, creating a new spectacle at Hogwarts. Occasionally, even Oriana can be seen riding atop her, joining in the leisurely strolls. Aside from these occurrences, there is one particular matter at Hogwarts that captures Ye Ting's utmost attention. This matter left him both anticipatory and conflicted. It pertained to the art of broomstick flying. In truth, Ye Ting harbored a sense of excitement regarding Mrs. Huichi's flying lessons, for flying has long been a cherished dream of humanity. He often envisioned a day when he could soar freely through the skies. However, given his current level of magical prowess, flying remained an unattainable fantasy, particularly since the world of Harry Potter lacked direct spells for flight. Yet, before him lay a shortcut to realize this aspiration, the enchanted broomstick. To Ye Ting, the notion of flying was undeniably thrilling, yet the act of riding a broomstick struck him as rather foolish. The elegance of flying on a sword contrasted sharply with the absurdity of mounting a broomstick. Such was his perspective. However, Hermione held a different view. Perhaps due to the cultural disparities between East and West, even Zhang Xiao, a Chinese student raised in England, perceived broomstick riding as a trivial matter. Since the news of Neville's leg-breaking mishap during flying class reached Ravenclaw, Miss Know-It-All had grown increasingly anxious about the impending lessons. She borrowed a book on the origins of Quidditch from the library and meticulously read it several times. During her leisure moments, she incessantly recited the flying instructions contained within the book and pestered the exceptionally skilled Zhang Qiu to describe the sensations of broomstick flight, much to the latter's growing exasperation. The other young witches and wizards also exhibited signs of unease. As the flying class approached, discussions about flying and Quidditch began to proliferate among them. Among the first years, those hailing from wizarding families boasted about their experiences playing with broomsticks during the holidays, while their muggle-born counterparts could only express envy. Finally, Ye Ting's inaugural flying lesson commenced. In this flying lesson, Ravenclaw was joined by Hufflepuff, with the combined first-year students numbering around 30 to 40. The class took place on a flat expanse of grass, which met the edge of a forest. In the distance, dark trees swayed in the wind. Before their arrival, approximately 40 brooms had already been neatly arranged in the field. Ye Ting had once heard Zhang Qiu lament about the antiquated brooms at Hogwarts, which were riddled with various issues. Some would shiver uncontrollably at great heights, while others had a tendency to veer left or right during flight. Soon, their instructor, Madame Hooch, arrived. With her short, gray hair and piercing yellow eyes reminiscent of an eagle, she commanded attention. "Well, what are you all waiting for?" she barked, urging everyone to stand next to a broom. "Quickly, hurry up." Ye Ting, positioned in the middle of the line, disdainfully picked up a crooked, old broom, its wooden bristles sticking out haphazardly. Beside him, Hermione curiously examined a nearly bare broom. "Extend your right hand and place it above the broomstick," Madame Hooch instructed, then added, "Up, up," echoed the students in unison. Ye Ting did not shout along. Instead, he silently repeated the command in his mind, yet the broom obediently flew into his hand. Such a simple instruction, scarcely worthy of being called a spell, posed no challenge for him. However, for the young wizards, only a handful managed to succeed. Hermione Granger's broom merely rolled on the ground, while others remained utterly motionless. His 3 roommates also struggled, with Terry Boot and Anthony Goldstein's brooms becoming entangled, and Michael Corner's broom striking him sharply in the face. After a cacophony of noise, they finally moved on to the next step. Madame Hooch demonstrated how to mount the broom without sliding off. She walked among the students, correcting their grips. "When I whistle, you will push off the ground with your legs and take off. You must push hard," she instructed, using Neville as a cautionary example. His technique was subpar, and in his haste, he lost control and plummeted into the forbidden forest, breaking his wrist. "Grip the broom firmly, ascend a few feet, then lean slightly forward to descend vertically back to the ground. Listen for my whistle. 3, 2, 1. Chaos ensued once more. Many had barely flown half a meter before crashing to the ground, while Hermione struggled to stabilize her broom, taking a full minute to hover in the air. Perhaps due to Padma Patil's Indian heritage, her broom performed acrobatics in the sky, drawing envious gazes from the other young wizards. Yet, Ye Ting could clearly see her pale face, her hands gripping the broom tightly, indicating that such feats were not her desire. Justin Finch-Fletchley's broom spun him in circles until he became dizzy and fell. Ye Ting, however, soared effortlessly into the air. What a sensation it was! The air rushed through his hair, his robes billowed behind him, and everyone around him appeared increasingly diminutive, while Hogwarts unfolded before his eyes. He could hear the shrieks of girls from the ground, the envious shouts of Terry Boot and others, and as he ascended and accelerated, even the sounds seemed to fade into the background. In truth, with his consistent practice day after day, his body had steadily evolved, becoming stronger. Now, his physical prowess, balance, and reflexes surpassed human limits, allowing him to master the broom with unparalleled ease and perform numerous daring maneuvers. Thus, he rode the broom, weaving through the skies of Hogwarts, diving through arches, circling towers, and even executing rolls during his descents. The exhilarating speed ignited his nerves, and the adrenaline surged through him. Once, he had been composed and calm. Even in his previous life, he had refrained from crossing many boundaries. Yet now, this flight revealed a different side of him, a yearning for excitement and a thirst for challenge. The sensation of conquering life and death intertwined thrilled him beyond measure. Perhaps, it was in my nature to be anything but docile. With such thoughts in mind, he grew increasingly audacious in his flight. He recalled the acrobatic aerial displays he had witnessed at airshows. Those pilots, maneuvering their aircraft through the cockpit with mere joysticks and instrument panels, executed dazzling and exaggerated aerial feats. Now, as he deftly controlled his flying broom, he realized that its operational capacity and agility far surpassed that of any pilot. The maneuvers they performed were well within his reach. Mounted upon his broom, he ascended above the expanse of the lawn, where ample space awaited for him to practice his aerial acrobatics, spurred by a hint of showmanship, and thus commenced his attempts. Chapter 0026. He began with the simplest of maneuvers, front flips and back flips, followed by lateral rolls. Despite the rapid fluctuations in gravity causing a rush to his head, he successfully executed these movements. Next came the more challenging maneuvers, the barrel roll, the half-roll inversion, the hammerhead turn, and the cobra maneuver, each among the most renowned and difficult stunts in aerial acrobatics. With a few stumbles and tumbles, Ye Ting accomplished these breathtaking feats. Had seasoned pilots witnessed this scene, they would undoubtedly have exclaimed in disbelief, questioning their own abilities. After all, anyone observing a maneuver that had taken them years to master, only to see another achieve it on their first attempt, would be prone to existential doubt. However, this remarkable skill was not solely attributed to his exceptional athleticism and capacity for learning, but also stemmed from the broom's superior maneuverability and flexibility compared to that of a fighter jet. The onlooking young wizards erupted into gasps of astonishment. Although they could not discern the complexity of these movements, the sheer elegance of his flight left them in awe. Mrs. Hooch, possessing a discerning eye as a former professional Quidditch player, recognized the extraordinary talent within Ye Ting. His flying abilities far exceeded those of any Quidditch player she had ever encountered. At last, Ye Ting's pace slowed, bringing his flamboyant aerial display to a close. It was not that he wished to cease his enjoyment of flight. Rather, the creaking protests of the broom indicated it had reached its limits. He had essentially forced a farming tool designed for sowing to perform stunts typically reserved for fighter jets. He had no doubt that if he continued this way, the broom would soon disintegrate beneath him. Amidst the praises from his classmates, Ye Ting began to descend gently, preparing for a landing. Suddenly, a familiar scream pierced the air, capturing his attention. "Help! I can't control it." The panicked voice, tinged with desperation, instantly drew Ye Ting's focus. He easily recognized the owner of the voice, Hermione. Following the sound, he spotted her not far above, clutching her broom in a state of distress, careening uncontrollably through the sky, on the verge of losing her grip and plummeting. "Be careful." He heard the terrified shouts from the students below. "Hold on to the broom. Squeeze your legs together and try to maintain your balance." Mrs. Hooch called out urgently, "Ting, help her." Someone shouted at Ye Ting. Yet, at that moment, he had already taken flight, legs clamped around the broom as he surged towards Hermione. Unfortunately, Hermione could no longer hold on. The chaos of her uncontrolled flight had exhausted her completely. As the broom tipped her upside down once more, she lost her grip on the handle and began to fall from the sky, uttering a terrified scream, helplessly descending. The onlooking young wizards averted their eyes, unable to bear the thought of the impending fall from such a height, certainly a fate of severe injury, if not death. Mrs. Hooch fumbled for her wand, desperate to cast a spell to avert disaster, but unlike Dumbledore, she was not adept at wandless or silent magic, and her efforts fell just short. Only Ye Ting, undeterred by the broom's anguished creaks, hastened his speed. In a rapid dive, the howling wind stung his cheeks as the broom's tail disintegrated, wooden splinters trailing behind him. Now, he was nearly riding a broomstick on the verge of snapping in two as he plunged downward. At that moment, he resembled a launched arrow, tracing a parabolic arc through the air. True to his nature, Ye Ting remained composed in the face of danger, and his knowledge of physics proved invaluable. He adeptly managed the timing of the broom's disassembly, ensuring that after losing its levitation ability, it descended at the same speed as Hermione. At last, he drew near to her, his precise calculations placing him directly above her, mere half a meter apart. Consequently, Ye Ting released his grip, relying solely on his feet to control the broomstick, and caught the flustered Hermione with a firm grasp. Although he sensed a jarring impact on his arm in that fleeting moment, it was far lighter than he had anticipated. This was due to Ye Ting expertly controlling the speed of their descent. He astutely adjusted the vertical velocity of their plunge to match that of Hermione's fall, allowing him to grasp her while only needing to withstand the forces acting in the horizontal direction. However, this led to another dilemma. Their falling speed was excessively rapid, and their altitude was so low that there was insufficient space for him to decelerate. Nevertheless, none of this induced any panic within him. He remained remarkably composed, exerting every ounce of strength to maneuver in midair, ultimately redirecting the broom towards the adjacent forest. With a resounding crash, they plunged into the canopy of a large tree. Ye Ting endeavored to shield Hermione in his embrace as the rigid branches struck him, grazing his skin, yet the canopy effectively cushioned their gravitational descent. Unfortunately, their initial speed remained too great. They tore through the crowns of several trees, snapping numerous branches, before crashing to the ground and rolling several meters before finally coming to a halt. Chapter 27. Ye Ting and Hermione plummeted into the woods, with Madame Hooch and a throng of young wizards rushing towards them amidst the chaos. Hermione was the first to be helped up. Her long curls were in disarray, her body covered in splinters, her face pale, yet she bore no significant injuries, thanks to the protection of the towering Ye Ting. Her roommates, Lisa Dupin and Padma Patil, rushed forward to embrace her, offering gentle words of comfort. In stark contrast, Ye Ting's condition was far more dire. To safeguard Hermione, he had absorbed the brunt of the impact both upon colliding with the trees and upon hitting the ground. It was an understatement to say that he was merely in disarray. Blood streamed through his disheveled black hair, staining his face, while his exposed skin bore numerous cuts and abrasions. His hands were rendered completely ineffective, and the skin beneath his clothing was already swollen and bruised. In fact, it was a miracle that Ye Ting had not suffered any fractures or severe bleeding, given the circumstances. Madame Moak had crafted his cloak and school uniform from the finest materials in gratitude for his designs, endowing them with exceptional quality and enchantments. During the incident, this cloak and uniform provided him with considerable protection, coupled with his superhuman constitution, preventing any grievous injuries. Upon witnessing Ye Ting's distressing state, before his fellow housemates Terry Boot and others could react, a flurry of concerned girls rushed towards him. Regardless of their familiarity with Ye Ting, they all bore expressions of profound sorrow, tearfully assisting him as they led him towards the infirmary. How envious! Michael Corner mused as he observed the departing crowd, grappling with existential doubts. Why did he not possess such relationships with the opposite sex? Anthony Goldstein nodded in agreement. It seemed that being handsome truly afforded one a world of privileges. Meanwhile, Hermione finally regained her senses and struggled to dash towards Ye Ting, managing to squeeze her way to his side. Upon seeing his condition, she gasped and burst into tears. "It's all your fault. You've put him in this state," a Hufflepuff girl accused. "The true culprit," another Ravenclaw girl chimed in. In an instant, Hermione became the target of their ire. As the girls transformed their sorrow for Ye Ting's injuries into anger directed at her, unleashing a torrent of accusations upon her. Undoubtedly, there exists an element of anger among them, yet more significantly, it is the jealousy stemming from the fact that their idol, Hermione, was rescued by him. However, the strong-willed Hermione refrained from retaliating this time. She staggered behind the escorting group of Ye Ting, adopting a demeanor of profound guilt, accepting both reproach and scorn. As for the boys, they were left in a state of silent bewilderment, exchanging glances filled with envy that seemed ready to erupt. Thus, Ye Ting's inaugural flying lesson came to a hasty conclusion. Following the class, a momentous piece of news swiftly swept across Hogwarts. The charming idol of the new male students from Ravenclaw, Ye Ting, had sustained an injury during the flying lesson. The news stirred a considerable uproar at Hogwarts. The last incident of injury during a flying lesson involved Neville Longbottom from Gryffindor, and although that occurred just a day prior, it did not generate the same level of commotion as today. The entrance to the infirmary quickly became crowded with girls eager to visit Ye Ting. Madame Pomfrey tirelessly attempted to shoo them away, yet the girls were relentless, with a steady stream of new arrivals hoping for a glimpse of him. Meanwhile, the boys found themselves ensnared in a vortex of envy and self-doubt, as this incident revealed the undeniable allure of the heartthrob, Ye Ting. No one anticipated his popularity among the girls would soar to such heights, particularly following his selfless act of bravery. In stark contrast, the other boys appeared utterly uninspiring, leaving them emotionally wounded. It seemed inevitable that upon his discharge, Ye Ting would become the target of male resentment. When Ye Ting awoke, it was already the following morning. He lifted his head and was immediately met with the sight of Hermione, who was slumped over at the head of his bed. The young girl had not yet shaken off her slumber, her eyes swollen and red, clearly indicating she had wept for an extended period the previous night, her breath slightly heavier than usual. Beside her curled up was the cat, Fizzgig, while Oriana struck a poised, dancing pose on the bedside table, immobile and masquerading as a genuine toy. Upon hearing his stirrings, a graceful girl soon appeared before him, Penelope, the Ravenclaw prefect. She approached the bedside with a basket in hand, coolly retrieving a jug of milk, a sandwich, a serving of fries, and a plate of scrambled eggs, along with another of fried fish. "I recall these were your usual breakfast choices, so I selected them for you. I hope they are to your liking," she remarked, responding to Ye Ting's astonished gaze. "You were unconscious for an entire night without sustenance. I feared you might be famished. Additionally, the fish is for your little cat." She not only remembered his dietary preferences, but also took care to feed his pet. Even in his previous life, Ye Ting had never encountered a girl who showed such sincere concern for him. At that moment, he was genuinely touched by her gentle smile. Unlike her usual composed and slightly aloof demeanor, Penelope at this moment exuded a sisterly warmth. As the aroma of food wafted through the air, Fizzgig was quickly roused from her slumber. She first licked her owner's face in a gesture of affection, then sat upright before Penelope, gazing at her with eager anticipation. Penelope kindly smiled at her, poured a dish of milk, and served the roasted fish. Fizzgig began to eat joyfully, her movements distinctly graceful, daintily licking the milk and nibbling on the fish, reminiscent of a true lady. Ye Ting, meanwhile, devoured his breakfast with far less finesse. After being taken to the infirmary and consuming Madame Pomfrey's potion, he had slept for most of the day without a drop to drink, leaving him both thirsty and ravenous. Yet, Penelope exhibited no signs of impatience. While he gobbled down his meal, she regarded him with a look of admiration. The same act of eating could appear crude in one individual, yet genuine in another. Any evaluation of a person is inherently subjective. As he swallowed a mouthful of sandwich, Ye Ting suddenly recalled something and looked up to ask, "Do you have any extra breakfast?" "Hermione hasn't eaten yet, has she?" Penelope chuckled, teasing. "You truly are concerned for your little girlfriend." Only upon seeing Ye Ting's exasperated expression did she clarify, "The second year, Autumn Zhang, is responsible for bringing Miss Granger her breakfast. Speaking of which, both of them are quite worried about you." Just as she finished speaking, there was a sound of footsteps approaching, and a girl carrying a basket entered the infirmary. Upon seeing Ye Ting awake and comfortably sipping milk, she broke into a delighted smile, her steps instinctively quickening. "You've finally awakened. We were all quite worried about you," Autumn said as she settled beside Ye Ting, retrieving Hermione's breakfast from the basket. "Last night, every girl at Hogwarts was concerned for you." At this, her brow furrowed slightly, as if harboring some discontent. But she quickly reconciled her feelings and shifted her focus back to him. Madame Pomfrey administered a quick recovery potion. "She assured us you would be well after just one night. How do you feel now?" As for Hermione, she dashed off to freshen up the moment she woke, having spent the night crying and resting her head on the bed, leaving her appearance rather disheveled. She wished to avoid showing Ye Ting her less than flattering side, albeit only in relative terms. "I feel absolutely splendid, even fit to be discharged immediately." Ye Ting stretched and turned his neck, feeling entirely normal. These words seemed to infuriate Zhang Qiu, her tone becoming stern. "Don't even think about it. Before you leave, you must undergo a thorough examination with Madame Pomfrey." Zhang Qiu could no longer tolerate Ye Ting's nonchalance regarding his health. All right, Ye Ting replied with a weary shake of his head, yet inwardly, he felt a flicker of joy. Observing his listless demeanor, Zhang Qiu's tone softened as she consoled him. "You scared us all with your bloodied appearance yesterday. We were genuinely worried about you." Hermione cried the entire night because of it. However, her words were abruptly interrupted. Hermione, freshly washed and in a hurry, rushed in from outside, and upon hearing Zhang Qiu's statement, instinctively retorted loudly, "I did not cry all night." Yet the moment she noticed Ye Ting beside her, her voice faltered. I'm sorry," she stammered, her head bowed so low that it nearly concealed her face from view. "It's all my fault for causing you to get hurt." Such a timid demeanor was uncharacteristic of the usually assertive Hermione. Ye Ting smiled gently, teasingly remarking, "The Hermione I know is intelligent, proud, and stubborn. She would boldly voice her thoughts on any matter. I am neither proud nor stubborn." Hermione could not help but lift her head to argue, but upon seeing Ye Ting's face, she instinctively lowered it again, her words caught in her throat. "Never mind. You needn't feel this way. I willingly saved you. After all, we are friends," Ye Ting reassured her, gently patting her head. "I couldn't just stand by and watch you fall. What if you were to get hurt?" Yet her tone was still on the verge of tears. "But if I hadn't acted recklessly, I wouldn't have nearly fallen and dragged you into this mess." "Is that so?" Ye Ting was slightly taken aback. "Then why were you so reckless?" I saw how well you were flying, and I thought I could do it too." At this point, she fell silent, bursting into tears. Zhang Qiu hurriedly scrambled to find her a tissue. Indeed, the proud and knowledgeable Miss Granger could never accept defeat, whether in academics or sports. She always aspired to be the best. However, it was surprising that in the original narrative, she was not particularly adept at flying, yet her current predicament seemed exaggerated. According to Ye Ting's analysis, it was precisely because Hermione, after meeting him, realized that he consistently surpassed her that her competitive spirit ignited an obsession to outshine him. Ultimately, this very obsession enabled her to conquer her fear of flying on a broomstick, resulting in this unforeseen incident. At this moment, it was Penelope, who was less familiar with Hermione, who offered her some words of comfort. "Miss Granger, you must believe that geniuses truly exist in this world." As she consoled Hermione, she cast a complex glance toward Ye Ting. "The knowledge we labor to acquire can be grasped by them with but a single glance. The magic we can only wield through relentless practice, they can cast effortlessly after a mere attempt. Some may feel indignant about this disparity. striving with all their might to compete with these prodigies. Occasionally, a diligent mortal might indeed triumph over a complacent genius. However, the worst-case scenario arises when a genius not only learns faster than the average person, but also exerts greater effort. In such instances, the ordinary individual striving to surpass the genius will only find themselves battered and bruised. But why should we compete with geniuses? We ought to graciously accept the differences in innate talent and instead measure ourselves against our own progress or against those of comparable abilities. This way, we can avoid the destruction of our self-confidence. Bravado will only lead to our own detriment. She sighed, casting a wistful glance at Ye Ting, adding, I have yet to encounter another genius of his caliber. He is truly an exceptional case, is he not? After hearing her words of reassurance, Hermione nodded through her tears, her heart beginning to find solace. Meanwhile, Ye Ting could only awkwardly touch his nose, feeling a bit strange being addressed in such a manner. Yet he seized the opportunity to comfort Hermione. In truth, we all understand your character, so your attempts to appear strong do not matter much. But please, do not jest with your life while doing so. My injury this time is but a trifle. At least I had the chance to save you. What if, next time, you encounter an accident, and even if I am injured, I may not be able to save you? What then? Thus, Ye Ting alternated between soothing her and imparting reason, ultimately bringing Hermione's tears to a halt, replacing them with laughter. He felt as though he was tending to a daughter, sincerely hoping that these young girls would mature quickly. Otherwise, it would be difficult to handle. The turmoil in the infirmary that morning passed, but what followed was the beginning of a rather trying day. Upon hearing that Ye Ting had finally awakened, a new wave of female visitors queued outside the infirmary. Soon, Ye Ting found himself engulfed in a sea of admirers, forcing a stiff smile as he welcomed one girl after another. In no time, his bedside was adorned with an array of flowers and gifts. Most of the offerings consisted of food. However, Penelope and Zhang Qiu resolutely forbade him from sampling any, convinced that these treats might be laced with love potions. Subsequently, Professor Dumbledore and Professor Flitwick came to visit him. The former extolled Ye Ting's noble act of self-sacrifice, awarding 20 points to Ravenclaw in commendation. Upon departing the infirmary, Dumbledore privately mused that the genius they had recruited from the orphanage had not strayed from the right path. Professor Flitwick, while offering his consolation, expressed that Ye Ting possessed remarkable flying talent, and the Academy hoped to make an exception to recruit him for Ravenclaw's Quidditch team. Ye Ting was quite interested in Quidditch. In his previous life, he was not particularly athletic, thus his attention to various sports was limited. However, in this new life, not only did he possess formidable magical talents, but his physical abilities also fell within the realm of the superhuman, though not excessively so, as he was still underage. Moreover, his extraordinary powers of strength, speed, and reflexes did not stem from innate superiority, but rather from limitless potential growth through training. As a result, he developed a newfound interest in sports. Who wouldn't wish to engage in activities they excel at? In his previous life, he had never participated in any sports, and the legendary tales of garnering attention from classmates and affection from girls through athletic prowess felt worlds apart from his reclusive existence. Additionally, while his primary focus remained on mastering magic and nurturing his young companions, he now found an opportunity to showcase his talents in casual settings. Why not seize it? It seemed that, through prolonged interactions with the young wizards, he had occasionally adopted a somewhat immature demeanor. In summary, Ye Ting was indeed eager to join the Quidditch team. Thus, he readily accepted Professor Flitwick's proposal. Under the strong recommendations of Zhang Qiu and Penelope for health considerations, Ye Ting begrudgingly remained in the infirmary for another day before being discharged. Chapter 30. After Ye Ting's discharge, Roger Davies, the captain and chaser of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, promptly approached him, extending a sincere invitation to join as a seeker. In Quidditch, each team comprises 7 players, including 3 chasers, 2 beaters, 1 keeper, and 1 seeker. The game employs 4 balls, 1 quaffle, 2 bludgers, and 1 golden snitch. The keeper's role is to defend their team's goalposts, preventing opposing players from scoring. The 3 chasers aim to throw the quaffle through one of the opposing team's 3 goal hoops to earn points. The 2 beaters protect their teammates from bludgers while directing them towards opponents. The seeker's task is to locate the golden snitch within the field, capturing it to end the game. Capturing the golden snitch grants the team an additional 150 points, yet it does not guarantee victory, as the point difference could exceed that amount. Typically, the player who is the lightest and fastest in flight becomes the seeker. We have also evaluated Zhang Qiu from second year. I recall she often spends time with you," Roger remarked while persuading Ye Ting to join the team. "If you were to become the Seeker, she could serve as your substitute." However, Ye Ting was not inclined to take on the role of Seeker. He found the idea of merely chasing after a single ball throughout the match to be rather dull, lacking in both excitement and interaction with the other players. Instead, he preferred to be a chaser. Among the positions, chasers most closely resembled players in soccer or basketball, working in tandem to score or prevent others from scoring. Ye Ting believed his physical talents not only allowed him to fly swiftly, but also endowed him with greater physical resilience, enabling him to execute more intricate and challenging maneuvers while airborne. The skill set of a Seeker resembled that of Usain Bolt, relying solely on speed. If he were on a soccer field, Bolt might reach the ball at the fastest pace, but that would be the extent of his contribution. To become a true football player like Cristiano Ronaldo or Lionel Messi, one must possess not only speed, but also meet other criteria regarding physical attributes and technique. In Ye Ting's view, individuals like himself, endowed with a combination of such qualities, would be wasting their potential by settling for the role of Seeker. Being a chaser would allow him to fully utilize his capabilities. Nevertheless, Roger found Ye Ting's choice puzzling. Generally, Seekers are the pivotal figures on the field, the most attention-grabbing stars. Conversely, chasers require superior ball-handling skills and more complex teamwork. Relying solely on flying talent would not suffice. Since that's the case, why not come and test my skills firsthand? After realizing he could not persuade Roger, Ye Ting proposed, "Let us engage in a one-on-one match, taking turns to attack with the ball. Whoever scores 5 goals first shall emerge victorious. If I win, I shall be allowed to be the Seeker. How does that sound? Conversely, should you lose, you must obediently take on the role of the snitch. It is a deal." The two reached an agreement. The training session for the Ravenclaw Quidditch team was scheduled for Wednesday. Confident of his impending triumph, Roger eagerly spread the news of his impending duel with Ye Ting. On the day of training, numerous Ravenclaw students arrived early at the pitch, eager to witness the spectacle. Ye Ting, however, did not arrive until a mere 10 minutes before the session commenced, departing from his dormitory just in time. His 3 roommates accompanied him, and while most believed Ye Ting to be a prodigy, they still considered him unlikely to match Roger's prowess. Nevertheless, his roommates held a different perspective. Accustomed to Ye Ting's remarkable talents, they firmly believed he would not succumb to Roger's challenge. Along their journey, they expressed admiration for Ye Ting and encouraged him to conquer Roger, in order to assert the prowess of the upperclassmen for the benefit of the newcomers. Upon Ye Ting's arrival at the pitch, the Ravenclaw players had already gathered and commenced their training. Due to the scarcity of male players in Ravenclaw, most of the team members and substitutes were female. Among them, Ye Ting spotted Zhang Qiu, who was practicing her flying skills on a broomstick. Her flying was quite impressive. Many of the upperclassmen's flying techniques were inferior to hers. It was no wonder she had been selected as a reserve Seeker in her second year. He also noticed Hermione seated in the stands, who excitedly stood up and waved at him upon his arrival. To his surprise, Penelope was sitting beside her, indicating that the two had formed a friendship since Ye Ting's hospitalization. This connection was quite understandable, as both hailed from Muggle backgrounds and were academically gifted, likely sharing significant common ground. Chapter 0031. The moment Ye Ting stepped onto the field, the air was filled with screams and cheers. The sounds resonating around him primarily emanated from the girls who had hurried over to offer their encouragement. Although they were not particularly optimistic about Ye Ting's chances, they nonetheless provided him with their utmost support. Despite Ye Ting's mature demeanor, which led him to regard the attention of the school idol with a degree of indifference, he could not help but feel a twinge of delight deep within, touched by their backing. He waved to the crowd, prompting an even greater uproar of cheers. On the training ground, Roger approached Ye Ting, gripping 2 broomsticks. He tossed one of them to Ye Ting and inquired, "How are you? Ready to begin? Do you need some time to warm up?" Ye Ting shook his head in refusal. "No need, let us commence the match at once." "Very well," Roger replied, a hint of pride in his voice. "You can take the offensive first, but don't say I bullied you afterward." He mounted the broomstick and casually chose one of the goalposts as his territory, soaring into the air. The other players on the field halted their activities as a chaser sent the quaffle flying towards Ye Ting. He deftly caught it, firmly securing the ball without showing any signs of hesitation. As the players exited the field, they greeted Ye Ting amicably as they passed. When it was Zhang Qiu's turn, she jogged up to Ye Ting, her cheeks flushed, and whispered encouragingly in his ear, "You can do it, you will surely win." Shyly, she then dashed away. leaving Ye Ting's heart fluttering at her youthful charm. He found himself questioning whether he might succumb to the allure of these young witches. Clearing his mind of distractions, Ye Ting held the quaffle in one hand and soared towards the opposing goalpost. He took a couple of laps to acclimate himself to the unfamiliar broomstick beneath him. Like Roger's, it was an older model, the Clean Sweep 5. While it could not match the speed of a Nimbus 2000, it excelled in its braking system, allowing for superb control of speed and direction. Ye Ting quickly familiarized himself with its capabilities. He nodded to the referee, another chaser from the team, who loudly announced the commencement of the match. The two of them circled their respective goalposts, locking eyes from a distance. To Roger, Ye Ting appeared unnervingly calm, a steadiness that seemed almost unnatural. He had anticipated that Ye Ting, as a newcomer to the Quidditch pitch, would be as nervous and disoriented as other novices, leaving him open for an easy victory. Yet, Ye Ting defied all expectations, confidently maneuvering the quaffle while persistently altering his trajectory, poised to accelerate at any given moment, as if ready to strike. The unpredictable path of Ye Ting's broomstick left Roger unable to ascertain from which angle he might launch his attack, making it impossible for him to react promptly. Indeed, he is a prodigy, Roger mused, convinced that his experience and skill would ensure his victory. However, in the next moment, before he could fully process it, Ye Ting unleashed his speed. The once leisurely orbit transformed into a flash of lightning as he shot towards the goal behind Roger at an unexpected angle. With Roger's experience, he understood the immense pressure of Ye Ting's sudden acceleration and the centrifugal force from the rapid turn, forces that most novice wizards could scarcely endure. What an overwhelmingly talented genius, he thought, acknowledging that not only was Ye Ting adept in magic, but also possessed unparalleled athletic prowess. He hastily pulled on the broomstick's handle, attempting to turn and intercept Ye Ting mid-flight. However, it was too late. Roger could only watch in disbelief as Ye Ting zipped past him, entering the scoring zone and effortlessly sending the quaffle into the goal from almost point-blank range. 1 o'clock, when the player acting as referee called out the score. Even he could scarcely believe it. A complete novice, who had never played Quidditch and was merely on his second flight, had managed to score against their captain. Are newcomers this strong nowadays? He pondered, questioning his own understanding of the game. Meanwhile, the audience comprised predominantly of girls erupted in jubilant cheers after a brief moment of silence. Their idol, Ye Ting, had indeed lived up to their expectations by scoring against the captain of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. With such an impressive start, even if Ye Ting ultimately lost, he would still emerge with honor. This solitary point was sufficient to showcase his innate talent. Among the cheering crowd, Hermione and Penelope were particularly ecstatic. Even the typically composed Penelope was flushed with excitement, shouting Ye Ting's name like a besotted fan. Ye Ting's performance dazzled them, and they felt a sense of shared pride. As the girls celebrated Ye Ting's success, the boys and other Quidditch team members were rendered speechless. They could hardly believe that the newcomer, Ye Ting, had scored first. They had come to witness the spectacle of a genius's failure, only to find the reality starkly opposite. A genius is a genius, capable of excelling in any endeavor. As a result, his popularity among the girls soared even higher, with some enviously muttering, "Why is he so exceptional at everything?" while others shouted in jealousy. However, not everyone felt this way. Ye Ting's 3 roommates, Anthony Goldstein, Terry Boot, and Michael Corner, were genuinely thrilled for him, their voices raised in his support. Standing out amid the silence of the other boys, Zhang Xiao, too, as a reserve player, could not contain her joy upon witnessing Ye Ting's score, in stark contrast to the quietude surrounding the other players. On the pitch, Ye Ting returned to his half with an air of nonchalance. As he passed Roger, he provocatively asked, "How did I perform?" Even for someone as composed as he, the thrill of the game was beginning to stir within him, enhancing his assertiveness. Roger scoffed in retort, "This time, you were merely lucky. Next, I shall ensure you score not a single point." Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, unwilling to relax even slightly. He knew that if Ye Ting scored again, any eventual victory would not erase the embarrassment. Yet Ye Ting held a different perspective, smiling slightly as he replied, "The one who will score nothing next is you. 3 o'clock will be the final score." He gestured to indicate his readiness. The referee beside them announced the start of the second round. It was now Roger's turn to launch an assault. "You are exceedingly arrogant." Roger grasped the quaffle and charged towards Ye Ting, declaring, "Let me demonstrate how a professional player engages in Quidditch." His flying speed was not particularly swift, yet his momentum was formidable, aimed directly at Ye Ting. Ye Ting discerned Roger's intent. He sought to leverage his greater age and robust physique to overpower Ye Ting through sheer physicality. After all, Ye Ting was younger and appeared less muscular, likely lacking proficiency in the physical confrontations inherent in Quidditch. Thus, in this scenario, the most rudimentary form of physical engagement emerged as the simplest and most effective strategy. Moreover, this encounter unfolded in midair atop flying broomsticks. Typically, an untrained individual confronted with a towering object hurtling towards them would instinctively evade rather than collide head-on. However, Roger underestimated his opponent. The potential for boundless growth in one's physique, coupled with daily training, endowed Ye Ting with astonishing physical capabilities. Although he did not possess the towering stature of a bodybuilder or weightlifter, concealed beneath his attire lay a physique defined by sinewy muscle. His musculature, while not as pronounced as that of a competitive athlete, possessed qualities reminiscent of characters in films, anime, or video games endowed with supernatural abilities, surpassing the limits of ordinary humanity. In essence, Ye Ting's average muscle quality could rival that of characters like Hawkeye and Black Widow from the realm of American comics. While he may not yet surpass Steve Rogers, it was merely a matter of time before he did, given the potential for infinite enhancement. And what of Roger? He was merely an underage wizard in the world of Harry Potter. In this magical realm, wizards, aside from their enhanced resistance to magic, did not exhibit extraordinary physical prowess and could hardly be compared to the superheroes of the Marvel Universe. Although Roger was robust relative to his peers, he was no match for the current Ye Ting. This can only be described as an act of folly. In the face of Roger, who was charging towards him, intent on overpowering him with sheer physicality, Ye Ting chose to confront him head-on. He flew directly towards Roger, displaying no hint of fear. Initially, Roger believed Ye Ting was merely posturing, attempting to intimidate him into veering off course and losing his advantage. He was convinced that as long as he maintained his trajectory, Ye Ting would inevitably swerve away to avoid a collision. However, as the distance between them diminished, Roger realized he had misjudged his opponent. The newcomer was not feigning courage. He was genuinely unyielding. Left with no other choice, Roger gritted his teeth and braced for impact. For as the captain and a senior, he could not afford to be overawed. The prospect of inadvertently causing Ye Ting harm was a concern he could no longer entertain. The two collided. In the fleeting second before impact, Roger was astonished, unable to fathom that his adversary would indeed crash into him headlong. Refusing even to slightly adjust his course to mitigate the impact, he silently lamented whether he had overestimated Ye Ting. Instinctively, he adjusted his own direction, fearing that a direct collision might result in a disastrous outcome for Ye Ting, which would render him culpable in the eyes of every girl in the school. At that moment, the onlooking girls fell silent, unable to believe that someone of Ye Ting's slight stature could possibly contend with Roger. The inevitable result of their clash seemed destined to be tragic. Some girls had already closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Hermione and Penelope turned pale, biting their lips, their anxiety palpable. Chapter 0033. No one had faith in Ye Ting. His defeat appeared preordained. Yet in the next instant, as they collided, Roger finally comprehended why Ye Ting dared to confront him directly. Their left shoulders crashed together, producing a dull thud amplified by their speed. Immediately, Roger felt an overwhelming force surge from his shoulder, propelling both him and his broomstick away. The next moment, pain engulfed him. He saw stars and felt as if his body might disintegrate. His grip on the quaffle faltered, sending it flying far from him. In that moment, he felt as though he had collided not with a mere freshman, but with an impenetrable wall. He recalled the foolish muggles at Platform 9, who, upon witnessing wizards pass through walls, had sought to imitate them, only to crash painfully against the barrier. He had once found their ignorance both ludicrous and pitiable. Now, he realized he was no different from those muggles. He began to feel relieved that he had turned slightly, averting a direct collision. Had he not, he might have been thrown from his broom, a fate that would have left him utterly humiliated. As it stood, being knocked away was the best outcome he could hope for. He managed to stabilize his broom with sheer willpower, preventing further catastrophe. However, at that moment, the quaffle had long since been seized by Ye Ting, the victor of their confrontation. Thus, this round concluded with Roger's offensive attempt failing. After a considerable pause, the referee, still in shock, announced the score. The crowd erupted in disbelief. For Ye Ting, the outcome of this direct confrontation was unsurprising, yet for the spectators, it was entirely unexpected. Even the girls supporting Ye Ting could hardly believe their eyes. Who would have thought that the seemingly frail Ye Ting could send the towering Roger tumbling? Emerging unscathed, as if his opponent had exerted no force at all? Was there perhaps a dragon concealed beneath that elegant cloak? The girls erupted into even louder cheers, discovering that their idol possessed such strength. Some senior girls found themselves utterly captivated by Ye Ting. Hermione and Penelope embraced each other, uncertain whether their joy stemmed from Ye Ting's victory or his safety. Meanwhile, the Ravenclaw team was no longer silent in the wake of Roger's defeat. The Ravenclaw Quidditch team, predominantly composed of girls, had initially refrained from displaying excitement out of loyalty to Roger, but after Ye Ting's second triumph over their captain, all the female players could no longer contain themselves, joining Zhang Qiu in an exuberant cheer for Ye Ting. Their prodigy, their idol, was indeed formidable. Following the second round of competition, no one believed Roger could confidently secure victory. As a newcomer, Ye Ting not only possessed remarkable flying talent, but also commendable physical prowess. From the perspective of the Ravenclaw players, his physical attributes were sufficient to rival Slytherin's Flint on the field, rendering him impervious to foul play. Faced with such a prodigy, Roger's advantages were reduced to his Quidditch skills and several years of experience. In terms of competitive edge, the scales had balanced, and if Ye Ting could harness his strengths, he still had a chance at ultimate victory. Even the boys set aside their jealousy and began to cheer for Ye Ting. When two competitors' scores are closely matched, the trailing player may harbor envy, but when the gap is substantial, admiration prevails. Such is the nature of human sentiment. Though their cheers were still sparse, they indicated that Ye Ting had, through his recent performance, earned their respect. At the very least, no one dared to dismiss him as a pretty boy or effeminate any longer. Of course, this could also stem from a fear of Ye Ting's strength, apprehensive of potential, physical, repercussions should they continue to belittle him. On the field, Roger gradually regained his strength and mobility, signaling to the referee that he was unharmed. Thus, the next round commenced. This time, it is Ye Ting's turn to take charge of the ball. Roger is now utterly tense, his eyes fixated on his opponent's movements, leaving no room for complacency. His adversary exceeds him in both speed and strength, compelling him to harness every ounce of his skill to stand a chance. Bring it on, he shouts at Ye Ting, simultaneously rallying his own spirit. You have no opportunity left. I shall demonstrate to you the true art of Quidditch. This time, Ye Ting remained silent. He truly wished to refrain from engaging in banter with Roger, for he understood that Roger was destined to embarrass himself once again. Even in a contest of skill, he knew that he might not surpass his own capabilities. After all, he possessed the ability to execute aerial maneuvers, and with those skills, he could counter Roger's flying techniques. Furthermore, with his knowledge of soccer and basketball skills, he believed they could be effectively applied in Quidditch as well. The techniques he had meticulously devised were undoubtedly beyond Roger's comprehension, rendering his experience utterly futile. Thus, the disadvantage stemming from a lack of Quidditch skills and experience ceased to pose a significant problem for him. Henceforth, he resolved to eschew his superhuman strength and speed, opting instead to vanquish Roger through finesse. Defeating him in his area of expertise was an act of sheer audacity. In Chapter 0034, having made up his mind, Ye Ting grasped the quaffle with one hand, foregoing any further probing and setting forth immediately. His initial strategy mirrored that of Roger from the previous round, as he soared directly towards his opponent, seemingly intent on overpowering Roger with sheer physical prowess, seeking to replicate his earlier success. However, unlike before, he did not accelerate to an excessive speed this time. At this speed, whether he chooses to change direction abruptly or execute a complex maneuver, it is considerably easier than at higher velocities. Conversely, for Roger, when confronted with an opponent moving at this pace, he can swiftly make judgments, whether evading or allowing Ye Ting to pass before turning back to pursue. At such a pace, Ye Ting's advantages in speed and strength could not be fully realized. Witnessing this situation, Roger was filled with delight. He secretly lamented that young individuals are easily rattled upon receiving but a single taunt from him. Ye Ting hastily relinquished his advantages and opted to engage in a contest of skill, ensuring Roger's victory was all but assured. Consequently, he began to keenly observe Ye Ting's movements, poised to react at a moment's notice. The surrounding Quidditch players and discerning spectators could only sigh in disappointment at Ye Ting's decision to forfeit his advantages, effectively crippling his own prowess. As the distance between the two competitors diminished, the tension in the air became palpable. With the gap narrowing to mere meters, Ye Ting finally made a decisive maneuver. He yanked his broom to the left, attempting to evade his opponent with a sudden change of direction, hoping to circumvent Roger before he could respond. However, the seasoned Roger was already prepared. The moment Ye Ting initiated his turn, Twisting his waist, Roger accurately anticipated his next move. Without hesitation, he executed a sharp right turn. His response swift and even quicker than Ye Ting's own action. Thus, the initiative was firmly within his grasp. As for his next course of action, whether he would obstruct Ye Ting's flight path or intercept the quaffle from the side as Ye Ting passed, would depend entirely on Ye Ting's forthcoming decision. With this strike, I have succeeded, Roger thought to himself, a rare smile gracing his lips. Yet, in the next moment, he realized his folly. Ye Ting's maneuver was merely a feint. His leftward turn was only half completed, and then, astonishingly, he defied the laws of human motion, executing an abrupt pivot that transformed his trajectory from left to right in an instant. Faced with such a move, Roger was caught off guard. His reflexes and physical capabilities were insufficient to respond. Thus, he fell prey to the ruse, helplessly watching as his opponent glided past him. By the time he managed to redirect and pursue, it was too late. Effortlessly, Ye Ting sent the ball soaring into the goal once more. The score was now 2:00, and a wave of cheers erupted throughout the stadium. Everyone felt as though their perceptions had been entirely upended by Ye Ting that morning. This man, recognized as the heartthrob of Hogwarts by the female students, had continuously challenged their understanding of the game. Perceptions shifted from viewing him as an underestimated newcomer to recognizing him as a genius with extraordinary speed, and then as an athlete of remarkable physical prowess. Now, he had outmaneuvered Roger, the captain of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, on a technical level. Could an individual's talent truly reach such astounding heights? Regardless, be they female or male, ordinary spectators or Quidditch players, all were united in their cheers for Ye Ting. They felt they were witnessing the rise of a legend. The young wizards of Ravenclaw have begun to eagerly anticipate the upcoming Quidditch Cup. It has been several years since Ravenclaw last claimed the championship title at Hogwarts. Yet they are imbued with hope that the acquisition of Ye Ting will alter their fortunes. As for Roger, he finds himself bereft of confidence after being outmatched by the newcomer. Initially, he aimed to impart wisdom to the rookies, only to find himself thoroughly educated by them instead. In terms of speed, physical prowess, and technique, he has found himself at a disadvantage, prompting him to question whether he is merely dreaming. He longs for his roommate to awaken him from this disillusionment, yet sadly, this is the stark reality he faces. Nevertheless, true to his role as team captain, Roger swiftly rekindles his confidence, preparing to score in the next offensive play to restore his dignity. After all, compared to offense, defense demands a greater level of experience. Clearly, Ye Ting, as a newcomer, is vulnerable in this regard, presenting Roger with an opportunity. However, while Roger's intentions are noble, reality proves to be unforgiving. In the next round, when confronted with Roger's advance, Ye Ting displays remarkable maturity and composure. He refrains from rushing to intercept Roger head-on or from employing flashy tactics to thwart him. As Roger skillfully maneuvers around his blind spot, Ye Ting remains calm. When Roger surpasses him from behind, Ye Ting swiftly executes a 180-degree turn on his broom and, leveraging his speed advantage, closes the gap, ultimately surpassing Roger while deftly snatching the quaffle from the air with ease. Such an operation once again elicited continuous applause and cheers from the audience. However, it lacked the fervor of the previous occasion. This was not due to a decline in his performance, but rather a result of the spectators' desensitization to his extraordinary display. Chapter 0035. In the 5th round, it was Ye Ting's turn to attack. This time, he adopted a different strategy. Confronted by Roger's staunch defense, he discarded the notion of breaking through and instead opted to shoot from a considerable distance. With his formidable arm strength, the ball soared through the air like an arrow released from its bow. Roger could only watch in astonishment as the ball arced gracefully over his head, ultimately finding its precise mark within the goal. This time, Ye Ting did not even enter the scoring zone. Such remarkable pitching skills left these young wizards utterly astounded. The referee timely announced the score, 3-0. Roger despondently sank to the grass, compelled to confront his defeat. He approached Ye Ting and shook his hand, acknowledging him as the true genius of Ravenclaw. It is indeed your era now. With a heavy heart, he exited the field, leaving behind a sorrowful silhouette. It seems he would need some time to soothe his spirits. As for Ye Ting, he now found himself encircled by female teammates and Ravenclaw girls. Zhang Qiuli, closest to him, joyfully embraced him, bouncing with excitement and impulsively planting a soft kiss on his cheek. All the little eagles present believed that the era of Ravenclaw's dominance in the Quidditch Cup was on the horizon. Thus, Ye Ting was appointed as Ravenclaw's seeker. Originally, The team intended to recruit a seeker from among the third-year students to replace a departing upperclassman, but the position was awarded to Ye Ting. After Ye Ting promised to assist Zhang Qiuli in honing her flying skills, another upperclassman, the previous seeker, confidently departed from the team to focus on preparing for O.W.L.S. Zhang Qiuli officially became the seeker, a development that occurred a year ahead of the original storyline. On the day Ye Ting triumphed over Roger with a score of 3-0, news of his victory and his ascension to Ravenclaw's seeker swiftly spread throughout Hogwarts. Upon hearing this news, most people's initial reaction was disbelief. However, numerous little eagles who had witnessed the match firsthand described the events with vivid detail, making it impossible for others to dismiss their accounts. In this instance, Ye Ting's reputation transcended that of merely a prodigious talent or a handsome visage. The accomplishments in academics, appearance, and athletics are the trifecta that captivates the attention of students. Excelling in any one of these realms garners admiration and affection from peers. However, Ye Ting excels in all three aspects, rendering him an object of adoration for the majority of his fellow students. His fanbase is no longer confined to the female demographic. Many male students have also expressed their admiration and reverence for him. Nonetheless, Ye Ting is not akin to a golden boy, for it is impossible to win the affection of every individual. There remain some boys and proponents of pure-blood ideology who harbor disdain for him, predominantly from the Slytherin house. Draco Malfoy exemplifies this group, having repeatedly boasted in front of others that Ye Ting is merely a filthy mudblood, incapable of anything beyond mere pretense. This time, upon hearing that Ye Ting had triumphed over Roger and successfully secured the position of seeker for the team in his first year, Malfoy's envy was palpable, even more so than when Harry Potter was appointed as seeker. He claimed that Ye Ting must have bribed Roger, deceiving everyone in Ravenclaw, and asserted that it was sheer favoritism. Rumors circulated that Malfoy had thrown a tantrum in the common room and penned several long letters home. Of course, there was also the recent news that the renowned savior, Harry Potter, had been accepted into Gryffindor as a seeker. Yet, with Ye Ting's achievements overshadowing the news, it failed to create much of a stir in other houses, save for the jubilant Gryffindor Lions. However, just a day after this announcement, their joy turned to ire. Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Neville Longbottom had been caught by Filch during a nighttime escapade, resulting in a deduction of 10 points for Gryffindor. At breakfast, Ye Ting could hear the commotion from several tables away as the Weasley brothers clamored in excitement, with George and Fred lauding their friend's daring adventure and questioning why Harry hadn't included them. Meanwhile, Percy was scolding Ron, insisting he would write home to inform their mother of the mischief. On the Slytherin side, Malfoy and his two cronies were reveling in laughter, relishing their perceived victory. Ye Ting understood the reason behind this. In the original narrative, it was Malfoy who invited Harry to a wizarding duel in the trophy room at midnight, a mere bait that led Harry and Ron into a trap, nearly resulting in their capture by Filch. However, unlike the original story, Hermione had accompanied them then, and they had narrowly escaped. Perhaps the butterfly effect of Hermione being sorted into Ravenclaw had resulted in Harry's failure to evade Filch this time. As Ye Ting was adding meat sauce to his fried noodles, Anthony Goldstein nudged him and whispered, "Hey, genius, have you heard? Those three went exploring in the Forbidden Corridor on the 4th floor last night. How audacious." Before Ye Ting could respond, Hermione interjected, "I heard, Anthony. How can you encourage him to do such things? We'll lose points for our house." "Oh, Hermione, must you be such a killjoy?" Terry Boot sighed. They all agreed that while Hermione was wonderful, she was far too serious and meddlesome. "Indeed, genius, perhaps you should manage your little girlfriend," Michael Corner chimed in. "I am not his little girlfriend." Hermione's face flushed with indignation, though her voice was somewhat subdued, and her gaze flickered toward Ye Ting, revealing her uncertainty. "All right, Hermione. We're merely discussing it. Don't take it so seriously," Ye Ting said, setting down his fork and affectionately tousling the girl's thick hair, a gesture he had mastered over time. Hermione immediately fell silent, leaving Ye Ting puzzled. Since the incident in flying class, this had happened several times, with him easily calming her. However, in earlier days, she would have argued with him for quite some time before conceding. Meanwhile, Zhang Qiu successfully shifted the conversation, asking, "Does anyone know what lies within that corridor? I've heard many upperclassmen sneak in to explore, but they never tell me what they find." "There's a three-headed dog." Penelope, seated across from Ye Ting, answered. She had become part of their small group, often spending time with Ye Ting, Hermione, and Zhang Qiu. "I once tried to sneak into that corridor, only to be stopped by the three-headed dog. It was much taller than me and looked quite fearsome, although it mostly slept. One head always remained awake. I discovered a trapdoor on the floor where the dog lay, and I believe the secret lies beneath it. Lowering her voice, she added, I heard that during summer break, Dumbledore gathered Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, Snape, Quirrell, and Hagrid to create a challenge game, with each designing a level. Is that true? Why would they do such a thing? Hermione asked, incredulous. I suspect there is something hidden there that they don't want anyone to find, Zhang Qiu asserted confidently. Otherwise, why go to such lengths to create obstacles? The others nodded in agreement. However, as a time traveler, Ye Ting had a different opinion. I believe this is a trap set by Professor Dumbledore. He explained, if Dumbledore wished to conceal something, he could easily hide it in a place known only to him. Yet, he chose to place it in that corridor and explicitly warned everyone against entering, which clearly indicates there is a secret here. The news of Dumbledore inviting professors to build challenges has circulated, further supporting this conclusion. Dumbledore likely does not wish to keep this secret hidden. Perhaps even desires for others to know what lies within. The challenges serve to filter out ordinary students. Only those with the requisite skill can navigate them to uncover what he has concealed, which is his intent. He paused deliberately, as the three girls and his three housemates regarded him with anticipation and agreement, prompting him to continue. I believe these challenges may be Dumbledore's test for us, hoping that students can gain practical experience by overcoming them. Alternatively, these challenges could be traps for thieves who wish to steal something from Dumbledore, with the professors setting them as a snare, placing the desired item as bait. The thief would likely assume these challenges were merely Dumbledore's security measures. In reality, they are a fade, designed to draw the thief's attention, leading them to believe that the object they seek is hidden there. If the thief manages to overcome the challenges, they would be deceived, for Dumbledore intends to draw them out. Ye Ting's analysis enlightened the group, and while they remained somewhat skeptical about Dumbledore orchestrating a conspiracy, they largely accepted Ye Ting's reasoning. However, the notion of a test for students piqued their interest. The three housemates huddled together, whispering for a time before turning to Ye Ting, declaring their intent to venture into the corridor and tackle the challenges within. Will not include you. Anthony explained to Ye Ting, your strength is so formidable that with you around, any trouble can be effortlessly resolved. What purpose do we serve? Upon hearing this, Hermione sharply retorted, if you wish to showcase your own abilities, refrain from relying on Ye Ting's assignments every day. The words struck a chord with them, leaving them speechless and fumbling for excuses like the workload is too heavy and the wizardry doesn't count as cheating. Consequently, Anthony, Terry, and Michael left with their heads hung low. After a short while, Hermione quietly suggested to Ye Ting, why don't we find a time to explore that corridor? I am eager to attempt Professor Dumbledore's challenge. Indeed, Hermione's sensitivity heightened at the mention of exams and assessments, and she was determined to excel. Ye Ting readily agreed, as he harbored a genuine curiosity about the philosopher's stone concealed within the enchanted mirror. They then invited Penelope and Zhang Qiu to join their adventure. Penelope expressed keen interest and was willing to accompany them once more, while Zhang Qiu declined, stating, I detest those frightful magical creatures. She elaborated, the mere thought of that three-headed dog with its bared teeth and drooling maw terrifies me, so please don't count me in. When discussing the timing for their expedition, Ye Ting proposed a different idea. I believe we need not rush into this adventure, for we have yet to ascertain what lies beyond the three-headed dog. We should first devise a strategy to confront it before proceeding. In other words, they ought to visit the library, as he recalled a tome detailing various dangerous magical creatures, which might include information about such a beast. Hermione concurred with this notion, but she added, in fact, there exists an even more direct approach, to seek out the architect of this challenge and glean further insights from him. Among the professors mentioned by Penelope, who do you think would employ a three-headed dog as a guardian? After a brief moment of silence, they all chimed in unison, it's Hagrid. The three girls suddenly understood and immediately regarded Ye Ting with admiration. You are truly clever to consider the problem from this angle. Ye Ting humbly waved his hand and suggested, for now, let us remain inactive. This way, we can research the three-headed dog's behavior in the library while also seeking an opportunity to inquire with Hagrid. In truth, Ye Ting felt confident in his ability to navigate through the challenge alone. Having read the original text, he was aware of the trials that awaited. The first challenge, the three-headed dog, could be entrusted to Hige. Although she couldn't yet transform into human form, she was capable of combat with her magical prowess. While she might struggle against a dragon, Defeating a three-headed dog would be well within her capabilities. The second challenge, the devil's snare, could be dispelled with fire, and he was proficient in fire spells. The third challenge involved catching flying keys on a broomstick, a task that played to his strengths. The fourth challenge was a giant wizard-esque chess game. Although he was not yet familiar with the game, his intellect would allow him to learn quickly. The fifth challenge tested logical reasoning, which would likely baffle most ordinary wizards, but for someone like him, a scholar even in the Muggle world, Professor Snape's riddles would pose little more than a mental exercise. However, he did not wish to overcome all the challenges at this moment. For the final trial was the legendary Mirror of Erist, within which the Philosopher's Stone lay hidden. The enchanted mirror possesses the ability to reflect the deepest desires of individuals. Yet only those who seek the magical stone with the noble intent of not exploiting it may extract the stone from the mirror's depths. This, however, is beyond Ye Ting's capabilities, as he indeed yearns to utilize the magical stone. While he aspires to attain immortality, he does not wish to achieve it through the stone. For the immortality granted by it comes with significant flaws. The user must consume potions crafted from the stone on a weekly basis to sustain their eternal life. And this form of existence merely prolongs life without ensuring the vitality of youth. An example of this is Nico D'Angelo and his wife, who, despite having lived for centuries, predominantly present as aged figures. Furthermore, Ye Ting is convinced that with his abilities, he can discover a more perfect means to achieve immortality. Even if he cannot accomplish this himself, he believes that, in the future, he could summon or traverse to realms where methods for immortality are readily available. In Chapter 0038, Ye Ting's curiosity regarding the magical stone leads him to desire conducting experiments to unveil its secrets. Regrettably, at his current level of magical prowess, he lacks the capacity to decipher the Eris mirror and thus cannot deceitfully procure the stone. Moreover, even if he were to acquire the magical stone, he wishes to remain unnoticed by Dumbledore, as attracting his attention prior to attaining invincibility would be ill-advised. Consequently, he must navigate these murky waters to obtain the stone. With the optimal opportunity arising at the end of the term, when Harry Potter contends with Voldemort for the magical stone. Given that the narrative has already been altered, Hermione is no longer a member of the trio, leaving Ye Ting uncertain whether Harry will successfully navigate to the final challenge and confront Voldemort. To mitigate unforeseen circumstances, Ye Ting resolves to postpone this adventure until the term's conclusion, thus ensuring he can either encounter Harry or follow closely behind him. Should Ye Ting, along with Hermione and Penelope, reach the challenges before Harry and Voldemort, his abilities would surely enable them to overcome all obstacles and stand before the Eris mirror. However, should they proceed in such a manner, the premature revelation of the challenges could compel Dumbledore to reconfigure them, drastically altering the storyline and diminishing the likelihood of seizing the magical stone amidst the chaos. Thus, the plan is set, and Ye Ting has two remaining tasks: to master wizard's chess and to acquire a superior broomstick, which is essential not only for this upcoming ordeal, but also for future adventures and Quidditch matches. In the recent confrontation with Roger, Ye Ting discerned the shortcomings of the 5-star broomstick. Not only did it fail to meet his demands in terms of speed and maneuverability, but its quality was also lackluster. Whenever Ye Ting attempted to exert forceful control or execute extreme maneuvers, he sensed that the broomstick was nearing its breaking point, making him hesitant and unable to unleash his full potential. Undoubtedly, if Roger were to discover this, it might dishearten him to the extent of abandoning Quidditch altogether. When it comes to flying broomsticks, Ye Ting harbors his own aspirations. He yearns to craft a bespoke broomstick tailored to his needs rather than purchasing a pre-made one. In the realm of Harry Potter, flying broomsticks are typically fashioned from common woods. While these materials possess certain magical properties, they remain rather ordinary overall, a sentiment that equally applies to wands. However, Ye Ting possesses an advantage in terms of materials. He is capable of performing interdimensional summons once a month. Although most of the time these attempts yield nothing, on occasion, he manages to summon rare and valuable materials. Long ago, he summoned a branch from a Ganner tree, the maternal tree of the raven demigod, Avina, in the world of Warcraft. While the tree itself is not widely recognized, its 3 seeds grew into the renowned world trees, Nordal, Teldrassil, and Wodel. The 3 trees, Nordal, were enchanted by a guardian dragon, sealing the new well of eternity created by Illidan while simultaneously becoming the mother tree of the night elves. Teldrassil serves as another significant habitat for the night elves. with their capital, Darnassus, nestled within its bowels. Wormra's temple, located in Northrend, had the potential to become the first world tree of the Night Elves. However, its roots delved too deeply, even reaching the lair of the old god Yogg-Saron, resulting in a catastrophic release of his power and ultimate destruction. As the mother tree, the power inherent in Ganyel is immeasurable. This particular branch is favored by Avellini, for it possesses formidable magical properties, enabling the creation of wands that would surpass all those in the world of Harry Potter, including the legendary Elder Wand. Nevertheless, Leafy was reluctant to disclose the existence of this branch to others, thus it remained temporarily stored until he acquired the knowledge to craft wands. Additionally, Leafy had obtained other rare materials, such as the whiskers of Tiamat and the golden fleece, both of which are mentioned solely in legends. Yet he sensed that these materials originated from the same realm, the type moon. Just a few days prior, on the day of summoning, he fortuitously summoned branches of the mythic woods Fusa and Ruomo. In mythological tales, Fusa is the sacred tree from which the sun rises, while Ruomu is the sacred tree from which the sun descends. Beyond their powerful attributes, these materials carry significant symbolic meanings of sunrise and sunset, which are quite vital in the realm of magic. When crafting flying broomsticks, those made from these woods could achieve the flight speed of the golden crow traversing the earth. However, before he could create his own broomstick, Leafy needed to find a laboratory and procure several broomsticks to dismantle for study. In fact, within Hogwarts, there is a most suitable place for Leafy's experiments, the Room of Requirement. Chapter 0039. The Room of Requirement is situated opposite the tapestry depicting the troll being bludgeoned by the giant in the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle. The method of entering this room is rather extraordinary. The user must concentrate on the desired space and walk past that wall 3 times, after which a smooth door will materialize, granting access to the Room of Requirement. Leafy had personally experienced the Room of Requirement and, as he understood it, this space is not merely a singular room, but rather a myriad of distinct subspaces. Originally chaotic, these subspaces are shaped into various rooms through the magic of the Room of Requirement, molded by the user's imagination. The largest of these subspaces resembles a junkyard, accumulating all items that have been banished by the spells of Hogwarts faculty and students. According to the original text, one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, the diadem of Ravenclaw, is concealed among the debris. As the user envisions the needed space, the magic of the Room of Requirement filters through the already shaped rooms, connecting the door to the one that best meets the criteria. If none of the existing rooms are suitable, the magic will forge a new room from the chaos of the subspace to fulfill the requirements. In this light, it becomes apparent that the concept of wish fulfillment is not entirely accurate. After all, the total number of prototype subspaces is finite. Once all such subspaces have been exhausted, the Room of Requirement will cease to generate new chambers. Future users, despite harboring new desires, will find themselves unable to access this phenomenon. Nevertheless, the enchantment of the Room of Requirement is undeniably formidable, surpassing even the complexity of the phase coincidence magic of Platform 9 3/4. This is indeed a multifaceted spell, intricately woven with elements of space, consciousness perception, and pseudo-creation. Although Ye Ting has only just begun his studies in spellcasting, having only reached the 2nd year, he can discern that modern incantations alone cannot conjure the Room of Requirement. It undoubtedly entails more intricate and essential forms of magic. Mastery of such spells necessitates delving into ancient magical texts, followed by a deeper exploration of spells and archaic magic. Thus, Ye Ting's immediate priority is to diligently study ancient magical script to grasp the alchemy required to create flying broomsticks. Furthermore, he must devise a means to earn sufficient galleons to purchase broomsticks as research materials in Diagon Alley. However, these aspirations are beyond his current capabilities. Regarding galleons, upon returning to the Muggle world, he could employ magic and the knowledge from his past life to earn enough pounds to exchange for galleons. Additionally, he can only venture to Diagon Alley after leaving Hogwarts, indicating that all endeavors must be postponed until after the Christmas holiday. Presently, Ye Ting must immerse himself in a hefty tome of advanced magical translations. He has completed the basics of ancient script and is on the brink of engaging in simple alchemical experiments. In Ye Ting's perspective, the study of ancient magic is a confluence of linguistics, religious studies, philosophy, history, folklore, and programming. The meanings and combinations of magical scripts, while possessing a certain logical relationship, are predominantly intertwined with numerous mythological images, which distinguish magic from science. In the world of Harry Potter, the essence of magic emanates from magical energy. Wizards and magical beings are inherently differentiated from ordinary creatures by their innate magical power. The existence of this energy allows them to exert influences on the material world that defy conventional science and logic. Furthermore, due to the variations in magical energy, a wizard like Ogmanis cannot transform into a magical creature. The essence of Ogmanis involves utilizing transfiguration magic to convert a human form into that of an animal, which requires the transformation of magical energy into another form. However, while magical energy can alter matter, it is exceedingly challenging to change the energy itself. The magical powers possessed by wizards and magical beings vary significantly. Thus, when Ogmanis attempts to assume the guise of a magical creature, transfiguration magic can only reshape the wizard's body into that of the magical entity, but the wizard's magical energy cannot be converted into that of the magical creature. Consequently, Ogmanis would experience a transformation failure due to the incompatibility of magical energy and physical form. In summary, magical energy adheres to unique and specific rules that influence the material realm, and when these rules are conceptualized by wizards, they manifest as magical scripts. It is akin to the language of computers. The most fundamental machine language corresponds to the rules of the world. Although machine language can be employed directly for programming, its complexity renders it impractical for direct use. Consequently, individuals, or deities, through processors, have transformed machine language into instructions, simplifying it into assembly language, akin to the rules of magic, which can be wielded through arcane power. However, for magical beings, the rules of magic remain excessively intricate, leading to a rudimentary application through sheer magical force. Thus, just as assembly language evolves into programming languages through further instruction, these magical rules have been distilled by certain sages into the ancient script of magic. Chapter 0040. It is well known that even in an era where everyone is adept at using computers, only professional programmers truly comprehend programming languages. The ancient script of magic mirrors this phenomenon. Within the realm of sorcery, only a select few wizards grasp the principles of the ancient script, while the majority cannot master its complexities, let alone cast spells using it. Nevertheless, even the most gifted wizards who have mastered the ancient script find it an arduous task to perform spells. Just as even the most proficient programmer cannot send an email in a short span without the necessary applications, they must invest time in crafting the requisite programs. Thus, wizards proficient in the ancient script have further amalgamated and simplified it into incantations, akin to how programmers edit and package software. Ordinary individuals need merely to click a mouse to utilize a program, while a typical wizard can invoke magic by reciting the incantation as required. Standard incantations, much like packaged software, cannot be further edited or combined. However, mastering the ancient script enables one to become akin to a wizardly programmer, comprehending the principles of incantations, thereby facilitating the creation of magical artifacts or the invention of new spells. Through diligent study, Ye Ting has discerned the essence of magic to a certain extent. If we assume that the fundamental physical rules of the universe are materialistic and logical, then the rules of magic are idealistic and contrarian to logic. The distinction between the two lies in the fact that magic is purposeful, whereas the laws of physics lack intention. The presence of purpose signifies the difference between the subjective and the objective. This is akin to a spell, shimmering with fluorescence. From the perspective of physical laws, it merely constitutes a combination of sound waves or ink molecules. The distinction between this and the manifestation of phantoms lies solely in the arrangement. However, in purposeful disciplines such as literature, the differences among these words extend beyond mere spelling. They embody subjective meanings that are imparted by human intention. This situation is similarly reflected in the realm of magic. The meanings of these spells are inherently subjective, bestowed by the rules of magic. When the rules themselves are subjective and intentional, it can be demonstrated that either these rules are man-made rather than naturally occurring, or it can be shown that the system in which these rules exist, the world itself, is not materialistic but rather idealistic. The controlled variables of physical laws do not universally apply within the context of magic. Ultimately, what has been articulated primarily conveys Ye Ting's understanding of magic within the Harry Potter series, as well as revealing his aspirations for the future. His intention is to study magic, grasp its principles, and thereby comprehend the true laws that govern it. This delineates Ye Ting's aspirations on his path to becoming a formidable force. He possesses an innate talent for limitless progression and enhancement, coupled with the abilities to manipulate time and space, as well as a formidable capacity for learning. Originally, he could have dedicated himself entirely to the cultivation of physical techniques. With the potential for unrestricted advancement, a singular focus would enable him to become a warrior akin to Saitama or the protagonist from Dragon Ball, excelling in martial prowess. Alternatively, he could delve deeper into his temporal and spatial gifts, specializing in these domains, and ultimately emerge as a master of the laws of time and space. However, driven by his interests and curiosity, Ye Ting chose the arduous path of a mage. Unlike warriors, who engage in straightforward, visceral combat that requires little contemplation, the battles of a mage are steeped in strategy, with their strength derived entirely from knowledge. Mages do not wield elements or manipulate matter through innate abilities as psychics do. Rather, while psychics navigate reality through a mouse, game controller, or touchscreen, mages employ codes and keyboards, reconstructing the world through the most intricate methodologies. Yet, mages stand as the most powerful, for they are scholars capable of unraveling the world's truths and discerning the intricacies of its rules. They are also creators, though mages, warriors, and psychics alike can bring about destruction. Only mages possess the capacity for true creation. They study the rules and reshape the world accordingly. In his previous life, whether through novels, comics, or games, Ye Ting's favored characters were invariably mages, holding warriors and priests in disdain. The former are brutish beings devoid of intellect, capable only of destruction without generating value, while the latter are sycophants of the divine, blindly adhering to faith and relying on the benevolence of others for their influence. In this life, he stands on the brink of becoming a true mage, endowed with the potential to rise as the most powerful among them. The limitations to a mage's progress are never rooted in magical power, but rather in intellectual capacity. Human learning and memory have their limits, and these constraints serve as the greatest shackles to a mage's advancement. The more knowledge one possesses, the more time is required for review, and the pace of learning inevitably slows. Consequently, mages must specialize, akin to students in university who can only choose one major, while those who opt for minors or dual degrees are invariably high achievers. Even in the thriving magical world of Dungeons & Dragons, the most esteemed mages must either pledge allegiance to the god of magic to become chosen ones, ignite divine flames to elevate themselves, or alter their lineage to become liches, mind flayers, or other beings endowed with heightened intellect. One need only look at the most illustrious human arcanist in the Toril universe, Iolaum, the founder of the Netherese Empire, who ultimately transformed himself into an elder brain lich, a blend of mind flayer and lich. Yet Ye Ting is different. His learning ability and the gift of infinite progression liberate him from the constraints of extensive study and memory. Ultimately, he believes he can master the world's rules through the research of various magics. At that point, his intellect alone will enable him to surpass all. Chapter 0041. As Ye Ting diligently studied ancient demonic scripts to craft his very own flying broomstick, news arrived from Gryffindor. Harry Potter had acquired a Nimbus 2000 flying broomstick. The Nimbus 2000, a recent marvel from the esteemed European broom manufacturer, Nimbus Racing Brooms, epitomizes the pinnacle of flying broom technology. Currently, the predominant brooms utilized by the Quidditch teams of the four houses at Hogwarts are the antiquated Shooting Star, with only a select few wielding the Shooting Star 6. However, even the Shooting Star 6 pales in comparison to the performance of the Nimbus 2000. Upon hearing this news, Roger approached Ye Ting with the intention of initiating a crowdfunding campaign within the house to procure a Nimbus 2000 for him, but Ye Ting declined the offer. Quidditch is not merely a sport reliant on the prowess of one's broom. Ye Ting disdainfully remarked that even with a Comet 260, he could vanquish any adversary. Yet, beneath his bravado, he simply deemed the purchase of a Nimbus 2000 to be an extravagant waste. Within the span of this semester, he would be capable of crafting his own broom, rendering any Nimbus 2000 he acquired now merely a dust collector in the future. Unbeknownst to him, Ye Ting had already spent 2 months at Hogwarts. The experiences within the castle over these 2 months, coupled with his interactions with friends, particularly Hermione, Zhang Qiu, and Penelope, had increasingly transformed Hogwarts into a place he could truly call home. In the first decade of this life, his existence in the Wu orphanage was by no means unpleasant. However, as he reincarnated, the emptiness of his previous life and the prolonged solitude among younger children rendered him perpetually estranged from the world. It was not until that fateful day when he encountered Dumbledore and uncovered the truths of the world that he arrived at Hogwarts. The enchantment of magic, along with the presence of familiar faces such as Hermione, Harry, and Cho Chang, ignited within him a newfound fervor for life, accompanied by a subtle warmth. Although he occasionally regarded these individuals with a condescending attitude, perceiving them as mere NPCs, there were still those who genuinely penetrated the walls of his heart, compelling him to engage with them earnestly. For the professors at Hogwarts, having a student like Ye Ting was both a blessing and a burden. Regardless of the subject, he could effortlessly grasp the content presented in class ahead of time. In truth, Ye Ting's academic progress had already reached the level of a third-year student, leaving the teachers feeling somewhat embarrassed, Professor Snape being the exception, as they felt incapable of imparting any knowledge to him. All his learning was self-directed. Having completely mastered the first-year curriculum, all assignments posed no challenge for him. On the evenings following the assignment announcements, Ye Ting would promptly provide the answers, which his three roommates would often reference and replicate, leading to the dissemination of these solutions throughout the entirety of Hogwarts by the following day. This led to a considerable duration during which the professors at Hogwarts confronted a plethora of remarkably similar assignments, all yielding impeccably correct answers each week. However, this delightful form of plagiarism did not persist for long. Upon discerning the situation from certain irksome Slytherins who harbored disdain for Ye Ting, Professor Snape, followed by the rest of the faculty, exempted Ye Ting from the homework requirement. This special treatment elicited lamentations from the first-year students of Hogwarts, not out of envy, but because they could no longer procure such flawless reference answers. Undoubtedly, numerous events transpired in Ye Ting's life over these 2 months. In summary, unbeknownst to all, the first festival at Hogwarts, Halloween, was swiftly approaching. On the eve of Halloween, upon awakening early in the morning, Ye Ting was greeted by the sweet and enticing aroma of roasted pumpkin wafting through the corridors. On that morning, Ravenclaw was to attend Professor Flitwick's Charms class alongside Gryffindor. During the lesson, Professor Flitwick announced that he believed they were ready to begin levitating objects. Since witnessing Professor Flitwick's control over Neville's toad as it soared around the classroom, the students had eagerly anticipated the opportunity to attempt this spell themselves. The professor divided the class into pairs to commence their training. Meanwhile, Ye Ting, as usual, was engrossed in self-study, currently perusing a tome on magical symbols. Although he had yet to complete the advanced translation of runes, foundational texts such as the Magical Symbol Compendium, the Rune Dictionary, and the Phonetic Guide to Spells posed no challenge for him. As for Hermione, another academically esteemed student recognized by the teachers, she was assigned to practice alone, though the teachers were well aware that her solo practice involved dueling with Ye Ting. Now, do not forget the subtle wrist motion we've been practicing, Professor Flitwick exclaimed from his perch atop a stack of books. A flick and a swish, remember, a flick and a swish. Pronouncing the incantation accurately is also crucial. Do not forget about Wizard Baruffio, who mispronounced F-azes, only to find himself on the floor with a buffalo standing on his chest. Laughter erupted among the students, filling the classroom with a joyous atmosphere. Suddenly, with a loud crash, a gigantic buffalo materialized out of thin air, startling the young witches and wizards, who scrambled away to observe the odorous creature. Who did this? Professor Flitwick inquired loudly, though it was evident he was not angry. It was I, Professor. Ye Ting raised his hand from the crowd. I thought it was merely a joke. Clearly, it was an ingenious spell, at least far more complex than the levitation charm. He uttered a vanishing spell, causing the buffalo, which was about to charge the podium, to instantly disappear from the classroom, and then recited a restoration charm, returning the disarrayed desks and chairs to their original state. Excellent spell work, Professor Flitwick acknowledged with a nod. Although it may seem like a jest, the buffalo charm is indeed a remarkable spell. But we shall not dwell on that now. He clapped his hands, announcing the commencement of practice. The scene quickly descended into chaos. Harry Potter and Seamus Finnegan teamed up, performing their flick and swish repeatedly, yet the feather they aimed to levitate remained stubbornly on the floor. Frustrated, Seamus poked the feather with his wand, igniting it, prompting Harry to extinguish the flames with his hat. Meanwhile, Ron's luck did not appear to fare any better. Wingardium Leviosa, he shouted, flailing his long arms like a windmill. You've got it wrong, Hermione interjected bluntly. Under Ye Ting's guidance, she succeeded after only 2 attempts. Observing Ron's clumsy efforts, she could not resist the urge to offer her assistance. It's Wingardium Leviosa. You need to elongate the gar sound. Since you're so clever, why don't you give it a try? Ron retorted, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Hermione rolled up her sleeves, waved her wand, and declared, Wingardium Leviosa. The feather rose from the table, floating 4 feet above her head. However, Ron's response to her instruction was anything but gracious. "Oh, dear know-it-all, why don't you spend time with your equally brilliant boyfriend?" Hermione's expression darkened immediately. After class, Ye Ting, clutching his books, made his way to the library. But Hermione did not follow. Assuming she had other matters to attend to, he thought little of it, as it was not the first time this had happened. On the eve of Halloween, the Great Hall of Hogwarts had been beautifully redecorated. As Ye Ting entered the dining area that evening, he was greeted by an array of vibrant Halloween decorations. 1,000 bats flitted across the walls and ceiling, while another 1,000, resembling low-hanging clouds, swirled above the dining tables, causing the candle flames within the pumpkins to flicker wildly. Sumptuous feasts suddenly appeared on golden platters, reminiscent of the welcoming banquet at the start of the term. Unlike the other young wizards, who eagerly dove into the feast, Ye Ting wandered around the long table, inquiring if anyone had seen Hermione Granger, with a famished Ginny trailing behind him. However, everyone reported they had not seen her, except for Lisa Dupin from Ravenclaw, who mentioned she had spotted Hermione near the restroom corridor. Upon hearing this, Ye Ting immediately recalled the plot from the original story where Hermione encountered a troll in that very corridor. Even though Hermione had become significantly more powerful under his tutelage compared to her original self, she still would not stand a chance against a troll, especially given her current level of magical prowess and spellcasting ability. Ye Ting promptly dashed towards the dining hall exit, but midway, he spotted Professor Quirrell bursting into the room. His scarf askew and a look of terror etched across his face. All eyes were on him as he approached Professor Dumbledore's table, leaning over it, gasping. "A troll is in the underground chambers. I thought you should know." With that, he collapsed onto the floor, unconscious. The hall erupted into confusion. Professor Dumbledore had to produce several loud bursts of magical fireworks from the tip of his wand before the crowd quieted down. "Prefects," he instructed in a low voice, "immediately escort your students back to their dormitories." From Ravenclaw, Penelope calmly gathered her housemates, directing them to line up and proceed toward the tower. Only Ye Ting slipped away unnoticed, save for Zhang Qiu and Penelope, who were the only ones to observe his departure. Once he was certain the area was deserted, Ye Ting retrieved a miniature version of Oriana from his pocket and placed her on the ground. "Now take me to the third-floor restroom," he urged Oriana, anxiety lacing his voice. "It's urgent, please hurry." "Understood, my lord," Oriana replied cheerfully, casting a spell, certainly one from the Valoran magic repertoire aimed at dispelling enchantments. Her doll-like figure shimmered, and a wave of purple magical energy surged toward her. Upon being struck by the magical wave, the shrinking charm on Oriana was instantly lifted, and she returned to her normal size. Without hesitation, she embraced the taller Ye Ting and began to levitate at high speed. Although Oriana was merely a doll, being held aloft by such a figure was undeniably awkward for Ye Ting. In the midst of this awkward sensation, he restlessly squirmed, expressing his discontent towards Oriana. Yet the puppet girl paid him no heed. In truth, the puppet girl, who was often tucked away in her father's pocket, had longed to experience this very moment, and her actions were entirely deliberate. One could hardly fathom how the once innocent Oriana had metamorphosed into such a being. This must be what the legends refer to as the dark transformation. Upon ascending to the third floor, Ye Ting was immediately struck by a pungent odor, reminiscent of soiled socks mingled with the stench of an unkempt public restroom. Soon, he heard a low, rumbling murmur accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps dragging across the ground. At the end of a corridor to his left, a colossal figure was advancing towards him. Ye Ting hastily freed himself from Oriana's embrace, cast a shrinking spell upon her, and tucked her back into his pocket, though the girl appeared somewhat reluctant to depart. Before Ye Ting lay a creature he had never encountered before. It stood 12 feet tall, its skin dull and lifeless, resembling a grayish granite. Its massive, clumsy body resembled a mound of colossal rubble, crowned with a head no larger than a cocoa bean. The creature's short legs were as stout as tree stumps, ending in flat, calloused feet. The odor emanating from it was utterly nauseating. Clutched in its hand was a thick wooden club, which trailed along the ground due to its elongated arms. This was a giant, a remarkable being endowed with tremendous strength, yet lacking in intellect. While sharing a name with the trolls from the magical world, they were evidently inferior in cognitive ability. The giant paused by a doorway, peering inside. Its long ears twitched as it made a decision with its small head, then lowered itself and slowly entered the room. Almost immediately, Ye Ting was greeted by a sound that nearly halted his heart, a piercing, terrified scream emanating from within the room. It was Hermione, hiding in the women's restroom. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Ting drew his wand and rushed forward. Hermione Granger was huddled against the opposite wall, trembling as she recited the levitation charm. A hefty tome crashing down upon the giant's head. However, such a feeble assault proved utterly ineffective against the creature's tough hide. The giant lumbered closer, its robust muscles smashing the porcelain sinks into fragments along its path. Am I to perish? Realizing her spells had no effect on the beast, Hermione's face drained of color as she closed her eyes in despair, awaiting the inevitable embrace of death. In that moment of confronting mortality, the first figure to flicker in her mind was not her parents or her professors at Hogwarts, but that boy, the handsome lad who had risked his life to save her when she fell from her broom. "Save me, Ye Ting," she silently implored. Though no Felix Felicis was employed, her wish was instantaneously granted. Stupefied, Ye Ting bellowed, casting the incantation. An invisible, sharp blade sliced through the air, silently soaring towards the giant's back, inflicting a gaping wound spanning nearly a meter, blood erupting forth in a crimson spray. The sudden agony elicited a deafening roar from the giant, which flailed its massive club, wreaking havoc throughout the restroom. At last, this intellectually challenged beast turned around, identifying the true culprit. With a furious bellow, the giant charged at Ye Ting, its path smeared with blood. At this moment, Hermione, who had been engulfed in despair, observed a remarkable transformation. The boy's incantations and the peculiar antics of the giant creature made her realize that someone had come to her rescue, diverting the creature's attention. She focused her gaze and saw, standing at the entrance of the restroom, the boy she had longed for. "Be careful," she cried out in alarm as she witnessed the creature advancing towards Ye Ting. After surveying her surroundings, she hastily gathered fragments of stone and hurled them at the giant in an attempt to distract it, disregarding her own ability to confront such a beast. However, the damage inflicted by Ye Ting was so substantial that her disturbances failed to capture the creature's notice. The giant raised its massive club high, bringing it down with tremendous force towards Ye Ting. Yet, undeterred by the impending strike, Ye Ting remained unfazed, calmly uttering his spell despite the howling wind. Armor protection. With a resounding thud, the giant's full-force strike seemed to collide with an invisible barrier. The air quaked violently. Yet the fearsome club halted a mere 3 centimeters above Ye Ting's head, making no advancement whatsoever. Indeed, due to the giant's formidable resistance to magic, even at Ye Ting's current level, his spells proved ineffectual against the creature. Spells such as disarming and stunning were significantly less effective. However, incantations like Blade Edge and Iron Armor, which exerted their influence through physical means, could still yield some results, particularly when wielded by someone of Ye Ting's immense magical prowess. The giant sustained considerable injury. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Ting deftly maneuvered around the giant to its rear and unleashed an exploding spell upon the sinks. In an instant, a row of sinks shattered, pipes bursting forth, and the resulting torrents of water drenched the giant. Soaked and disoriented, the giant struggled to turn and retaliate against its adversary. Ye Ting held his breath, concentrating intently, and unleashed a freezing spell with all his might. The potency of his spell was nothing short of miraculous, as the water enveloping the giant rapidly crystallized into ice within seconds, rendering the creature's movements utterly immobile. Chapter 0044. When Professor McGonagall burst into the restroom, a comical sight greeted her. A colossal, writhing mummy resembling a giant creature, tightly wrapped in layers of white cloth, unable to move, squirming on the ground like a worm. Beside it, with tears glistening in her eyes, Hermione was attempting, under Ye Ting's guidance, to transform toilet paper into cloth using the transfiguration spell, and then employing the levitation and movement spells to fashion a bow from the cloth for the mummy. The scene was undeniably bizarre. Even Professor McGonagall, despite her vast experience, took a moment to comprehend the unfolding events. 2 young wizards had, astonishingly, vanquished a fully grown troll. Shortly thereafter, Professors Snape and Quirrell burst into the room, both panting and equally astonished at the sight of the bound troll. "What on earth are you playing at?" Professor McGonagall demanded, her voice laced with a chilling anger. "Consider yourselves fortunate this time. It could have killed you. Why weren't you safely tucked away in your dormitory?" "That is precisely what I wish to know," replied Ye Ting, mirroring her ire. "Before I arrived, Hermione was nearly slain by this troll. Had I been a minute later, I shudder to think of what might have transpired. Why was a troll allowed to roam the corridors? Where is the regard for student safety? His fury was palpable, stemming not only from indignation but also from guilt. He felt responsible for Hermione's near miss, having known that such a scenario could occur yet failing to protect her. Due to the butterfly effect, this time Hermione lacked the assistance of Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. Had he arrived even a moment later, a tragedy could have unfolded, one born from his own inaction. If the victim had been Harry or someone else, he would have lamented for merely a minute, for it was impossible for a time traveler to avoid creating such ripples. However, this time, the one in peril was Hermione Granger, someone he deeply cared for. He vowed to be exceedingly cautious in the future and resolved to train Hermione and Zhang Qiu in dueling, with Penelope joining if necessary. The three girls were blissfully unaware of the rigorous training that awaited them. On another note, he was also incensed by Hogwarts' lack security. The Harry Potter saga had spanned 8 years, and every year, Hogwarts had been marred by incidents. As an observer, he had found these events amusing, enriching the narrative. Yet now, as a student who cared for others, the incessant dangers loomed ominously over him, instilling a sense of impending crisis. He longed to enhance his abilities to protect those around him and hoped Hogwarts would adopt more vigilant measures, though he knew such changes were unlikely. Upon hearing Ye Ting's accusations, Professor McGonagall's demeanor unexpectedly softened. She apologized to him and began to calmly inquire about the incident. Ye Ting, feeling somewhat petulant, chose to remain silent, while Hermione recounted the events. Then, she turned to plead on his behalf. Professor McGonagall, this all happened because I sought out the troll. I thought I could handle it alone. After all, I had read extensively about them and knew quite a bit. If not for Ye Ting's timely arrival, I might very well have perished. Please do not be angry with him for his earlier words. He was merely distressed for my safety. Oh, if that is the case. Professor McGonagall mused, gazing at them thoughtfully. Miss Granger, you foolish girl, how could you believe you could face a troll single-handedly? Hermione lowered her gaze. Feeling the weight of her actions, she, the model student, was now lying to absolve Ye Ting of trouble. Miss Granger, for this incident, Ravenclaw will lose 5 points. Professor McGonagall declared, disappointment evident in her tone. If you are uninjured, you best return to Ravenclaw Tower. The students are enjoying the Halloween feast. Turning to Ye Ting, she continued, well, I must still say you are fortunate. Few first-year students could contend with a fully grown troll. You have earned 10 points for Ravenclaw. I shall inform Professor Dumbledore of this matter. Ye Ting led Hermione out of the room towards their house. As they turned the first corner, away from the professor's view, Hermione suddenly threw herself into Ye Ting's embrace, clinging to him tightly. The troll's lethal strike had frightened her, and in the heat of the moment, she had not fully grasped her fear. Now, as the adrenaline faded, the harrowing scene replayed in her mind, and she sought solace in Ye Ting's presence. He tenderly kissed her forehead, half holding, half supporting her as he guided her towards the Ravenclaw common room. Upon hearing the footsteps and chatter of others, Hermione finally regained her composure. Blushing furiously as she extricated herself from his embrace and hurried ahead to the common room. The next morning, tales of Ye Ting's solo triumph over the trolls circulated throughout Hogwarts. Most young wizards praised his formidable magic, with some upperclassmen admitting that even they would struggle in such a feat, yet a few envious older students dismissed the troll as insignificant. Draco Malfoy from Slytherin even called it a ploy by that mudblood in front of his cronies. That evening, he was met with a swift reprimand. According to his own recollection, he had been struck on the head by a metal ball with gears. Moreover, Professor Quirrell's reputation was utterly tarnished, as the defense against the dark arts instructor had fainted in fear before the troll, while Ye Ting, a mere student, had triumphed over it. At this moment, everyone began to reminisce about Ye Ting's earlier assessment of Professor Chelou, and admiration for his prescience grew among the crowd. Indeed, Professor Chelou was a mere figurehead. In the ensuing days, the atmosphere at Hogwarts gradually became charged with excitement as the Quidditch season approached. As November arrived, the weather turned bitterly cold. The surrounding mountains were shrouded in a gray mist, blanketed with ice and snow, while the lake's surface resembled quenched steel, both frigid and hard. Each morning, frost coated the ground. From the window above, one could observe Hagrid, wrapped in a long coat made of mole fur, donned with rabbit fur gloves and enormous beaver fur boots, clearing the frost from the broomsticks on the Quidditch pitch. Ye Ting also commenced his training with the Ravenclaw team. Among the 3 chasers, Ye Ting, with his extraordinary individual prowess, assumed the role of the primary attacker, while Roger and another chaser collaborated with him, assisting in his breakthroughs, providing cover and executing strategic plays. Since joining the Ravenclaw team, Ye Ting not only elevated the overall standard of the team with his formidable abilities, but also significantly contributed to the tactical strategies employed. In truth, each of Hogwarts' 4 teams possessed distinct characteristics. Gryffindor boasted formidable offensive strength, Hufflepuff excelled in endurance, Slytherin triumphed through physical confrontation and foul tactics, while Ravenclaw was renowned for its versatile strategies. However, the wizarding community was excessively conservative and resistant to change, with the logical capabilities of most wizards being rather concerning. In terms of tactical research in ball sports, wizards largely relied on intuition, seldom engaging in scientific statistics, analysis, or summation, resulting in a rather archaic level of tactical acumen. Conversely, Muggles, who place great emphasis on science and logic, conduct their tactical research in ball sports with greater practicality and depth. Although the gap between football, basketball, and Quidditch is not insurmountable, the advanced tactics of Muggles can certainly provide valuable insights for Quidditch strategies. Ye Ting, leveraging his intellect, amalgamated the tactical strategies of Muggle football, basketball, and aerial combat to devise numerous offensive and defensive strategies for Ravenclaw and Quidditch. The level of these tactics far surpasses the strategies previously employed by Ravenclaw. Even at the Quidditch World Cup, few teams could present more sophisticated strategies. This left Ravenclaw's players in profound admiration of Ye Ting, who they believed could shine brilliantly in Quidditch, whether or not he chose to join the Ministry of Magic as an Auror or remain at Hogwarts as a professor, which they considered to be his best path post-graduation. Roger, in particular, promptly designated Ye Ting as the next captain of the Ravenclaw team. In truth, Ye Ting had already assumed the role of the de facto captain, responsible for designing tactics, organizing training sessions, and directing the team during matches, tasks befitting a captain. However, Roger, having been somewhat stripped of his authority, welcomed this change, for Ravenclaw had not won the Quidditch Cup in several years, and he was eager to see Ye Ting lead the team to redemption. Consequently, beyond their foundational practices, the Ravenclaw team dedicated all their time to mastering these new tactical combinations. To ensure the effectiveness of their new strategies, they devised a confidentiality plan, enlisting other Ravenclaw students to patrol the vicinity of the Quidditch pitch during their training to deter any onlookers and prevent the leakage of information. To fully leverage their tactical advantages, Ye Ting designed a set of gestures for communication. During breaks from training, team members would quiz one another on their mastery of these gestures in the Ravenclaw common room. In Ye Ting's vision, he aimed to mold Ravenclaw into a disciplined unit akin to the San Antonio Spurs in the NBA. Although his ultimate objective in this world was to grasp the rules of magic, he regarded Quidditch merely as a passion. Nonetheless, he believed in excelling at whatever he undertook, even if it was just a hobby. Presently, all members of the Ravenclaw team brimmed with anticipation for the forthcoming Quidditch Cup, eager to showcase their talents. Chapter 0046. In fact, Ravenclaw was not among the teams in the first Quidditch match of the semester. Instead, it featured the 2 rival houses, Gryffindor and Slytherin. On the eve of the match, Harry Potter mysteriously approached Ye Ting and Hermione in the library, bringing them to a secluded corner. "Do you know? I just saw Snape with Filch," Harry whispered, lowering his voice. His leg was all bloodied, clearly bitten by something. "I overheard him say, 'How can you possibly keep an eye on 3 heads at once?'" Hermione was baffled. "What does that mean? I don't understand why you brought us here." "He mentioned 3 heads," Ron emphasized a bit loudly. "You know, Harry and I once got caught by Filch during a nighttime adventure. That night, we entered that corridor that Professor Dumbledore strictly forbade us from entering. Guess what we saw?" Clearly, due to Ye Ting's presence, Ron and Hermione had not interacted much, so there were no misunderstandings or significant conflicts between them, aside from that incident during the Charms class on Halloween. At that time, Ron had upset Hermione deeply, causing her to sulk alone in the corridor, nearly falling victim to the troll. Although Hermione did not hold grudges, her feelings towards Ron had soured since that day, and the original narrative of a blossoming romance between them was unlikely to occur. Of course, Ron was unaware of this. At present, he viewed Hermione as a serious and somewhat difficult student to engage with, yet he did not harbor any disdain towards her. Now, he found himself somewhat juvenilely teasing her. "Are you referring to the 3-headed dog? I know they're S1 guarding something. That's what you mean by 3 heads, right?" "What? You already knew?" Ron felt a tinge of disappointment for failing to impress Hermione with his knowledge. "So, do you know what that implies?" Harry continued, holding his breath. On Halloween, he intended to pass by that three-headed dog. When we saw him, he was heading there to retrieve something that was being guarded. I bet my broomstick that he was the one who let that troll in to distract everyone. It was evident that Harry and Ron had also seized the opportunity to embark on an adventure, not just Ye Ting. However, Hermione was skeptical. No, he wouldn't do that, she asserted. I know he is not great, but he would never steal something that Dumbledore has so carefully safeguarded. Do you believe that too? Ron turned to Ye Ting with an expectant gaze. To his disappointment, Ye Ting nodded in agreement. Perhaps Snape is brooding, biased, petty, and unkempt, but he is a competent professor. He excels in potions and would never harm his students. Honestly, you all seem to think every teacher is a saint, Ron remarked bluntly. I agree with Harry. I believe Snape is capable of anything. But what is he looking for? What is that dog guarding? The four friends' conversation ultimately led to no conclusions. Nonetheless, Hermione and Ye Ting expressed their gratitude to Harry and Ron for risking their safety to inform them about Snape's potential involvement. The incident involving Ye Ting and Hermione encountering the troll on Halloween was well known at Hogwarts, and Harry and Ron's willingness to share their suspicions regarding Snape was commendable. Subsequently, Ron and Harry invited the duo to attend Harry's first Quidditch match. The following morning, Ye Ting was excitedly escorted to the pitch by Zhang Qiu. Under the pretext of scouting the opposing team, Hermione joined them, carrying a few small flags adorned with lions to show her support. In truth, she did not support Gryffindor. But due to Draco Malfoy's persistent disdainful remarks about Muggles, as well as his disparaging comments about Ye Ting, Slytherin had become her most despised house. Ye Ting enchanted the flags, causing the lions to come alive, moving restlessly and occasionally roaring majestically. When Ron and several early arriving Gryffindors spotted the animated flags, they eagerly approached, spending a few sickles to acquire them. Before the next Quidditch match, let us make more of these to earn some pocket money, Ye Ting whispered to Hermione, who smiled and nodded in agreement. By 11 o'clock, it seemed as though the entire school had gathered in the stands surrounding the Quidditch pitch. Many students brought binoculars, and although the seating had been elevated high above the ground, it was still sometimes challenging to see the match. Madame Hooch, the flying instructor, served as the referee, standing at the center of the pitch with her broomstick, waiting for both teams to arrive. Listen, I hope everyone participates in this match fairly and honestly, she declared as the players gathered around her, her words seemingly directed at the Slytherin captain, Marcus Flint, a sixth-year student. The Slytherin team frequently resorted to unscrupulous tactics during the match, with Flint being particularly notorious. Madame Hooch vigorously blew her silver whistle. 15 broomsticks soared into the air, ascending high into the sky. The match had commenced. Chapter 0047. The quaffle was immediately seized by Gryffindor's Angelina Johnson, a remarkable chaser, both skillful and enchanting. Jordan. Apologies, Professor. Lee Jordan, a friend of the Weasley twins, was under the watchful eye of Professor McGonagall as he served as the commentator for the match. From the outset, the competition was fierce, at least in the eyes of everyone except for one, Lee Jordan. Gryffindor scored first, thanks to Angelina Johnson, while Harry Potter soared above, searching for the golden snitch. Soon, he spotted a flash of gold darting past the left ear of Adrian Pusey, causing him to miss the quaffle. Excitedly, Harry pursued it, but Slytherin's seeker, Higgs, also caught sight of the target, and the two raced side by side. The chasers seemed to have forgotten their designated roles, hovering in the air, captivated by the chase. Though Harry's speed surpassed Higgs's, his opponent had a further ally in Marcus Flint, who deliberately collided with Harry, causing his broomstick to veer off course. Yet, Harry held on tightly. Foul! The Gryffindors shouted. Madame Hooch angrily reprimanded Flint, then ordered Gryffindor to take a free shot at the goalposts. However, amidst the chaos, the golden snitch vanished from sight once more. The match resumed, and Harry resumed his quest for the elusive snitch. Yet, as he narrowly dodged a bludger that whizzed past his scalp, an unexpected incident occurred. His broomstick suddenly trembled ominously. For a moment, he feared he would plummet. He gripped the broom's handle with both hands and clamped it tightly with his knees. Harry attempted to steer towards the Gryffindor goalposts, intending to signal Wood for a pause. But he realized his broom was completely uncontrollable. It twisted and turned erratically in the air, shaking violently and nearly unseating him. This time it was Slytherin's turn to score, and the Slytherins erupted in jubilant cheers. It seemed that no one noticed Harry's broomstick behaving erratically. The broom quivered wildly, twisting and turning, gradually lifting Harry higher and higher away from the pitch. However, Soon the spectators on the stands all turned their attention to Harry. His broom began to tumble uncontrollably, and Harry struggled to maintain his grip and not fall. Suddenly, the broom twisted again with a frenzy, flinging Harry off. Now, he was hanging in midair, grasping the broom handle with just one hand. He was on the verge of falling. Harry's broom is malfunctioning. Someone yelled. Ron, peering through binoculars at the opposite stand, turned to Hagrid in panic and exclaimed, I knew it. It's Snape. Snape stood at the center of the opposing stand, his eyes fixed intently on Harry, silently muttering incantations. He was casting a curse on the broom. With a shout, Ron sprinted towards Snape's direction. On the Ravenclaw side, Hermione also sensed something amiss. Ye, find a way to save him. She tugged at Ye Ting's sleeve. Ye Ting nodded, drawing his wand and pointing it at Harry's broom. In the next moment, the Nimbus 2000 ceased its chaotic flight, but it still trembled as though two forces were engaged in a tug-of-war over it. At last, Harry managed to stabilize himself and painstakingly climbed back onto the broom. Someone is cursing the broom, Ye Ting said, straining to control it with his wand. I can sense that at least two individuals are involved in this. I am certain one intends to harm Harry, while the other seeks to protect him. I will investigate who they are. Hermione took over Zhang Qiu's binoculars, scanning the opposite stand back and forth. Suddenly, she gasped. An unexpected incident had occurred. Snape, muttering his incantations, was unexpectedly shoved by Ron and fell amidst the nearby Slytherins, causing chaos on their stand. With Snape's spell interrupted, the balance Harry had managed to maintain on his broom was disrupted. The broom went out of control, and Harry was forced to watch helplessly as it plunged towards the ground. There's no choice but to resort to my final trick. Ye Ting shook his head in resignation. Yet a smile of schadenfreude crept onto his lips. He uttered another incantation, and just as Harry was about to collide with the ground, a blue spell struck him. In a twist of fate, he found salvation, albeit not in the manner he had envisioned. The magic caused his body to swell instantaneously, transforming him into a colossal balloon. His physique expanded to several times its original size, causing his clothing to tear apart at the seams. Although Harry, now resembling an inflated balloon, still collided with the ground, he merely bounced back, sustaining no injuries. However, a gust of wind soon swept through, and he began to drift away, seemingly at the mercy of the breeze. As for his Nimbus 2000, it had already soared into the woods due to inertia. Chapter 0048. The members of Gryffindor scrambled to catch the airborne Harry, pulling him back to the ground. Gazing at Harry, now resembling a balloon, they were all on the verge of laughter, yet out of respect, they stifled their amusement. Harry, feeling cheated, opened his mouth to speak, but whether due to the inflation of his throat or some other reason, no sound emerged. He could only exhale in puffs. Witnessing this comical scene, the team members could no longer contain themselves and burst into laughter. The Weasley twins, in particular, laughed the loudest, exuberantly declaring that Lee Jordan was a mastermind of pranks. After a considerable time, the laughter subsided, and Captain withdrew his wand, attempting to revert Harry to his original form. However, no spell he uttered had any effect. When he attempted the spell Stupefy, instead of returning to normal, Harry inflated even further. What once required one person to keep him grounded now necessitated the strength of several to hold him down. In their desperation, they turned to the culprit, Lee Jordan. Lee did not intervene directly, but instead set down the cat perched on his shoulder. The cat, understanding the task, climbed onto Harry. Due to the balloon's immense size, she nearly fell off several times before extending her claws, giving Harry a gentle poke, and then leaping away. In the next moment, the spot she had pricked began to deflate, and Harry, akin to a punctured balloon, was propelled into the air, taking the Weasley twins, Angelina Johnson, and Aaliyah Spinnet along with him. Ultimately, all five came crashing down, leaving the scene in disarray. To their astonishment, Harry expelled a golden snitch from his mouth, leading Gryffindor to an unexpected victory over Slytherin with a score of 170-60. After the match, Hermione hurriedly caught up with Lee and Ron to discuss the peculiar incident involving Harry, while Harry and Ron opted to visit Hagrid's hut instead of joining the celebrations. Inside the cozy cabin, Hagrid brewed a pot of strong tea for the four of them. "Oh, I know you too," Hagrid remarked, pouring the tea while eyeing Lee and Hermione with intrigue. The Ravenclaw genius duo, Mr. Heartthrob and Miss Know-It-All, "Thank you for the tea," Lee replied with a hint of exasperation. Accustomed to such teasing titles, though Hermione blushed slightly, Hagrid then presented them with a bag of treacle fudge, a confection that was both sweet and sticky. known to cling to teeth when warmed over a fire. Soon, their conversation turned to the unexpected events on the Quidditch pitch. It was Snape, Ron explained. I saw him. He was muttering spells at Harry's broom, his eyes fixed on him the entire time. I saw it too, Hermione added. If Ron hadn't stopped Snape, Harry might still be up there. Nonsense, Hagrid interjected, insisting he was unaware of the events unfolding around him in the stands. Why would Snape do such a thing? Ron and Harry exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to reveal the truth about the incident on Halloween and their recent discoveries to Hagrid. He placed the teapot down heavily. How do you know about Fluffy? He inquired. Fluffy? Ron and Harry responded, puzzled. Yes, I got him from a Greek bloke I met at a pub last year. I lent him to Dumbledore for safekeeping. What? Harry asked eagerly. Enough questions, Hagrid said gruffly. That's a matter of utmost secrecy, understand? But Snape wants to steal it. Ron protested. Nonsense, Hagrid reiterated. Snape is a teacher at Hogwarts. He would never do such a thing. Then why does he want to harm Harry? Hermione asked loudly, her view of Snape seemingly shifting dramatically after the afternoon's events. If I see a malevolent fiend, I can recognize it. I've read all about them. You must make eye contact, and Snape's eyes never blinked. I saw it. I'm afraid you are mistaken, Lee said with resignation. When I was controlling Harry's broom with a spell, I distinctly felt at least two forces acting upon it before me. This means that at least two individuals were casting spells on the broom, aside from me. The reason Harry did not fall to his death was that those two individuals did not intend to harm him. In fact, only one of them wished to do him harm, while the other was trying to save him, and Snape was merely one of them. To be fair, you cannot judge someone's intentions solely based on their gaze. At this juncture, Harry sincerely thanked Lee, including for the spell that had inflated him into a balloon. But Snape has always disliked Harry. How could he think to save him? Hermione countered. That is because, during his student days, Snape had an infatuation with Harry's mother. His feelings for Harry are merely an extension of that affection. As for his animosity towards Harry, it stems from the fact that Harry's father frequently tormented him and married the woman he loved. Lee wished to explain this further, but he could not voice it aloud. I also want to tell you that you are wrong. Hagrid continued, growing increasingly agitated. I do not understand why Harry's broom would behave that way, but Snape would never wish to harm a student. Now, you all listen to me. You are meddling in matters that do not concern you. It is perilous. Forget about that three-headed dog. Forget what it is guarding. This is between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Harry interjected. So this involves someone named Nicholas Flamel, does it? Hagrid erupted in fury, angry with himself for revealing a secret due to a slip of the tongue. Chapter 0049. A week after Gryffindor's victory over Slytherin. The second Quidditch match commenced. As usual, the most attended match in Hogwarts Quidditch Cup was often the Gryffindor versus Slytherin clash. For the rivalry between these two houses was fierce and captivating. However, this time, the customary expectation was upended. This match featured Ravenclaw against Hufflepuff. Yet the audience far surpassed that of the previous game. Many girls, who were previously indifferent to Quidditch, eagerly participated, transforming the stands into a much livelier scene than usual. This is because this match marks the first Quidditch game participated in by the renowned heartthrob of Hogwarts, Ye Ting. As I surveyed the surroundings, the stands transformed into a sea of blue and bronze, with girls fervently holding banners emblazoned with Ye Ting's name. Owing to Ye Ting, the Ravenclaw team garnered unprecedented popularity, with only a few Hufflepuff and Slytherin students dissenting, the former supporting their own house, while the latter exhibited a disdain rooted in pure-blood elitism towards Muggles. Nevertheless, the Ravenclaw players basked in the spotlight, proudly entering the field alongside Ye Ting, waving to the crowd amidst a cacophony of cheers. It felt as though I was attending the Quidditch World Cup. Zhang Qiu whispered to Ye Ting, her irritation palpable, likely thinking, Ye Ting belongs to me alone. You vain creatures should cease your raucous shouting. The captain of Hufflepuff, Cedric Diggory, a tall and handsome young man, also served as the head boy of his house. Prior to Ye Ting's arrival at Hogwarts, he was one of the most popular boys in the school, excelling in looks, academics, and athletics. Ironically, in the original text, during Harry's fourth year, Diggory became Zhang Qiu's boyfriend. Coincidentally, she was now facing him as Ravenclaw's seeker, though such a storyline seemed unlikely to unfold again. As Madame Hooch's whistle pierced the air, both teams soared into the sky, signaling the official commencement of the match. With lightning-fast reflexes, Ye Ting seized the bludger soaring high above and deftly evaded his competitors. In the blink of an eye, he accelerated to his utmost speed, penetrating the scoring zone before the Hufflepuff players could comprehend the situation. The only one to instinctively move forward was the goalkeeper, but it was already too late. The bludger, propelled by inertia and strength, zipped into the center goal with a resounding swoosh. Ye Ting executed a graceful turn and departed, leaving the goalkeeper in a state of utter bewilderment. From the stands, Lee Jordan's rhythmic commentary resonated. What a splendid fast break. Ravenclaw scores. The goal was made by Ravenclaw's new chaser, our charming Ye Ting. His speed is unmatched. I wonder why he doesn't become a seeker? The Hufflepuff goalkeeper must be thinking. What just happened? Am I still asleep? Oh, more remarkably, it took less than 10 seconds into the match for Ravenclaw to score. This is the fastest goal I have ever witnessed. With a goal scored within the first 10 seconds, the audience erupted in excitement, their screams and cheers intertwining with chants for Ye Ting, as if they might lift the entire stand. Ye Ting caught sight of the Ravenclaw section, where Hermione and Penelope were cheering enthusiastically, while Harry, Ron, and Hagrid from the Gryffindor side also applauded him. Ever since Ye Ting had saved Harry during a previous match, they had developed a favorable impression of him. He is too fast. We need to keep a close watch on him, Diggory muttered, his expression darkening as Ye Ting's entrance had sent a clear warning, catching him off guard and compelling a tactical shift. However, it soon became apparent that relying solely on individual defense was futile against a true master. After Hufflepuff's serve, the bludger passed between the chasers, as Hufflepuff's players aimed to draw attention through passing, thereby creating openings in the opponent's defense. While this passing strategy is undeniably effective, it demands a high degree of synergy among the players, as frequent passes can easily lead to errors. The members of Hufflepuff exhibit a certain level of cohesion. However, their lack of professionalism soon becomes apparent, and they are swiftly exploited by Ye Ting. As one of the chasers prepares to pass the quaffle to a teammate, a slight misstep in coordination creates a gap between them, presenting Ye Ting with an opportunity. Jordan continues his incessant commentary. The Hufflepuff team is seamlessly passing the ball to each other, seeking an offensive opportunity. Oh, they've fired the quaffle towards Ravenclaw's Ye Ting, who elegantly dodges it with a mere tilt of his head. What grace! Oh my, what do I see? Hufflepuff has been intercepted. Who was responsible? It's Ye Ting again. With a single burst of speed, he deftly snatches the quaffle from Hufflepuff. I have never witnessed such a swift and decisive steal. At this moment, the fervent commentary of Lee Jordan is unnecessary. The spectators, the little wizards, are in a state of astonished exclamation, their eyes fixed upon the streak of black and blue lightning. Chapter 0050. His speed is astonishingly swift. By Merlin. I can scarcely believe that he rides merely a Nimbus 2000, a broom that does not possess such velocity. The Hufflepuff players are in pursuit, chasing after him. Yet none can catch him, not even Diggory, who attempts to intercept him. Alas, he fails. Ye Ting continues his advance. Good heavens, he has evaded the goalkeeper, and the ball is in the net. He has scored. Once again, he has found the goal. Oh, what a prodigy. In his inaugural Quidditch match, he has netted 2 goals within a mere 3 minutes. I have never witnessed such a remarkable talent. It is utterly astounding. Ye Ting effortlessly turns back, exchanging high fives with his teammates, while several upperclassmen affectionately ruffle his hair. Their joy is palpable. For Ye Ting's performance in the match heralds the dawn of a new era for Ravenclaw. As the match progresses, Ye Ting continues to shine. Although the broom's limitations restrict his top speed, he compensates with his uncanny ability to accelerate and precise positioning, intercepting Hufflepuff's passes 5 times in succession. Each interception leads to an unforeseen goal, each one igniting a wave of cheers from the audience, while the players assigned to mark him find themselves utterly outpaced, repeatedly left in his wake. Lee Jordan's commentary serves as the final nail in their coffin. The score has now reached 70-0. Hufflepuff is utterly outmatched. Trapped in a stalemate where they can neither attack, defend, nor even pass the ball in the face of this Ravenclaw rookie, they are confronted by an overwhelmingly formidable hunter. Any hint of weakness invites a fatal blow. Amidst the cheers from the stands, a chorus of boos rises, directed at the obvious target. Curse that fellow. He is no match for us. The Hufflepuff chasers are on the verge of despair, their morale crumbling under Ye Ting's relentless assault. Their movements grow increasingly uncoordinated, their focus waning. In light of the team being dismantled by a single adversary, the captain, Diggory, is compelled to make a difficult decision, to employ some unconventional strategies to reclaim the momentum. He and 2 beater teammates will closely monitor Ye Ting, prepared to double-team him. while the other three chasers must expose themselves to the bludger's interference, simultaneously facing the opposing chasers, striving to score through a frontal assault. This extreme tactic necessitates the abandonment of the team's control over the bludgers and the pursuit of the golden snitch, compelling them to focus entirely on offense. A moment's negligence could yield dire consequences. For instance, the opposing seeker might swiftly locate the golden snitch without any interference, thus concluding the match instantaneously. Alternatively, the chasers could find themselves unprotected, repeatedly struck by bludgers, leading to serious repercussions. Nonetheless, Diggory had thoroughly contemplated the implementation of this tactic, believing that the aforementioned dangers could be mitigated in the short term. The Ravenclaw seeker, Zhang Qiu, was merely a second-year novice, despite a modicum of talent. The chances of her swiftly finding the golden snitch were minimal, posing no significant threat to Hufflepuff. Furthermore, in the absence of bludger protection, the chasers could employ a penetration strategy, ensuring their safety from bludger strikes in a brief span. This strategy entails abandoning their formation to infiltrate the opponent's ranks, where, amidst the chaotic mingling of players, it becomes exceedingly challenging for the bludgers to be accurately directed at the adversary without inadvertently harming one's own team. Seizing the opportunity during a dead ball, Diggory succinctly outlined the strategy to his teammates. As Hufflepuff commenced play, Ye Ting discovered that he was being closely scrutinized by one seeker and two beaters, three imposing figures intent on obstructing him. He attempted to circumvent them to contest the quaffle with Hufflepuff's chasers. However, rather than attending to their designated roles, they converged upon him. The two beaters attempted to flank him, but he deftly evaded their grasp by accelerating and, just as they closed in, abruptly decelerating and halting. The Hufflepuff beaters, unable to halt in time, collided with each other, nearly dislodging themselves from their brooms. Following this incident, the Hufflepuff players were deterred from recklessly attempting to corner him. Yet, the trio remained undeterred, persistently entangled with Ye Ting, rendering him incapable of engaging in the fight for the quaffle. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hufflepuff's chasers surged into the Ravenclaw ranks, engaging in close-quarters combat with a 3-2 advantage over Ravenclaw's chasers, leaving the beaters, who had secured control of the bludgers, at a loss for action. Before long, Hufflepuff advanced to the vicinity of Ravenclaw's scoring zone. Their strategy became apparent. The beaters and seeker would impede Ye Ting, isolating him from his teammates, while the three chasers exploited their numerical superiority to launch an offensive. Indeed, the opponents demonstrated considerable skill, proving to be far from helpless. Ye Ting silently acknowledged their adaptability, yet he remained unfazed. He gestured to Ravenclaw's keeper and chasers, who promptly altered their strategy, shifting their focus from contesting the ball to engaging in a delaying tactic to hinder Hufflepuff's offensive momentum. Subsequently, Ye Ting signaled to Ravenclaw's two beaters, who, understanding his intent, nodded in agreement. They abandoned the notion of using the bludgers to disrupt Hufflepuff's chasers and redirected the bludgers toward Ye Ting. At that moment, ensnared by three adversaries, the distance among the four was minimal. Observing the approaching bludger, Ye Ting calculated the positions and velocities of both the opposing players and himself, waiting for the opportune moment to dart ahead of one of the Hufflepuff beaters. His sudden maneuver startled the beater, who hastily attempted to alter direction to avoid colliding with Ye Ting. However, caught off guard, he was struck squarely by the incoming bludger, nearly toppling from his broom. This lapse revealed a vulnerability in Hufflepuff's defense against Ye Ting. Cedric Diggory and another beater, evading a different bludger, sought to assist, but it was too late. At that moment, Ye Ting surged forth like a tiger unleashed from its cage, swiftly capitalizing on his speed advantage to break free and soar towards his half of the field. At this moment, Diggory realized that, unbeknownst to him, under Ye Ting's subtle persuasion, the three of them had strayed far from the center of the court, leaving a considerable distance between themselves and the fray of the ball chasers. Now, it was too late for them to return and offer assistance. Diggory could not help but exclaim in admiration. Ye Ting truly deserved the title of genius. At that time, he believed he had discovered a method to counter Ye Ting. Convinced of his own cleverness, who could have anticipated that he was still being toyed with in Ye Ting's grasp? In this match, Hufflepuff was destined to lose. Chapter 0051. Confronted with Ye Ting's rapid counter-defense, the outcome for Hufflepuff was all too predictable. Hufflepuff's chaser attempted to swiftly break through the defense, but to no avail. Faced with the swiftly approaching Ye Ting, he could only hastily take a long-range shot from a distance, hoping to score through a desperate throw. However, not everyone possesses Ye Ting's remarkable long-range shooting prowess. The Hufflepuff Seeker evidently lacked the requisite arm strength, as the quaffle he threw was insufficient in speed. Easily intercepted by the goalkeeper just before it could enter the goal. Witnessing this, Ye Ting immediately gestured to the keeper, then swiftly changed direction, accelerating towards the Hufflepuff goal. The goalkeeper, receiving the signal, exerted all his strength to launch the quaffle into the Hufflepuff half. With the Hufflepuff Seekers distanced from their own half. Entangled in a struggle near Ravenclaw's scoring zone, they found themselves unable to return in time to defend against such a rapid counterattack. Meanwhile, Ye Ting expertly intercepted the quaffle midair, soaring straight towards the Hufflepuff goal with a clear path. Despite the goalkeeper's best efforts, the disparity in skill was too great. And Ye Ting effortlessly scored once again. 80-0, exclaimed Lee Jordan. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Not even a trio of defenders could thwart Ye Ting's advance. Who could possibly stand in his way? After scoring, Ye Ting recalibrated the team's tactics. Though he could handle the trio of defenders, the strategy had proven quite vexing. Consequently, in the ensuing match, Ravenclaw appeared rejuvenated, exhibiting a markedly altered tactical style. In response to Hufflepuff's assaults, Ravenclaw's Seekers focused on obstructing and slowing their opponents, engaging in fierce competition only upon reaching their own half. Moreover, during these confrontations, Ravenclaw's Seekers consistently ensured that one remained behind the Hufflepuff players. Notably, this time Ye Ting refrained from acting alone, opting instead to collaborate with his teammates, maintaining formation to avert being isolated and surrounded by Hufflepuff. On Hufflepuff's side, Diggory repeatedly attempted to direct his teammates in encircling Ye Ting, but each time, his plans were thwarted by the interventions of Ravenclaw's other players. Confronted with such tactics, Hufflepuff's offensive efforts were entirely stifled. Their players struggled to gain momentum amidst the ensuing chaos, with the quaffle changing hands multiple times. At last, Ye Ting seized the quaffle, launching it towards the Hufflepuff half without a moment's hesitation. At this juncture, Roger, positioned closest to the Hufflepuff half, promptly reacted, pivoting 180 degrees towards the Hufflepuff goal. With Ye Ting's precise control over the force, the quaffle flew directly towards him, and he caught it with ease, facing the Hufflepuff goalkeeper in a one-on-one scenario. Meanwhile, Ravenclaw's beaters engaged, entangling the Hufflepuff beaters to prevent them from interfering in the confrontation between Roger and the goalkeeper. At that moment, Hufflepuff Seekers were frantically retreating, leaving Roger with a singular opportunity to attack. 3 goals, a 2/3 chance of scoring. With poise, Roger released his throw. The score stood at 90-0. Roger successfully made the shot. This is one of Ye Ting's strategies, counterattacking through defense. The ensuing battle turned overwhelmingly one-sided. Confronted with Ravenclaw's counteroffensive tactics, Hufflepuff appeared hesitant and reluctant to launch a full-scale assault, consequently finding themselves outnumbered in a 3-2 situation on the offensive front against Ravenclaw. In this scenario, Ravenclaw deployed the traditional Quidditch strategy known as the Eagle Head formation, whereby 3 chasers arranged themselves in a tight, triangular configuration to assail the opposing team's formation. They successfully separated 2 of Hufflepuff's chasers, rendering them incapable of passing to one another. Subsequently, they surrounded the ball holder and executed a seamless interception. Faced with the relentless tactics of Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff found themselves utterly overwhelmed. Before long, the score escalated to 170-0. In desperation, they resorted to their most proficient strategy, time-wasting, delaying the match until the Ravenclaw players were fatigued, after which they aimed to counterattack with their physical advantage. In previous encounters, this tactic had enabled them to triumph over Ravenclaw. However, this was already anticipated by Ye Ting. After establishing a lead of over 150 points, Ravenclaw began to reduce their flight and increase their passing. The 3 chasers continuously exchanged passes in midfield, exhausting Hufflepuff's players while successfully conserving their own energy. Ultimately, even though Diggory, with superior skill, managed to seize the golden snitch just before Zhang Qiu, it could not salvage Hufflepuff's defeat. In the end, Ravenclaw triumphed with a resounding score of 270-160 against Hufflepuff. This marks a long-awaited victory for Ravenclaw, with the entire team enveloped in a sea of joy. As the most outstanding contributor, Ye Ting was hoisted by his teammates, parading around the Quidditch pitch. It is noteworthy that the majority of Ravenclaw's players are young women, and their exuberance after such an intense match is evident, as they still possess the energy for such a display. Following this triumph, the entirety of Hogwarts witnessed Ye Ting's formidable personal prowess and tactical acumen. Gryffindor and Slytherin approached him with trepidation, prioritizing strategies to counteract his skills. Meanwhile, Ye Ting's female admirers fervently hailed him as a Quidditch superstar, convinced that his ascendance to dominance in the Quidditch World Cup is imminent. Chapter 0052. Over a month has passed since Ravenclaw's victory against Hufflepuff, and the eagerly anticipated Christmas is fast approaching. One morning in mid-December, Hogwarts awakened from its slumber to find itself blanketed in several feet of snow, with the lake's surface encased in solid ice. The Weasley twins faced punishment for enchanting several snowballs, causing them to chase Professor Quirrell and strike the back of his turban. Ye Ting was aware of the loathsome visage of Voldemort concealed beneath that turban. Voldemort had taken refuge within the hapless Professor Quirrell, his face ominously appearing on the back of Quirrell's bald head. To mask this unsettling truth, Professor Quirrell was compelled to wrap his head in an odd turban, attempting to disguise Voldemort's decaying stench with the scent of garlic, an odor that did not escape the keen senses of the sensitive Ginny, who thereafter kept her distance from him. A few owls soared through the snow-laden sky, delivering mail, and after enduring significant hardships, they required Hagrid's care to regain their strength before taking flight once more. Everyone eagerly anticipated the holiday break. While the common room and dining hall of Ravenclaw blazed with roaring fires, the drafty corridors became bitterly cold, and the windows of the classrooms rattled under the assault of the chilling winds. The situation was exacerbated by Professor Snape's classes being held in the dungeons, where their breaths formed clouds of mist, and they had to huddle near their steaming cauldrons for warmth. Recently, Professor Snape had been particularly irate during potions class, his oppressive demeanor leading to a series of blunders in the students' potion-making endeavors. "Someone has stolen precious materials from my storeroom," Snape bellowed one day during class. "I suspect the thief is among you. Should I discover their identity, I shall bind them to the Whomping Willow." Many students celebrated this outburst, viewing the perpetrator as a true hero, especially the Gryffindor Lions, which only intensified the friction between them and Slytherin. "I genuinely feel sorry for those individuals," Draco Malfoy remarked during one potions lesson, as they must remain at Hogwarts for Christmas because their families do not want them. His gaze was fixed upon Harry, while Crabbe and Goyle snickered beside him. Yet, those who truly understood Malfoy recognized that his words were pointed at another individual, the one he envied and coveted yet could never attain. Ye Ting, having spent his previous life in the southern regions, had never truly experienced the biting cold of winter. In this lifetime, he resided in London for a decade, which allowed him to experience a winter adorned with snow. However, contrary to Malfoy's expectations, he chose not to remain at Hogwarts to spend this Christmas. During this Christmas holiday, he plans to find a way to travel to Russia, where it is still referred to as the Soviet Union at this time, in hopes of making a fortune and subsequently exchanging a portion at Gringotts for gold galleons. This would provide him with ample resources to procure experimental materials in Diagon Alley. As for how he intends to earn money in the Soviet Union, the answer is quite simple. On December 25, 1991, a historically significant event unfolded in Eastern Europe, the dissolution of the Soviet Union. It is worth noting that Hogwarts holidays differ from those of Chinese secondary schools. Besides the summer vacation, they enjoy approximately 20 days off during Christmas and around Easter, with the Christmas break commencing in mid-December. Thus, he has sufficient time to execute a series of maneuvers before the Soviet Union's collapse. However, prior to the commencement of the holiday, Ye Ting must contend with a minor predicament posed by Hermione. Ever since Hagrid inadvertently let slip a certain name, Hermione has become particularly fixated on Nicholas Flamel. During her leisure hours, she frequently peruses various historical texts and biographies in the library, hoping to unearth something of significance. Despite having scoured nearly 100 volumes, including those on the great wizards of the 20th century, notable contemporary magicians, significant discoveries in modern magic, and studies on the evolution of witchcraft, she has yet to find any mention of Nicholas Flamel. After much fruitless effort, she finally feels disheartened and turns to the seemingly omniscient Ye Ting for assistance. "Hey, Ye Ting, please help me," she implores. "I have nearly searched the entire library, but I still cannot locate this name." "Oh, it's Nicholas Flamel again," Ye Ting replies with a resigned shake of his head. "Haven't you given up yet? You've spent far too much time on this." "I'm sorry," Hermione murmurs, a hint of shame causing her to lower her gaze. She then tugs gently at Ye Ting's sleeve, shaking it slightly. "Please, Ye Ting, help me. At the very least, you can tell me who Nicholas Flamel is. You must know who he is, right?" Wow, when did Hermione start to act so adorably? This is rather peculiar. Ye Ting muses. Is this truly the same stubborn and strong-willed Hermione Granger? despite her internal monologue filled with playful sarcasm. When the originally formidable Hermione set aside her pride and sought assistance from Ye Ting with an adorable display of vulnerability, he found himself wavering. Honestly, who could remain unmoved in the face of such a charming little girl, with her sweet visage, glistening eyes, and an expression of innocent pleading? In that moment, Ye Ting shamefully relinquished his composure and graciously enlightened Hermione on the works and achievements of Nicolamé. He had initially intended to tease her, delaying his revelations until after the holiday, but his efforts were swiftly rewarded. Suddenly, his cheek was graced with a warm, soft sensation, accompanied by the intoxicating fragrance of the girl. Caught off guard, Ye Ting found himself stolen a kiss by Hermione. There was no ulterior motive. This was merely a token of appreciation. After uttering those words, Hermione felt an overwhelming urge to flee, but Ye Ting effortlessly restrained her. "What audacity you possess, daring to steal a kiss from me," he feigned annoyance, intending to tease the young girl. "A kiss is just a kiss. What do you wish to do about it?" Hermione's face flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. The act of initiating a kiss on Ye Ting's cheek had utterly drained her courage. Ye Ting smirked triumphantly, lifting her chin with his finger, adopting a roguish demeanor. "Since you dared to kiss me first, you must pay the price. I demand tenfold in return." With that, he eagerly awaited Hermione's reaction. To his surprise, she offered no resistance, instead stammering, "If you wish to kiss, then go ahead." With that, she closed her eyes and tilted her head back, embodying a spirit of defiance against fate. This reaction left Ye Ting at a loss. Logically speaking, given Hermione's temperament, she would either erupt in anger or be rendered speechless by his teasing. Yet, at this moment, what was there to hesitate about? After all, she had approached him willingly. In the quiet corner of the library, only the slightly labored breaths of the two remained audible. Chapter 0053. The ambiguous atmosphere lingered for quite some time before gradually dissipating. Reason regained control over Ye Ting's mind, leading him to realize that he was merely 11 years old, just as Hermione was. The thought of two 11-year-old children hiding in a library corner, engaging in innocent affection, nearly escalating to a heated kiss, made him ponder. Though he felt mature in spirit, it was crucial to note that it was Hermione who made the first move. Were young girls today so precocious? This contemplation caused him to question whether he had developed an inclination towards youthful charm. "Oh, Lolita, the light of my life, the fire of my desire, my sin, my soul," he swiftly admonished himself, unwilling to delve further down that path. To continue would verge on the inappropriate. At the very least, he ought to wait until he was 16. After a prolonged period of distracted thoughts, Ye Ting finally regained his composure. At this moment, Hermione was engulfed in a state of confusion, unable to fathom that she had uttered such words and engaged in such actions. Consequently, she buried her head in Ye Ting's embrace, wishing to escape reality. Clearing his throat, Ye Ting was the first to shatter the silence. Hermione, there are matters I wish to discuss with you." Within his hold, Hermione subtly nodded her head. Ye Ting continued, "I believe that your ongoing investigation into Nicholas Flamel stems from two motivations: a desire to uncover the treasures hidden by Dumbledore, and a lingering suspicion that Snape intends to harm Harry and seize those treasures." Hermione nodded once more. "Hear me out, Hermione," he urged. "You cannot form suspicions about a professor based solely on negative impressions." With a sigh, he advised her, "Making unfounded accusations without concrete evidence is a grave offense. I am not here to chastise you morally. Rather, I wish to convey that such an approach could lead your investigation astray, potentially resulting in irreparable consequences." Upon hearing this, Hermione's reaction suddenly intensified. She withdrew from Ye Ting's embrace and looked up at him, earnestly countering, "But Snape indeed often targets Harry Potter. He consistently humiliates Harry during potions class. Among the professors, he is the most suspicious." True to form, Hermione never shied away from a debate, disregarding any ambiguity. This was the hallmark of Miss Know-It-All. "I acknowledge that Snape harbors a disdain for Harry. He has always been a bitter man. I heard from Jean Chio that Snape was even crowned the champion of England's meanest championship." At this point, even Hermione chuckled. However, Ye Ting shifted the conversation, "But that does not prove anything. By your logic, whether it is muddying the corridors, dripping flobberworm juice into Gryffindor's lunch, or summoning Filch during students' nocturnal escapades, these acts could all be attributed to Snape, as he is the most unkind to students among all professors." "No, that is incorrect." Hermione found herself at a loss for words, unable to retort. as this was indeed her original reasoning. In reality, it was Peeves who perpetrated those mischiefs. Ye Ting chuckled. Yet Peeves certainly has no ulterior motives to steal Professor Dumbledore's treasures. We all know that pranks are his sole interest. He then fixed his gaze upon Hermione's eyes. Do you still believe that Snape plotted against Harry? You are right. Hermione pondered for a moment, ultimately acknowledging her error. I was too hasty. Indeed, you were quite impulsive. Ye Ting remarked, gently caressing her cheek. You are Hermione Granger, more astute than anyone else. No young witch, whether pureblood or half-blood, learns magic as swiftly as you do. You have always relied on logic to navigate problems. How is it that this time you allowed impressions and instincts to guide you like everyone else? At this juncture, Hermione's face flushed crimson, for Ye Ting understood her too well. He had articulated her thoughts perfectly. She had always been rational, not one to doubt others easily. Biting her lip, she softly admitted, yes, this time I was too biased against Professor Snape. I will not hastily doubt him again. Then, as if making a declaration, she proclaimed loudly, however, I still believe Snape is a detestable fellow. Poor old bat. The student's unfavorable impression of him was unlikely to change. Ye Ting shrugged in agreement. I feel the same. He is not only gloomy, reclusive, and cruel, but also biased and unkempt. Everyone dislikes him. Hermione nodded in satisfaction. Ye Ting let out a barely perceptible sigh. It was indeed challenging to placate a girl. One had to persuade her without inciting anger, a task not easily accomplished. Thankfully, this was the more reasonable Hermione. Suddenly, she gazed curiously at Ye Ting and inquired, so, the treasure hidden by Dumbledore is Nicholas Flamel's Philosopher's Stone, correct? Yes. I suspect it is, Ye Ting nodded, but reminded her, you must not divulge the matter of Nicholas Flamel and the Philosopher's Stone to Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. This is far too dangerous. Anyone bold enough to steal from Dumbledore must be a powerful dark wizard, and their limited abilities are ill-suited for such involvement. In truth, it was not merely a matter of unsuitability, it was that they were not yet ready to know all of this. Ye Ting resolved to reveal the information to Harry at the end of the term when he would be fully prepared, thus granting him the opportunity to seize the Philosopher's Stone amidst the chaos. However, he decided not to share this with the most justice-driven Hermione just yet. At least a few more terms must pass before she became one of them. Having reached a consensus, the two promptly made their way to the library. On their return to the common room, Hermione suddenly asked with curiosity, you just said that Harry and Ron are lacking in strength and unsuitable for involvement. What about me? Can I participate in this matter? Indeed, it was surprising that Hermione, usually reckless in her desire to meddle, had the foresight to inquire first. However, given Hermione's nature, she would undoubtedly be displeased if excluded. Therefore, Ye Ting raised an eyebrow and replied haughtily, you are you, and they are they, though your abilities are not strong. At this, he glanced at Hermione, whose expression had noticeably darkened. He continued, but that is fine, for I will protect you. Upon hearing these words, Hermione, who had initially felt belittled, suddenly found all grievances dissipating. Being deemed weak no longer mattered. She recalled that fateful Halloween night and her first Quidditch lesson. Whenever she found herself in peril, he had stood by her side, shielding her from harm. He said he would protect me. Hermione was thoroughly overcome with emotion. She suddenly enveloped Ye Ting in a heartfelt embrace, speechless. Meanwhile, Ye Ting was left utterly bewildered. What is this about? Why is she embracing me? Did I say something particularly special? Never mind, let it be. Feeling Hermione's profound closeness and reliance on him, he reciprocated by holding her tightly in his arms. He had left behind his original family and ventured alone into another world. Here, he witnessed the fabled magic and acquired a noble aspiration. Yet beneath it all lay a deep-seated loneliness. However, he now understood that he was no longer isolated, no longer solitary. Someone cared for him, depended on him. Christmas was approaching. Chapter 0054. Today marked the final day of staying at school, as students would board the Hogwarts Express tomorrow to return to King's Cross Station in London. Upon arriving at the Great Hall, Ye Ting noticed Professors McGonagall and Flitwick busily arranging Christmas decorations. He saw Hagrid enter, cradling a large fir tree, pine needles scattering everywhere. Ah, Hagrid, is it all right to place the last tree in that corner over there? Professor McGonagall casually remarked. The hall appeared magnificent, adorned with cascading garlands of holly and mistletoe. 12 towering Christmas trees stood proudly throughout the room, some decorated with glimmering icicles, while others sparkled with hundreds of candles. Unfortunately, none of this concerned him. Although he personally looked forward to remaining at Hogwarts during the holiday, participating in the Christmas festivities, and savoring the unique seasonal delicacies. Truth be told, Hogwarts cuisine was consistently abundant and delectable, far surpassing the unbearable native dishes of the British Muggles. Yet, he had his own financial schemes to pursue. Leaving Hogwarts during term time was quite troublesome, involving long journeys without the use of apparition and evading the watchful eyes of portraits, statues, ghosts, professors, and creatures of the Forbidden Forest. Moreover, he needed to return before dawn the next day, which felt like an undue hardship. Thus, the Christmas holiday presented his only opportunity. He had already missed the chance to short the yen during the Plaza Accord and the opportunity to short oil at the onset of the Gulf War. Next year, Soros would short the pound after the school year began in September, leaving no time to act. He must seize significant events like the dissolution of the Soviet Union. The following morning, he boarded the Hogwarts Express, embarking on his journey back to London. His three female friends, Hermione Granger, Zhang Qiu, and Penelope Clearwater, would not stay at school for the holiday, so at King's Cross Station, he shared farewell embraces with each of them. "Don't forget to write back to us," Penelope said reluctantly. "I know you don't have an owl, but I will write to you, along with your Christmas gift." "Of course, I will remember," Ye Ting replied with a smile, feeling a warmth within. Finally, each girl, seizing a moment when no one was watching, secretly bestowed a kiss upon him. Ye Ting felt both touched and somewhat helpless, with a hint of excitement and relief in his heart. It seemed he was destined to be a man of considerable transgressions. But then again, who cared? Having bid farewell to the three girls, Ye Ting prepared to attend to his serious matters. For this undertaking, he had made ample preparations, a substantial quantity of petrifying potion, the antidote to the potion, and an entire cauldron filled with semi-finished compound tinctures. Recently, he and Oriana had infiltrated Snape's private storeroom to steal the ingredients, subsequently concocting these potions in the room of requirement. Initially, the petrifying potion seemed unnecessary, given the existence of the petrification charm. However, feeling that his magical prowess was not yet robust enough and his mastery of the charm insufficient, he opted to use the potion to extend the effect in place of the incantation. These items were subjected to a shrinking charm, concealed within the pockets of his cloak. After departing from King's Cross Station, he did not immediately return to the Weasley orphanage, but instead made his way directly to London Airport. Utilizing both the Confundus charm and the disillusionment charm, he managed to board a flight bound for New York City. Of course, due to the presence of the trace, underage wizards using magic outside of school would be detected by the Ministry of Magic, leading to a warning letter sent to the young wizard, and in severe cases, even a visit from an Auror. However, the trace is not without its flaws. According to Ye Ting's analysis, the trace cannot pinpoint which specific young wizard has performed magic. Rather, it detects the location of the young wizard at the time of the magical act. When a young wizard resides in a Muggle family, the dispersal of their locations, coupled with the fact that their parents are non-magical, allows the ministry to easily identify the offender through the young wizard's home address. Conversely, when an underage wizard from a wizarding family misuses magic, identifying them through the trace becomes considerably more challenging. Nevertheless, this is inconsequential, as wizarding law stipulates that underage wizards in such households are to be monitored by their parents for any magical infractions. Ye Ting reached this conclusion based on evidence from the original work, specifically the incident during the first term summer holiday when Harry Potter was falsely accused. It was, in fact, Dobby who had performed magic, yet the ministry insisted that it was Harry who had used magic, subsequently sending him a barrage of warning letters. This serves to demonstrate that the Ministry of Magic can only ascertain the location rather than the individual responsible. Meanwhile, Ye Ting had long been prepared. He chose to blend in with the departing flight. Thus, when the Aurors arrived at the airport via apparition, the plane had already taken off, and Ye Ting had long since vacated the scene of the incident, soaring far away. The Aurors wandered about the airport, bewildered, yet found nothing. In contrast, the nearby Muggles were startled by their sudden appearance. Who could have imagined that an underage wizard would dare to wield magic in such a public setting? In previous cases they had handled, due to the Muggle world context, young wizards typically cast spells in hidden corners to avoid being discovered and labeled as monsters. However, upon the Auror's direct arrival at the scene, they could apprehend the wrongdoer on the spot. Yet this time, they encountered an unexpected situation. Some Muggles believed they were experiencing an illusion, others fled in fright, while a few approached excitedly, asking questions. Had smartphones existed in this era, Images and videos of the horrors would have rapidly circulated on social media, attracting the attention of Muggle netizens. Subsequently, a widespread application of the Obliviate charm would ensue. It is likely that the Minister of Magic would also need to notify the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom to coordinate in controlling public opinion, especially considering the incident occurred in the bustling airport lounge, a place with immense foot traffic. Perhaps some witnesses had already boarded flights to leave. Should the situation not be handled properly, allowing it to escalate further could result in yet another famous unsolved mystery in the world. As for Ye Ting, he remained blissfully unaware of the considerable trouble he had caused for the Ministry of Magic and the British government. At that moment, he was en route to New York. Now, he found himself liberated, akin to a fish soaring through vast seas and birds soaring high in the sky, for the trace only functioned within the confines of Britain. This meant that upon his departure from the country, he could freely use magic beyond the jurisdiction of the British Ministry of Magic. As for the magical authorities of other nations, at least the information regarding the trace was not subject to international sharing practices. The duration of this flight extended to 8 hours, and by the time the aircraft arrived in New York, the twilight had already begun to envelop the city. However, Ye Ting did not immediately attend to mundane matters such as securing accommodations or arranging for dinner. His time was of the utmost essence. The grand celebration following the dissolution of the Soviet Union was on the verge of commencing, and most attendees had already taken their seats. He had to act swiftly. Firstly, addressing the issue of identity was paramount. Naturally, he could not utilize his own identity for this endeavor, as he was far too young and lacked initial capital. Even employing cunning methods would yield no results without a proper foundation. His solution lay in locating an individual with a sufficiently established identity to facilitate his plans, someone engaged in the financial sector, endowed with ample credibility and assets, and ideally, currently single or living alone. This is not to suggest that Ye Ting harbors intentions of seizing another's property. He is not so lacking in integrity. He perceives the act of robbing Muggles through magic as devoid of sophistication and unbefitting of his identity as the future god of magic. The reason he seeks to identify such an individual is that he requires a loan. Leveraging borrowed funds for investment is his optimal strategy. As for the aspects of being single and living alone, this is even more straightforward. He merely needs to employ magic to address the individual directly, as orchestrating an entire family and fabricating their memories would present a considerable challenge. Few would be inclined to believe in mass hallucinations. To find such a single, reputable, and wealthy financial professional, Wall Street in New York serves as the most advantageous location. Chapter 0055. Wall Street is a renowned thoroughfare in Manhattan, New York City, measuring merely 1/3 of a mile in length and a mere 11 meters in width. Despite its narrow and short stature, it is celebrated as the financial epicenter of the United States. Here, the offices of major banks, insurance firms, shipping companies, and railroads established by American magnates such as the Morgans, Rockefeller, and DuPont are concentrated. The illustrious New York Stock Exchange is also situated here, continuing to serve as the headquarters for several major trading platforms, including NASDAQ, the American Stock Exchange, and the New York Mercantile Exchange. Within this domain, a plethora of financial professionals abound: traders, bankers, managers, and more. Ye Ting effortlessly identified a suitable target, Charles Murphy, born in 1961, who enrolled at Columbia University at the tender age of 16. He later earned degrees in law and business from Harvard University and the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Currently employed at Morgan Stanley, he also possesses experience serving some of the largest banks globally, including Goldman Sachs, Deutsche Bank, and Credit Suisse, and he is single, with assets amounting to several $1 million. This was the most suitable target that Ye Ting could find in a short span of time. On the day Ye Ting discovered him, Charles had just finished his work handover and was preparing to embark on his Christmas holiday. There was no one more fitting than him. Ye Ting cast a disillusionment charm upon himself, stealthily trailing him to his apartment, which was merely one of Charles's properties near Wall Street. He also possessed a quaint villa in Long Island. Ye Ting waited at the entrance of the apartment until the clock struck 1 in the morning. After confirming that there were no onlookers or surveillance cameras in the vicinity, he drew his wand and gently pointed it at the door. Alohomora. The door swung open, and Ye Ting quietly stepped into the apartment. Although the lights were off, the glow from outside illuminated the opulent space, revealing a vast aquarium, luxurious carpets, shelves brimming with fine wines, and antiques and crafts from around the globe, all showcasing the owner's wealth. Truly, a man of affluence from Wall Street. Ye Ting smiled faintly, closed the door behind him, and began to survey the apartment. For the foreseeable future, this place would belong to him. Upon entering Charles's bedroom, he found the owner fast asleep, a half-full glass of red wine perched on the nightstand. However, to err on the side of caution, Ye Ting cast a sleeping spell on him to prevent any sudden awakening due to discomfort. And then he plucked a substantial handful of hair from Charles's head. He then produced his cauldron, filled with a potion that bubbled ominously. He placed the freshly acquired strands of Charles's hair into the concoction. The potion erupted with a cacophony, akin to boiling water, frothing vigorously. In mere moments, it transformed into an unsightly grayish hue, the essence of the wretched Mr. Charles Murphy. Ye Ting poured himself a glass of the gray potion. Grimacing at its appearance, should I not consider a different approach? Yes, dear father, transforming into another person is hardly an amusing choice. With your unparalleled beauty, why would you wish to become an old curmudgeon? Oriana beside him nodded in agreement. In this apartment, she no longer needed to maintain the size of a toy and had reverted to her original form. Hearing Oriana's suggestion, Ye Ting scoffed. Come now. He is merely 30 years old, in the prime of his life. How can he be considered an old man? Furthermore, what do you mean by unparalleled beauty? While I appreciate your compliment, I refuse to entertain the notion that this fellow compares unfavorably to my father. Oriana shook her head obstinately, her mechanical voice adopting a whimsical tone as she pouted. Upon hearing Oriana's words, Ye Ting felt a surge of amusement within, though he feigned exasperation. All right. But it seems that my combined age over 2 lifetimes exceeds his. Father will forever be 18. Truly, what an endearing daughter she was. Never mind, he thought. Enduring this moment, gazing at the murky gray potion, Ye Ting finally mustered the courage to down it in one gulp. It was utterly repugnant, tasting reminiscent of overcooked cabbage. Instantly, his insides began to churn, as if he had swallowed live snakes. A burning sensation swiftly radiated from his stomach throughout his body, reaching his fingertips and toes. Then came a terrifying sensation of melting, as if his skin were bubbling like molten wax. He watched in horror as his hands began to swell, fingers thickening, nails widening, and knuckles protruding like bolts. His shoulders broadened, causing excruciating pain. A prickling sensation on his forehead indicated that hair was encroaching towards his eyebrows. His chest expanded, thighs elongated, and even his feet grew wider by 2 sizes. Fortunately, he had the foresight to change into loose pajamas before consuming the potion. Otherwise, his shirt, trousers, and shoes would have burst apart. At his feet, Fei Zhu jumped back in fright, taking a while to regain her composure. She circled Ye Ting, sniffing curiously until she could confirm he was still the same Ye Ting. Then, like a wronged child, leaped into his embrace. You scared me just now. Quickly, touch me, or I shan't forgive you, was the essence of her sentiment. Oriana, standing nearby, provided a whimsical commentary to Fei Zhu's actions while poking and prodding at Ye Ting, eager to discern how he differed from before. Remarkable, he is utterly transformed, devoid of any trace of his former self. She marveled at the effects of the potion. Aside from the soul, father has completely morphed into another person. Even Fei Zhu nodded in agreement. Indeed, the potion was truly extraordinary. Ye Ting spoke, his voice no longer melodious, but rather deep and hoarse, embodying Charles's timbre. The potion likely altered him at a genetic level. If he were to undergo a DNA test now, the doctors would certainly fail to identify any distinction between him and Charles. The effects of the potion lasted approximately 2 hours, meaning he would need to consume it every 2 hours in public to maintain his guise. However, he had brewed a substantial quantity, sufficient for 2 weeks of use. The next step involved acquiring Charles's memories, enabling him to accurately imitate his mannerisms and speech, thus avoiding any exposure. Although this financial executive was a high IQ individual who attended university at a young age, he was no Severus Snape, lacking any knowledge of mental occlusion. Ye Ting easily accessed his memories through legitimacy. He spent 4 to 5 hours navigating through these recollections, gaining a comprehensive understanding of Charles's life, habits, and even gleaning his financial acumen and strategies. Though only a cursory overview, it sufficed for Ye Ting's purposes. After all, his aim was to profit from the dissolution of the Soviet Union, which required no precise judgments or intricate maneuvers. Merely keeping pace with the prevailing trends and leveraging historical knowledge would be adequate. Finally, he forced a large cup of specially concocted petrification potion down the unfortunate Charles's throat. Charles's body immediately stiffened. This dosage ensures that he remains in a petrified state for an extended duration, and he can never return to normalcy until he consumes the antidote. The advantage of being petrified lies in the fact that the individual remains in a constant condition akin to genuine stone, without any alterations whatsoever, until the petrification is lifted. Moreover, during this interval, the petrified individual retains no memories. In this manner, he could confidently leave Charles himself in the apartment and venture to Eastern Europe without the worry of whether Charles would starve or perish of thirst during these 2 weeks. Now, Ye Ting was fully prepared and ready to embark on his journey towards wealth. Chapter 0056. The recent journey through Eastern Europe proceeded rather smoothly. When Ye Ting returned once more to New York, nearly 2 weeks had elapsed since Christmas, and his holiday was drawing to a close. This journey proved immensely rewarding for him. After witnessing the fall of the Red Giant, he, alongside other Western financial institutions, reveled in the spoils of its demise. His operations were not particularly intricate. In the Soviet Union, under the guise of Charles, he utilized sufficient assets as collateral to secure a substantial loan from a Soviet bank, amounting to approximately 5 million rubles, with an agreement for repayment in dollars, subsequently settling the debt in rubles. Naturally, he resorted to employing certain arcane techniques, such as confusion spells and misleading enchantments, for without such stratagems, as an individual, he would stand no chance against the established financial institutions. Thus, he acquired roughly $5,500,000 in cash. The next step was to wait. On December 25, 1991, Gorbachev announced his resignation as president of the Soviet Union. The following day, the Soviet Union dissolved, with the Russian Federation emerging as its sole successor state. All overseas assets, deposits, diplomatic missions, and consulates of the former Soviet Union were assumed by Russia. The dissolution fragmented the Soviet Union into 15 nations, the 3 East Slavic countries, the 3 Baltic states, the 5 Central Asian republics, the 3 Caucasian nations, and Moldova. An era came to a close. In the aftermath, the ruble plummeted by 4 or 5 times within a week, meaning that the $5,500,000 he possessed now equated to over 20 million rubles, and he only needed to allocate 5 million for repayment, leaving the remainder as pure profit. This is akin to robbing a bank. Indeed, one might argue that robbing a bank would hardly yield such swift returns. Following the dissolution of the Soviet Union, Russia was left as a mere shell. And this circumstance did not arise without reason. The wealth amassed by the Soviet Union over decades was swiftly plundered by Western bankers. Had Ye Ting possessed sufficient time, he could have waited a few more months. At that juncture, Russia's inflation rate soared to a staggering 2,000. This would have rendered his investment of $5,500,000 equivalent to over 100 million rubles, allowing him to accrue even greater profits. Alas, what he lacked was time. Nonetheless, a 20-fold depreciation would only augment his gains by a quarter, amounting to approximately $1 million. While this sum may appear substantial, he had already amassed over $4 million, ample for his needs for quite some time, rendering the pursuit of this additional million an unnecessary expenditure of time and energy that could be better spent mastering magic. Subsequently, he embarked on a shopping spree in Russian stores, returning laden with treasures. Due to the economic crisis, the luxury goods and artisanal sectors in Russia were in disarray, with many struggling to afford basic sustenance. Where would the funds for consumption come from? This significantly benefited Ye Ting, who took advantage of the favorable exchange rate to acquire a plethora of local specialties and souvenirs using his dollars. In this context, the dollar retained its value far better than the ruble, leading merchants to prefer receiving dollars, even at a slight loss, rather than the ruble, which was prone to depreciation. Upon his victorious return, Ye Ting and Allian Na tidied up Charles Murphy's home, arranging it meticulously before administering the depetrification potion into his mouth. The unfortunate Charles finally reverted to his pre-petrified state, yet he remained unconscious, still ensnared by Ye Ting's slumber curse, necessitating further time before he could awaken. Seizing this opportunity, Ye Ting fabricated some vacation memories of Eastern Europe and implanted them into Charles's mind. Given that these recollections were derived from Ye Ting's own experiences, they possessed a semblance of authenticity. Subsequently, he cast a series of confounding, bewildering, and forgetfulness spells on Charles, ensuring that his mind would be shrouded in confusion, leading to forgetfulness over the course of a week, thereby precluding any suspicion regarding the fragmented memories. To bolster credibility, Ye Ting placed half a bottle of vodka and some remnants of leaves in the living room, easily acquired in America. He also left behind numerous Eastern European delicacies for Charles. When Charles eventually awakens, he will find his memories in disarray, only recalling snippets of his supposed travels in Eastern Europe. However, the souvenirs, the vodka on the table, and the leaves will lead him to conclude that he indeed vacationed in Eastern Europe, but, upon returning to New York, became disoriented due to excessive drinking and an overindulgence in fly leaves, causing him to forget many specific details. Should he wish to investigate further, his plane tickets, expenditure records, and small currency exchanges will substantiate his supposed trip to Eastern Europe, as these transactions were conducted under Ye Ting's identity, rendering them irrefutable. As for the mortgage and the short selling of rubles, since those transactions occurred entirely within Soviet banks, there would be no records in New York. Ye Ting had already tied up all loose ends before departing Russia, unless Charles personally traveled to Russia, accurately located that bank, and uncovered the transaction records, where all participants had been subjected to a forgetfulness spell. Leaving only electronic and written records, he would remain oblivious to the magnitude of the dealings he had conducted in Russia. Concerning the possibility of being pursued by the KGB or facing repercussions from the Russian government, such as being denied entry, those matters were of no concern to Ye Ting. Upon returning to the Wu orphanage, only 2 days remained before the holiday concluded. Entering his familiar room, Ye Ting was overwhelmed with nostalgia. For months prior, he was an ordinary individual aspiring to become a magnate and the world's richest person. Yet now, after just 4 months, he had delved into an entirely different realm and transformed into a genuine wizard. Aliena curiously explored his room, eager to observe the space once inhabited by her beloved father. Meanwhile, Fei Zhu excitedly bounced around on the bed, also feeling a sense of longing for this former home. Ye Ting noticed that his room was overflowing with Christmas gifts, predominantly sent by friends he had made at Hogwarts, along with a vast number from his dedicated fan base. During his time at Hogwarts, he had devoted considerable hours to reading in the public library and the Ravenclaw common room, leading many to believe that books were the most fitting gifts for him. He had received over 60 books, including more advanced magical texts from professors, all neatly stacked on the floor. Among them were over 20 works by Gilderoy Lockhart, suggesting that this fellow had a knack for deceiving young girls. Most of the gifts from fans consisted of chocolates and gift cards, with approximately 200 boxes of chocolates, sufficient to last him a year, and over 100 gift cards. Naturally, Ye Ting was wary of consuming these chocolates, suspecting some might be laced with love potions. Indeed, among the chocolates he had received during his injury, 4 or 5 had contained such potions, though he had fortunately abstained from eating any. Additionally, there were other gifts, such as a statue of Alastair Maddock from Roger, who idolized the star chaser of the Montrose Magpies, the most successful team in the league, and a set of posters from Zhang Qiu, a loyal fan of that team. Hermione gifted him a quicksilver quill, while Penelope presented him with a hand-knitted scarf, which she had secretly prepared for a month, ensuring that no one outside her dormitory knew of her endeavor. Dumbledore, on the other hand, sent him a packet of repulsive cockroach clusters. Amidst the unexpectedly abundant pile of gifts, Ye Ting felt both elated and troubled. Fortunately, he had struck it rich in Russia, and prior to his return, he had purchased ample local products and souvenirs, perfectly sufficient for reciprocating these gifts. Moreover, these local specialties could serve as evidence of his travels. Among the gifts, he discovered several unopened letters from Zhang Qiu, Hermione, and Penelope. Remembering their agreement to correspond during the holidays, Ye Ting felt a headache coming on, hoping that the Russian delicacies would appease their discontent. On the last day of the Christmas holiday, Ye Ting rose early and ventured alone to Gringotts in Diagon Alley, intending to exchange a substantial sum of dollars for galleons. At Gringotts, the exchange rate for galleons to pounds was 1.5, and Ye Ting brought $50,000 for conversion, equating to nearly 80,000 galleons. Faced with such a considerable transaction, the young goblin at the counter was evidently unable to make decisions and hurriedly summoned an elderly goblin, whose face was wrinkled like a long-stored orange peel, with a voice both sharp and hoarse. Since my youth, working at Gringotts, I have never encountered such a sizable transaction. Upon seeing the $50,000 check, the old goblin erupted with an energy unfitting for his age, his eyes gleaming with the allure of wealth. Are you certain you wish to exchange the entire amount for galleons? Certainly, Ye Ting replied, slightly impatient as he handed over the check. As the old goblin took the check, his hands trembled uncontrollably, and for a fleeting moment, he contemplated vanishing with the check. However, he knew he could not do so, for before he could evade pursuit and exchange the check, a single call from Ye Ting could render the check void. At times, Ye Ting found the financial system of the magical world perplexing. While $50,000 was a significant sum in the Muggle world, to a true magnate, it was a mere trifle. Yet, for wizards, this $50,000, amounting to 80,000 galleons, represented a considerable fortune. Harry Potter's parents left him a maximum of a few thousand galleons, which included the wealth accrued by James Potter as the heir of a pureblood family. And the Potters were considered quite affluent among pureblood families. Thus, even the wealthiest in the wizarding world would only equate to a standard affluent individual in the Muggle realm. Given that the wizarding population is significantly smaller than that of Muggles, one might wonder how the wizarding economy has managed to avoid collapse over the years. As long as the child of any random Muggle billionaire becomes a wizard, and then exchanges 1 or 200 million pounds into galleons, spending it all, the entire wizarding community would face severe inflation. He even doubted that Gringotts could produce such a vast amount of galleons. Naturally, 1 or 200 million pounds in 1991 held far greater value than the same some decades later. However, with the continuous advancement of Muggle productivity, even if Muggle currency depreciates, the wealth possessed by Muggles is growing at a pace that far surpasses that of the wizarding world. In another 10 or 20 years, the number of affluent Muggles capable of exchanging 1 or 200 million galleons will greatly increase, raising the likelihood of a financial crisis in the wizarding realm. Currently, the financial landscape of the wizarding world appears stable, primarily due to its inherent secrecy and insularity. This situation is akin to the then-closed financial system of China, where capital could freely flow out to international markets, but foreign funds could not easily enter, thus rendering international financial crises relatively inconsequential to the country. After carefully tucking away the check, the old goblin began to extol the virtues of Gringotts' vaults. "Respected sir, you have amassed a significant fortune, but surely you cannot carry all 80,000 galleons with you. I sincerely recommend our vaults at Gringotts, which offer the utmost security and superior quality of saving services. No one but you can withdraw a single canute from the vault, and our interest rates surpass those of Muggle banks. The most affordable vault costs merely 500 galleons, and for a mere 1,000 galleons, your vault will be protected to the highest standards, including a sphinx or a dragon as a security measure." The old goblin rambled on, and it was hard to reconcile this animated salesman with the frail figure he had appeared to be moments before. Unable to endure the incessant sales pitch, Ye Ting suspected that if he did not silence the old man soon, he might begin to hear talk of financial services or mutual fund investments. With a genuine need for savings, he promptly agreed to purchase the most expensive vault for 10,000 galleons, ensuring that his wealth would rest deep within Gringotts alongside the oldest families in the wizarding world. Upon leaving Gringotts, Ye Ting received a dragon-hide pouch containing 5,000 galleons, a vault key, a personal seal, a checkbook, and a stamp. After arriving in Diagon Alley, he finally indulged in the significant spending he had been anticipating since his shopping spree before the start of the school year. He acquired a collapsible, self-stirring cauldron made of platinum and goblin silver, similar to Mithril in Lord of the Rings, the material used for Gryffindor's sword, a platinum balance scale, a telescope, several sets of crystal test tubes, a marble wizard's chess set, a large quantity of various precious magical materials, and an abundance of expensive cat food. Even with a shrinking charm applied, his backpack was still filled to the brim. Naturally, he refrained from purchasing any books. Firstly, Hogwarts Library undoubtedly surpassed the collection at Flourish and Blots. Secondly, Ye Ting believed that most books available for purchase would likely be gifted to him by his fan club. To his knowledge, his fan club maintained a public reading list to prevent duplicate gifts. Thirdly, he found most wizard-authored books to be ostentatious and lacking in systematic logic. In his spare time, Ye Ting had taken on the task of summarizing wizarding knowledge in a structured manner akin to academic papers in the Muggle world, ultimately aspiring to create a comprehensive work reminiscent of the Oxford English Dictionary or the Great Encyclopedia of Yongle. With such a project underway, he felt no need to amass numerous scholarly tomes from the wizarding world. Finally, he visited Madame Malkiness and ordered 7 or 8 outfits inspired by the uniforms of Chaldea and Atlas Academy from Fate Grand Order, thus concluding his shopping expedition. Indeed, shopping is not solely a privilege of the fairer sex. Given the opportunity, men can also relish the experience. Without delay, he hurried to King's Cross Station. boarding the train bound for Hogwarts. Naturally, on the train, he took the time to appease the 3 girls who were upset due to a communication lapse. Fortunately, his thoughtful gifts made a significant impact: an amber necklace encasing a beetle for Hermione, a pair of enamel earrings for Zhang Qiu, and a magnificent Faberg egg for Prefect Penelope. The girls, akin to dragons, were naturally drawn to shiny objects, easily warming to his offerings. All 3 girls came from respectable backgrounds, making it plausible for them to accept such extravagant gifts. Moreover, Ye Ting deftly shifted the conversation to the scenic beauty of Russia and his experiences surrounding the dissolution of the Soviet Union, successfully rekindling their interest and navigating through the awkwardness. After an enjoyable train journey, they returned to Hogwarts. Chapter 58. Upon returning to school, the first Quidditch match at Hogwarts featured Ravenclaw versus Slytherin, with Ravenclaw's prodigy facing off against the notoriously muggle-hating Slytherin. The tension in the air was palpable. Before the match, Malfoy deliberately cornered Ye Ting in the corridor, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, who were also heading to watch the game and cheer for Slytherin. "Get out of the way, Ravenclaw's pretty boy," Malfoy taunted, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Or are you just eager to be humiliated in front of your admirers on the pitch? Watch your legs." With that, he laughed at his own supposed wit, his 2 lackeys joining in with exaggerated guffaws, as if coerced by a knife at their throats. Ye Ting shook his head in disbelief. Such childish antics seemed laughable to him. A scion like Malfoy could only resort to verbal jabs in his presence. For once things turned serious, he would undoubtedly back down. Despite Ye Ting's indifference, there were others who felt anger on his behalf. "You're just jealous, Malfoy," Hermione sharply retorted, standing beside Ye Ting. "You have neither the affection of any girl nor the ability to join the Quidditch team. So all you can do is spew envy from the sidelines." Her words pierced Malfoy, igniting a flash of humiliation as his expression soured. "No one asked for your opinion." "You filthy little mudblood," he spat at Hermione. "Why don't you skedaddle with your lover?" This statement immediately provoked an explosive reaction. Zhang Qiu glared at him in fury, warning, "How dare you? Silence yourself." However, the most intense response came from Ye Ting, who coldly declared, "You shall pay dearly for those words." In that moment, his chilling presence made Malfoy feel as if he were standing naked in a frigid wasteland, causing him to involuntarily shudder. Ye Ting drew his wand and pointed it at Malfoy, who was instantly transformed into a white mouse, scurrying about in a panic. Crabbe and Goyle bellowed and charged at Ye Ting, but he did not flinch or evade. Instead, he merely pointed his wand at them, and Malfoy's 2 hulking companions were promptly turned into mice as well. Crabbe became a large, plump brown mouse, while Goyle morphed into a stout black mouse. Ye Ting casually snapped a withered branch and transformed it into a large iron cage, then levitated the 3 frantic mice into it, hanging the cage from the ceiling of the corridor, allowing the trio to scurry about in despair. Finally, Ye Ting instructed Fei Zhu, "Summon your friends and let them teach these 3 little rascals how to be good students." Upon hearing his words, the nearby young wizards involuntarily shivered. Summoning Fei Zhu's friends for his education? Who is Fei Zhu? The matriarch of all the cats at Hogwarts. What sort of friends could she call? To have cats confront 3 transformed mice of young wizards was enough to induce a heart attack. Who would have imagined such a terrifying side of the Ravenclaw genius? It was best not to provoke him. This is the perspective of the boys. However, the girls' reactions are starkly different. They do not perceive Ye Ting as cold and heartless, but rather hold him in even greater esteem. Ye Ting is so cool. He embodies a sense of security. It is so romantic that he reacted with such fury to defend his companion after she was insulted. Why does that bookworm deserve his favor? If only I were the one being called a mudblood. After parting ways with the trio, on their way to the competition venue, Hermione curiously gazed at Ye Ting and inquired, "Are you all right? Why did you lose your temper just now?" Before Ye Ting could respond, Zhang Qiu interjected with a hint of acidity. "Haven't you realized? He was standing up for you. Malfoy insulted you." Yet Hermione remained perplexed, her brow furrowed with concern. "I know Malfoy said some rude things, but it wasn't necessary to go that far. Using magic in the corridor is against school rules." "Just because he called me, what was that term again?" "Mudblood." Ye Ting took the opportunity to chime in, sighing softly. "That remark is exceedingly venomous. It is the most derogatory term he could conjure. Mudblood is a slur aimed at those of Muggle descent. I can tolerate his insults directed at me, but to hurl such words at you, a girl, is simply unacceptable." Zhang Qiu, somewhat exasperated, retorted, but using magic against a classmate in the corridor, especially targeting Snape's prize student. What do you think that biased old bat will do? He'll confine you for a month. He has always had it in for you. Can't you bear with it, even for your own sake? So I should just stand there and let him insult me, or retort with equal vitriol. Ye Ting shook his head. I refuse to stoop to his level. That would only make me appear as foolish as he is. The best way to handle such a person is to act decisively. If you show him leniency, he will become as bothersome as a fly. Although I forgot, you wizards are never troubled by flies. Let's substitute a garden gnome instead. He added with an air of pride. Moreover, Snape cannot touch me. If he were to confine me, I assure you, within 3 days, he would have to release me. Just wait and see. Upon hearing Ye Ting liken Malfoy to a gnome, Hermione and Zhang Qiu erupted into laughter, their mirth bubbling over. After finally composing themselves, Zhang Qiu turned to Hermione and said, listening to him, I suddenly find his reasoning quite compelling. Some wizards, like the Malfoys, believe themselves superior simply because they are of so-called pure blood. However, we all know this is nonsense. Look at Neville Longbottom. He is pure-blooded, yet he cannot even brew a potion correctly. Ye Ting proudly added, and our Hermione has yet to master spells that they have not even conceived. Hermione's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Zhang Qiu frowned and solemnly addressed Hermione. The term mudblood is indeed a vile epithet, implying dirty, inferior lineage. But such notions are utterly foolish. Most wizards today are of mixed blood. If we did not intermarry with muggles, we would have long since faced extinction. At this, Hermione's expression softened as she looked at Ye Ting and spoke in a voice that was surprisingly gentle for her. Thank you. Don't thank him. Zhang Qiu exclaimed in irritation. He is just courting trouble. I hear Draco Malfoy's father, Lucius Malfoy, is a school governor and was once a Death Eater. If he finds out that his son was turned into a mouse for a cat's amusement, he will undoubtedly come after you. What will you do then? By the time she reached this point, her focus was entirely on Ye Ting, her voice rising in pitch. Yet, Ye Ting remained unfazed, responding calmly, It's all right. Lucius Malfoy cannot harm me. At most, he will propose my expulsion at the board meeting, but Dumbledore would never agree. Hearing this, Zhang Qiu sighed in resignation. As long as you know what you're doing. In the end, it's not me who will bear the brunt. Why should I worry? You'll just accuse me of meddling. How could I? Ye Ting gently stroked her silky black hair. I know you are merely concerned for me, but a young man ought to stand up to protect his girl, don't you think? If you were the one being insulted, I would do the same. His girl? If it were you? Unbeknownst to Ye Ting, his casual words struck at the tenderest chords of both girls' hearts, plunging the atmosphere into a profound silence as they were enveloped in emotion, instinctively each taking hold of one of his arms. Though he may be merely a straightforward young man, at times he can utter words of extraordinary impact. Truly, a cause for celebration. In the match between Ravenclaw and Slytherin, Ye Ting displayed remarkable vigor. To counter the exceptionally skilled Ye Ting, Flint resorted to tactics of fouling and physical collisions, with every Slytherin player poised to unseat Ye Ting from his broomstick. Yet, he showed no sign of weakness, confronting Slytherin players head-on time and again. Whenever an opponent maliciously charged at him, Ye Ting never evaded. He refrained from showcasing his flying prowess, seemingly indulging in a form of catharsis, opting instead for physical confrontations. Both Zhang Qiu on the field and Hermione in the stands could discern that Ye Ting was deliberately seeking retribution. For a long time, the pure-blood elitists of Slytherin had clashed with the Muggle-born prodigy Ye Ting and Hermione, with the likes of Malfoy openly harassing them. Ye Ting had previously adopted a dismissive attitude towards them, but Malfoy's antics before the match ignited his frustrations, prompting him to unleash his full potential and teach the Slytherins a lesson. Consequently, the outcome of each confrontation was either that the Slytherin player faltered first, veering away to grant Ye Ting passage, or they collided, with Ye Ting maintaining his grip on the broom due to his formidable physique and flying skills, while his opponent either was sent sprawling or lost control of their broom. Even Flint Marcus, who was tall and presumed to possess giant blood, found himself at a loss. Whenever he attempted a side collision with Ye Ting, the latter would instantly retaliate with unwavering resolve. At the moment of impact, Flint felt as though he had collided with a flying dragon, being shaken while simultaneously being knocked far away. After 3 consecutive attempts, he was left sore and barely able to steady his broom. Ultimately, Slytherin paid the price for their tactics, with 2 players unseated from their brooms and the others left dizzy and disoriented. Such as Slytherin, faced with the harmonious cooperation and astute tactics of Ravenclaw, proved to be no match, as they were decisively defeated with a score of 240-0, failing to score even a single point. Moreover, Ravenclaw's seeker, Zhang Xiao, captured the golden snitch for the very first time on the field. Certainly, this is attributed not only to her significant improvements under Ye Ting's guidance, but also to the fact that Slytherin's seeker, Higgins, was rendered incapable of grasping his broom due to a collision with Ye Ting, thereby eliminating any competition. Had it not been for this, her time in seizing the golden snitch would have required twice as long. However, the most unfortunate aspect was that every foul committed was instigated by the Slytherin players, with Ye Ting merely retaliating in defense. Consequently, the Slytherins found themselves utterly speechless, forced to swallow their indignation. Had it not been for Madame Hooch's consideration that Slytherin was the party at a disadvantage during the collisions, they would have faced additional penalties, allowing Ravenclaw an extra 100 points. Following the conclusion of the match, the jubilant cheers erupted from Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff. For long, they had harbored disdain for Slytherin's unscrupulous tactics, yet found themselves unable to counteract them. Now, with Ye Ting's ability to confront them directly, he emerged as a hero in the eyes of the young wizards from the three houses. As for the Slytherin snakes, their reactions were rather comical. The house split into factions, with the boys lamenting and cursing Ye Ting, while the girls began to rally in support of him. The Slytherins exhibited a strange admiration for power. Soon after, the snakes suffered a humiliating defeat in debates with other houses, as they were the instigators of all the fouls, leaving them neither in a position of advantage nor in the right, a truly unfortunate situation. Their headmaster, Professor Snape, appeared dreadfully pale, and all witnessed him storm off from the stands mid-match. In the aftermath, the young wizards frequently discussed Ye Ting's exaggerated performance in knocking down all the Slytherin players in response to their foul tactics. I can hardly believe it. Even Flint was sent flying. At that moment, I felt as if Hagrid was riding the broom, Ron exclaimed to Harry on their way back to the locker room. How did it feel when Flint collided with you last time? Indeed, Flint was as robust as a troll, and Harry grimaced at the memory. I felt like a frail little rabbit, or maybe a squirrel. Anything but a threat. So how did he manage that? Ron inquired curiously. Did he cast some mysterious spell on himself? Or perhaps he brewed a potion from troll's blood. After all, he subdued a troll the night before Halloween. So he must have had an opportunity to take something from it. In truth, others shared this curiosity regarding Ye Ting, and Penelope eagerly cornered him at the Ravenclaw common room entrance after the match, posing the very question. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run every day was Ye Ting's response. You can't be serious, Penelope said, crossing her arms, accentuating her graceful curves with a skeptical gaze. Is that all it takes to surpass Flint? You barely seem to weigh half of what he does. In actuality, Flint weighed around 170 pounds, while Ye Ting currently weighed 100 pounds, surpassing half of Flint's weight. Ye Ting retorted, strength is not solely determined by weight. Individuals vary, and muscle types differ. Penelope was taken aback by his answer. What? How do you know his weight? Of course, I calculated it based on his flying speed at the time, my own speed, my weight, and the force I felt during the impact. It's simple physics, mere muggle knowledge, Ye Ting explained nonchalantly, appearing quite relaxed. My father is a muggle, and I attended primary school in the muggle world, so don't assume I lack understanding of physics. Penelope, infuriated by his nonchalant attitude, exclaimed. I've never seen a muggle who could derive answers without any measuring devices. After a moment, she realized he had sidetracked the conversation and, regaining her composure, pressed on. I want to know how you managed to knock Flint, who weighs 170 pounds, off balance with your 90-pound weight. Don't try to dismiss it by claiming he was bulky. Flint is renowned for his strength at Hogwarts. Almost all the upper-year Quidditch players have struggled against him. Yet you managed to teach him a lesson. Everyone says you must have cast a mysterious spell or consumed some peculiar potion. No, I did nothing, Ye Ting replied, shaking his head in exasperation. As I said, individuals are different, and muscle types vary. He then patted his chest, seeing that he continued to withhold the true reason. Penelope grew somewhat irritated. All right then, let me see what makes your muscles distinctive. With that, she reached out and pinched his pectoral muscles. It was a peculiar sensation, soft yet remarkably resilient, exuding vigor and vitality, not to mention a potent masculinity. Both Penelope and Ye Ting were momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such an action from the usually composed and graceful senior. In fact, Penelope regretted her impulsive gesture immediately, feeling guilty for her lack of decorum. Yet her intense curiosity about Ye Ting compelled her to follow through. The atmosphere became rather awkward. Eventually, Penelope broke the silence first. "Your chest muscles are quite strong." She chuckled nervously, the latter part of her statement barely audible, and Ye Ting did not catch it. However, he instinctively replied, "Your chest muscles seem quite developed too." The atmosphere grew even more awkward. Chapter 60. After the match between Ravenclaw and Slytherin, the young wizards were astonished to witness a peculiar sight on their way back to the castle. A cage hung from the ceiling of the corridor at the back of the castle, containing 3 mice, while beneath the cage, an assembly of cats, numbering over a dozen, gathered. This included Madame Norris. It was well known that many young wizards had attempted to befriend Madame Norris in hopes of gaining leniency from Filch, yet none had ever succeeded. For Madame Norris never mingled with other cats. The cats were evidently captivated by the presence of the mice, leaping one after another in an earnest attempt to reach the iron cage suspended from the ceiling. Each time a cat sprang into the air, the mice within the cage would become alarmed, scurrying in frantic circles. On several occasions, these felines nearly succeeded, yet ultimately fell short of their goal. Nevertheless, even in their failure, the mice remained thoroughly frightened. A group of curious young wizards gathered to observe this spectacle, engaging in lively discussions about the identity of the instigator. It was not until a witness revealed the startling truth that the young wizards gasped in astonishment. Ye Ting had transformed Malfoy and his cronies into mice, placing them in the cage to entertain the cats. This situation escalated dramatically as the cage swiftly became a spectacle of great interest. The young lions of Gryffindor flocked to witness the dismay of the Malfoy trio. Harry and Ron, who had always been at odds with Malfoy, reveled in the opportunity to see them humiliated. Ron's twin brothers, George and Fred, also arrived, lauding Ye Ting's cleverness and expressing their desire to recruit him for their joke props production team. His extensive knowledge and proficiency in potions and alchemy were well recognized. George remarked on Ye Ting's creativity and pranks, asserting that none were more suited to join them. The professors arrived last. Snape brusquely parted the crowd of young witches and wizards, forcing his way to the cage. He waved his wand to disperse the cats and then lowered the cage. Professor McGonagall, an expert in transfiguration, joined Snape in lifting the spell from Malfoy and his companions. Before the astonished onlookers, the 3 mice transformed back into Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle. Disheveled, they scurried to a corner, emitting frantic squeaks, evidently still reeling from their transformation. The sight elicited a wave of laughter, with Ron's mirth being the loudest, which Snape seized as an opportunity to deduct 5 points from Gryffindor, much to McGonagall's displeasure. Subsequently, the trio was hurriedly escorted to Madame Pomfrey. Lucius Malfoy's retaliation was swift. That very evening, he stormed into the headmaster's office, demanding Dumbledore expel Ye Ting, only to be firmly rebuffed. In a fit of anger, he berated Ye Ting in Dumbledore's presence, brandishing his wand threateningly, but was met with a disarming charm from Ye Ting, who had acted wandlessly. "How dare you cast spells at me? Who do you think you are?" he bellowed in humiliation, attempting to mask his embarrassment at being disarmed by a first-year student. "You should apologize to Mr. Malfoy," Dumbledore gently advised Ye Ting. Mr. Malfoy merely acted out of excitement. "You are safe at Hogwarts, and there was no need for such vigorous self-defense." Emphasizing the last word, he playfully winked at Ye Ting, who reciprocated with a knowing blink. "My apologies, Mr. Malfoy," he said, turning to Lucius Malfoy with a courteous nod. "I merely acted on instinct. I had no idea your wand could be disarmed so easily. Regardless, I am truly sorry." He observed Malfoy's already pallid face grow even more ashen upon hearing this. "Do not let me find the chance, or I will ensure you end up in Azkaban." Lucius Malfoy seethed, glaring at Ye Ting before hastily wrapping himself in his cloak and departing. Dumbledore then turned to Ye Ting. "I know you are a remarkable young man, always have been. You are mature, kind, eager to learn, and willing to aid others. I have always regarded you as one of the finest students here. I believe that were it not for Miss Granger, you would not have reached this point, would you?" "Indeed," Ye Ting nodded. "I do not stoop to the level of those children." Dumbledore nodded approvingly. "You have always been more mature than they. I have always believed that. However, you must understand that not everyone possesses your level of understanding, particularly Malfoy." He paused, glancing toward the door. "You have seen what kind of man his father is, correct? He was raised in such an environment. He is merely a spoiled child who knows little, but he is not inherently bad. You have taught him a sufficient lesson, and I trust he will not act so recklessly again. So, please, do not engage with him on that level, all right?" "Very well, for your sake," Ye Ting conceded nonchalantly. "As long as he does not provoke me again." Thank you, Mr. Ye. You may return, Dumbledore said, smiling as he opened the door to his office, ushering Ye Ting out. By the way, I thoroughly enjoyed your Christmas gift. It has been ages since someone gifted me socks. They are always in short supply. Ah, those are a specialty brought back from Eastern Europe. I am glad you like them, Ye Ting replied, waving as he exited the headmaster's office. The sound of stone mechanisms shifting echoing behind him. However, the following day, Snape retaliated against Ye Ting. In Ravenclaw's potions class, he loudly declared that 20 points would be deducted from their house and decided to confine Ye Ting to the tower for a week. The Slytherin serpents reveled in their victory, congratulating each other and proclaiming that the genius of Ravenclaw would pay the price for his actions. Yet, the very next day, they were swiftly proven wrong. At breakfast the next day, Phineas, accompanied by a dozen cats including Mrs. Norris, stormed into the Great Hall, surrounding Malfoy and his 2 henchmen. Fresh from Madame Pomfrey's care, Malfoy, upon sighting the feline horde, was instantly transported back to his nightmarish experience, and he screamed in terror. Fleeing as Phineas and her entourage relentlessly pursued him, Malfoy would never forget the day Phineas transformed Hogwarts Castle into her hunting ground. For the entire day, she and her companions mercilessly chased Draco Malfoy. Though they did not need to physically confront him, the mere sight of them sent him into a panic, forcing him to hide in the common room, trembling under a blanket. Finally, just before dinner, the door to the tower burst open with a resounding bang, and Ye Ting turned to see Professor Snape standing in the doorway with a grim expression. You win, he rasped. Take your cats and leave at once. Do not let me catch you using magic in the corridors again. That evening, all were astonished to find Ye Ting reappearing among them after just one day of confinement. Every young wizard firmly believed that Ye Ting had triumphed over Professor Snape. Chapter 61. Snape lost face in front of Ye Ting, much to the delight of Gryffindor. But retribution was swift. For the next match against Hufflepuff, Snape was appointed as the referee. The little lions were utterly bewildered, their faith in Snape's impartiality severely shaken. Even Captain Wood found himself at a loss, ultimately proposing a guarantee to adhere strictly to the rules during the match to prevent Snape from nitpicking. However, Seeker Harry Potter was beset by different concerns. He suspected that Professor Snape had applied to be the referee with the intent of getting closer to him. Ron shared this sentiment and suggested a rather drastic measure, to forego the match altogether, claiming illness, perhaps by feigning a broken leg. I cannot do that, Harry replied. There are no substitute Seekers on the team. If I withdraw, Gryffindor will be unable to compete. Just then, Neville tumbled into the common room. His legs stuck together in a comical fashion, leaving everyone puzzled as to how he had managed to squeeze through the portrait hole. It was evident to Harry and the others that he had been subjected to the leg locker curse. He must have hopped up the stairs like a rabbit to reach Gryffindor Tower. They both erupted in laughter, but once it subsided, they found themselves at a loss regarding how to reverse the curse. Finally, Harry suggested seeking help from Lee Jordan, for among the young wizards he knew, Lee possessed the most exceptional magical prowess. I know where to find him. He was in the library just now, studying with Hermione Granger, Ron remarked. I can't fathom how they managed to keep reading. They found Lee in a corner of the library, who with a mere snap of his fingers, liberated Neville's legs. He stood up, trembling all over. Oh, how impressive! Hermione exclaimed enviously. You can perform wandless magic. I've heard that only the most powerful and skilled wizards can achieve that. How did you do it? It's quite simple, Lee explained patiently. Remember the magic we unconsciously performed when we didn't have our wands? To perform wandless magic, one must vividly recall that sensation and strive to control it with one's mind. Once you can consciously manage it, you've taken the first step into wandless magic. If you wish to learn, I can teach you at a later time. Hermione nodded enthusiastically, yet Harry, Ron, and Neville remained perplexed. Finally, Neville expressed his gratitude to Lee. Thank you for dispelling the curse. Lee waved it off dismissively. But Hermione's curiosity surged. What happened? Who cast the leg locker curse on you? Malfoy, Neville stammered, his voice quaking. I ran into him outside the library. He said he was looking for someone to practice that curse on. Malfoy again, Lee muttered, rolling his eyes. That boy always stirs up trouble. You must report him to Professor McGonagall. Hermione urged Neville, file a complaint. Neville shook his head. I don't want to cause any more trouble, he mumbled. You have to confront him boldly, Neville. Ron insisted. He is notoriously overbearing. We have no reason to submit to him and let him have his way, just as Lee did last time. Don't tell me I'm too cowardly to belong in Gryffindor. Malfoy has already said that to me, Neville choked out. Harry reached into his robe pocket, retrieving a piece of chocolate and offering it to Neville, who appeared on the brink of tears. You are worth more than 12 Malfoys, Harry reassured him. The Sorting Hat placed you in Gryffindor, did it not? Where's Malfoy? In that loathsome Slytherin. Neville unwrapped the chocolate, his lips twitching into a feeble smile. Thank you. Harry, I think I'll go to bed now. Do you want a card? You collect them, don't you? After Neville departed, Harry gazed at the renowned wizard card. He gasped, staring at the back, then looked up at Ron. I found him. I found LeMay. I told you I had seen that name before. It was on the train here. Listen to this. Dumbledore's widely recognized contributions include defeating Dark Wizard Grindelwald in 1945, discovering 12 uses of dragon's blood, and his fruitful collaboration with partner Nicholas Flamel in alchemy. Nicholas Flamel is an expert in alchemy, Ron exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Now we can narrow our search. He glanced at Hermione and Lee, both wearing bemused expressions. Hey, remember when Hagrid let slip last time? He mentioned Nicholas Flamel. Aren't you the least bit curious? Not at all, Hermione replied, her expression peculiar. After a moment, she finally managed, in fact, I am curious, but we already know who Nicholas Flamel is. You already know who Nicholas Flamel is? Ron gaped in disbelief, looking utterly dismayed. They had pored over books in the library for ages without finding a single mention of Flamel. Since you already know, Harry looked at Hermione, his expression pleading. Could you tell us who Nicholas Flamel really is? We've been searching for so long, and it's truly important. Can you? Hermione turned to Lee with a questioning look. Lee sighed and nodded, since they have a lead. It's only a matter of time before they uncover information about Nicholas Flamel. Thus, Hermione cleared her throat and, adopting a theatrical tone, said, Nicholas Flamel is the sole known creator of the Sorcerer's Stone. Her revelation did not yield the expected reaction. What stone? Harry and Ron asked in unison. Oh, come on. Don't you two ever read? She exclaimed, shaking her head. The Sorcerer's Stone is a magical substance with astounding properties. It can turn any metal into pure gold and produces the elixir of life, which grants immortality to those who drink it. For centuries, there have been numerous reports about the Sorcerer's Stone, but the only one currently in existence belongs to the famous alchemist and opera enthusiast, Nicholas Flamel. He celebrated his 665th birthday last year and now lives in seclusion in Devon with his wife, Perenelle, who is 658. Do you understand? After her explanation, Hermione lifted her chin, analyzing that three-headed dog must be guarding Flamel's Sorcerer's Stone. I wager Flamel asked Dumbledore to look after it for him. As they are friends, and he knows someone is after the stone, that's why he moved it from Gringotts. A stone that can produce gold and grant you immortality. Harry exclaimed. No wonder Snape is after it too. Who wouldn't he want it? Little wonder we couldn't find Flamel in the modern study of magic, Ron realized. Since he is 665 years old, he can't be classified as modern, can he? However, Lee's harsh words shattered their excitement. I must warn you. Treasures as precious as the Sorcerer's Stone are invariably entwined with great danger. Ordinary thieves do not covet the Sorcerer's Stone. It is well known that Dumbledore is a friend of Nicholas Flamel, so the only person who would dare attempt to seize the stone, considering Dumbledore, would be a powerful dark wizard. The dangers involved are not something you can handle. Chapter 62. A discussion about Nicholas Flamel. The meeting of the four ended on a rather sour note, yet soon after, Ron and Harry sought out Ye Ting, hoping he would attend the Quidditch match as a spectator. Please help us, Ron implored, his face flushed. Harry is about to participate in the Quidditch match, and Snape has applied to be the referee. He is doing this deliberately to harm Harry. Only you can confront him, as you did last time. I have said it countless times. Snape cannot harm Harry, Ye Ting replied, a hint of impatience in his gesture. Snape has been a professor at Hogwarts for many years. Dumbledore would never allow a dangerous individual to remain in such a position for so long. He departed briskly, leaving Ron and Harry in disappointment. He is doing this on purpose, Ron suddenly declared sharply. He is wary of you, Harry. What is he wary of? Harry asked, bewildered. He's wary of your Quidditch skills. Ron continued, growing increasingly animated. He led the Ravenclaw team to consecutive victories, and now only Gryffindor stands in their way. You both joined the team as prodigies in your first year. Your Quidditch prowess is the key to Gryffindor's success, and he fears you. Surely he doesn't think that. Harry said doubtfully, though a part of him silently agreed, for if this notion held true, it would signify that he was indeed a formidable opponent in Snape's eyes. He's hoping Snape will harm you during the Quidditch match, or at least cause you to break a leg, Ron exclaimed loudly. That way, you would pose no threat to him. No, I refuse to believe he would do that. He is a good man. Harry shook his head, ultimately suppressing this tempting idea. On the first weekend of March, the match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff commenced. Ye Ting did not attend. Instead, he was engrossed in disassembling his newly acquired broomstick with Prefect Penelope in the room of requirement for research purposes. Ye Ting had mastered enough ancient magic to create his own broomstick, and although Penelope was not as adept, she was thrilled to assist him and hoped to learn something in the process. As the team seeker, Zhang Qiu, along with other players, watched the match. Hoping to discern Gryffindor's weaknesses, Dumbledore was also present, seemingly to prevent any further mishaps with Harry, which provided Harry with a sense of relief. Snape held a deep-seated animosity towards Gryffindor and showed blatant favoritism towards Hufflepuff as the referee. An irate George Weasley struck a bludger towards Snape, only for the latter to seize the opportunity and award a penalty to Hufflepuff. Yet, despite Snape's efforts, he could not thwart Gryffindor's victory. The match concluded in a mere 5 minutes, with Harry Potter catching the golden snitch before the players had even settled into the game. The stands erupted with excitement. This would be a new record, as no one could recall a match where the snitch was caught so swiftly. As Gryffindor students flooded the pitch, Harry noticed Snape landing beside him, his face pale and his lips tightly pressed. An hour later, as Harry left the locker room to return his Nimbus 2000 to the broom shed, he unexpectedly spotted Snape sneaking towards the Forbidden Forest while others were occupied with dinner. Curiosity piqued, Harry mounted his broom and followed. Within the depths of the Forbidden Forest, he discovered Snape menacing Professor Quirrell, mentioning the Philosopher's Stone and Hagrid's three-headed dog. At this point, his suspicions regarding Snape deepened. While Harry Potter anxiously delved into Snape's schemes, Ye Ting continued his research on the enchanted broomsticks. In recent days, he and Penelope have skipped all their classes, wholly engrossed in the room of requirement. Both of them are exemplary students, and as long as they can ensure outstanding final grades, the professors tend to turn a blind eye. At this moment, the room of requirement has transformed into a carpenter's workshop, cluttered with broomsticks, broken branches, tripods, and various components of flying brooms. To better comprehend the operational mechanisms and practical effects of the spells embedded within these brooms, Ye Ting has purchased every available model of flying broom on the market, including numerous outdated versions. Currently, he sits on a chair, skillfully disassembling a comet broom with his wand in hand, while beside him, Senior Penelope meticulously labels and categorizes all the components he has removed. Neatly arranged against the wall are various broomsticks, while elsewhere are assorted twigs, footrests, and broomtails, all organized with care by Penelope. How much longer will this take? Penelope finally broke the silence, slightly impatient. She tightened her headscarf to prevent wood shavings from soiling her hair and added, "I feel like we've been at this all day." "This is a necessary preparatory work for our research," Ye Ting replied, passing over another bare broomstick. "I require a sufficiently large database as a control group to accurately determine the spell's effects on every aspect of the broom. The drawback of an inadequate control group is, all right, I get it," Penelope interjected, exasperated as she gazed at Ye Ting, who was earnestly explaining. Suddenly, she chuckled softly. "You're such a serious fellow. Don't you know that when we girls complain, we're not seeking explanations, but rather comfort? Sometimes all it takes is a few kind words to soothe us. Is that so?" Ye Ting looked at Penelope, bewildered. If that is the case, why ask questions? Why not just say it directly? Seeing his perplexed expression, Penelope felt a mix of amusement and frustration. Normally, Ye Ting presented himself as remarkably mature, often making her feel childlike in his presence. Yet, when it came to matters of emotion, he seemed utterly lost. Girls are like that. We often express ourselves in a roundabout way, hoping the other person will understand. That kind of tacit understanding is the romance that girls seek. Is that so? Ye Ting nodded in comprehension. However, he mused that such a generous and understanding senior could not possibly be so shallow, despite just having commented on his emotional ineptitude. This is quite perplexing. Penelope gazed tenderly at the industrious Ye Ting, a smile of admiration gracing her lips. Indeed, for her, ordinary sweet nothings held little allure. What truly captivated her was the wisdom Ye Ting exhibited and his unwavering sense of responsibility, particularly in times of need. Chapter 0063. Ye Ting's efforts were not in vain. He devoted approximately a week to unraveling the structure of the enchanted broomstick and understanding the effects of the various spells cast upon it. In truth, had he not been well versed in ancient magical texts, he would have been unable even to disassemble the broomstick. The manufacturers of these broomsticks typically imbue them with secretive enchantments. If Ye Ting were to disassemble the broomstick without employing the correct techniques and successfully countering the secrecy enchantments, those very spells would render the dismantled broomstick utterly inoperative. This design serves to guard against others by dismantling and mimicking their technology. Ye Ting, akin to a professional hacker breaching a firewall or jailbreaking an iPhone. Expertly penetrated the various protective measures of broom manufacturers, thereby exposing the secrets of the flying broom entirely to his gaze. However, while breaking the code is relatively straightforward, manufacturing presents a different challenge. Unlike centuries past, since the establishment of the sweeping broom company in 1926 by the three brothers Bob, Bill, and Barnaby Ollivander, the production of flying brooms has transitioned from individual craftsmanship to mass manufacturing by companies. In this context, broom production has evolved into an assembly line process, with the design and the enchantments utilized becoming increasingly intricate. The most advanced brooms, such as the Nimbus 2001 and the Firebolt currently under design, are crafted collaboratively by several, even dozens, of skilled wizards, particularly in the case of the Firebolt, a top-tier product. Only a genius like Ye Ting, endowed with remarkable learning capabilities and a formidable memory, could fully comprehend the complete manufacturing process of modern brooms single-handedly. During this period, Penelope provided substantial assistance to Ye Ting, patiently helping him organize and categorize broom components, take notes, and attend to his daily needs. As Ye Ting became so engrossed in his research on flying brooms that he neglected to return to the common room, Penelope took it upon herself to bring him meals and manage his laundry, even delegating her own responsibilities as a prefect to another. At times, she found herself with no time to return to the Ravenclaw common room, having to share the space in the room of requirement with Ye Ting. Although it was regrettable, Ye Ting did not seize the opportunity to engage in frivolities. In a laboratory strewn with wood shavings and components, no one would be inclined toward merriment. However, after a week of such companionship, their relationship undeniably grew closer, becoming quite harmonious and nuanced. In light of this, both Hermione and Zhang Qiu experienced a touch of jealousy. Over the following week, Hermione frequently lamented to Ye Ting about not being included in experiments, while Zhang Qiu sulked throughout the day. Ultimately, Ye Ting offered to upgrade her broom as a means of consolation, which pacified the young girl. Nonetheless, following this experiment, Ye Ting finally recognized the significance of a competent research team. Throughout the week, he had invested considerable time in menial tasks and repetitive duties, while the truly pivotal work, such as deciphering spells and analyzing data, proved to be less time-consuming than he had anticipated. Consequently, he resolved to select and cultivate a research team from among his classmates during his years at Hogwarts, aiding him in his pursuit of magical knowledge. Naturally, the criteria for team members extended beyond intellect to include loyalty and appearance. The former was essential as the team would inevitably come into contact with many of his core secrets, including the existence of Oriana, as well as matters of summoning and traversal. The latter was a rigid requirement dictated by his own standards regarding aesthetics, as he would be surrounded by these individuals daily. As of now, Penelope was the only qualified member of his team, with Hermione and Zhang Qiu being considered supplementary due to their insufficient magical proficiency. Reflecting on the Harry Potter narrative, other potential candidates for team membership might include Luna Lovegood, who would enroll the following year, as well as the Patil twins from Beauxbatons whom he might encounter in the future. However, this remains merely a fleeting fantasy of Ye Ting. Returning to the subject of flying brooms, after concluding his research, Ye Ting immediately commenced the creation of his own broom. This process was entirely executed by him, encompassing every aspect from material selection, design, carpentry, polishing, to engraving, all meticulously handled by his own hands. To craft this broom, Ye Ting utilized only the finest materials from his treasured collection, all of which were special items acquired through dimensional summoning. The tail and slender branches of the broom were fashioned from the twigs of the divine tree Fusang, as they serve as the source of propulsion for the broom, with Fusang symbolizing the tree from which the sun rises, perfectly aligning with its function. The broom handle was constructed from the sturdy branches of the divine tree Ruomu, responsible for bearing weight, directional control, and structural integrity, while Ruoma represents the tree under which the sun sets, corresponding to the direction of the sun. The fixed rings, footrests, and other metallic components of the broom were forged from solar gold, a mythical metal known to exist in worlds where sun deities are revered. In legends, materials such as those used for Apollo's solar chariot and Ra's solar boat were made from the solar gold, which is known by various names across different civilizations. Even Amaterasu's Yada no Kagami employ this exceptional material. These materials, combined with the spells summarized by Ye Ting from various major flying broom companies, culminated in the creation of an almost flawless broom. Ye Ting named it Sunwheel. The Sunwheel boasts elegantly streamlined curves, adorned with golden patterns symbolizing the sun. Its tail is meticulously groomed, and the golden footrest appears to radiate light, embodying an extraordinary aesthetic throughout. From a distance, the sun wheel indeed shines as brilliantly as its name suggests. Naturally, the broom, constructed from such precious materials, possesses formidable attributes. In terms of speed, inspired by the concept of the sun, the theoretical maximum speed of the broom reaches an astonishing 120 miles per hour, approximately 800 kilometers per hour, or 500 meters per second, akin to the sun's movement through the sky. The precise calculation involves the Earth's circumference, including the atmosphere, as the distance the sun traverses in a day, divided by 24 hours. However, this speed is merely theoretical and can only be achieved without considering the driver. Nevertheless, even so, the sun wheel's speed is sufficiently swift. If the pilot can withstand it, it could even surpass the speed of sound. In terms of braking and turning, the sun wheel's performance, while not as spectacular as its speed, still significantly exceeds that of all current flying brooms on the market. Regarding stability, the sun wheel is unparalleled. With the sun's mass estimated at 2 by 1030 kilograms, which has remained unchanged throughout eternity, the sun wheel shares the same characteristic, remaining steadfast amidst wind and rain. With a lifespan of at least 5 billion years, barring unforeseen circumstances. As a broom embodying the sun's essence, the sun wheel possesses 3 additional features. The first is self-discipline. Much like the sun's stable rising and setting, the sun wheel's autonomous system is remarkably advanced. Other brooms can receive only simple commands, such as levitating or basic hovering, while the sun wheel is capable of autonomous flight. Although it cannot perform complex aerial maneuvers while in this mode, it represents a significant breakthrough. Ye Ting has also resolved to integrate genuine intelligence into the sun wheel when future technology allows, such as the incorporation of a spirit. The second feature is its enhanced performance during daylight or in any sunlit environment. The third characteristic is the sun wheel's solar power. Due to the materials and runes, the sun wheel harbors immense solar magic, enabling it to emit high temperatures, blinding light, and even nuclear fusion at will. This represents Ye Ting's innovative upgrade of the solar concept in magic, merging with modern science, and if revealed, could earn him a first-class Merlin medal. With the sun wheel, Ye Ting finds himself well-equipped for both Quidditch matches and daily travels. Chapter 0064. The sun wheel created quite a stir during Ravenclaw's Quidditch training. Ye Ting, riding the sun wheel, appeared as a golden beam of light, swiftly darting through the air. The broom's performance was exceptional. A mere touch from Ye Ting would prompt it to turn accurately, as though it were responding to his thoughts rather than his commands. Its speed was so great that everything around him blurred into indistinct shadows, prompting Ye Ting to begin training his dynamic vision. It also excelled in turning. Each remarkable sharp turn executed by Ye Ting on the sun wheel elicited gasps from Zhang Qiu, yet the broom maintained stability throughout. I dare say, it surpasses any broom currently available on the market. Roger praised the sun wheel highly, exclaiming that with it, one could even defeat Gryffindor single-handedly. Despite the pressure from Harry Potter's performance in the previous match, the appearance of the sun wheel invigorated the team, instilling confidence that Ravenclaw was poised for victory in the Quidditch Cup. After training concluded, Zhang Qiu nervously reminded Ye Ting, remember to hide your sun wheel when you return. If I were the captain of Gryffindor, I would find a way to steal your broom before the match or destroy it. Let them try. Ye Ting replied nonchalantly with a smile. If they don't wish to be reduced to ashes or blinded. Following the creation of the flying broom, Ye Ting utilized his special materials to craft a wand for himself. Given that wand-making emphasizes material quality, dimensions, and compatibility with the owner rather than mere craftsmanship, he did not invest too much time this time. The wand's wood is sourced from the mother tree of the 3 world trees of Azeroth, specifically a branch of Ganir, favored by the demigod of Ina. The core material is Astetian, the dominion of arcane, knowledge, mysteries, and the enigmatic, derived from the beard of Ngon, the Dreamweaver. Ngon, also hailing from the Warcraft universe, is one of the primordial titans of the Pantheon, who endowed the spellweaver Maligos with the power to command magic. The combination of these 2 materials resulted in a wand of unprecedented strength, rivaling even the legendary Elder Wand in power. The wand measures 12 inches in length, characterized by its resilience and flexibility. Yeti has aptly named it Weaver, reminiscent of the moniker of Marigold. Given that this dragon has been plagued by a deceased spouse and madness, it ultimately meets a tragic fate. Thus, such a splendid title would be squandered if left unclaimed. Little did anyone know that within the Room of Requirement, the most formidable wand in the Harry Potter universe was brought into existence. Due to Yeti's formidable mastery, no one realized that his magic had significantly amplified. In mid-March, it seemed that fate was unwilling to grant Hogwarts a moment of tranquility. This time, An incident occurred at Hagrid's grounds. He had surprisingly taken in a dragon. No one knew how he had acquired a dragon egg. Yet he had managed to conceal it within his modest hut, using the warmth of the fireplace to incubate it. This is a rare Norwegian ridgeback, possessing a slender, ebony body, spiny wings, and an elongated snout with white nostrils. Its head is adorned with bumpy horns, and its orange-red eyes protrude outward. Hagrid named it Norbert. However, in the world of wizards, keeping a dragon as a pet is illegal. A law prohibiting dragon ownership was officially passed at the Wizarding Conference of 179. Hagrid made considerable efforts to conceal this secret, yet he was ultimately discovered. Initially, he was caught by Harry and Ron while borrowing books about dragon care from the library, which he subsequently brought to his hut. Soon after, his act of hatching a dragon egg in the fireplace was witnessed by Ginny, who was teasing Crookshanks. Ginny is no ordinary cat. She is a feline with human intelligence. She promptly relayed this information to Lee, leading Hermione, Parvati, and Penelope to learn the truth as well. Lee harbored a special curiosity about fire dragons, for in his past life, fire dragons were renowned mythical creatures, synonymous with magic itself in Western fantasy. Eagerly, he proposed to Hagrid a series of live observations of Norbert in exchange for providing magical assistance during the dragoness upbringing, including brewing potions to prevent diseases, conducting daily flame baths to replace magma, and casting a fireproof charm on Hagrid's hut every 3 days. Hagrid, assured that Lee would only take a small blood sample and collect some of Norbert's shed scales without causing harm, agreed to the terms for the sake of Norbert's growth. However, misfortune struck when out of curiosity, Harry, Ron, and Lee skipped class to witness Norbert's hatching. Consequently, Harry was followed by Malfoy, who also learned of the dragon's existence. Unlike others, Malfoy harbored malicious intent. Should this secret be exposed, Hagrid would face expulsion. In fact, over the following week, Malfoy's concealed smirk caused great unease for Harry and Ron. They found themselves spending most of their free time in Hagrid's dimly lit hut. Attempting to reason with him, "You must let it go," Harry urged. "Release it." "I cannot," Hagrid replied. "It's too small. It would perish in just a week." Norbert had grown to 3 times his original length, emitting clouds of smoke from his nostrils. Hagrid neglected his duties as the gamekeeper, as the little dragon kept him in disarray, surrounded by empty brandy bottles and feathers. With tear-filled eyes, Hagrid gazed at the dragon, saying, "It truly recognizes me now. Look. Norbert. Norbert. Where's Mummy?" Harry raised his voice. "In 2 weeks, Norbert will be as long as your house." Malfoy could approach Dumbledore at any moment. Hagrid bit his lip. "I know I cannot keep him forever, but I cannot just abandon him. I cannot." Finally, Harry devised a plan, thinking of Ron's brother, Charlie Weasley, who was studying fire dragons in Romania. He was the most suitable person Harry knew to take over Norbert. Thus, Ron sent a letter to Charlie. Lee, however, held a differing opinion. In fact, even if Dumbledore were to learn of Norbert's existence, he would simply arrange for Norbert to be sent away. During a routine observation of the fire dragon, Lee suggested, "Although Dumbledore is often shrouded in mystery, he is fundamentally a good person. I do not understand why you Gryffindors are so reluctant to trust him. Whether it concerns Snape or this fire dragon, you always try to keep him in the dark. I fail to see what advantage this offers you." Harry and Ron were left speechless by his words, yet they remained steadfast in their views. Unfortunately, further misfortune ensued when Charlie's reply to Ron was accidentally lodged within a borrowed book, which Malfoy subsequently checked out. This meant that Malfoy was now aware of Norbert's impending departure on Saturday night. According to the original plot, Malfoy ultimately failed to prevent Norbert from being sent away by Harry. However, perhaps due to Lee's presence, Malfoy dared not obstruct the proceedings within the castle, even though he yearned to see Harry falter and target Harry's friends. Thus, he made another decision. An unexpected occurrence unfolded. In Chapter 65, during Friday's dinner, Harry Potter noticed Malfoy stealthily leaving the Slytherin table with a piece of steak. Feeling intrigued, he concocted an excuse to leave his table and followed him. However, in the corridor, he lost sight of Malfoy. This is bad. Malfoy must be heading to Hagrid's. At that moment, Hagrid was indulging heartily in the Great Hall, leaving his quaint hut unattended. If Malfoy wished to execute any mischief before Grop was taken away, this was indeed the opportune moment. Harry promptly summoned Ron, and they hurriedly made their way to Hagrid's abode. Upon their arrival, the sight that greeted them was astonishing. The door of the small wooden house stood wide open. Malfoy was sprinting towards the forbidden forest, clutching a piece of steak, while Grop clumsily followed behind, leaping and flailing, having already ventured quite a distance, leaving chaos in their wake. "Hurry, let us catch up to them," Ron exclaimed. We must stop Malfoy. The two drew their wands and pursued Malfoy, quickly attracting his attention. What are you doing here, Scarhead? Upon being spotted by his nemesis, Malfoy appeared somewhat flustered and quickened his pace. Stop right there, Malfoy, Harry shouted, or I shall not be lenient. Not a chance. I'll make sure the professors get a good look at your little secrets. Malfoy accelerated even further, gritting his teeth. Harry suddenly recalled Neville's encounter from weeks prior. He raised his wand, aiming it at Malfoy. Legs freeze. In the next moment, it seemed as though Malfoy's legs were bound together, rendering him immobile. He stumbled and fell, rolling awkwardly on the ground, his cloak now caked in dirt. Yet, he still clutched the stake tightly in his hand. At this moment, Nobber, who had long coveted the stake, seized the opportunity, lunging at the creature that was nearly the same size as Malfoy himself. As the repulsive lizard with its sharp teeth drew closer, Malfoy was immediately seized by panic. He let out a scream and vigorously waved his wand. A red beam struck Nobber's large nose, sending it tumbling, but causing no real harm. In truth, even a young dragon's scales could withstand most spells, and Malfoy's magical prowess was insufficient to affect Nobber. However, this strike, though not injurious, deeply enraged the young dragon. Nobber struggled to rise and took a deep breath before unleashing a small jet of flame. Being still a juvenile, the flame was not particularly large. Yet it was potent enough to inflict serious injury upon Malfoy. Realizing the danger as Nobber inhaled, Malfoy abandoned his long-maintained pure-blood wizard facade and rolled to the side, narrowly evading Nobber's breath. The flames scorched the ground where he had just been, leaving it charred. As fate would have it, a spark leapt onto his cloak, unnoticed by anyone. With a failed attempt to breathe fire again due to its size, Nobber flapped its wings and lunged toward Malfoy. In a flurry of panic, Malfoy attempted to rise but fell again due to the leg locker curse, landing squarely beneath Nobber. Faced with the dragon's massive jaws, Malfoy grasped its chin and snout, pushing with all his might to fend it off. Thus, they found themselves in a stalemate, one intent on biting, the other on pushing away. Help me! Malfoy screamed like a drowning man as Harry and Ron approached from a distance. Quick, drive it away. It wants to kill me. At last, Harry and Ron arrived and beheld the scene before them. Oh, Malfoy has finally met his comeuppance, Ron remarked disdainfully, relishing the moment. However, Harry held a different view. We must stop Nobber, Ron, he said anxiously. If Malfoy gets hurt or worse, Hagrid will be in deep trouble. You're right, Ron replied, biting his lip in reluctant agreement. If anything happens to Malfoy, Hagrid will surely find himself in Azkaban. Consequently, the two seized one of Nobber's wings, pulling with all their might to detach it from Malfoy. Nobber, being a mere juvenile, was no match for three and was quickly pulled away from Malfoy. At that moment, Malfoy was in a pitiful state, his body crumpled and blood seeping from wounds inflicted by Nobber's claws. He staggered in an attempt to stand, but repeatedly failed. Suddenly, he felt a searing heat on his backside. Nobber's spark had ignited his cloak, and smoke began to rise. Damn it! Help me, Potter. Put out the fire. While Harry and Ron struggled to subdue Nobber, the young dragon, now fully enraged, thrashed violently, its sharp claws nearly grazing them. Harry and Ron's spells had no effect, only further inciting its fury. Suddenly, in a fit of rage, Nobber broke free from their grasp and turned its aggression towards them. Anticipating this, Harry retaliated with his wand. Though it yielded no results, it was enough to momentarily deter the dragon. At last, the pain brought Nobber back to its senses. It glared at them furiously before stumbling toward the forbidden forest. Exhausted, Ron and Harry lacked the strength to pursue it, turning instead to assist Malfoy in extinguishing the flames, slapping at the burning areas of his cloak until the fire was finally doused. However, dragon fire is not ordinary. It possesses venomous qualities, and without appropriate antidotes, the burned areas would remain in excruciating pain. Thus, amidst Malfoy's continual wails, Harry and Ron assisted him to Madame Pomfrey's infirmary. The burns were severe enough that he would have to remain there for a week. Upon learning of Malfoy's injuries, Madame Pomfrey erupted in fury, chastising them for their recklessness, and insisted that Harry and Ron remain in the infirmary for a checkup to prevent poisoning. Before their departure, Malfoy, lying on the bed, cast a complex look at Harry and bitterly declared, "For this time, I shall refrain from revealing this incident, considering you saved me, but next time, I will not be so lenient." However, even so, one question remained unresolved: what to do about Nobber, who had escaped into the forbidden forest. The following day, within Hagrid's hut, the towering figure was curled up, weeping like a child. "Oh, Nobber, my poor little one, how could you leave me like this?" Yet, no one paid him any mind. Harry and Ron had summoned Lee, hoping for his strength to assist in the search for Nobber in the Forbidden Forest. "So, you just let it run off into the Forbidden Forest?" Lee exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed after hearing their account. In the magical realm, dragons are among the most formidable creatures. Apex predators with no natural enemies. Even a juvenile dragon in the Forbidden Forest is nearly invincible. Lee, exasperated, explained, "Nobber has surpassed its weakest phase. It possesses a degree of hunting capability now, especially here in the Forbidden Forest. The ecosystem here lacks formidable predators. The thestrals and unicorns are gentle herbivores. And the strongest carnivores are merely wolves and acromantulas, neither of which stand a chance against a young dragon, especially the acromantulas, whose nest would be incinerated by a dragon's breath. Here, no creature can overpower it. Even rivals of its kind pose no threat. If it were to find a mate, it would be a classic case of invasive species. In this scenario, what do you think Nobber would do? It would hunt indiscriminately, growing at an unimaginable pace, soon becoming a challenge even for the centaur tribes. Eventually, we would be facing a true apex magical creature, and a single misstep could lead to a massacre at Hogwarts. Lee's analysis terrified them. Ron attempted to refute it, but found himself at a loss for words. What should we do then? After a moment of silence, Harry finally croaked. "Quickly contact Dumbledore and rally the professors to search for Nobber," Lee said with grave seriousness. "No, we cannot inform Professor Dumbledore," Ron finally mustered the courage to interject. "If the professor learns of this, Hagrid will surely be dismissed." Hearing this, Lee frowned. "I've told you, Dumbledore would not act so rashly." However, Harry and Ron were utterly unconvinced, persistently pleading their case. Ye Ting pondered for a moment and finally relented, stating, "Very well. I shall refrain from informing Dumbledore and will assist in the search for the dragon, but you must acquiesce to 2 stipulations." Upon hearing this, Harry and Ron immediately brightened and nodded eagerly. Ye Ting continued, "Firstly, you two are not permitted to involve yourselves. You are too feeble to inflict any harm upon it. Secondly, the dragon is exceedingly perilous, and I cannot guarantee my restraint, which may result in its demise." At the first stipulation, Harry and Ron, though somewhat reluctant, begrudgingly consented. However, upon hearing the second stipulation, their reaction grew fervently intense. "No, you cannot kill Norbert," Ron shouted vehemently. "Hagrid will be heartbroken." "I am well aware that he will be distressed," Ye Ting replied, his tone chillingly indifferent. "But I must prioritize the safety of the other young wizards at Hogwarts and cannot allow this dragon to linger in the Forbidden Forest for too long." His words were delivered with righteous fervor, yet they were utterly at odds with his true character. He then shifted his tone, saying, however, "I assure you, should the opportunity arise to capture Norbert, I will not take its life." To this response, Ron and Harry could only reluctantly acquiesce, turning their gazes towards the weeping Hagrid. "Go on. Do as you wish. I can no longer bear this," Hagrid sobbed, seemingly foreseeing Norbert's fate. "Oh, my Norbert, my poor little darling." The 3 departed from the wooden hut, leaving Hagrid alone to weep loudly within. After watching Harry and Ron walk away, Ye Ting joyfully raised his fist in triumph. The mentions of contacting Dumbledore and concerns for the safety of the little wizard were merely tactics to intimidate them. The intelligence of the dragons in the world of Harry Potter is rather limited. Their wings do not develop independently but instead serve as a replacement for their forelimbs, rendering them closer to wyverns than true dragons. This implies that Norbert's animosity towards them would not endure for long. Once he entered the Forbidden Forest, Norbert would likely find himself in his element, remaining deep within the woods rather than seeking trouble at Hogwarts. Ye Ting's remarks were essentially an attempt to persuade the trio to grant him permission to hunt Norbert. Of course, Ye Ting was not being deceitful. He simply withheld the specifics of the probabilities. Having convinced the 3 of them, there would be no one left to thwart Ye Ting's pursuit of capturing and dissecting the dragon. Behold, a dragon, an authentic, living dragon, who, not merely a totem confined to the realms of literature. Moreover, beyond the scope of research, every aspect of the fire dragon is a treasure: dragon blood, dragon claws, dragon dung, dragon nerves, dragon horns, dragon hide, dragon liver, and dragon flesh are all exquisite magical materials. Now, they belong solely to him. Ye Ting snapped his fingers and called out, "Come forth, Solar Wing." Soon, his enchanted broomstick appeared before him. Ye Ting mounted the broom and soared above the Forbidden Forest to commence his search. For an entire week, he dedicated several hours each day to circling the skies above the forest, yet he had not encountered Norbert. The sole advantage was that he had effectively narrowed the search area, anticipating that within 2 or 3 days, he would uncover the whereabouts of the young dragon. That night, Ye Ting embarked once more on his journey, intending to explore deeper realms. However, he had not flown far when he stumbled upon a blaze of flames. This revelation invigorated him. Perhaps it was Nober's dragon breath igniting something profound. Thus, he tightened his legs and quickened his flight. The sun traced a golden arc across the sky, swiftly bringing Ye Ting closer to the fiery glow. The scene was one of utter chaos. With wild grasses and bushes ablaze, and the lifeless bodies of two centaurs sprawled on the ground. Ye Ting dismounted from his broom and cautiously approached. One of the corpses had been charred beyond recognition, while the other bore singe marks, its neck a gruesome mess of flesh, the head unnaturally tilted, clearly severed by some fierce bite. It was evident that Nober had clashed with the centaur tribe during a hunt, and the centaurs had gravely underestimated this young dragon, suffering significant losses as a result. Judging by the circumstances, the battle had recently concluded, and neither side had retreated far. Ye Ting drew his wand and cast a concealment spell upon himself. Though of little use against creatures with keen senses of smell or hearing, it was better than nothing. He then pointed ahead, revealing the tracks. In his line of sight, numerous hoof prints appeared on the ground, along with several dragon claw marks, all shimmering with a bluish glow, leading off into the distance. Following the trail, he moved forward with nimble steps. Chapter 0067, as Ye Ting tracked the signs. He soon heard the resounding roars of dragons and the thunderous sound of hooves, accompanied by the utterance of some peculiar language. Clearly, this was the new battlefield of the centaurs and the young dragon. He quickened his pace, and before long, the true battlefield lay before him. This is a clearing within the forest, a space that was not originally devoid of life. However, fierce battles and the searing breath of dragons have ravaged the trees, transforming it into a battlefield. At the heart of this arena lies a juvenile fire dragon, measuring an impressive 4 to 5 meters in length, adorned with glossy black scales that are both resilient and formidable. Its sharp dorsal spines have fully developed, and its elongated wings create a tempest with each gentle flap. This creature is Nober, and it has grown several times larger than it was a week ago, shedding its former, misshapen appearance. Surrounding Nober is a peculiar assembly of beings, approximately 10 in number. From the waist up, they possess human forms, characterized by vibrant red hair and beards, yet from the waist down, they bear the gleaming, chestnut bodies of horses, complete with long, crimson tails. They are nearly naked, adorned only with rudimentary ornaments woven from grass and leaves, wielding spears or bows aimed incessantly at the fire dragon. Though they appear to hold the advantage, their attacks fail to penetrate the dragon's sturdy scales. Nober, on the other hand, despite being encircled, remains unscathed, inflicting considerable damage upon the horsemen. Utilizing its ability to soar, it ascends and then swoops down, each dive presenting a grave threat to its adversaries. Whether through its fiery breath or formidable fangs, the horsemen find themselves unable to withstand the onslaught. Moreover, the relentless flapping of its wings effectively disrupts their aim, preventing them from harming its relatively vulnerable wing membranes, rendering their efforts futile against its armored hide. Ye Ting observes among the horsemen a particularly tall and robust leader, wielding a short bow, who is issuing commands. He is likely their chieftain. Nober, understanding this dynamic, cunningly targets the chieftain with several assaults, all of which he skillfully evades. Alas, during a recent maneuver, the chieftain inadvertently stumbles and falls to the ground. Like horses, once a horseman is down, it struggles to rise quickly. Seizing this opportunity, Nober launches another attack. The surrounding horsemen, witnessing this perilous moment, hastily unleash a volley of arrows. Yet they are thwarted by the dragon's impenetrable scales. A tragedy seems imminent. At that moment, Ye Ting acted decisively. He dispelled the illusion spell, directing his wand towards the fire dragon, and uttered a curse of blindness. Although the dragon's scales possessed formidable magical resistance, its eyes were its Achilles heel, making the blindness curse particularly effective against draconic foes. A beam of white light shot forth from the tip of the caster's wand, striking the fire dragon's eye in an instant. The plunging dragon emitted a piercing roar, its flight becoming erratic as it lost its vision and could not ascertain its direction. Ultimately, it collided with a tree not far from the centaur chief, shattering branches that even fell upon him. All the centaurs were taken aback by this unforeseen event, and they quickly noticed Ye Ting revealing himself. One centaur rushed to the chief's side, assisting him to his feet, while the chief looked towards Ye Ting and nodded appreciatively in acknowledgement of his aid. "Thank you for your assistance, young stallion," he said. Ye Ting returned the greeting to the centaur chief before turning his attention back to the fire dragon. He then observed Nobu struggling to rise, but the contorted position indicated that the impact had not been light. At this moment, Ye Ting's eye curse remained effective. The fire dragon lost its sight and remained motionless, relying on its sense of smell to locate its adversaries. It then unleashed a breath of fire towards them. Quick, dodge. shouted the centaur leader, nimbly leaping aside. This time, he spoke in English rather than the centaur's tongue, seemingly to alert Ye Ting. However, Ye Ting stood calmly in place, directing his wand toward the flames. Pure water. Flow forth, he intoned loudly, casting the water spell with all his might. The tip of his wand did not produce a gentle stream, but a tremendous torrent surged forth, colliding with the dragon's breath. Upon contact, a hissing sound erupted, and a cloud of scalding steam enveloped the battlefield, separating the fire dragon from its opponents. You are a formidable wizard, little colt, remarked the centaur leader, appearing beside Ye Ting, his expression a mix of admiration and complexity. Thank you. But let us reserve praise until the battle is concluded, Ye Ting replied coolly, gently flicking his wand again. Whirlwind, sweep away. Instantly, a fierce gust of wind blew from his direction, rapidly dispersing the white steam and clarifying the battlefield once more. Before them, the fire dragon began to flap its wings, seemingly having regained its sight. Ye Ting silently envied the dragon's remarkable magical resistance but did not delay in casting. Rather than targeting the fire dragon again, he aimed at the bushes beside it. Instantly, the branches morphed into iron chains, ensnaring the fire dragon as it prepared to take flight. The dragon struggled fiercely, the hastily transformed chains nearly buckling under the strain, cracks appearing on their surface. Now, strike its wings, Ye Ting shouted to the centaur leader. True to his experience as a tribal chief, the centaur leader reacted swiftly, uttering several words in his tongue. The centaurs immediately unleashed arrows towards the dragon's wings. Though most arrows failed to penetrate the dragon's wing membrane, a few, propelled with great force, succeeded in embedding themselves, including one shot by the centaur leader. Yet, before the centaurs could launch another volley, the dragon, Norbur, broke free from the iron chains and began to flap its wings vigorously, ascending into the sky. What now? It's taking off again. The centaur leader glanced at Ye Ting with concern, a hint of guilt in his eyes. Our arrows are too weak. We have not been much help. No, you have been of great assistance, Ye Ting replied, shaking his head with a sly smile. He precisely cast a transfiguration spell on the arrows lodged in the wing membrane, transforming several into heavy bolus. As Norbur soared through the air, it suddenly lost balance and plummeted to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Oh, what a fall, Ye Ting raised an eyebrow, waving his wand to disperse the dust before stepping forward. The fire dragon could no longer rise, its leg likely broken from the fall. It strained to lift its head, attempting to bite Ye Ting, when suddenly a flash of white light darted from beside him, striking the dragon's head. It seemed as if a heavy hammer had struck its massive skull, causing it to crash heavily to the ground. Upon closer inspection, the centaurs noticed a white cat perched elegantly on the dragon's head, nonchalantly grooming its paws. Chief, I sense a potent magical force. This creature is indeed a magical being. Likely hailing from the east, remarked a young centaur with platinum hair and blue eyes as he approached the leader. The chief nodded, his regard for Ye Ting increasing further. Thank you, Fei Zhu. Ye Ting smiled at the white cat, then casually picked up a branch from the ground. With a flick of his finger, the branch instantly transformed into a sharp greatsword. He raised the sword above his head and aimed at the dragon's neck, delivering a powerful swing. Blood gushed forth as the dragon's neck was severed in two. The dragon convulsed in a chilling shudder before finally succumbing to death. Thus, Ye Ting achieved the title of Dragon Slayer. Chapter 0068. After the battle concluded, an air of silence enveloped Ye Ting and the centaurs as they diligently tended to the battlefield. Utilizing the temporarily transformed sword, Ye Ting began to dissect the dragon, multitasking as he collected various materials from the carcass while documenting the dissection in his notebook with an automatic quill. Meanwhile, the centaurs busied themselves binding the wounds of the injured, retrieving spent arrows, and gathering the bodies of the fallen. Fortuitously, Ye Ting arrived in time. So aside from the initial 2 casualties, the centaur tribe suffered no further losses. Soon, both parties completed their tasks. The centaur chief approached Ye Ting, accompanied by his kin. Greetings, young stallion, he said gently. I am Magru, the leader of the Forbidden Forest Centaur tribe, and I express our gratitude for your assistance. Ye Ting introduced himself in return. My name is Ye Ting, and I am a first-year student at Hogwarts. Upon hearing this, the centaurs displayed expressions of surprise. Having been neighbors with Hogwarts for many years, they were aware of the significance of a first year. However, Ye Ting's performance had evidently surpassed that of most adult wizards, earning their deep respect. You are a formidable young stallion, Magru said solemnly, his gaze fixed on him. Not only do you possess immense magical power, but you also harbor a kind heart. I must thank you for rescuing us from the clutches of the malevolent dragon. A wizard who stands up in times of peril is worthy of our respect. With that, he bowed earnestly to Ye Ting, and all the centaurs behind him followed suit. This is quite extraordinary. It was their wizards who unleashed the fire dragon into the forbidden forest, yet the centaurs felt compelled to express their gratitude for his assistance. Ye Ting offered a wry smile as he elucidated the origin of the fire dragon to the centaurs, extending an apology on behalf of Hagrid. A sorrowful expression crossed Magri's face, yet he shook his head and said to Ye Ting, "You are an honest young colt. But there is no need for you to apologize, for it is not you who has brought forth sin and death. Hagrid has erred. And it is the offspring of that Death Eater who is the true source of malevolence. We shall hold the true culprit accountable. However, we appreciate your bravery. From this moment forth, you have earned the friendship of the Centaur tribe, and the Forbidden Forest will always welcome your presence." Ye Ting sighed, privately lamenting the misfortune of Malfoy, who bore the brunt of the blame, a consequence of his father's infamous legacy as a Death Eater. Upon mentioning his name, even the centaurs recognized the Malfoy surname. Subsequently, he retrieved several vials of burn healing potions, designed to promote wound recovery, from his dragon hide pouch and presented them to Magray. Explaining their usage, Magray, without a hint of skepticism, promptly distributed the potions to the injured, showcasing the noble and proud nature of their race. Magray then invited Ye Ting to their celebratory feast, but Ye Ting graciously declined. Before parting ways, he assured them that should he collect materials from the young dragons, he would remember to share a portion with the centaurs. Thus, they bid each other farewell. And Ye Ting hastily made his way back to Hogwarts under the cloak of night, only to discover that the golden-haired, blue-eyed centaur had accompanied him until the very edge of the Forbidden Forest. The recent expedition to slay the dragon proved to be exceptionally fruitful. Not only did he deepen his research on dragons and acquire numerous precious magical materials, but he also gained the friendship of the Centaur tribe. This alliance signifies that he can search for various rare magical materials in the Forbidden Forest, a task that would have been exceedingly challenging without the Centaur's local knowledge. After learning of Norbert's fate, Hagrid fell into a state of despair for several days. However, his troubles were far from over, as he still needed to devise a way to apologize to the Centaur tribe and mend their relationship. Upon hearing of the conflict between Norbert and the Centaurs, Harry and Ron were astonished, finally realizing the true peril posed by dragons. Yet, at present, Harry and Ron had little opportunity to concern themselves with Norbert and Hagrid. As they found themselves facing an unfortunate predicament, they were to be confined due to their nocturnal escapades and a fight that was deemed to have occurred on Friday night with Malfoy, resulting in Malfoy's posterior being singed. The incident involving the dragon was kept under wraps. Alongside them in confinement was Malfoy, whose injuries necessitated an extended period of punishment. At long last, the day of confinement arrived, and it was entrusted to Filch, the cantankerous caretaker, who was notoriously unpopular among the young wizards and seized every opportunity to penalize those who misbehaved. Faced with Filch's unsettling grin, the trio shuddered, convinced that their punishment would be severe, given Filch's apparent glee. However, what transpired next nearly elicited laughter from Harry as Filch escorted them before Hagrid. If they were to labor alongside Hagrid, it might not be so terrible, Harry mused. Yet, he soon heard Filch proclaim, "You probably think you'll enjoy a delightful time with that fool, do you? Think again, lad. You are to venture into the Forbidden Forest. If you manage to emerge unscathed, I shall concede my error." At this, Ron could not suppress a scoff, and Malfoy abruptly halted, his voice betraying a lack of composure. "The Forbidden Forest? We can't go in there at night. There are all sorts of creatures. I've heard there are werewolves." "That's your own fault, isn't it?" Filch retorted, his tone gleeful. "You should have considered the werewolves before getting into trouble, shouldn't you?" After menacing them, Filch departed, delighted. Hagrid then informed them of their task for the evening. "Look over there," Hagrid said, gesturing. "Do you see that shimmering object on the ground? The silvery one? That is unicorn blood. A unicorn in the Forbidden Forest has been gravely injured. This marks the second incident this week. I discovered a dead one last Wednesday. We must endeavor to locate the poor unicorn and relieve its suffering." "What if the creature that harmed the unicorn finds us first?" Malfoy asked, his voice tinged with palpable fear. "As long as you are with me or Fong, no creature in the Forbidden Forest will harm you," Hagrid reassured them. "Do not stray from the path. Now, we shall split into two groups to follow the trail of blood. It is evident that it has been stumbling about since last night." "I want Fong," Malfoy said hastily, eyeing Fong's large teeth. "Very well, but I warn you, he is rather timid," Hagrid replied. "Thus, I shall take Harry, while Malfoy, Ron, and Fong shall take another route. If anyone discovers the unicorn, signal with green sparks. Understand? Take out your wands and practice. If you encounter any trouble, send up red sparks, and we will come to your aid." Now, let us proceed with utmost caution. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Forbidden Forest, Ye Ting was also gathering magical materials when he received a request for assistance from the centaurs. "I apologize, noble young stallion," said a centaur with a mane of red hair and a beard, speaking in a slow, melancholic tone. "I am Ronan, sent by our leader. We centaurs typically refrain from involving young stallions in our troubles, but this time we have no choice but to seek your help. It is my honor to assist you." Ye Ting replied courteously, having formed a cordial relationship with the centaur tribe during his daily excursions to the forest. He was more than willing to lend a hand at this juncture. "What troubles have you encountered? The Mars tonight shines brightly, yet Jupiter remains dim," Ronan sighed. "It is always the innocent who suffer first. This has been the case for centuries, and it remains so today." The centaurs are forever enigmatic, offering no straightforward answers. Their gaze perpetually fixed upon the stars, oblivious to the world around them. However, Ye Ting possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding their astrology and swiftly deduced that Mars symbolizes conflict and war, a malevolent star reigning over the unfortunate sixth house, thus heralding ominous portents. The brilliance of Mars likely indicated an intrusion of troublesome beings into the Forbidden Forest, typically dark wizards or sinister creatures. Jupiter, in this context, signified something under threat, which, if situated within the Forbidden Forest, could either be animals or rare plants. The myriad of flora and fauna associated with Jupiter, combined with the implications of Mars, led to a troubling inquiry. Could a unicorn have been attacked by some entity? Ronan, taken aback by this question, cast a surprised glance at Ye Ting. Among the wizards he knew, barring Dumbledore, most would lament the centaur's cryptic nature and their reluctance to communicate clearly. Yet, even Dumbledore would not divulge the depths of meaning as effortlessly as this boy did. Indeed, Ronan nodded, a melancholic sigh escaping him. A unicorn had already met with misfortune, and now another lay injured. The perpetrator was not only formidable but also exceedingly cautious. "We require your assistance." When it came to rescuing the unicorn, Ye Ting's demeanor turned grave. "I cannot shirk this responsibility. From the original text, it is known that Voldemort hunted unicorns in the Forbidden Forest to sustain his life. Thus, Ye Ting bid farewell to Ronan and set forth alone into the depths of the Forbidden Forest. By a small brook, he came upon a trail of silvery blood, unmistakably that of a unicorn. However, when he employed the tracking spell, no response emerged. Voldemort was indeed prudent, even considering wizards' methods of pursuit within the forest. Ye Ting mused, "The unicorn is truly a cherished creature of nature. The tracking spell proves ineffective against them, leaving me no choice but to rely on alternative means." He softly called for Fuyo. The little white cat immediately understood, approaching the bloodstains to sniff them, then gracefully selecting a direction to lead the way. Fuyo weaved through the underbrush, swiftly guiding Ye Ting to the edge of a serene lake. The luminous silver moon hung in the darkened sky, casting its glow upon the obsidian waters, and by the tranquil lakeshore lay a stunning silver creature bathed in moonlight, creating a picturesque tableau. Yet, upon closer inspection, a long gash marred the elegant limbs of this beautiful being, silver blood trickling from the wound onto the grass, glimmering like a cascade of white pearls, rendering the scene profoundly tragic. How cruel! Witnessing this injured unicorn stirred feelings of tenderness, sympathy, and indignation towards the assailant, even within Ye Ting, who was often perceived as a cold and detached researcher. He approached cautiously, mindful not to disturb this exquisite creature. This is merely a young unicorn. Its body is shimmering silver, adorned with soft, silvery mane cascading down its back, while the spiral horn upon its forehead still retains the golden hue of its youth. It possesses a slender figure, neither as robust as a horse nor as diminutive as a donkey, exuding a remarkable grace and vitality. At this moment, as Ye Ting approached, the unicorn merely lifted its head, casting a fleeting glance with its melancholic yet pure eyes, before resuming its gentle licks on its wounds. How could this be? Aren't unicorns supposed to be exclusively drawn to pure maidens? Is it possible that I have become so handsome that even a unicorn fails to recognize me without a feminine disguise? Ye Ting was taken aback by its reaction, but quickly recalled another notion regarding unicorns. Contrary to popular belief, unicorns do not exclusively favor innocent young girls. Rather, it is only the male unicorns that exhibit such inclinations, while the females are more inclined to engage with young boys. Of course, unicorns maintain high standards for humans, with appearance being the foremost criterion, accompanied by various other prerequisites. Those who meet these criteria may have the opportunity to touch or even ride a unicorn. Naturally, due to their innate spirituality, the relationship between unicorns and their riders transcends that of mere master and servant, evolving into friendships, companions, or even something deeper. However, It seemed that this unicorn was indeed a female. Could it be that she was attracted to me? Thus, Ye Ting took a step closer, cautiously reaching out to stroke her soft fur. Yet, the unicorn exhibited no resistance. No, it was not a lack of response. Rather, she clearly reveled in such affection. The unicorn's coat felt slightly cool yet exceptionally delicate, reminiscent of youthful skin. Indeed, caressing a unicorn was akin to simultaneously embracing a charming little creature and a pure, beautiful maiden. Ah, what a decadently delightful sensation. Beside him, Fei Zhu let out a few discontented calls, evidently feeling jealous. In response, Ye Ting patted her head to show fairness. Once he confirmed that the unicorn fully accepted him, he expertly tended to her wounds, applying a healing potion before wrapping the injuries with bandages. The process was somewhat painful, causing the unicorn to gaze at Ye Ting with a look of distress, tears welling in her eyes. Yet, she ultimately bore the discomfort with fortitude. What a resilient child. Ye Ting, satisfied, patted her head, about to utter a few words when suddenly, Fei Zhu stood alert, fixating on a thicket not far away. Ye Ting followed her gaze, but all that met his eyes was an impenetrable darkness. Soon after, the unicorn also turned her attention toward that direction, seemingly sensing something and attempting to rise. Considering her wounds, Ye Ting pressed her back down, but upon touching her skin, he realized that the unicorn was trembling. The very entity responsible for her injury must be approaching, instilling fear within her. Do not fear. I shall protect you, Ye Ting whispered soothingly into her ear, which eased her tension somewhat. He then rose to his feet, drawing his wand and aiming toward the ominous direction, bracing for what lay ahead. Suddenly, the thicket rustled with a shuffling sound, causing Ye Ting's nerves to tighten. He was aware that he was about to confront Voldemort, the dark wizard renowned as the most formidable of all time. Although Voldemort presently resided as a parasite on Professor Quirrell's head, his true capabilities remained shrouded in mystery. Before long, the thicket convulsed, and out of the shadows emerged a hooded figure, hunched and unsteady, as if on the brink of collapse. Mr. Yi, the hooded figure rasped, a voice low and hoarse, yet unmistakably that of Professor Quirrell. Why do you find yourself here in the Forbidden Forest at this hour? Quirrell questioned, advancing toward Ye Ting with an unnerving chill in his tone. Stay right there, Professor Quirrell, Ye Ting commanded, pointing his wand firmly at him, or I shall use magic to ensure you remain still. At this, Quirrell halted his advance. You dare point your wand at a professor? He sneered, a cold laugh escaping him. To appear in the Forbidden Forest at such an hour while threatening a professor with your wand, should you not repent, Ravenclaw will incur points due to your actions, and you shall face detention. Witnessing Voldemort masquerading as Professor Quirrell to deceive him, Ye Ting felt his intelligence insulted. Are you jesting with me? He retorted, his tone laced with indifference. Or has the Dark Lord fallen so low as to rely on deceitful tactics to survive? Quirrell froze momentarily at this remark, his expression morphing into one of rage. You recognize me? His voice became piercing, devoid of human warmth. Ravenclaw's genius, filthy mudblood. How did you discern my true identity? I have long noted Professor Quirrell's strangeness, Ye Ting explained coolly. The overwhelming stench of garlic is clearly an attempt to mask your foul odor. The Halloween prank involving that troll did not fool me. Nor did your attempt to harm Harry during the Quidditch match, coupled with your insatiable craving for the Philosopher's Stone and your thirst for unicorn blood. There is no one else but you, this half-dead Dark Lord, who fits the criteria. Of course, this was all fabricated to intimidate Voldemort while buying time for the unicorn, as the healing potion would not take effect immediately, and having an injured unicorn present would prevent him from acting recklessly. Humph, is that so? Voldemort scoffed, though internally shaken. He marveled at the wit of this first-year wizard. He then issued a veiled threat. Indeed, it seems you are a Ravenclaw genius, but alas, you should not be here. It could cost you your life. Cost me my life? Ye Ting countered. I believe it is you who is at risk, considering you are here to slay a unicorn. Do you not fear the curse? No, of course not. For a dying wretch like you must rely on the curse within unicorn blood to sustain your half-life. Am I right? Since you are aware, Voldemort hissed, then step aside. My target is solely the unicorn behind you. If you leave now, I shall spare your life. I may even, upon my return, allow you, a lowly muggle, to become my servant, for I can see you possess powers far beyond your peers. At this, Ye Ting burst into laughter, as if hearing the most absurd joke. Leave this place? Join your ranks? You? A half-dead, miserable cur, unable to safeguard yourself. And yet you dare threaten me? Do you not also possess the blood of a lowly muggle? Faced with Voldemort's scorn, Ye Ting could no longer endure the provocation. He brandished his wand, and a beam of green light shot toward him. Initially, Ye Ting could have easily evaded this attack. But in a bid to protect the unicorn behind him, he resolved to absorb the spell, employing his transfiguration skills. He transformed a nearby withered tree into a robust concrete wall. The green light struck the wall, creating a substantial crater upon impact, yet it was ultimately thwarted. How pitiful. Ye Ting sighed, his tone reminiscent of a lament. The formidable Dark Lord has now been reduced to this. He cannot even best a first-year wizard. Voldemort was nearly driven to madness by his words, launching a frenzied barrage of attacks without regard for his dwindling magical energy. Ye Ting remained composed, countering each of Voldemort's onslaughts with transfiguration and counterspells. Eventually, Voldemort ceased his relentless assault, his own condition having deteriorated after such a reckless expenditure of power. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Ting unleashed a shattering curse towards him. The incantation struck Voldemort, but he did not shatter as expected. Some unseen force thwarted the blow. Nevertheless, the spell did not entirely lose its potency as Voldemort collapsed to the ground in agony. "You cunning mudblood," he spat through gritted teeth, before his entire form transformed into a swirling cloud of black smoke, narrowly evading Ye Ting's second shattering curse. The ground was immediately left scarred with a deep crater. However, the black smoke dissipated into the shadowy depths of the forest, causing Ye Ting to lose track of Voldemort's location. He steadied himself, remaining vigilant, thankful that two magical creatures remained by his side as his radar. Suddenly, the unicorn whinnied towards the left thicket, prompting Ye Ting to turn and behold Voldemort coalescing from the black smoke. A ghastly green spell surged forth towards Ye Ting, imbued with the essence of death. It was the Avada Kedavra. This incantation was nearly impervious to conventional spells, yet Ye Ting remained unmoved. With calm composure, he conjured a fish from the depths of the lake, which soared through the air to intercept the lethal curse. However, Voldemort seized the opportunity, launching a relentless barrage of attacks. Soon after, two more deadly curses hurtled towards him. Once again, Ye Ting summoned a fish and a rabbit, successfully deflecting the incoming threats. Yet, he found himself unable to withstand the fourth curse. The diminutive creatures lacked the necessary fortitude to counter such a malevolent spell, and he was unable to summon another suitable animal in that fleeting moment. His right hand delved into his pocket, poised to invoke Aureliana. At that precise instant, the unicorn behind him tugged at his cloak with its mouth. Ye Ting turned to find the unicorn had risen, its wounds remarkably healed, as the fourth deadly curse approached. Before Ye Ting could react, the unicorn bravely charged forward to intercept it. The curse struck her horn, only to bizarrely lose its potency. This startled Ye Ting. He was unaware that the horn of a unicorn possessed such capabilities. However, considering the formidable magical resistance of the unicorn's hide, it seemed quite reasonable. Of course, at this moment, the unicorn's horn was charred black, indicating it would not be able to perform such feats again in the near future. The unicorn cast a glance at Ye Ting, her eyes filled with pride and an expectation for praise. Ye Ting found himself both amused and exasperated. She resembled a little girl. Nevertheless, he rewarded her with a gentle stroke of her silky mane. Subsequently, the unicorn approached him, slightly lowering herself to signal him to mount. For the unicorn, permitting someone to ride was a significant step beyond mere petting, suggesting that their bond had deepened. Ye Ting hesitated for only a moment before gracefully leaping onto her back, turning his gaze towards the distant figure of Voldemort, who was regaining his magical strength. It was time to shift the tide of battle. Chapter 0071. The ensuing conflict was nearly one-sided. Mounted upon the unicorn, Ye Ting held the advantage in both speed and offense against the weakened Voldemort. Consequently, Voldemort was compelled to transform into smoke, fleeing in all directions. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps and hooves echoed from afar. Wizards and centaurs had heard the commotion and rushed to the scene. Realizing he had no opportunity to target the unicorn any longer, Voldemort abruptly ceased his engagement with Ye Ting, once again dissipating into black smoke, vanishing into the forest. Ye Ting watched him depart without pursuing. It was not an opportune moment to end his life. He merely needed to wait a few days. Ye Ting rode back to the lakeside on the unicorn, where he encountered someone he had anticipated. "Ting-Ye," Hagrid exclaimed loudly. "What brings you here?" "Oh my goodness. What are you riding?" "A unicorn. How did you achieve that?" Beside him, Harry was equally astonished, unable to believe he had encountered Ye Ting here, especially while astride a legendary creature, a beautiful unicorn. Behind them, two centaurs greeted Ye Ting with cheerful tones. "Greetings, powerful little colt. You always manage to astonish us. Since you ride this unicorn, it signifies that the crisis has been averted, correct?" "Hello, Bane and Ronan." Ye Ting acknowledged them with a slight nod. "You are correct. A half-dead dark wizard intruded into the forbidden forest, seeking to extend his life by drinking the blood of the unicorn. I have driven him away." and I doubt he will dare return. He refrained from mentioning Voldemort's name. We truly owe you our gratitude, Ronan remarked with a sigh of admiration. You have once again aided us in the Forbidden Forest. We are at a loss for how to thank you. I can only say that the Centaur tribe will forever stand as your ally. Indeed, Bane added, patting Ye Ting on the shoulder. Ye Ting, perched on the unicorn, was only slightly shorter than him. This little colt has earned the unicorn's recognition, a feat unprecedented in nearly 500 years. For this alone, the Forbidden Forest will always welcome him. Ah, you seem to share a close bond, Hagrid observed with some curiosity, noticing their familiar exchange. Of course, Bane responded cheerfully, casting a pointed glance at Hagrid. This little colt has assisted us twice, the last time rectifying a mess you caused. My deepest apologies, Hagrid murmured, his thoughts drifting to Norbert's demise, which only deepened his sorrow. Harry offered him quiet consolation. The five of them, along with the unicorn, proceeded to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Here, Ye Ting dismounted, preparing to return to Hogwarts Castle. The unicorn nuzzled against him, persistently rubbing her head against his chest and licking his face, clearly reluctant to part ways. I must take my leave, Ye Ting sighed, speaking softly. Before I go, let me give you a name. The unicorn looked at him with eager anticipation. Rue, Ye Ting declared. I shall name you Rue. A name that embodies my hopes for you. Rue neighed joyfully, evidently fond of her new name. She was bound to cherish it. The name belonged to the goddess of unicorns in the Dungeons & Dragons universe. Then, Ye Ting drew a symbol on Rue's forehead. Instantly, he felt a profound connection of souls between them. This is a pact, one that Ye Ting learned from the agreement forged between himself and the two summoned beings, Feiju and Alien Na. As his relationship with Rue deepens, this pact will continuously strengthen, eventually evolving into one akin to that which he shares with Feiju and the others. Finally, he turned his gaze towards Bane and Ronan. I implore you, assist me, he beseeched. Rue's injuries have yet to fully heal. Please take care of her. Leave it to us, Bane replied with a generous nod. It is our honor to aid the sacred unicorn. Ronan also consented. Thus, with a heavy heart, Ye Ting departed, heading towards Hogwarts Castle, while Rue watched him leave, her pure eyes brimming with tears. Upon returning to Hogwarts, Ye Ting soon found himself facing the inquisitions of the girls, who had noted his late arrivals to the Ravenclaw common room for several consecutive nights, while others remained oblivious. The girls who kept a close watch on him were acutely aware. Reluctantly, Ye Ting chose to selectively share some of his experiences with them. Their curiosity and envy peaked upon learning about his newfound friendships with the centaurs, but when the topic of unicorns arose, even the usually nonchalant upperclassmen and the timid Zhang Qiu became exuberantly animated. It appeared that girls were indeed captivated by beauty. They bombarded him with questions about unicorns. And Hermione even expressed skepticism regarding the common knowledge that unicorns are drawn only to pure maidens. Ultimately, they all expressed a desire to meet Rue in person. However, this was impossible as the end-of-term examinations at Hogwarts loomed near. Ye Ting could only promise them that he would introduce them to Rue once the exams were concluded. Of course, another pressing issue remained. Professor Quirrell had gone missing since that fateful night. He likely feared that Ye Ting might disclose the truth to Dumbledore and thus chose to hide away. On the day of the exams, the weather was stiflingly hot, and the classroom where they took their test was unbearably warm. The teachers provided them with new quills specifically enchanted to prevent cheating. Yet, for Ye Ting, the questions were exceedingly simple. He completed all written tests within half an hour and exited the classroom, inadvertently placing immense pressure on the other young wizards. Additionally, there was a practical exam. Professor Flitwick called them one by one into the classroom to see if they could make a pineapple perform a tap dance across a desk. With a flick of his wand, Ye Ting commanded a line of pineapples to dance, moving around the desk under his guidance, leaving everyone spellbound. Professor Flitwick promptly awarded him full marks. Professor McGonagall observed as they transformed a mouse into an exquisitely crafted snuff box. The more ornate the box, the higher the score. Ye Ting transformed the mouse into a magnificent enamel snuff box, a craftsmanship he had witnessed in Russia, thus earning another perfect score. During the potions exam, their objective was to concoct a forgetfulness potion. With Professor Snape closely watching from behind, the tension was palpable among the students, but Ye Ting remained unfazed. He was the first to complete his potion, and Snape could find no fault, begrudgingly awarding him full marks. The final exam was in history of magic. Though Ye Ting had not studied extensively, he employed the last-minute cramming techniques he had learned during his high school science studies and surprisingly achieved a perfect score. In summary, he obtained full marks across all subjects, much to the professor's satisfaction. However, the official results had yet to be released. and they still had a week to leisurely spend at Hogwarts. After the exams, Harry and Ron joined the throngs of students outside in the sunlit grounds. They leisurely made their way down to the lakeside, where they plopped down beneath a tree. Nearby, a giant squid basked in the warm shallows, while the Weasley twins and Lee Jordan gently prodded its tentacles. Since the conclusion of the exams, Harry had been feeling rather unwell, his scar throbbing painfully. Ron suggested he visit Madame Pomfrey, but Harry felt this was a portent, a warning that danger was imminent. He couldn't shake the nagging sensation that he had forgotten something crucial. He recalled Hagrid's words about the secret trapdoor at the end of the corridor, the tales of Nicholas Flamel and the Philosopher's Stone, and Ye Ting's mention of the unicorn's blood in the Forbidden Forest, along with the dark wizard who attacked the unicorns. It was Voldemort who sought the Philosopher's Stone. He exclaimed suddenly, startling Ron. "Could you refrain from saying that name?" Ron hissed. "Voldemort is still alive. But he is on the brink of death," Harry continued passionately. "He desires the Philosopher's Stone to prolong his life. And his attack on the unicorns was for this very reason." Ron could scarcely believe that the mysterious figure still existed. Suddenly, Harry leapt to his feet. "Where are you going?" Ron asked, puzzled. "I've just remembered something," Harry replied, his face pale. "We must find Hagrid immediately. Don't you find it odd?" Harry said as he hurried down the slope. "Hagrid's greatest desire is to acquire a dragon, yet a stranger serendipitously possesses a dragon egg? How many people roam about carrying dragon eggs? This is a violation of wizarding law. Isn't it a stroke of luck that they found Hagrid? Why had he not considered this earlier?" Upon reaching Hagrid's hut, they learned that he had indeed disclosed to the stranger how to deal with a three-headed dog. Hagrid's expression turned to one of alarm. "I shouldn't have told you that," he blurted. "Forget what I said. Hey, where are you going?" Ron and Harry dashed towards the entrance hall, colliding with Ye Ting, Hermione, and Zhang Qiu, who had just returned from the Forbidden Forest where they had gone to see Rue, now animatedly discussing the pure and beautiful unicorn. Senior Penelope had not been able to join them, as Ron's brother Percy Weasley had taken her out under the pretext of an important matter. "Why are you running so fast?" Hermione inquired curiously. In the presence of the three, Harry's eyes lit up as he hurriedly recounted his suspicions. "My views align with yours overall," Ye Ting remarked as they made their way back to the castle. "I believe Voldemort is indeed scheming to resurrect himself. But I maintain my stance that Snape is innocent in this matter. The dark wizard I expelled is definitely not Snape." "You said that name," Hermione exclaimed. "That is perilous." "I fear nothing from Voldemort," Ye Ting scoffed, declaring proudly, "He is nothing more than a cornered beast now. If we cower at the sound of his name, how can we ever stand against him? He certainly harbors no fear. Just a few days ago, he dealt quite handily with Voldemort in the Forbidden Forest." "You are right." Harry cast an approving glance at Ye Ting, for he was the second person, apart from Harry himself, bold enough to utter that name. "We must maintain our courage." However, when Ye Ting led them to the mechanism before the headmaster's office and activated it, they discovered that Dumbledore was not present. Suddenly, a voice called from behind them, "What are the five of you doing in the headmaster's office?" It was Professor McGonagall, cradling a large stack of books. From her, they learned that Dumbledore had been summoned to London by an urgent message from the Ministry of Magic. Harry confided his suspicions regarding the Philosopher's Stone to Professor McGonagall. Yet she remained unconvinced, and they had no choice but to leave in disappointment. On their way back, they encountered Professor Snape, who wore an odd smile, evidently in high spirits. Thus, Harry resolved to procure the Philosopher's Stone ahead of time. Ron, Hermione, and Zhang Qiu deemed this a reckless idea, warning that if discovered, they would be expelled. However, at this juncture, Ye Ting voiced his agreement. "While I do not believe Snape to be the true culprit, I am convinced that there exists someone intent on obtaining the Philosopher's Stone to resurrect Voldemort. If they were to succeed, what would become of us? Hogwarts may not even exist then, and yet you still worry about expulsion?" The eloquence of this statement filled the remaining three with a sense of shame, prompting them to declare their intention to join the endeavor. They agreed to take action that evening, but an unforeseen complication arose at Gryffindor. Neville Longbottom uncovered their plan and sought to thwart them, only to be subdued by Harry, while Ron clumsily secured him with a curtain, consuming a considerable amount of time. Upon reaching the door of the chamber, Ye Ting awaited alongside Hermione and Zhang Qiu. As they swung open the grand door, a deep, menacing growl echoed in their ears. Though the monstrous dog could not see them, its three noses twitched furiously, sniffing the air. "What is that?" Hermione whispered, her curiosity piqued. "It appears to be a harp." Ron replied, surely left behind by Snape. "Who among us can play the harp?" They exchanged glances, pondering who possessed such a skill. Ultimately, Ye Ting stepped forward. There was an old harp at the orphanage where he had self-taught himself during moments of boredom. Embracing the harp, he played with elegance, producing melodious notes that resonated beautifully, captivating the others. Hermione and Zhang Qiu gazed at him with admiration, their eyes sparkling with delight. As the flowing melody concluded, Ye Ting set the harp down and bowed slightly. "Thank you, everyone," he said, prompting an involuntary applause from the group. However, for Ron, this enchanting performance held a different significance. The moment Ye Ting struck the first note, the dog's eyelids began to droop. As the final chord resonated, the dog's barking ceased, and it swayed momentarily before collapsing onto the floor, succumbing to a deep slumber. They deftly maneuvered around the beast and arrived at the trapdoor. Chapter 0073. Upon opening the trapdoor, darkness enveloped them, with no ladder in sight. Ye Ting led the way, nimbly leaping down and landing upon something soft. "All clear," he called back, as the opening appeared no larger than a postage stamp. "It's a soft landing. You can jump. I'll catch you." However, when Harry and Ron descended, Ye Ting merely assisted them, while he caught Hermione and Zhang Qiu in a princess embrace as they jumped, leaving them blushing. Ron and Harry exchanged glances, secretly grumbling about Ye Ting's apparent favoritism. "What is this?" Ron inquired, feeling the peculiar dampness beneath his feet. "I'm not sure, but it resembles some sort of plant," Zhang Qiu replied, curiously touching the ground. "Perhaps it's laid here to cushion our fall." "Thank goodness for this plant," Ron exclaimed. "Thank goodness indeed," Hermione cried, looking at the others. Suddenly, she jumped up, struggling against a damp wall. She was ensnared as the plants beneath began to writhe, wrapping around her legs. Unfortunately, Ron found himself the most unfortunate, as a serpent-like tendril seized his ankle, hoisting him upside down. The others, too, found themselves ensnared by the creeping vines. "This is a devil's snare," Hermione screamed, thrashing about. The devil's snare, as Professor Sprout described it, thrives in darkness and dampness. Before she could recall what the plant feared, Ye Ting intervened. Incendio! A torrent of flames erupted from his wand, engulfing the devil's snare. The vines that had ensnared the young wizards recoiled from the heat and light. "Honestly, Hermione," Ye Ting said, ceasing his spell to address her, "your knowledge is indeed extensive, yet you tend to panic in unexpected situations, which clouds your mind. I recommend practicing your dueling skills." "All right. I shall," Hermione replied, her head bowed in embarrassment. Despite being capable of finding a solution, her anxiety had hindered her thinking. They pressed onward, the faint sound of rustling and clinking growing closer. Reaching the corridor's end, they discovered a brightly lit chamber beneath a high vaulted ceiling. Countless birds, shimmering like jewels, fluttered about the room. A heavy wooden door stood opposite them. Ron, concerned that the birds might attack as they crossed the room, gathered his courage and dashed to the other side, surprisingly unharmed. He approached the door, only to find it locked. "These birds cannot merely be for decoration," Hermione asserted. "They are keys. Wing keys. Observe closely," she added, noticing a few flying broomsticks in the corners of the room. Among them, Ye Ting, Harry, and Zhang Qiu. The most adept flyers, each mounted a broomstick and began their search among the flock. However, the sheer number of keys made it nearly impossible to find the one that would unlock the door. "No way," Zhang Qiu declared first, giving up the search. "This is impossible. We cannot find the right key among so many. Dumbledore would not design an insurmountable obstacle. There must be another way." His words sparked inspiration in Ye Ting, who returned to the ground and drew his wand. Accio keys. To his surprise, among the flying keys, a silver, antique key darted forward, landing in Ye Ting's grasp. It struggled against his hold, but he held it firmly. He inserted it into the lock and turned it with determination. "Yes, this is the one." With a click, the lock sprang open, and the key fled, looking rather disheveled from the ordeal. The second chamber was engulfed in darkness, rendering everything invisible. Yet, as they stepped inside, light blazed forth, revealing a stunning sight. They stood beside a colossal chessboard, with towering black pieces carved from what appeared to be black stone. Opposite them, confronting the black pieces, stood a line of white pieces. "What now?" Harry whispered. "Isn't it obvious?" Ron replied, invigorated by the challenge. "I excel at wizard's chess. This is like my home turf. We must play chess to reach the other side." They noticed a door behind the white pieces. "How do we play?" Hermione asked nervously. "I believe," Ron said, "we must act as the pieces." He approached a black knight, reaching out to touch its horse. Instantly, the stone came to life, the horse pawing at the ground, and the knight turned its helmeted head toward Ron. "Do we need to accompany you to proceed?" The black knight nodded in affirmation. "In that case, we must replace 5 of the pieces." Hermione pondered. "We must emerge victorious, and none of these 5 pieces can be sacrificed during the battle. What happens if they are lost?" Zhang Qiu inquired, somewhat bewildered. They might be eliminated. Ye Ting gestured to his throat in a slicing motion. This indeed tests our skills, Zhang Qiu said, shrinking back in trepidation. I cannot accomplish such a feat, Ron. What about you? Harry turned to his dear friend. I recall you excel at this. Ron felt a surge of eagerness but hesitated. If it were just 3, I would feel more confident. Suddenly, Ye Ting asked, how does one play wizard's chess? He had intended to learn the game, yet had been preoccupied with crafting broomsticks and wands, dealing with dragons, and rescuing unicorns. Entirely forgetting about it. It is quite akin to ordinary chess, except that all the pieces are alive, Hermione explained. Playing is akin to commanding an army, and the pieces will offer advice. Therefore, one must thoroughly understand their temperaments to avoid any complications during command. You have played before, have you not? She queried. What of it? It is rather simple. Ye Ting's eyes sparkled with realization. Isn't it merely a transformation from turn-based gameplay to real-time strategy? In that case, who fears whom? Allow me to take charge, he proclaimed confidently. It is merely a matter of protecting 5 pieces. It is within my capabilities. However, upon learning that it would be his first time playing wizard's chess, the others expressed their reluctance to participate. Chapter 0074. Then I shall demonstrate for you, Ye Ting shrugged. Stepping forward, the Black King obeyed his command and moved to the sidelines. First, he needed to ascertain the pieces' temperaments. Now, let me discern your dispositions, he mused. Drawing forth the weaver, he unleashed a torrent of magical energy. Instantly, a colossal wave of power surged across the black side of the board, overwhelming all the Black Knights, rendering them breathless. After a considerable pause, Ye Ting reined in his magic, panting slightly yet maintaining an air of composure. He had borrowed the formidable power of the weaver, yet he could not fully control it. Now, who holds dominion over this board? He declared with a resounding voice, then loudly inquired. The pieces, though silent, bowed their heads in reverence, acknowledging his authority. Even the Black King standing off the board complied. The 4 observers were left in awe, having never witnessed such a spectacle. Yet, being away from the board, they could not feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from Ye Ting. Nevertheless, they regarded him with admiration. This man consistently achieved the extraordinary. Seeing all the pieces demonstrate their submission, Ye Ting nodded in satisfaction and continued to announce loudly. I understand that you each possess your own perspectives on how to play and strategize, and your experiences far exceed mine. However, I am the commander now, and I have but one demand: obedience. No dissent, no independent action, only submission. Upon hearing my command, there shall be no hesitation, regardless of the peril ahead. You must execute my orders immediately. The disregard for the pawn's perspective, coupled with the blunt and direct command, startled the 4 young wizards. They had never encountered such unambiguous orders, especially from a novice commander rather than a seasoned chess master. Just when they anticipated a rebellion from the pieces, reality once again delivered a shocking twist. All the pawns bowed in perfect unison to Ye Ting, signifying their submission. How could this be? Ron murmured in disbelief. Could this truly be the essence of wizard-esque chess? He had never witnessed such an exhilarating pre-match command. Typically, all chess players must first cultivate rapport and appease the pieces, for to issue commands without prior goodwill during battle would spell misfortune. Only seasoned players or renowned chess wizards could earn the trust of the pieces from the very outset. Ye Ting's approach completely subverted their understanding. However, what unfolded before their eyes next left them utterly astounded. As the duel commenced, Ye Ting unleashed a torrent of commands, his words flowing at a remarkable speed, almost uttering a dozen words per second, far surpassing any world record. This exemplifies Ye Ting's remarkably swift cognitive processing. He issues nearly 4 to 5 commands per second, operating at a velocity 8 to 9 times that of his opponent. In other words, he possesses the ability to simultaneously maneuver a quantity of pieces that far exceeds that of his adversary, executing each move with clarity of thought. Although the pace of each individual piece is inherently limited, in the hands of Ye Ting, who can concurrently command multiple pieces, it effectively translates to each piece making 8 to 9 times the average number of moves. This is hardly a game of wizard chess. He treats it as if it were StarCraft, though in this era, none are familiar with such a title. The young wizards around him are rendered speechless. Ron swears by all his chocolate frog cards that if Ye Ting's pace could quicken even slightly, he would undoubtedly command a greater number of pieces simultaneously. Within mere minutes, the white pieces are surrounded and systematically dismantled, consumed utterly, while the black side suffers the loss of merely a single pawn at the outset. As Ye Ting triumphantly departs the chessboard, they remain convinced they're ensnared in a dream. Particularly Ron, who finds himself effortlessly bested in his area of expertise, muttering incessantly, "How can one play like this? How can one play like this?" Yet, they cannot help but concede that a genius is indeed a genius. Ye Ting, having merely grasped the rules, has managed to secure victory through such remarkable means. Now, no one dared to doubt that Ye Ting could lead them all to victory. Thus, they stepped onto the chessboard, serving as pieces for Ye Ting, who allowed 2 knights and 2 wizards to depart from the board. As he passed by Ye Ting, Ron reluctantly remarked, "With your level of skill, you could participate in the International Wizard Chess Tournament. I believe no one could rival you." In this match, Ye Ting triumphed with remarkable decisiveness. He did not employ the knights and wizards replaced by the lesser sorcerers. Rather, he utilized the castle to forge a path, with his pawns launching successive assaults on the opponent's base. Ultimately, he summoned 4 queens, achieving victory by overwhelming the white pieces. By the conclusion of the game, the 5 of them stood motionless at the black side's baseline. Is this how one wins? As they entered the final chamber, Zhang Qiu remained absorbed in the recent crushing victory. Only through personal experience can one comprehend the immense pressure of facing an opponent who operates 10 times faster in a real-time strategy game. Upon entering the next room, a nauseating stench assailed their senses, compelling them to lift their garments to shield their noses, while tears streamed from their eyes due to the acrid fumes. At this moment, Hermione promptly recalled the appropriate course of action. She waved her wand, casting a bubblehead charm on each individual, allowing them to regain their composure. Through the translucent membrane, they beheld a colossal creature lying motionless on the floor before them, rendered unconscious with a gruesome, bloody lump upon its head. Oh, not this repulsive creature again. Hermione furrowed her brow, a flicker of fear crossing her eyes as she evidently recalled a harrowing encounter from Halloween night. Ye Ting noticed her distress and comfortingly patted her head. Harry opened the next door, and for a moment, they hardly dared to glimpse what awaited them. Yet, there was nothing terrifying in sight, only a table adorned with 7 bottles of varying shapes. As they crossed the threshold, a sudden burst of flames erupted behind them, sealing the entrance. This fire was unlike any other. It was purple. Simultaneously, black flames leapt up at the doorway ahead. They found themselves trapped in between. "This is cursed fire," Ye Ting explained, "also known as Devil's Flame, a formidable form of dark magic that cannot be extinguished by conventional means. Only a corresponding counterspell can deal with it. What should we do?" Ron exclaimed in a flustered state. "Surely, we cannot be trapped here forever." "Look," Hermione exclaimed, seizing a parchment resting beside the bottles. She read aloud, "Danger lies ahead, safety behind. Among us, 2 can assist you. Drink them, 1 will guide you forward. The other will return you to your original place. 2 contain nettle wine. 3 are lethal, lined up and waiting. Choose wisely, unless you wish to linger here eternally. We also provide 4 clues to aid your selection. First, no matter how cunningly the poisons conceal themselves, they all stand to the left of the nettle wine. Second, the contents of the bottles at both ends differ. If you wish to advance, they will be of no use to you. Third, you will notice the bottles vary in size. Neither the giant nor the dwarf conceals a reaper. Fourth, the second bottle from the left and the second from the right, despite their different appearances, share the same flavor. Huh. Is this not akin to a primary school logic puzzle? Chapter 0075. What on earth is this? Ron and Harry stood utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the implications of the note. "This is a logical reasoning puzzle," Zhang Qiu interjected from behind them. "This is something Muggles would study." "Muggles study this?" Ron expressed disbelief. "This is far too difficult." Upon uttering those words, he was immediately met with disdainful gazes from Ye Ting and Hermione. This was hardly surprising. Ye Ting remarked, "This is merely an elementary-level question. I never encountered such a thing in my primary school." Harry retorted, recalling his time at the community school during his upbringing by the Dursleys. Both Zhang Qiu and Hermione nodded in agreement. "I am referring to primary schools in Huaxia," Ye Ting said casually, reminiscing about his own past. "Is it truly the case that such topics are covered in Huaxia's primary schools? How alarming." In an instant, the 4 young wizards found their impressions of the land of Huaxia to be rather perplexing. Nevertheless, the task at hand required resolution. "Allow me," Hermione volunteered, her countenance radiating delight. She reread the parchment several times, pacing before the row of bottles, muttering to herself as she gestured towards one bottle or another. At last, her hands clapped together in jubilation. "I've figured it out," she exclaimed. "This smallest bottle can aid us in traversing the black flames to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone." It was an unassuming little vial, containing scarcely enough potion for a single sip, as Harry noted. They exchanged glances, each feeling a sense of being duped. Ye Ting sighed and stepped forward. "These challenges are truly unreliable. How can there be so many loopholes? Let me attempt a brute force solution." He drew his wand and directed it at the menacing black flames, uttering the counter curse for fire. Rather than extinguishing, the flames flared even more fiercely, sending a wave of heat that caused the young wizards to retreat in alarm. "Ah, my apologies. Different fire curses require distinct counter curses. Let me try again." The second incantation did not dispel the flames either, yet they had diminished considerably this time. Ye Ting had begun to discern the method upon reciting the third spell. The black flames vanished entirely. "Professor Snape especially brewed fire," he scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. "Is that all it amounts to?" Finally, they arrived at the last chamber, where another figure awaited, not Snape, nor even Voldemort. To Harry's astonishment, yet anticipated by Ye Ting, it was Quirrell. "You?" Harry and Ron gasped, incredulous. Quirrell appeared equally astonished. Surveying the five young wizards, his surprise slightly tempered upon focusing on Ye Ting. "You filthy little half-blood," he exclaimed, genuinely taken aback. "How did you end up here? Why shouldn't I be here?" Ye Ting retorted coldly, pointing his wand at Quirrell. "Surrender now, Professor Quirrell. You have the right to remain silent. But anything you say may be used as evidence against you." A chuckle escaped Zhang Qiu and Hermione, who stood behind him. Having seen the same trope in Muggle films and television, yet Quirrell, Harry, and Ron were bewildered by his words. "Are you mocking me?" Quirrell seethed, his anger palpable. But someone was angrier still. "Why?" Harry demanded loudly. "Why is it you? I thought it was Snape." "Snape?" Quirrell was amused by this, his laughter devoid of its usual shrillness, replaced by a chilling mirth. "Indeed, Snape hardly seems the benevolent sort, does he? Like a giant bat flitting about. Yet he has proven quite useful to us. With him around, who would suspect poor, stuttering Professor Quirrell?" Quirrell's smugness only served to deepen Harry's disbelief. The very person he had suspected, Snape, had in fact been protecting him, while Quirrell, whom he believed to be persecuted by Snape, was the true mastermind. The sight of Quirrell incited a sense of absurdity in Ye Ting. As a villain, his ambitions were rather trivial. "So, does deceiving a child bring you such delight?" Ye Ting remarked, casting a patronizing glance at him. "Even if you manage to fool everyone, what does it matter? Without the Philosopher's Stone, you'll ultimately meet your demise." "Enough," Quirrell shouted, trembling with rage. "You meddle too much. You shall not survive in this world. You will rue the day you stood before me again. The one who should regret is you. You defeated fool," Ye Ting countered, unwavering in his retort. He turned to the others. "I will hold him off. You must locate the Philosopher's Stone and leave this place immediately." Ron, terrified, nodded vigorously, pulling Harry away. Hermione intended to assist, but Zhang Qiu restrained her, believing their presence would only hinder Ye Ting. With a flick of his wand, a wall rose around them, separating the two from the other young wizards. "Now, it is just the two of us," Ye Ting said with a malicious smile directed at his adversary, one that sent a shiver down Quirrell's spine. "Let us resume our unfinished duel. Here, you have nowhere to flee. You will be the one to perish here." Quirrell shot back, though his face betrayed his apprehension. "The space here is exceedingly confined, leaving both parties no choice but to engage in a direct confrontation, devoid of any room for maneuver." In this scenario, his relatively weak magical prowess placed him at a significant disadvantage. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to press on. While the magical duel unfolded on one side, the young wizard scoured the entire room, yet found nothing of value. "Do you think he might have made a mistake? Could the Philosopher's Stone actually be on Professor Quirrell?" Ron complained. "Absolutely not," Hermione firmly refuted. "When we entered, Professor Quirrell was clearly searching for the stone himself. Otherwise, he would have seized the opportunity to flee. It's easy for you to say that, but where, in fact, is the Philosopher's Stone?" Ron countered sharply. Although they had not formed a friendship and were not even in the same house, Hermione and Ron easily fell into bickering. Their incompatible temperaments were evident, leaving one to wonder how they ever became a couple in the original narrative. At that moment, however, Harry lacked the energy to listen to their squabble. His attention was wholly captivated by the mirror before him. It was the Mirror of Eriste, which he had encountered in the restricted section of the library during the Christmas holidays. He recalled that the mirror revealed the deepest desires of one's heart, and he had once seen his deceased parents and loved ones through its reflection. Harry gazed into the mirror. The reflection of himself reached into his pocket, retrieving a vivid red stone before blinking and placing it back inside. At that instant, Harry felt a heavy object truly fall into his pocket. It was astonishing that he had acquired the Philosopher's Stone in such a manner. Chapter 76, After obtaining the Philosopher's Stone. Harry immediately beckoned the young wizards to leave the room. They could see the stone wall before them trembling violently, accompanied by various explosive sounds emanating from that direction, all indicating the intensity of the battle between Ye Ting and Professor Quirrell. Harry wished to depart swiftly, uncertain of Ye Ting's ability to overcome Professor Quirrell. Although they considered Ye Ting formidable, he was merely a young wizard and unlikely to match Quirrell's prowess. Despite Ye Ting's previous victories against a dragon and in saving a unicorn, they believed that if they could leave quickly and summon the professors, they might assist Ye Ting. However, as they reached the door, the wall conjured by Ye Ting's transfiguration erupted with a thunderous explosion. The force of the blast sent them tumbling to the ground. As the dust began to settle, the figures of the two adversaries gradually came into focus. The shorter figure, though somewhat disheveled, maintained a relatively composed demeanor. Indeed, it was their friend Ye Ting. In stark contrast, his opponent, Professor Quirrell, appeared much more disheveled. His clothing was torn, and he bore several charred marks on his body, with his left hand twisted unnaturally, likely broken. Despite his dire condition, he gritted his teeth and glared menacingly at Ye Ting. At that moment, he caught sight of the Philosopher's Stone in Harry's hand. "Give it to me," he shrieked in a piercing voice. "Quickly, hand over what you possess." Under Quirrell's intense gaze, Harry felt an overwhelming surge of anxiety. "I don't know what you were talking about," he declared, concealing his hand behind his back and vehemently denying any knowledge. At that moment, a shrill voice spoke, entirely unlike that of Professor Kilo himself. "Allow me to engage him in a face-to-face conversation." "Master, your strength has yet to be restored," Professor Kilo exclaimed anxiously. "I still possess some energy," came the reply. The bizarre scene left the young wizards in a state of astonishment as they watched Chilo raise his hand and remove the scarf from his head. "What is happening?" The large scarf fell away, revealing Quirrell's oddly small head. He then slowly turned around in place. Harry felt an urge to scream, yet no sound escaped his lips. Where Quirrell's head should have been, there was a face unlike anything Harry had ever encountered, grotesque and terrifying. The visage was deathly pale, resembling chalk, with eyes that glowed a vivid red and two snake-like nostrils beneath. "Harry Potter," it whispered. Harry attempted to retreat, but his legs betrayed him. Suddenly, a firm hand grasped him. Ye Ting approached from behind and explained, "This is the current form of Voldemort. Ever since you vanquished him all those years ago, he has existed in this half-alive state, reliant on the parasitism of others. Quite revolting, isn't it? Moreover, there are even more disturbing aspects. At times, when suitable hosts are unavailable, he is compelled to inhabit the bodies of animals." This utterance sent a shiver down Harry's spine. The visage spoke to him. "Behold what I have become. I am but a mere shadow and vapor. Only when I share a corporeal form with another can I attain physicality. Yet, there are always those willing to permit me entrance into their hearts and minds. Once I acquire the elixir of life, I shall be able to recreate a body of my own. So why not relinquish the Philosopher's Stone you hold?" As he spoke, he advanced toward Harry, ultimately lunging at him. "Run, Harry. Head for the door." Lee pushed Harry aside and cast a barrier charm at Voldemort, yet the latter abruptly transformed into black smoke, soaring over the obstacle. In swift succession, he unleashed a torrent of dark flames upon Lee, forcing him to retreat. Meanwhile, the young wizards scattered in all directions, while Lee brandished his wand, firing several beams of red light to provide them with cover. However, he inadvertently left Harry Potter exposed. Voldemort, ever perceptive, seized the opportunity and morphed into thick black smoke, appearing beside Harry. "I've got you," he exclaimed, aiming his wand at Harry while cackling maniacally. "Now you are in my grasp." With Voldemort's wand trained upon him, Harry felt as though he were ensnared in a devil's web, utterly immobilized. In that moment, even Ye Ting felt a sense of trepidation, compelled to threaten Voldemort by pointing his wand at him. The atmosphere became tense and stagnant. "Hand over the Philosopher's Stone." Voldemort hissed menacingly, "I have always admired courage. Indeed, child, your parents were remarkably brave. I was the one who struck your father down. He resolutely fought me, refusing to yield. Your mother need not have perished. She sacrificed herself to protect you. Now, relinquish the Philosopher's Stone, lest your mother's sacrifice be in vain." "No, not a chance," Harry resolutely countered. Meanwhile, Ye Ting coldly mocked Voldemort. "You grotesque creature, has residing in an animal dulled your intellect? How can you be so certain the Philosopher's Stone resides with Harry? What did you say?" Voldemort abruptly turned, his face contorting in disbelief. "Where is the Philosopher's Stone?" "Of course, it is with the one most secure," Ye Ting scoffed, retrieving the vibrant red stone from his pocket, revealing the Philosopher's Stone. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. When had the stone transferred to Ye Ting's possession? Suddenly, Voldemort recalled the moment he had shattered the wall. It was then that Ye Ting had briefly come into contact with Harry. Yet, how could this perplex the Dark Lord? He pointed his wand back at Harry, a cruel smile gracing his lips. "Enough. This farce must end." He gazed at Ye Ting like a serpent. "I concede your skill surpasses mine, But what of it? Now, hand over the Philosopher's Stone. Otherwise, this child shall perish because of you, and you will forever be branded a murderer, living with that burden. Don't worry about me. Harry anxiously shook his head at Ye Ting. Don't give him the stone. Silence, Harry Potter. Voldemort waved dismissively, stuffing a filthy cloth into Harry's mouth. He then turned to Ye Ting. Now, make your choice, Mubblood. Feigning a struggle, Ye Ting gritted his teeth. You win, Dark Lord. He lifted the Philosopher's Stone, pretending to toss it to Voldemort, only to hurl it in another direction, towards the Mirror of Erist. Go find the wretched stone in the mirror yourself. No. That is my hope for regaining my body. Voldemort shrieked as he lunged for the Philosopher's Stone. Yet, he was too late. He could only watch helplessly as the stone struck the Mirror of Erist and then bounced away, landing on the ground. Ye Ting had no power to return the stone to the mirror. He had been deceitful. In that moment, a tempest of rage at being duped and the elation of reclaiming the lost stone made Voldemort tremble with fury. He reached eagerly for the Philosopher's Stone. However, in the next instant, he was engulfed by a torrent of black flames. He did not even utter a final word before he was consumed by the inferno. At the very moment the stone was cast away, Ye Ting had resolved everything. In a fit of vengeance to eliminate him, he even sacrificed the Philosopher's Stone, allowing the all-consuming flames to devour Quirrell along with the stone and the Mirror of Erist, leaving nothing behind. Chapter 77. As the black flames obliterated the Philosopher's Stone, Quirrell and his sinister machinations, the ordeal concerning the stone came to a close. Amidst the flames, the young wizard seemed to witness Voldemort's fractured soul, screaming as he fled from the inferno, yet the terrifying fire had evidently inflicted great harm upon him. At this moment, Dumbledore finally arrived, just in time to witness the scene, bidding farewell to the departing fragments of Voldemort's shattered soul. This deeply furrowed his brow. An era of turmoil was approaching. He then turned to his 5 students. At this moment, he had to confront the undeniable truth before him. It was precisely these students who had breached the chamber housing the Philosopher's Stone, contending with Professor Quirrell and the dark presence of Voldemort that possessed him. In the heat of battle, one student had to resort to using Fiend Fire to eliminate Quirrell along with the Philosopher's Stone. Fiend Fire, possessing the characteristic of incinerating magical entities, left no trace of pure magical constructs like the stone. Upon learning this from all accounts, Dumbledore had no choice but to accept that he had eternally lost the Philosopher's Stone. However, he bore no resentment towards Ye Ting, as the latter had acted out of necessity, especially since Harry was still in Voldemort's clutches at that time. To prevent Voldemort's resurrection, the destruction of Quirrell, who was possessed by Voldemort, along with the stone was indeed the best choice available to Ye Ting. Now, Voldemort was forced to retreat once more, lurking in the shadows to concoct his next nefarious scheme, while he, as the greatest white wizard of the age, had to swiftly prepare for the Dark Lord's potential revival. After departing from the headmaster's office, all the young wizards involved were utterly fatigued. They had set off at dawn in a race to secure the Philosopher's Stone. Having spent the entire night awake, and throughout their trials, in the final confrontation with Quirrell and Voldemort, their physical and mental energies were utterly depleted. Thus, upon returning to their dormitory, they fell asleep almost instantly. Before succumbing to slumber, Ye Ting did not forget to conceal the Philosopher's Stone, which he had in his pocket, within a magically locked chest. Indeed, the stone had not been truly destroyed during the previous battle. In truth, Ye Ting had long desired the Philosopher's Stone, but like Quirrell, he was unable to extract it from the Mirror of Erist. Nor did he wish to draw Dumbledore's attention since he had not yet finished reading the vast library of Hogwarts. Hence, he had devised this plan at the beginning of the term. At that time, Hermione had expressed a desire to explore the room housing the three-headed dog, but he had skillfully delayed her, resolving to execute his plan at the end of the term when Harry would finally retrieve the Philosopher's Stone from the Mirror of Erist to confront Voldemort. Only then would he have the opportunity he sought. To facilitate this plan, he had even prepared a fake Philosopher's Stone in advance. Through diligent research, Ye Ting had learned that the Philosopher's Stone was a diluted version of the Sorcerer's Stone, composed entirely of magical essence. This implies that the fierce flames can completely incinerate it, leaving no residue behind. Thus, he chose to transform a diamond into a counterfeit Philosopher's Stone. It is well known that diamonds are composed entirely of carbon and are remarkably pure, devoid of impurities. When a diamond is ignited, it transforms entirely into carbon dioxide. This indicates that when the counterfeit Philosopher's Stone is consumed by the fierce flames and reveals its true nature, it will be reduced to nothing, just like the genuine stone. Subsequently, he delved into the restricted section to study the incantation of the fierce flames and its corresponding counterspell. After the final examinations, he was prepared. He intended to monitor Harry Potter, ascertain the day he would retrieve the Philosopher's Stone, and feign an accidental meeting with friends to explore the fourth-floor corridor and trapdoor on that very day. At that moment, he would either follow Harry or pretend to encounter them by chance, ultimately devising a way to enter the final chamber alongside Harry Potter, confronting Professor Quirrell. However, plans often deviate from expectations. Ye Ting, accompanied by Hermione and Zhang Qiu, visited Ray in the Forbidden Forest and, on their return, fortuitously encountered Harry and Ron. When Harry invited him to join the endeavor, he was internally elated, for no one anticipated the plan would unfold so seamlessly, thereby reducing the likelihood of Dumbledore's suspicions. Everything progressed according to his design. Due to Quirrell's injuries sustained in the Forbidden Forest skirmish, his combat effectiveness had diminished. Consequently, Ye Ting adeptly controlled the rhythm of the battle against Quirrell in the final chamber, subtly guiding the situation toward his desired outcome. When Harry discovered the Philosopher's Stone, he deliberately exposed a vulnerability, prompting Professor Quirrell to break through the wall and unveil everything. Under Quirrell's threat, when he demanded that Harry hand over the Philosopher's Stone, Harry readily acquiesced. In the ensuing confrontation, he intentionally revealed another flaw, allowing Quirrell to seize Harry, as Voldemort harbored a particular sentiment towards him. He would not immediately terminate Harry's life, and he even doubted Voldemort's capability to kill Harry. However, as the Philosopher's Stone had now transferred to Ye Ting, Voldemort's character would undoubtedly compel him to threaten Harry's life to obtain the stone. This situation inevitably necessitated the sacrifice of the Philosopher's Stone, otherwise, Voldemort could not be vanquished. Nor could Harry Potter be saved. Under such circumstances, he had every justification to publicly destroy the counterfeit stone with fierce flames, thereby seizing the genuine one for himself. Fortunately, the entire plan unfolded flawlessly according to his design, and he successfully acquired the stone without arousing Dumbledore's suspicions. Soon, their remarkable feat spread throughout Hogwarts, and all gazes were filled with admiration for them. Many gathered around, eager to inquire about the events that had transpired. Before long, Penelope, a senior, sought out Ye Ting. However, her intentions extended beyond mere curiosity. "I have heard everything," she said softly, lowering her head in a corner of the common room. "It is a pity I was not by your side at that moment. Otherwise, I could have fought alongside you." The situation was quite perilous, Ye Ting reminded her. But Penelope promptly interrupted his words. "I am aware," she exclaimed, her expression complex as she looked at him. "Of course, I understand the danger. You had to confront a professor possessed by the Dark Lord himself. How could it not be perilous?" As she spoke, Penelope became increasingly animated, clearly lost in her emotions. "I can vividly imagine that scene. A first-year wizard, accompanied by 4 companions, facing such a formidable adversary, while your allies were hardly dependable. 2 of the boys were reckless Gryffindors, and the 2 girls, Hermione and Cho Chang, were of little assistance. You had to step forward alone to protect your companions." At this point, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, as if moved by the imagined bravery of Ye Ting. Witnessing her emotional state, Ye Ting felt a blush creeping to his cheeks. He had merely acted for the sake of the Philosopher's Stone, yet in her eyes, he appeared so heroic. He sighed inwardly, resolving to be more cautious in the future, determined not to tarnish the splendid image he held in others' hearts. After a considerable pause, Penelope regained her composure and earnestly requested, "Promise me that you will take me along next time something occurs." Ye Ting could only nod in agreement. Chapter 0078. The two continued their conversation, meandering through various topics. Penelope seemed somewhat distracted, and suddenly, she feigned casualness as she inquired, "Do you know why Percy Weasley summoned me?" It was this very summons that caused her to miss the chance to visit the unicorn, thus missing the entire affair. Ye Ting shook his head, indicating he was unaware. Penelope regarded him with a complex expression before speaking. "He confessed his feelings for me and wished for me to be his girlfriend." "Oh." Ye Ting nodded, recognizing this from the original tale. Penelope had accepted at that time, but she would likely refuse now. Noticing Ye Ting's lack of reaction, Penelope furrowed her brow and asked, "Can you guess how I responded?" Ye Ting shook his head once more. "I declined," she replied, casting an expectant glance at him. "Oh," he responded, echoing her earlier answer. Even the usually gentle senior sister was angered, as she confronted Ye Ting, loudly questioning him. "Is this your reaction?" Ye Ting glanced at her, feeling a twinge of hesitation within. Although in this life he was remarkably exceptional, adored by all as a paragon of charm, he had never experienced romantic entanglements. Teasing a little girl was one thing, but when faced with such emotional dilemmas, he felt somewhat timid. Alas, he had no choice but to bolster his resolve internally. "Who am I? I am a time traveler, the chosen one. destined to be a master of magic and a man fated to have a harem. How can I falter at the mere hint of emotional turmoil? Finally, he steeled himself, advancing boldly to pin Penelope against the wall. The sudden movement startled her, yet she gazed back at him with hopeful eyes. Meeting her gaze, Ye Ting swiftly pressed his lips against hers and declared, "This is a reward for you." He then hurriedly departed. As she watched Ye Ting's retreating figure, a gentle smile graced Penelope's lips. Shortly thereafter, the final match of the Quidditch Cup commenced, featuring Gryffindor against Ravenclaw. Unlike in the original tale, Harry had not sustained injuries while confronting Quirrell, allowing him to participate seamlessly in the match, standing against friends he had fought alongside just days before. In the preceding matches, both Gryffindor and Ravenclaw had triumphed twice, yet the champion of the Quidditch Cup was not determined by the number of victories, but by the total points accumulated. In this regard, Ravenclaw held a significant advantage, having amassed a total of 510 points in their prior matches, while Gryffindor's score lagged considerably behind, with a deficit exceeding 150 points. This also implies that, in addition to capturing the Golden Snitch, the Gryffindor team must first score through the quaffle to establish a significant lead over their opponents. However, standing against them is the exceptional Ravenclaw player, Ye Ting, who possesses a secret weapon, the Nimbus broomstick, Sunwheel. During the match, the debut of Sunwheel left everyone in awe and trepidation, riding this avant-garde broomstick. Ye Ting almost single-handedly dismantled Gryffindor. Unfortunately for Gryffindor, even with Harry Potter participating safely in the match, they could not evade the most monumental defeat in their history. When the year-end banquet at Hogwarts commenced, the hall was adorned in the blue and bronze of Ravenclaw, celebrating their triumph in securing the House Cup and ending Slytherin's 6-year winning streak, a possible beginning of their own legacy. A massive banner depicting the Ravenclaw eagle hung on the wall behind the head table. Dumbledore arrived last, and soon after, the clamor in the hall gradually subsided. Another year has passed. Dumbledore exclaimed cheerfully, before indulging in the delightful feast, "I must trouble you all to listen to an old man's clitch. What a splendid year it has been. Surely your minds have been enriched compared to the past. Ahead lies the entire summer awaiting you, allowing you to digest all that knowledge before the next term commences. Now, to my knowledge, we must first proceed with the awarding ceremony for the House Cup. The scores for each house are as follows. 4th place, Gryffindor, with 312 points. 3rd place, Hufflepuff, with 352 points. 2nd place, Slytherin, with 372 points. And 1st place, Ravenclaw, with 586 points. A thunderous cheer erupted from Ravenclaw's table, accompanied by enthusiastic stomping. "Indeed, well done," Dumbledore remarked. However, several recent events must also be taken into account. The hall fell into a hushed silence, and the smiles of Ravenclaw members diminished somewhat. Ye Ting cast a scornful glance at Dumbledore. In the original narrative, Gryffindor's score was similarly low. Yet Dumbledore awarded a total of 170 points to the trio of saviors and Neville due to the Philosopher's Stone incident, enabling them to surpass the Slytherin team that had won the House Cup at that time. It is no wonder that some say Dumbledore, though a commendable headmaster, is quite partial, favoring the house of his own origins, Gryffindor. Nonetheless, this time, with Ye Ting and Hermione's presence, Ravenclaw triumphed in the House Cup, widening the gap from Gryffindor even further. Moreover, in the recent Philosopher's Stone incident, Ravenclaw surpassed Gryffindor in both participation and contribution, thus even with additional points, they would not necessarily be at a disadvantage. This time, he was curious to see how this biased old man would assist Gryffindor. As expected, Dumbledore did not allocate points according to contributions as in the original text. Instead, he awarded 50 points to each participant based on headcount. And then he added 10 points for Neville Longbottom. This is indeed quite biased. The Gryffindors were undoubtedly elated, having surpassed their arch-rivals, Slytherin. As Professor Snape cast an awkward glance at Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick hummed merrily to himself, his house leading the 2nd place by a substantial margin of 314 points. The following day, the results of the final exams were announced, with both Ye Ting and Hermione achieving perfect scores and tying for 1st place, of course. It was common knowledge that Hermione's score merely matched Ye Ting's due to the limited total available. Subsequently, the semester came to a close, and the young witches and wizards boarded the train to platform 9 3/4. Ye Ting waved his farewell to the 3 girls, expressing, "I shall find a new residence during this holiday. I will write to inform you of my new address, and then we may correspond through letters. Naturally, you are welcome to visit me as well." Chapter 0079. Upon returning from Hogwarts to the Wolves' Orphanage, Ye Ting felt a palpable unease. This was hardly surprising. At Hogwarts, He could retreat to the room of requirement, indulging in any research his heart desired. When boredom struck, he could soar through the skies on his broom, reveling in the sensation of the wind. Since aiding the centaur tribe, he had even acquired a new pastime, wandering the forbidden forest, with centaurs as his guides. The forest felt as familiar as his own backyard, allowing for leisurely exploration and foraging. Yet now, he found himself confined to a small room, his only diversion being the pages of books, unable to perform magic. Although he had previously outwitted the Orus at the airport, that had been a unique circumstance. He dared not risk using magic at the orphanage for fear of expulsion. After all, his current powers were insufficient to contend with the Ministry of Magic. However, one might ponder, if he were indeed powerful enough to disregard the ministry's regulations, why would he concern himself with the prospect of expulsion? In any case, feeling stifled, Ye Ting could no longer contain his frustration. He sought out Mrs. Gary and obtained permission for independent living, employing subtle mental persuasion techniques. Though without the use of a wand, so no trace could be detected. Finally, he was free to act on his own accord. Nevertheless, his immediate priority was not to find a new residence, but to seek investment opportunities. The most notorious event in the financial markets of 1992 was undoubtedly the pound crisis, where speculators led by Soros seized the opportunity presented by the misalignment of exchange rates among European nations to short the pound, reaping considerable profits. This event transpired in September 1992, yet currently, Soros has begun to orchestrate his plans. Consequently, Ye Ting, upon departing from the Wu orphanage, promptly journeyed to the United States, investing his entire fortune into Soros's hedge fund. Employing magical means was inevitable. Otherwise, how could a mere account of several $1 million gain entry into a hedge fund worth billions? Following this, Ye Ting commenced preparations for his new abode, intending to establish it in a location inhabited predominantly by wizards. In such areas, the dense population of wizards renders the use of tracking spells ineffective for detecting minor sorcerers' magical activities, thereby affording Ye Ting the opportunity to circumvent the Ministry of Magic's regulations regarding the use of magic outside of school. Presently, he has two preferred locations. The first is Hogsmeade in Scotland, a bustling wizarding village conveniently close to Hogwarts. The second choice is Ottery St. Catchpole in Devon, England, a quaint village devoid of opulence, yet home to many of Ye Ting's acquaintances, such as the Weasley family, the Lovegoods, and the Diggories. Both locations are appealing, leading to a prolonged period of indecision for Ye Ting. Hogsmeade offers vibrancy and shopping convenience, allowing for easy returns to Hogwarts, akin to a desirable school district. In contrast, Ottery St. Catchpole is near friends, providing opportunities for casual visits during moments of boredom, with intriguing company like George and Fred Weasley, Diggory from Godric's family, and Luna Lovegood. After a day of contemplation, he suddenly recalled the events of that summer concerning Harry. The Weasley twins had flown to Privet Drive in a magical car to retrieve Harry Potter. A car. An epiphany struck Ye Ting. Why not acquire a caravan to serve as his home? Wizards employ a spell known as the undetectable extension charm, which can enlarge limited spaces without external evidence of alteration. This charm is widely utilized for wizard storage items and residences. Ye Ting possesses considerable prowess with this spell, endowed with a remarkable affinity for spatial magic, making such learning effortless for him. Although larger spaces pose an increased challenge for the application of the undetectable extension charm, with his level of skill, he could transform a caravan space into a luxurious villa. Thus, he could freely choose his residence during holidays. He would reside in the quaint village of Ottery St. Catchpole, and upon the commencement of school, he would relocate to Hogsmeade. Furthermore, he could embark on journeys to any destination he desired, all while driving this remarkable vehicle. Indeed, he could take it a step further by purchasing a bus and converting it into a motorhome, as one of the three basic types of motorhomes is, in fact, a bus motorhome. By the way, the other two types are camper vans and trailer homes. Without hesitation, he promptly devised a plan to disguise his identity and acquired a double-decker bus. This is a Volvo Olympian double-decker bus manufactured by the Swedish company Volvo, which commenced production of this latest model at its Scottish factory in 1992. However, it was swiftly intercepted by Ye Ting upon its release. The vehicle measures an impressive 12 meters in length, 2.5 meters in width, and stands 4.4 meters tall. While the specifics of the engine are of little consequence, as it can be transformed through the arcane arts, the next step involves seeking a suitable location for the bus's modification. Given the necessity for magic, he must find a wizarding enclave to carry out the transformation discreetly, evading the notice of the Ministry of Magic. In Ye Ting's view, the ideal locale is the village of St. Catchpole, not only because it is home to numerous wizarding families, but also because it offers the prospect of an immediate ally, Arthur Weasley, the father of the twins and Ron. Arthur Weasley works in the Ministry of Magic's office dedicated to the prohibition of the misuse of Muggle artifacts, yet he possesses a fondness for all things Muggle. Even having authored the Muggle Protection Act, his fascination with Muggle technology is profound. He often acquires Muggle items, dismantling and studying them in his shed to grasp their workings, occasionally casting spells upon them. The Ford car that the twins and Ron drove to fetch Harry was one of his ingenious creations. With his interest in Muggle objects, experience in modifying Muggle vehicles, amiable disposition, and familiarity with Ye Ting, one could hardly envision a more perfect collaborator. With this in mind, he promptly penned a letter to the twins, requesting that they relay his message to Mr. Arthur Weasley. Compared to Ron, Ye Ting shared a closer bond with the twins. During their time at Hogwarts, they frequently sought his counsel on alchemical matters, while he offered numerous suggestions for their homemade prank items. Before long, a response arrived. Penned not by the twins but by Mr. Weasley himself. This letter is imbued with warmth and enthusiasm. In it, Mr. Weasley expresses his long-standing admiration for Ye Ting and offers effusive praise for Ye Ting's conduct at Hogwarts. Upon hearing Ye Ting's proposal to convert a bus into a residence, Mr. Weasley displays great interest and eagerly volunteers to join the renovation efforts. At the conclusion of the letter, he extends a heartfelt invitation for Ye Ting to visit the Weasley home, known as the Burrow, and includes the address and street Catchpole Village. Upon arriving at St. Catchpole Village, Ye Ting is warmly welcomed by the Weasley family. The twins embrace him exuberantly and then scrutinize his double-decker bus. How cool. You intend to build a home within a vehicle? What inspired such a notion? They also offer him a piece of fudge, which Ye Ting declines, repulsed by the apparent taste of hiccup potion wafting from it. He glances at the confection with distaste. Whose dreadful idea was this? It was George's idea. No. It was Fred's idea. The twins promptly shift the blame onto one another. Ron merely shakes Ye Ting's hand, appearing somewhat reserved. Their relationship is rather ordinary. Yet following the events surrounding the Philosopher's Stone, he has begun to regard Ye Ting with newfound respect. Mr. Weasley is a slender man with a receding hairline. Yet the remaining strands of hair are as red as those of his children. He dons a somewhat travel-worn green robe. Having hurried back from the Ministry of Magic to greet Ye Ting, Mrs. Weasley is a plump and kindly woman, clad in a patterned apron, with a wand tucked into her pocket. When the twins present Ye Ting to their parents, the Weasley couple greets him with enthusiastic embraces. Hello, Mr. Ye, Mr. Weasley says, shaking his hand. I have heard of your remarkable feats. To confront the Dark Lord's minions in your first year, truly, you are a prodigy. I understand you spent your early years in a Muggle orphanage. I shouldn't have mentioned that, but you must be well acquainted with the Muggle world, correct? Arthur. Please refrain from such inquiries upon first meeting. Mrs. Weasley interjects loudly, then turns to Ye Ting, regarding him with a nurturing gaze that, while devoid of malice, nonetheless makes Ye Ting feel somewhat uncomfortable. Is it due to her being an older lady? Ah, you are Ye Ting, are you not? What a handsome young man you are. Mrs. Weasley nods approvingly. Ron speaks highly of you, and George and Fred often mention you as well. I must thank you for looking out for Ron at school. I am delighted he has made a friend like you. I heard you previously lived in, well, an orphanage. She wipes a tear from the corner of her eye. What a good child you are. Encouraged by their warm invitation, Ye Ting visits the Weasley home. The Burrow. It once appeared to be a stone pigsty, but over time, various rooms have been added, creating a structure several stories high, with a distinctly haphazard charm that suggests the influence of magic. The red roof is adorned with 4 or 5 chimneys, and a sign leaning at an angle proclaims the Burrow. Next to the entrance lie several high-top boots and a rusted cauldron. A few plump brown chickens peck about the yard. The Weasley garden is expansive, overgrown with weeds and surrounded by a tangle of roots from numerous trees. Various plants flourish from each flower bed, and a large green pond teems with frogs. This is a humble yet warm abode. Upon entering the modest dwelling, Ye Ting noticed 2 other members of the household in the living room. One of them, slightly taller and impeccably dressed, wore a knitted vest adorned with the badge of a prefect. Ye Ting observed that Percy regarded him with a gaze imbued with complexity, an amalgamation of jealousy and resentment. Percy is envious of you, one of the twins whispered conspiratorially in Ye Ting's ear. Since returning home, I have noticed that he has been secretly writing letters to someone. Yet he has never received a reply. Indeed, the other twin interjected, we intercepted Errol, our family's owl, and discovered that the recipient of his letters is Penelope Clearwater. The charming Ravenclaw upperclassman. Oh, those letters were fervently romantic. They sent chills down my spine. Yet Penelope has never responded. He is merely infatuated. And we are all aware of it. At this juncture, he raised an eyebrow at Ye Ting. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, the other twin eagerly chimed in. We all know that Penelope often spends time with you. I would wager all of George's skiving snapboxes that she harbors feelings for you, leaving Percy with no chance whatsoever. You stole my words. George. The first twin exclaimed indignantly. I am George. No, I am. With that, the twins fell into another bout of bickering. Ye Ting could only shake his head in exasperation. What is going on? Percy, after being rejected by his senior, surprisingly has not given up. However, he let out a snort. This fellow stands no chance at all. He cast a glance at Percy. Noting that his appearance was inferior to mine, his abilities lacking, and his family's wealth nowhere near my own. Would Penelope ever take a liking to him? Another member of the Weasley clan was a young girl with fiery red hair, Ginny Weasley, who was to enroll at Hogwarts this year as well. Upon seeing Ye Ting, she merely nodded shyly. Furthermore, they had two older brothers who were not primarily present at home. The eldest, Bill, worked as a curse breaker at Gringotts, while the second son, Charlie, studied dragons in Romania. After enjoying lunch at the Weasley residence, the twins led Ye Ting to their room, seeking his advice on how to perfectly eliminate the sin of hiccuping potion from their suites. Ye Ting spent an entire day at the Weasley home, even staying overnight, partaking in various daily activities typical of a wizarding family, such as ridding the garden of gnomes. He also encountered a ghoul in the attic, making for a truly novel and delightful experience. However, early the next morning, Ye Ting had work to commence. The first step involved dismantling the interior of the double-decker bus. Ye Ting and Arthur spent the morning bustling about the bus, with George and Fred lending a hand. To be frank, when compared to manual labor, magic proved exceedingly convenient. Spells such as the control charm, levitation charm, movement charm, summoning charm, and transfiguration were all remarkably practical. Mr. Weasley expressed great interest in the luxurious seats of the bus, relocating a few to their home. Next came the phase of performing the undetectable extinction charm. In that moment, the entire bus transformed into a stage solely for Ye Ting's performance. A mere few dozen square meters of space was magically expanded to several hundred. The ceiling, which stood less than 2 meters high, soared to a height of 4 or 5 meters under his enchantment. Furthermore, he opened an aperture at the top of the bus and constructed a canopy, enclosing it with glass to create a veritable garden. The sheer brilliance of his undetectable extinction charm left the Weasley family in utter astonishment. They had never witnessed such formidable mastery of this spell. While other wizards might manage to amplify a pocket-sized space several dozen times, or perhaps increase the dimensions of a car or a house a few-fold, who could possibly achieve the remarkable feat of expanding a bus's interior 100-fold? Even Albus Dumbledore would likely find such an endeavor beyond his capabilities. Yet, before their very eyes, Ye Ting had effortlessly transformed a double-decker bus into a sprawling villa exceeding 1,000 square meters. At this point, the Weasley couple finally comprehended the extent of genius that resided within Hogwarts. Chapter 0081. The subsequent content revolves around renovations and visiting furniture. For this purpose, Ye Ting tirelessly ventured to Diagon Alley day after day for several consecutive days. This time, he utilized the Weasley family's fireplace to access Diagon Alley via flow powder. To be candid, for wizards unaccustomed to or inept at apparition, flow powder is indeed a remarkably convenient mode of transportation. It is far more comfortable and safer than apparition, boasting a fixed network of flow stations, allowing one to simply state their destination to arrive there, regardless of prior familiarity. Unlike apparition, which necessitates a comprehensive understanding of the target location, flow powder offers a more accessible alternative. Ye Ting resolved that once his home renovations were completed, he would undoubtedly connect his fireplace to the Floo network. Throughout the renovation process, Ye Ting expended a considerable sum of galleons, visiting several furniture stores, both Muggle and Wizarding, before finally acquiring satisfactory furnishings. Any minor dissatisfaction was remedied with the use of transfiguration. Among the furnishings, there exists a plethora of quintessential Wizarding items, such as a mirror that critiques attire and a teapot that serves tea autonomously. He also procured an antenna and a high-powered generator, which he subsequently enchanted. After the modifications, the antenna gained the ability to connect to Muggle television and telephone systems regardless of distance, with future potential for Muggle internet access, while the generator could be powered by magic, allowing him to utilize Muggle appliances within his home. Arthur Weasley expressed great fascination with Ye Ting's technological prowess. fervently requesting that Ye Ting install a similar setup in his own residence. However, upon learning the cost of these Muggle devices, he regretfully withdrew his request. After a week of renovations, Ye Ting's new abode was finally completed, though he still had further modifications in mind for the bus itself. In truth, he harbored a deep envy for the Weasley family's flying and invisible Ford car. After all, while traveling on a broomstick is expedient, it lacks the comfort and ease of driving. With Mr. Weasley's assistance, Ye Ting successfully equipped the Olympia bus with an invisibility system, braking system, shock absorbers, balancing system, additional power system, and a flying system. He even transformed the engine to be magically powered, allowing him to comfortably drive his mobile home around the world. The final step involved connecting the fireplace in his home to the Ministry of Magic's flow network. However, Ye Ting encountered a dilemma. As an underage wizard owning his own residence, submitting a request to the ministry would likely reveal his situation, potentially resulting in expulsion from Hogwarts for unauthorized modifications to Muggle items or for using magic outside of school as a minor. Fortunately, Ye Ting had connections within the ministry, the most capable of assisting him being none other than his headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Upon Dumbledore's arrival, he was immediately taken aback by Ye Ting's ingenious creativity and the results of his modifications. As he explored the bus, more accurately, this remarkable house, Dumbledore exhibited a childlike curiosity, examining the magical items Ye Ting had crafted, including a radio capable of accessing both Muggle and Wizarding stations, a mirror that not only functioned as a surveillance camera to view the exterior of the bus but also connected to Muggle television programs, and a Muggle washing machine enhanced with water-making and drying charms. He immersed himself in his examination with great enthusiasm. Eventually, reluctantly tearing his gaze away, he praised Ye Ting, stating, "Your alchemical creations have truly broadened my horizons. Professor Babbage would undoubtedly welcome you in his class, as there are so few wizards who grasp this knowledge." He gladly agreed to assist Ye Ting in establishing connections at the ministry, facilitating the integration of his fireplace into the Flu network. However, the ministry had never before encountered such a request for a mobile fireplace, and the potential for unforeseen consequences lingered. "Are you certain you wish to proceed?" Dumbledore cautioned before the installation. Yet, Ye Ting demonstrated through his actions that Dumbledore's concerns were entirely unfounded. This is merely a matter of spatial coordinates. In just one day, Ye Ting transformed the fireplace and re-engineered the Flu powder, enabling the fireplace to connect to the Flu network regardless of its movements, thus rendering it impervious to disruptions caused by coordinate shifts. Concerning this technological advancement, Dumbledore remarked, "This is a groundbreaking invention in the realm of magical transportation. I dare say, should you publish this research, you will undoubtedly earn a Sir Merlin medal." "Of course, I would be delighted to do so," Ye Ting responded joyfully. Consequently, he worked tirelessly through the night to compose a formal paper outlining the spatial magical theory behind the mobile fireplace, while Professor Dumbledore offered to assist in publishing the paper and advocating for the recognition he rightfully deserved. Soon, Ye Ting received word that his paper was published in the academic journal Innovations in Charms, garnering widespread admiration for his theory. The sole critique was that the prose of the paper was excessively dry, resembling a mere monotonous account. However, Ye Ting believed that academic papers should be composed in such a manner if they were embellished like the works of other wizards. What distinction would they hold from literary creations? Furthermore, according to the internal information Dumbledore had received, this invention would secure him a third-class Merlin medal. Simultaneously, the Flu Powder Company approached Ye Ting. This company is the sole producer of flying powder in the United Kingdom. After negotiations, Ye Ting resolved to separate the mobile fireplace technology, enabling a portion of its functionalities to be realized through flying powder, while he simplified the ancient demonic script related to the remaining aspects of the technology into an incantation. In this manner, all wizards would be able to master the Portkey fireplace charm. By casting this charm on their own fireplaces, they could transform them into mobile entrances to the Flu network. With the aid of a specially formulated Flu powder, one could seamlessly access the network from any location using just their fireplace. Ye Ting generously made the incantation public and granted the formula for the special Flu powder to the Flubang Company. Consequently, the Flubang Company emerged as the sole entity capable of producing this unique Flu powder tailored for mobile fireplaces. The mission of the Flubang Company was to promote the Portkey fireplace charm while selling the specially formulated Flu powder to its users. As mobile fireplaces became increasingly prevalent, the Flubang Company stood poised to monopolize the Flu powder market globally. Ye Ting devised this strategy for the Flubang Company, reaping benefits for himself as well. According to his agreement with them, he would receive 30% of the profits from the special flue powder. Although each spoonful of flue powder was priced at merely 2 sickles, the model of low profit margins combined with high sales volume promised him substantial earnings in galleons. Just as Ye Ting was diligently strategizing his financial gains, Dumbledore brought him unexpected news. He had taken the liberty of enrolling Ye Ting in the International Wizarding Chess Tournament. Chapter 0082, The Wizarding Chess Tournament? Why must I participate? Faced with the beaming Dumbledore, Ye Ting felt an unprecedented urge to strike someone. Why has this old fellow been assigned such an inexplicable task? At present, he is exceedingly busy, with a multitude of responsibilities demanding his attention. His schedule is utterly congested. He must organize his recently renovated abode, prepare an array of plants for his new garden, delve into the study of the newly acquired magical stone, and he also aspires to learn Ogmanis during the summer break. I have heard of your remarkable achievements. Dumbledore explained with a smile. You performed admirably during the Wizard Chess Challenge. I have never witnessed such combat strategy, adeptly controlling multiple pieces simultaneously to overwhelm your adversary. I understand that was your first encounter with Wizard Chess, correct? Oh, your information is quite up to date. Ye Ting nonchalantly rolled his eyes. But I am currently overwhelmed with tasks. I have a considerable stack of books to read and much research yet to complete. I simply cannot spare the time to participate in that so-called International Wizard Chess Competition. You are the most talented student I have encountered, Dumbledore sighed. Offering a compliment, I have seen many gifted young individuals, yet none display your level of diligence. They tend to squander their energy on frivolities, competition, romance, and other trivial matters. At times, I even feel that you exhibit a maturity beyond your years. Nevertheless, I believe you are placing undue pressure upon yourself. Why not seize an opportunity to relax like your peers? You consider the International Wizard Chess Competition a form of relaxation? Indeed. I believe it would serve as such for you, Dumbledore remarked with a knowing smile. To be candid, Hogwarts has not excelled in this competition for many years. I recall that during both my time and Professor McGonagall's, Hogwarts consistently secured commendable standings in the International Wizard Chess Tournament. However, it has been several years since anyone from Hogwarts participated, while students from Beauxbatons have been making quite a name for themselves in this arena. Very well. I shall give it careful consideration, Ye Ting replied somewhat exasperatedly, merely offering a perfunctory response. It will not consume much of your time, at most 2 or 3 days. Dumbledore, perceiving his reluctance, persisted in his persuasion. I hear you have been cultivating your garden recently? If you are willing to partake in this competition, regardless of the outcome, I shall ensure that Professor Sprout provides you with a selection of seeds from all the precious herbs in Hogwarts greenhouse. What you say is true. Ye Ting felt a flicker of interest. Gathering such a multitude of herbs is indeed a cumbersome task. If I could obtain everything directly from Hogwarts, it would alleviate much of the burden. Certainly, I am the headmaster of Hogwarts, and I do possess a modicum of authority, Dumbledore quipped, winking playfully at him. Regardless of the outcome? Regardless of the outcome. However, I trust you shall not approach this lightly, old man, will you? At this moment, Ye Ting found the old man rather irksome, as he possessed an acute understanding of Ye Ting's character. Ye Ting approached tasks with a singular philosophy. Either he abstained from doing them altogether, or he executed them to perfection. Very well, you have triumphed. He sighed, conceding. As you wish, I shall accompany you to participate in this competition. The championship is as good as mine. The current International Wizards Chess Championship is being held on a quaint island in the Mediterranean, where a spell to counteract the manifestation of phantoms has been cast. The means of arrival is through a key-shaped portal. Upon passing through this portal, Ye Ting and Dumbledore emerge into a vast square, bustling with numerous wizards coming and going. With the tournament itself situated within an ancient castle at the square center. Clearly, the International Wizards Chess Championship holds a prestigious position among wizards, as evidenced by the considerable attendance at the event. Most attendees hail from various countries, predominantly from Europe and America. Although there are also many participants and spectators from Central Asia, while those of East Asian descent are notably fewer. However, in comparison to the past, the representation of Asian competitors has made a significant breakthrough, as wizards in Asia have long favored a simpler game of alternating turns on an empty chessboard, with wizards chess only gaining popularity there in recent decades. Nevertheless, wizards have never acknowledged the importance of the changes within the Muggle society in this regard. Ye Ting notices that Dumbledore is indeed quite renowned on the international stage. Within moments of their arrival, no fewer than 10 wizards approach him to extend their greetings. These wizards, although appearing quite aged, possess formidable magical capabilities, clearly indicating their significant status. It is worth noting that these elder wizards are not participants in the tournament. Rather, they are either enthusiasts who have purchased expensive tickets to witness the event or guardians accompanying their apprentices to partake in the competition. The elderly individuals warmly introduced their descendants to Dumbledore, most of whom were their grandchildren, suggesting that they hailed from illustrious wizarding families. However, Ye Ting harbored little fondness for these individuals, offering only a perfunctory greeting. Nevertheless, Dumbledore consistently presented Ye Ting to them. And upon learning that Ye Ting was the recent innovator of the highly celebrated portable fireplace in the magical community, each of them cast looks of astonishment and admiration in his direction. Are the competitors primarily young people? Ye Ting inquired softly after bidding farewell to an elderly wizard from Denmark. Indeed, while a few older wizards may participate, the majority of the contestants are youthful. Dumbledore replied with a slight nod. You must understand, playing wizard's chess is an endeavor that demands considerable energy. In my youth, I could engage in matches for 3 days and nights consecutively. However, now, he chuckled self-deprecatingly. Though we oldsters possess some advantages in terms of magical power and experience, as you can see, after just 1 or 2 games, we are utterly fatigued. Subsequently, Dumbledore introduced Ye Ting to several other acquaintances, whom he described as the most intellectually accomplished wizards in the current magical realm, regular contributors to esteemed academic publications on transfiguration, innovative spells, and practical potions. Upon learning of Ye Ting's identity, the elderly individuals warmly welcomed this young man, who had achieved remarkable accomplishments in academia at such a tender age. This time, Ye Ting finally engaged in a delightful conversation rather than merely exchanging pleasantries as before. He and the elderly scholars exchanged a plethora of academic insights regarding the studies of curses, transfiguration, and more. Ultimately, he even shared contact information with many of them, agreeing to correspond in the future. After departing from their company, Dumbledore regarded Ye Ting with a hint of curiosity, remarking, Madame Maxime mentioned she would like to introduce her granddaughter to you. I dare say she has never held such admiration for a young man. They are indeed remarkable elders. Ye Ting replied cheerfully, a smile gracing his lips. Their knowledge is profoundly extensive, and I have greatly benefited from our discussions. Chapter 0083 at the competition venue. Ye Ting and Dumbledore encountered an unexpectedly familiar face. It was an imposing woman of considerable stature, larger than anyone Ye Ting had ever seen. With only Hagrid among his acquaintances comparable, she possessed a striking olive complexion, large, dark, expressive eyes, and a prominent nose. Her hair was elegantly styled into a gleaming bun at the nape of her neck, and she was adorned in a flowing black satin gown, embellished with opulent opals around her neck and on her robust fingers. Upon seeing Dumbledore, she broke into a graceful smile and extended a shimmering hand toward him. Despite Dumbledore's own height, he leaned down only slightly to kiss her hand. Good day, dear Madame Maxime, he said. It has been quite a while. Greetings, Dumbledore. Madame Maxime replied in a deep voice. It has indeed been a long time, especially since Hogwarts has been absent from this competition for some time. Indeed, it is rather embarrassing. Dumbledore chuckled nonchalantly, nudging Ye Ting forward. This is my student, Ye Ting. Although young, his prowess in wizard's chess is such that even we old-timers must concede defeat. He then added to Ye Ting, this is Madame Olympe Maxime, the headmistress of Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. Moreover, the witches of Beauxbatons are truly exceptional, both beautiful and accomplished. At this, he raised an eyebrow at Ye Ting, an amused glint in his eye. Upon hearing Dumbledore's introduction, Madame Maxime scrutinized Ye Ting from head to toe. Is this your prized pupil? I have heard his name in France. I must say, Dumbledore, Hogwarts consistently produces such prodigies. With that, she revealed a girl hidden behind her towering figure, so obscured that Ye Ting had not even noticed her presence. Fleur Delacour, a fourth-year student at Beauxbatons. Our academy's finest young lady, she proclaimed proudly. In the realm of wizard's chess, she surpasses the renowned Madame Delacour from 4 years ago. I am confident she will achieve even greater results. Indeed, Fleur Delacour was the most stunning girl Ye Ting had ever encountered. She was tall, with striking azure eyes and a dazzling smile that showcased her pristine teeth, while her long, silvery hair cascaded down to her waist. However, beyond her physical beauty, there was an enchanting allure about her that captivated Ye Ting, compelling him to behave peculiarly in an effort to draw her attention. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, dispelling the enchantment with his formidable willpower. He could not help but marvel at Fleur's beguiling ability, a testament to her Vila heritage. In the original tale, she was chosen by the Goblet of Fire to represent Beauxbatons in the Triwizard Tournament, although Ye Ting could easily resist her charm. This was a result of his boundless potential and the strong will he had cultivated. Most individuals would not fare as well, and he could only imagine the chaos that would ensue should Fleur deploy her powers in the presence of the Muggle world. Ye Ting regarded the girl calmly and remarked, "Miss Delacour, do you not believe that employing Vila abilities upon others is rather impolite?" Fleur was taken aback, for the boy seemed entirely unaffected by her charm, a rarity even among her peers who had never been able to resist her allure. Even Madame Maxime regarded Ye Ting with newfound respect. "I apologize," Fleur said, gracefully curtsying to Ye Ting, her voice melodious. "I did not intend to do so. I am merely curious about you. Madame Maxime has spoken of you frequently these past few days. Can you forgive my actions?" "Very well, I forgive you. After all, girls possess certain privileges." Ye Ting replied with a smile. "However, I do request one of your hairs, if you would be so kind." "My hair?" Fleur echoed, surprised at such an unusual request upon first meeting. "Of course, but you must first tell me what you intend to do with it." "For research," Ye Ting replied earnestly. "I have yet to encounter a Vila, and I am quite curious about the source of their enchanting abilities." This response left Furong deeply affected, making her feel somewhat overzealous. She shot a glare at Ye Ting and retorted, "Very well, you research fanatic." Shortly thereafter, the organizers dispatched staff members who instructed the competitors to promptly enter their designated competition rooms, allowing Ye Ting to bid her farewell with a wave. The competition followed an elimination format, featuring 64 participants, each recommended by renowned magical academies or the most prestigious wizard chess clubs. The event would unfold over 5 rounds, culminating in the emergence of the final 2 contenders who would vie for the championship. The initial 2 rounds would determine the victor in a single match, while the subsequent 3 rounds would adopt a best-of-3 format, with the final match employing a best-of-5 structure. In the first match, Ye Ting faced an opponent in his 30s. Adorned in resplendent attire and exhibiting an air of sophistication, clearly hailing from a distinguished lineage. Upon recognizing that his adversary was merely a 12-year-old child, the competitor immediately relaxed, his gaze towards Ye Ting tinged with condescension. However, it was not long before Ye Ting delivered a stunning blow on the chessboard, swiftly asserting his prowess. This time, he refrained from employing the techniques of extreme multi-line manipulation, instead opting to play at a pace akin to that of his opponent. However, Ye Ting's cerebral processing speed far surpassed that of his rival. With his intellectual prowess, he could effortlessly secure the title of world champion in an international chess tournament. Only a supercomputer might stand a chance against him. Yet, as long as he dedicates ample time to his studies, it is believed that even supercomputers will eventually prove no match for his continuous advancement. Faced with such an adversary, how could this middle-aged man possibly retaliate? Within a mere 10 minutes, he was utterly defeated. The second round of the competition commenced in the afternoon. In this round, Ye Ting's opponent is a rather gaunt old man. Though his pace of play is not swift, his tactics are exceedingly shrewd, proficient in cunning stratagems. In the previous match, the traps he meticulously laid completely bewildered his adversary, resulting in a disagreement between the opponent and his own pieces, leading to a heated argument that ultimately caused him to lose the game. In this match, he employed the same tactics once more, facing an opponent even younger than the last. He believed this time his strategy would prove more effective. However, he soon discovered that his approach had completely lost its efficacy. Despite the youth of his adversary, they exhibited an extraordinary talent for commanding their pieces. No matter how he laid traps or offered bait, the opposing player remained unfazed, and their pieces adhered unwaveringly to their commands, demonstrating no inclination to act independently due to their youth. Confronted with such a formidable opponent, he found himself at a loss. After several failed attempts with bait tactics, it was his own pieces that first rebelled against him, and his opponent swiftly seized upon the opening, launching a decisive assault that led to his downfall. Chapter 0084. At 9 o'clock the following morning, the third round of the competition commenced. At this stage, only 16 contestants remained, and the format shifted to a best-of-3 series. This time, Ye Ting's opponent was a rare male sorcerer from India, named Vishwanathan Babu. With his dark complexion and glasses, he exuded an air of unwavering confidence. As per his self-introduction, he was the champion of the previous International Sorcerers Chess Tournament, renowned as the Madras Tiger. Upon discovering that his opponent was but a child, he immediately adopted a demeanor of a senior expert, engaging Ye Ting in conversation. "Ah, young one, is this your first time participating in the International Sorcerers Chess Tournament? You must be delighted to see me, the reigning champion. Worry not, I shall show mercy. I hope that through our match, you may glean some wisdom. Would you like my autograph? Do not be shy, speak boldly if you desire it." Rest assured. After the competition concludes, I shall present you with a signed copy of my autobiography, freshly published. Curious about the origin of my moniker, Madras Tiger? It is recounted in my memoir. Alas, this was not a conversation, but rather a monologue delivered in front of his opponent. This individual is not only narcissistic, but also a loquacious bore, which is truly exasperating. Ye Ting wore a grim expression throughout. He held no interest in such a person. He neither desired his autobiographical signature nor was he curious whether the Madras Tiger referred to an actual tiger from Madras or merely a creature named after it. All he yearned for was for the match to commence swiftly, so he could swiftly vanquish this insufferable individual and depart from this place. He even harbored doubts that during the last International Wizards Chess Championship, this chap named Bab had indeed convinced his opponents through his incessant chatter to seize the championship title. At last, the excruciating preparation time came to an end, and the competition officially began. As the match commenced, Ye Ting unleashed his full potential. Of course, the previous champion possessed some skill. At the very least, his command execution speed eclipsed that of Ye Ting's first two adversaries. However, when faced with Ye Ting, a prodigy capable of commanding more than 8 pieces simultaneously, he had no choice but to concede defeat. Throughout the match, Bab managed to hold his ground for the initial few seconds, but as Ye Ting's operational speed became evident, Bab was gradually overwhelmed and was decisively defeated in under 10 minutes. In the second round, Bab seemingly cast aside his pretentious demeanor, aspiring to give his all. Yet this time, he fell even faster, succumbing to Ye Ting's generalship in a mere 5 minutes. Such an ending dealt him a severe blow. By the time he regained his composure from the defeat, Ye Ting had long vacated the competition room. "I protest," Babu shouted loudly at the referee. "I believe someone cast a soul-binding spell against me." "That was merely a child," the referee said, attempting to placate the former champion before him. "It is impossible for him to have used a soul-binding spell on you. I sense you're in a rather poor state. You could benefit from some calming potions." Nonetheless, news of a 12-year-old defeating the reigning champion twice in a mere 15 minutes spread like wildfire across the venue. Curiosity burgeoned as everyone pondered the identity of this child and the means by which he achieved such a feat. Some speculated that he had employed a soul-binding spell on his opponent, while others posited that an elderly gentleman had consumed a youth serum to compete. Ultimately, someone discovered Ye Ting's name on the contestant roster, as he was the youngest participant, the sole 12-year-old among the competitors. Furthermore, the exaggerated tactics of Ye Ting were widely recounted by the spectators present at the match. No one could fathom the veracity of these claims. For even the most skilled wizard chess players can only command 5 pieces simultaneously, and under such circumstances, must proceed with caution, entirely lacking the capacity for comprehensive strategy. Many believed that the spectators were either speaking nonsense or had fallen under some enchantment. Thus, discussions regarding the methods by which Ye Ting achieved victory intensified. Did you truly employ a soul-binding spell on your opponent during the match? After triumphing over her adversary, Farong Delacour quickly sought out Ye Ting, who was nestled in a corner, engrossed in a book, and curiously inquired. "Of course not." Ye Ting rolled his eyes. "Such an opponent hardly warrants the use of a soul-binding spell." "You must be boasting," Farong huffed. "He was the previous champion." "And what of it? I need not exert myself to defeat him," Ye Ting replied, his demeanor one of disdain. "Is that so?" Farong cast a skeptical glance at him. "If you manage to continue winning, we shall surely meet in the finals. Will you allow me to witness your true prowess then?" The true prowess she referred to was, of course, Ye Ting's full strength. However, Ye Ting responded with a mischievous grin. The girl before him was indeed quite charming, and he felt inclined to tease her a bit. He deliberately appraised her delicate figure from head to toe. "Do you truly wish to witness my full prowess? I fear you may not be able to handle it." Upon hearing this, Farong's lovely visage flushed with embarrassment. Oh no, it seemed she had misspoken. If she were an ordinary girl, she might have either shyly looked down or thrown a petty tantrum, yet Farong was different, possessing the bloodline of a seductress. Throughout her life, the boys around her either completely succumbed to her charm, fawning over her like devoted admirers, or were so earnest that they did not dare to approach her. Only Ye Ting, despite being merely 12, remained impervious to her allure and even dared to flirt with her, igniting her keen interest in him. With a playful glint in her eyes, Farong provocatively addressed Ye Ting. "How can you know you cannot handle it if you have never tried?" With that, she stepped closer, exhaling softly, and added, "Why not let me give it a shot?" Faced with such an enchanting visage, Ye Ting could only concede defeat, smiling wryly as he replied, "There is another match this afternoon. I must take my leave." Seeing Ye Ting concede, Farong seemed to triumph in her own way, letting out a pleased hum before stating, "You must allow me to see your full capabilities." With that, she playfully waved her small fist at Ye Ting, delighting in her victory before departing. Furong was not mistaken. They indeed crossed paths in the competition. On the morning of the third day, during the fifth round, Furong found herself pitted against Ye Ting. The victor amongst them would advance to the finals, while the loser would have to vie for third and fourth place. I thought we would meet in the finals, she lamented with a sigh. Chapter 0085. The fifth round still consisted of a best-of-3 format. Given their familiarity, Ye Ting did not unleash his most extreme tactics in the first match, allowing Furong some semblance of dignity. However, as the match progressed, Ye Ting realized that Furong's wizard chess skills were not as formidable as he had anticipated. Although her chess abilities were commendable, they fell short of the level required to reach the top 4 in an international wizard chess competition. There was undoubtedly some trickery at play. Soon enough, Ye Ting discerned a clue. Furong had begun to employ her seductive powers once more. Could it be that she relied on enchanting her opponents, rendering them incapable of thought, thus securing her victories? He furrowed his brow. No. Furong should have already known that her abilities were ineffective against him. Why, then, would she persist in utilizing her enchanting power? Suddenly, Ye Ting keenly observed that, with the exception of his queen, all of his pieces were behaving erratically. They began to stagger and resist his commands, casting flirtatious glances at Furong. Even his king joined in this bizarre display, while Ye Ting's queen wore a dismal expression, incessantly tapping the king's head with her scepter. Aha! Ye Ting suddenly understood. Furong's true strategy lay here. By utilizing her seductive powers to enchant the magical pieces, her mastery over such a lure was nothing short of extraordinary. Moreover, the brilliance of her strategy was that her seductive powers were not classified as magic, hence employing them in competition did not constitute a violation of the rules. However, few could wield such enchantment with such finesse. Caught off guard, Ye Ting suffered an unexpected setback, losing a pawn and a knight to the entrancing knight. The first piece to capitulate to Furong's charms. Nevertheless, in the face of her seductive prowess, Ye Ting swiftly devised a countermeasure. Ever since he had instilled fear in all the pieces on Hogwarts' chessboard with his commanding presence, he had developed a deeper understanding of this psychological force. For ordinary individuals, this commanding presence is but a reflection of one's mental state, imperceptible to others. Yet, it can be manifested through a person's gestures and movements. However, for those endowed with supernatural abilities, this commanding presence can be projected directly. For instance, various forms of intent in martial arts, the fury of warriors, and the Conqueror's Haki in One Piece all exemplify manifestations of this presence. In the world of Harry Potter, this commanding presence, or the projection of spirit and emotions, also exists. For instance, the love magic of Harry's mother embodies the emotion of love, thus yielding remarkable effects. Many wizards, when engulfed by intense emotions during the wielding of magic, can unleash a battle prowess several times greater than usual. The allure of the enchantress, Maiwa, is, in essence, a projection of emotion. Through that experience, Ye Ting also mastered the art of emotional projection, or the ability to generate an imposing presence. Although this skill may often seem futile, it proves somewhat beneficial in inspiring and encouraging others, as well as in circumstances such as the present. It is precisely this ability that enables Ye Ting to inadvertently exude the aura of an iron-willed commander, instilling a sense of fear in all the pieces on the board. Thus, even as a mere novice player, he commands absolute obedience, with the pieces too intimidated to challenge his orders. In the face of Furong's enchanting power, he must further amplify his imposing presence. Ye Ting immediately focused his mind, channeling his inner dissatisfaction regarding his piece's susceptibility to temptation, along with his domineering desire to control them, and unleashed it all with the aid of his magical energy. Instantly, a chilling, heavy, and ironclad aura enveloped Ye Ting's pieces. They shuddered, feeling a sudden coldness wash over them, and in that moment, they awakened from Furong's enchantment, promptly adhering to Ye Ting's commands. Such a transformation left Furong utterly astonished. She could not fathom why her previously infallible abilities had suddenly faltered. She raised her gaze to Ye Ting, who offered her a faint smile and a nod. Yet, Furong discerned nothing from this exchange. Undeterred by superstition, she intensified her enchanting prowess, but to no avail. Ye Ting's pieces remained steadfastly obedient to their master's commands, exhibiting not the slightest hint of negligence. Eventually, Furong came to the disheartening realization that her abilities had been unraveled by her opponent. Yet she remained oblivious to the means by which this had been accomplished. This greatly disheartened her. Soon, the first match concluded. Without the aid of her charm, Furong, relying solely on her chess skills, was no match for Ye Ting and succumbed to defeat. The second match followed a similar pattern, as Furong's allure proved ineffective once again. leading to her loss in the semifinals. During the handshake with Ye Ting, Furong curiously inquired, "How did you manage that? Your pieces were clearly under my spell." Ye Ting shrugged nonchalantly, "I am immune to your ability. It stands to reason my pieces would be as well." What a dismissive excuse. Furong pouted in reluctant discontent, appearing quite endearing, and then encouraged Ye Ting, "Though I did not witness your ultimate multitasking prowess firsthand, since you managed to defeat me, I shall consider you a formidable player. Therefore, you must secure the championship. Otherwise, I shall look down upon you." What does consider even mean? Ye Ting rolled his eyes. "Rest assured, I will certainly win." In truth, after defeating the previous champion and besting an exceptional player like Furong Delacour, none of the other competitors in the International Wizard Chess Tournament stood a chance against him. In the decisive match that afternoon, Ye Ting faced an opponent who was decidedly less impressive than the previous two. He possessed neither charm nor verbal dexterity, merely adhering to the rules of chess. This is a Russian player named Mikhail Kasparov, who has participated in several consecutive international wizard chess competitions, making him a seasoned player. He is also a longtime rival of the previous champion, Vishwanathan Anand, who was defeated by Ye Ting. In fact, most of the players who reach the final stages of the competition are familiar adversaries, while talents like Ye Ting are true dark horses, astonishingly young. Mikhail Kasparov's chess style is notably meticulous. Unlike the wizards, his approach is more akin to that of a muggle, characterized by a methodical one-step-at-a-time strategy, exhibiting rigorous and rational thought. However, when confronted with a multitasking prodigy like Ye Ting, he must concede defeat. In Chapter 0086, during the finals, Ye Ting no longer withheld his prowess and unleashed his full power, allowing everyone to witness the pinnacle of multitasking operations. After the match concluded, the judges calculated that Ye Ting had simultaneously commanded up to 14 pieces during the game, despite each side having only 16 pieces, all while maintaining a clear and composed strategy. In the face of such a player, what more could they possibly say? This final match can be regarded as the shortest in history, with a cumulative play time of less than 15 minutes, implying that each game concluded in under 5 minutes. You are indeed a formidable opponent. After the match, Kasparov wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked to Ye Ting, "I have never encountered anyone capable of simultaneously maneuvering so many pieces. In this contest, I was truly no match for you." He then exclaimed with fervor, "The future of wizard chess will be dominated by you." The championship match had reached its conclusion, and an hour later, the battle for third and fourth place also came to an end, with the victor being Fleur Delacour, whose opponent emerged from the arena looking utterly defeated. During the final awards ceremony, Dumbledore, alongside the president of the International Wizard Chess Association, presented an award to Ye Ting. The trophy was a magnificent golden figure of a king, accompanied by an exquisitely crafted set of wizard chess pieces. Following the presentation, Dumbledore introduced Ye Ting to the audience as a student of Hogwarts. Gazing at the young face on stage and recalling his overwhelming victory that concluded the final in mere 15 minutes, all competitors were left in awe. Contemplating the impending era of darkness in wizard chess, as with this prodigy, no other player stood a chance of claiming the championship, especially given his youth. Next, Ye Ting delivered his acceptance speech, and everyone eagerly anticipated what this youngest champion in history would articulate. "I am delighted to have won this competition." Ye Ting began with the familiar platitudes, "I thank Hogwarts for its nurturing, the professors for their guidance," and so forth, trite remarks that left reporters thoroughly disappointed. They had hoped for something profound from this young champion. After all, it was not unusual for a youth to exhibit a hint of arrogance. Instead, they found him to be rather mundane, offering nothing of significance, devoid of topics worthy of reporting. Just as the journalists were losing hope, Ye Ting dropped a bombshell at the conclusion of his speech. "This is my first and last participation in the International Wizard Chess Championship." Instantly, a wave of astonishment swept through the audience, and Dumbledore wore a pained smile. All the chess players grew exhilarated. "I shall not compete again. Nor will I accept challenges from others," he proclaimed. "To all who wish to challenge me in wizard chess, first become the champion of the International Wizard Chess Championship. Only champions may come forth to challenge me, and I shall not refuse any who do." Thus, he concluded his speech. The journalists were stirred with excitement. Yet all those who believed they had a chance at the championship felt despondent. Who would dare to challenge you? This is not a declaration for challengers. It is a relentless push towards a dead end for future champions of the International Wizard Chess Championship. He speaks of no longer competing, yet remains open to challenges from champions. This implies that if no champion can defeat him, then he cannot truly be regarded as a champion. The competition has concluded, and people are gradually departing from the island. As they leave, their expressions are quite remarkable. The journalists and spectators wear looks of satisfaction, as the match was exceptionally thrilling, accompanied by shocking news. The competitors, however, bear grim faces, for the future of wizard chess will be dominated by this 12-year-old prodigy. At the entrance, Furong bids a reluctant farewell to Ye Ting. "The words you spoke at the end of your speech were simply magnificent," Furong exclaimed, marveling at Ye Ting. You should have seen the expressions on everyone else's faces. They all looked rather displeased at first. When you announced your withdrawal from the competition, they immediately brightened up. But after your final statement, their expression shifted once more. It was truly comical. Ye Ting gazed at the girl's face with a smile. "And what about you? What were your thoughts at that moment?" he inquired. "I was not at all displeased," Furong playfully retorted. "These individuals cannot control their own thoughts. They deserve to lose to me. Only someone like you is worthy of being the ultimate champion." The two conversed for a while longer until Dumbledore, having freed himself from the journalists, hurried to the entrance. "I must take my leave," Ye Ting said, looking at Furong with a hint of reluctance. 3 days spent together had fostered a significant fondness for the girl before him. "Are you really leaving?" Furong nodded in response. "Remember to write to me. And you can come to France to visit when you have time. By the way, I still owe you a strand of hair." She turned her head away, discreetly wiping her eyes. "Now it's 2 strands," Ye Ting corrected. "One for study, and one for keepsake." "Yes, indeed, 2 strands," she said, managing a smile as she placed the 2 strands of hair into Ye Ting's hand. Their fingers brushed together smooth and soft. Finally, unable to contain herself, Furong leaned forward and kissed Ye Ting's cheek, then recoiled as if startled. Despite her lineage, she was surprisingly innocent. "Goodbye," she winked at him. "Safe travels." Upon passing through the entrance, Ye Ting felt a sense of wistfulness. "Such a lovely girl, isn't she?" Dumbledore teased, observing Ye Ting's demeanor. "It is only at this moment that I perceive you as a young man." "I have fulfilled my promise." Ye Ting deliberately shifted the topic. "When will you provide me with the seeds you promised?" "Do not be so mercenary," Dumbledore replied with a wry smile. "At the very least, allow me a moment to take pride in my students as a headmaster." "Very well." Ye Ting shook his head in resignation, tossing the trophy to Dumbledore. "You can place this in the school's trophy room. It is your pride." All right. Young people are always so impatient." Dumbledore caught the trophy with a sigh. "However, I must still thank you. You have indeed brought honor to Hogwarts." Before returning to Hogwarts via apparition, he told Ye Ting, "I will gradually send the seeds to your home. Remember to check for them." And, he winked mischievously, "Do enjoy your holiday." With that, he vanished from Ye Ting's sight. "You too?" Ye Ting sighed, watching the direction of his disappearance. "From next summer, you will be quite busy." Chapter 0087. After participating in the International Wizard Chess Championship, Ye Ting retreated to the village of St. Catchpole as if in seclusion, no longer concerning himself with the outside world. However, through wizard broadcasts and the Daily Prophet, he was still able to glean some information about current events. In fact, following Ye Ting's astonishing acceptance speech, the media went into a frenzy reporting on him, and discussions surrounding him began to swirl. It is no exaggeration to say that he completely dominated the front pages of all newspapers within the wizarding community. A glance at the headlines reveals the fervor. International Wizard Chess Championship winner declared, only 12 years old. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry regains the wizard chess crown after 30 years. The Dark Lord arrives. Set to dominate the wizard chess realm for 50 years? Champion declares withdrawal from future competitions? The Undisputed King. Unprecedented. Witness the 12-year-old chess master's limitless potential. The presence of some peculiar headlines is notable. Nevertheless, it is evident that Ye Ting has gained immense popularity. He and his declaration have become the most talked about topics in the wizarding world by mid-July, with many eager to learn more about this young champion. Currently, journalists are incessantly seeking interviews to uncover every detail about him and delve into his story. Yet, Ye Ting wisely hides in the remote village of St. Catchpole, with only Dumbledore and the Weasley family aware of his whereabouts. They are reliable enough not to disclose this information to the press. Thus far, no newspaper has managed to secure an interview with Ye Ting, not even the local papers. Barnabas Cuff, the editor of the Daily Prophet, has made several trips to Hogwarts, yet he has been unable to ascertain Ye Ting's location from Dumbledore. This caused him considerable distress, compelling him to resort to interviewing Ye Ting's professors and classmates instead. He should count himself fortunate that it is currently summer vacation, with all students having returned home. Otherwise, Hogwarts would surely be inundated with reporters from around the globe, potentially disrupting regular classes. Ye Ting's prominence reached its zenith following the latest issue of Spell Innovation. Normally, an academic journal like Spell Innovation garners little attention. attracting only genuine researchers and professors as subscribers, while most wizards prefer to engage with more entertaining publications. In fact, even descending readers often outnumber its audience. However, this time, when discerning individuals discovered that Ye Ting's name appeared in Spell Innovation, everything changed. The youngest champion in the history of the International Wizard Chess Championship had published a paper in such a prestigious journal. Moreover, it was featured on the front page. A wizard chess master exhibiting such extraordinary prowess and magic. This is nothing short of a legend. It feels as though a figure of monumental stature, akin to the likes of the esteemed Dumbledore, Grindelwald, or Voldemort, is gradually ascending. Ye Ting has gained considerable renown, with even the dark wizards of Romania being acquainted with his name. His professors and classmates brim with pride for his accomplishments. At this very moment, the Flue Powder Company has timely unveiled Ye Ting's groundbreaking invention, the mobile fireplace, a revolutionary creation that allows wizards to access the Flue network anytime and anywhere. By employing a mobile fireplace charm and the Flue Powder Company's Flue Powder, one can seamlessly enter the Flue network from any location. In essence, it serves as a portable teleportation array, enabling use at any site with the establishment of a teleportation circle. This technology not only facilitates the lives of ordinary wizards but also alleviates the workload of the Department of Magical Transportation, truly representing a groundbreaking invention. The mobile fireplace has surged in popularity, and countless wizards, upon discovering Ye Ting's innovative invention, have expressed that it will revolutionize their travel patterns. The mobile fireplace charm has begun to be a compulsory spell in many magical academies, and various international Flue Powder companies have flocked to collaborate with the Flue Boom Company, lest they face the threat of bankruptcy. Both the Flue Boom Company and Ye Ting have reaped substantial profits. However, that is a tale for another time. In truth, upon returning to the village of St. Catchapole, the clamor of the outside world became irrelevant to Ye Ting. Nowadays, he spends his days in the greenhouse garden atop his vehicle, nurturing a green thumb. Clad in dragonhide gloves, he toils amidst dragon dung, diligently planting tubers of babwa, roots of mandrake, and poison ivy geraniums into the fertile soil. In a corner of the greenhouse, he has also cultivated some devil's snare, venomous tentacles, and knotweed, even transplanting a young whipping willow sapling. These plants, once matured, will serve as his automatic defense mechanism to expedite the growth of these saplings. Ye Ting has hung his flying broom, the sun wheel, in the greenhouse, hoping to harness the solar energy of the sun wheel to aid the plant's development. If the sun wheel had a spirit, it would surely weep. After completing the construction of the greenhouse garden, Ye Ting no longer dedicates excessive time to it. Daily care is managed by Oriana. He merely needs to wait for a while, and this greenhouse garden will continuously provide him with a bountiful supply of magical materials. Of course, for certain rare materials, he still needs to purchase them from the market or venture into the forbidden forest to gather them. However, in most instances, this greenhouse garden suffices to meet his needs. Now, it is time to redirect his focus toward more pressing matters. The foremost objective before him is the Philosopher's Stone, a mythical substance long sought after by Western alchemists, believed to have the power to transmute base metals into precious ones and concoct elixirs of immortality. Thus, it bears various titles such as the Philosopher's Stone, the Stone from Heaven, the Midas Touch, the Red Elixir, and the Fifth Element. The Philosopher's Stone represents the pinnacle of mortal alchemy and the gateway to the divine. Countless great alchemists have lavished praise upon the Philosopher's Stone. The Alchemy Museum proclaims it as the oldest, most mysterious, or least understood substance, inherently incomprehensible, and a divine blessing. In the 9th century, the Persian alchemist Master Razes described it as a substance composed of 4 uniform natures and 3 uniform powers, where these natures and powers do not cancel each other out, conferring nobility upon it. It cannot be dissolved by water nor destroyed by fire. In terms of utility and delicacy, it is spirit. In terms of strength and solidity, it is metal. Across various magical worlds, the Philosopher's Stone is regarded as the most magnificent treasure, found in Dark Diablo, World of Warcraft, Full Metal Alchemist, Slayers, Toho Project, and the Irregular at Magic High School. Presently, this treasure lies before Ye Ting. Although it may not be perfect, it certainly qualifies as a Philosopher's Stone. He aspires to uncover the true method of creating the Philosopher's Stone through his research, though this will undoubtedly be a lengthy endeavor. After all, even the great alchemist Nicholas Flamel possessed only one such stone, and no one before him had succeeded in its creation. Ye Ting hopes that his studies on the Philosopher's Stone will yield fruitful results. Chapter 0088. The truth of the Philosopher's Stone is the crystal of ether. Ether is the 5th element, beyond earth, water, wind, and fire, regarded as the source of all matter. a necessary medium for the composition of material, and possessing a unique connection to the spirit. Furthermore, ether is capable of recording information. Akasha is one of its aliases. And the so-called Akashic record is essentially a universal data collection encoded in a unified manner using ether as the storage medium. Ether does not exist in nature as a standalone material. However, without this element, magic would not exist. Yet, since no one can directly manipulate the ether element, its presence is not highly regarded in either the wizarding world of Harry Potter or other realms. Nevertheless, it is precisely due to ether's special connection to the spirit that magic exists. Magic is the art of manipulating magical power to bend the rules using the mind. And the reason that mental power can truly influence the material world and magical realms is the existence of ether. Conversely, the absence of ether contributes to the mundane materialistic world of Ye Ting's homeland. However, as the crystallization of ether, the philosopher's stone is not easily extracted. At least after a month of continuous study, Ye Ting has made no significant breakthroughs. No, he has indeed made some progress. At the very least, he has developed a technique for storing magical energy based on his research on the philosopher's stone. With this technique, he can modify mineral crystals, enabling these altered crystals to store magical energy. This technology is, in fact, quite commonplace in many magical realms. However, it is conspicuously absent in the world of Harry Potter. This elucidates why the world of Harry Potter lacks high-powered magical artifacts. In this realm, the magical energy of all enchanted items is sustained by incantations. Although adept alchemists can maintain a higher level of magical energy through these incantations, that is the extent of it. Incantations were not originally intended for this purpose. They primarily function as a central processing unit, yet this group insists on utilizing them as a power source. Without a genuine source of magical energy at its core, how could a magical artifact unleash sufficient power? While this may be a straightforward foundational technology for most magical worlds, for Ye Ting, the technology of magical energy storage represents a significant inception, as a multitude of techniques and magical creations must commence with the storage of magical energy. This includes the magical mechanical technology mastered by Oriana. Ye Ting has been unable to pursue further studies due to the lack of a substitute for a magical core. The ability to generate magical energy independently, through devices such as magical furnaces or even more potent magical energy reactors and mason cores, is predicated upon this foundational technology. Though it currently resembles a mere sapling, one day it will burgeon into a towering tree. However, every sapling requires nourishment. In this case, the tree needs financial resources for sustenance. A considerable investment in gemstones to serve as batteries for storing magical energy is essential for further research. Without adequate financial backing, all aspirations remain mere fantasies. This also signifies that Ye Ting's plan for financial gain must persist, at least until he masters the art of artificial magical energy storage crystals. What became of the last individual who, despite lacking funds, endeavored to study such mineral crystals? Perhaps one should inquire about the financial affairs of the Tasaka family. Certainly, should Ye Ting choose to unveil this technology at this very moment, he would undoubtedly earn a first-class medal from the Order of Merlin. Yet, he currently refrains from such an announcement, as he feels himself too feeble. At least, he is not yet a match for Dumbledore or the peak incarnation of Voldemort. Until he matures to a level capable of confronting the two aforementioned figures directly, and perhaps even triumphing over them, he shall not disclose this technology, which has the potential to entirely revolutionize the magical realm. For now, he has repurposed his bus using several gemstones as a source of magical energy, enabling it to store a greater quantity of magical power for future use. Another aspiration for Ye Ting during his holiday is to learn the art of animagus transformation. An animagus is a wizard capable of transforming into an animal, representing one of the highest forms of transfiguration. Many illustrious wizards possess this ability, with the most formidable being the legendary sorcerer Merlin Ambrosius. He is celebrated as the most remarkable animagus in history, capable of transforming into a myriad of animals and conversing with them. His most astonishing transformation was into a virus, which granted him victory in a duel against the witch Lady Mim. Additionally, Merlin was also a metamorphagus, able to alter his appearance to resemble that of an elderly person, a child, or a woman. Practicing animagus transformation can lead one to succumb to madness, thus the Ministry of Magic exercises strict control over it, mandating that all transformed animals and their characteristics must be registered with the Abuse of Magic Office at the Ministry. The process of learning animagus transformation is rather intricate. The initial step requires the learner to hold a single leaf of mandrake in their mouth for an entire month. Once the leaf is removed, the individual must fill a crystal vial with their saliva, soaking the leaf within to absorb pure moonlight. Into the moonlit vial, one must add a strand of the learner's hair and a silver teaspoon of dew, which must be collected from a place untouched by sunlight or human contact for a full week. Finally, a cocoon of a ghastly moth must be added. This mixture should be placed in a quiet, dark location, and it must not be disturbed or inspected until the next storm filled with thunder and lightning approaches. During the waiting period for the storm, at each sunrise and sunset, the following actions should be performed. Point the tip of the wand at the heart while reciting the incantation, Amato, Animo, Animato, Animagus. At the moment lightning cleaves the sky, one must immediately proceed to the location where the crystal vial is buried, where a potion of blood-red hue shall manifest. At this moment, the practitioner must direct the tip of the wand towards the heart and utter the incantation, Amato, Animo, Animato, Animagus. Subsequently, they shall consume the potion. At this juncture, the user will experience intense pain accompanied by 2 vigorous heartbeats. Visions of the creature to be transformed into will surface in the mind. The initiation of the first metamorphosis will commence. Only after mastering the transformation process can one truly be regarded as an animagus. Currently, Ye Ting is on the verge of embarking on this journey. The mandrake leaf must be held in the mouth during a full moon, and by the next full moon, he shall find himself at Hogwarts, allowing the remaining steps to be fulfilled within its hallowed halls. During this time, he will also receive the guidance of Professor McGonagall, herself an animagus with the ability to transform into a cat. Chapter 89. While Ye Ting became engrossed in his studies, a significant event unfolded within the Weasley family. Harry Potter arrived at the Burrow. Certainly, his mode of arrival was nothing short of a farce. After a prolonged period of being unable to contact Harry, Ron enlisted the help of his twin brothers and, together, stealthily piloted Mr. Weasley's Ford Anglia to 4 Privet Drive in Surrey, rescuing Harry from his aunt's confinement. The entire affair was rather absurd, the result of the antics of Harry Potter's fans. Indeed, ever since Harry triumphed over the Dark Lord in his infancy, numerous house elves had come to idolize him. This time, a house elf from the Malfoy household overheard his master plotting a scheme against Hogwarts. As a devoted admirer, he wished to prevent Harry from returning to Hogwarts, fearing for his safety amidst the conspiracy. Thus, he orchestrated an incident that incited Harry's uncle's wrath, leading to Harry being locked away and barred from returning to Hogwarts. Bound by the decree prohibiting underage wizards from using magic outside school, Harry found himself powerless. Upon arriving at the Burrow, Harry learned of Ye Ting's endeavors, which filled him with envy. Like Harry, Ye Ting had lived in the Muggle world. Yet he had now attained freedom, while Harry remained subjugated to Uncle Vernon's tyranny. In the quaint village of St. Catsipole, Harry managed to enjoy a fleetingly pleasant summer. And Ye Ting, too, relished the last half of his vacation. Finally emerging from his laboratory, he began to prepare for his animagus transformation, which simply required holding the mandrake leaf in his mouth. In the remaining days, he played Quidditch with Harry and the Weasley brothers in a paddock near the Weasley home. Additionally, he met a young girl, Luna Lovegood, whose father, Xenophilius, frequently published fantastical articles. There exists a peculiar little girl, adorned with a tousled, unkempt mane of golden hair that cascades down to her waist, and possessing a pair of gray eyes that appear somewhat dazed and protruding. Luna's eyebrows are of a delicate hue. She exudes an unmistakable air of whimsy, often tucking her wand behind her ear for safekeeping, and her attire frequently deviates from the norm. The young girl is undeniably endearing, yet her strange musings often leave others struggling to keep pace with her thoughts. Even Ye Ting finds himself humbled in her presence. During the final week of summer vacation, Ye Ting bid farewell to the Weasley family and embarked on a road trip through England, primarily driven by Oriana. Along the way, he paid visits to the Creewut, Zhang, and Granger families, escorting their daughters as a classmate. The girls were thrilled to witness Ye Ting's home aboard the bus and to share in this journey. However, the presence of one another led to a certain undercurrent of discontent. Throughout the trip, the girls curiously inquired about Ye Ting's experiences in the Wizard's Chess Tournament. Exercising caution, he refrained from mentioning anything related to Fleur, instead admiring the specially crafted golden wizard chess pieces. They also observed that Ye Ting had been somewhat reticent in recent days, to which he attributed to his practice of becoming an animagus, necessitating him to keep a leaf in his mouth. The girls had grown accustomed to this, for Ye Ting consistently managed to master many formidable spells ahead of them. In the final days of the holiday, Ye Ting spent time with the girls, and the bus journeyed northward, traversing hills and demonstrating its flying capabilities, ultimately arriving at Hogsmeade, the sole village in Britain entirely inhabited by wizards. Hogsmeade is situated in close proximity to Hogwarts Castle, with secret passages leading directly to the castle. thereby allowing them to bypass the train and enter Hogwarts directly. Additionally, they utilized the bus's fireplace to reach Diagon Alley for the procurement of supplies for the upcoming term. This semester's reading list left Ye Ting exceedingly frustrated, as it comprised solely of books authored by Gilderoy Lockhart, with the exception of Miranda Goshawk's Standard Book of Spells, Level 2. This term, Lockhart was set to be their defense against the dark arts professor. However, Ye Ting was aware that Lockhart was, in truth, a rather incompetent wizard, proficient only in the memory charm, frequently employing it on other wizards to usurp their experiences and subsequently publishing them for profit. Ye Ting pondered what Dumbledore could possibly be thinking. Perhaps he too had been deceived by Lockhart into inviting this inept individual to Hogwarts as a professor. And Lockhart seized this opportunity to present his works as the curriculum for the defense against the dark arts class. Most absurdly, the list included 7 of Lockhart's books, each priced at 2 galleons, which Ye Ting deemed exorbitant. He perceived these tomes as nothing more than Lockhart's self-aggrandizing ramblings, devoid of any practical utility. Thus, he strongly advised his 3 female friends against purchasing such worthless trinkets, yet this led to a conflict with Hermione Granger. "Don't you think Lockhart is quite brave?" Hermione exclaimed with enthusiasm, "and so wise. He is an exceptional Ravenclaw." At that moment, they stood at the entrance of Flourish and Blots in Diagon Alley, where Gilderoy Lockhart was hosting a book signing. Ye Ting glanced at Zhang Qiu and Penelope. Zhang Qiu displayed an expression of eager anticipation, while Penelope regarded him with a smile, evidently convinced by his words. Indeed, it seemed that young girls and homemakers were easier to deceive. During his time at the Weasley household, Ye Ting had discovered that Mrs. Weasley was also a devoted admirer of Lockhart. For the first time, Ye Ting questioned whether he had been overly understated. Given his accomplishments, he could easily become a star even more renowned than Lockhart if he were to willingly engage with the media, which might compel Hermione and Zhang Qiu to believe him rather than Lockhart's insipid books. Nonetheless, this was merely a fleeting thought. He had no desire for the invasive scrutiny of fame, devoid of privacy and peace. After realizing he could not persuade Hermione and Zhang Qiu, Ye Ting could only sigh in resignation and follow them into Flourish and Blots to attend Lockhart's signing. "Just wait and see. What is he but a star? As if I am not one myself," he muttered under his breath. "In less than a month, Lockhart will undoubtedly reveal his true colors at Hogwarts." "Of course. I believe you." Penelope comfortingly patted his shoulder. "I believe you are a greater star than Lockhart. Do not worry. They are merely girls, and they will soon come to understand your perspective." Upon entering Flourish and Blots, they unexpectedly encountered Harry and the Weasley family, as well as the Malfoy father and son, witnessing a comical scene unfold. With a loud crash, a cauldron flew across the room. Mr. Weasley lunged at Mr. Malfoy, crashing him against a bookshelf, causing a cascade of hefty spell books to tumble down upon them as they grappled in a tumultuous scuffle, with onlookers unable to intervene. Ultimately, a towering figure emerged from the crowd, Hagrid, who effortlessly separated the two. Amidst the chaos, Ye Ting noticed that Lucius Malfoy had surreptitiously slipped a thick diary into Ginny Weasley's Transfiguration textbook. This diary is one of Voldemort's Horcruxes and marks the inception of a conspiracy for the new term. If Ye Ting so desired, he could immediately seize this diary and incinerate it with fiendfire, thereby delivering a significant blow to Voldemort and ensuring a safe passage through the year. However, Ye Ting refrained from this course of action, as he wished to await the moment when Voldemort would unleash the basilisk from Slytherin's chamber through the Horcrux. Given that this event is a book signing by Gilderoy Lockhart, numerous media representatives are present, and the combatants are no ordinary individuals. One is the patriarch of the ancient pureblood Malfoy family and a member of Hogwarts' Board of Governors. The other is the head of the Ministry of Magic's Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, which is tasked with the prohibition of the misuse of Muggle artifacts, though the department comprises merely 2 individuals. The spectacle of such distinguished figures engaging in a public altercation is indeed sensational news. As reporters approach to interview the 2 combatants, a young female journalist suddenly spots an even more compelling subject nearby. "Is that not the youngest wizard chess champion, Ting?" Unable to contain her excitement, she exclaims, only to swiftly realize her folly and regretfully silence herself, an opportunity for an exclusive story now lost. It is too late. Everyone has turned their attention to Ye Ting, who is purchasing books. The journalists abandoned Lockhart and the 2 feuding older gentlemen to rush toward Ye Ting, having only recently claimed victory in the International Wizard Chess Championship a little over a month ago. And with the Ministry of Magic preparing to award him the 3rd-class Order of Merlin next month, Ye Ting remains a figure of considerable interest. His prominence, largely due to his youth, far surpasses that of Gilderoy Lockhart at this moment. This unexpected turn of events greatly vexed Ye Ting, as it signified that his visit to Diagon Alley must be hastily curtailed. He needed to depart immediately, otherwise he would undoubtedly find himself entangled in trouble. Thus, he decisively called out to the young ladies, instructing them to use flue powder to return to the carriage and find him. With that, he turned on his heel and fled from the leaky cauldron. Journalists and onlookers promptly followed in his wake, leaving the bookstore eerily vacant, save for a few genuine customers engrossed in their purchases and the bewildered Lockhart. At long last, the girls were finally exposed to the true renown of Ye Ting. Hermione glanced at the dejected Lockhart before her, then turned her gaze to the door through which Ye Ting had just exited, and a sudden wave of melancholy washed over her. She realized that compared to Ye Ting, who had achieved various accolades and had consistently supported her, Lockhart was rather unimpressive. She discovered that her admiration for Lockhart stemmed fundamentally from his fame and good looks, yet a far more handsome and admirable figure was right beside her. Consequently, she and Zhang Qiu refrained from approaching Lockhart for autographs and hurriedly departed the bookstore after purchasing a set of books. In the final days of the holiday, Ye Ting curiously noted a marked improvement in Hermione and Zhang Qiu's demeanor towards him. Since boarding the carriage, their interactions had shifted. Previously, they would often bicker with him due to the presence of the other two girls. Now, Hermione no longer engaged in endless debates with him over academic matters, and Zhang Qiu no longer exhibited jealousy when he conversed with the other girls. They even took the initiative to learn culinary magic from him, preparing breakfast for him. Intrigued, Ye Ting inquired with Penelope about the sudden change, yet she merely smiled and winked at him, offering no explanation. Thus, he began to comfortably bask in this inexplicable kindness. As is often the case, joyful moments passed swiftly, and before they knew it, the summer vacation had drawn to a close. On the final evening before school commenced, Ye Ting prepared a lavish candlelit dinner for everyone, disregarding the fact that all present were minors. As he uncorked a bottle of red wine, a cherished vintage he had procured from Russia, likely a diplomatic gift, a 1945 Roman e Conti, which was remarkably exquisite. Few among them had ever tasted such fine wine, and they found themselves somewhat indulgent. After dinner, with spirits lifted, someone proposed a card game in the living room, where the losing party would face a drinking penalty. As the game progressed, their antics escalated into a frenzy of whimsical punishments. By the following morning, Ye Ting discovered that the four of them had spent the night sprawled together in the living room, each clad in light garments, entwined in a tangle of limbs. And he found numerous lip prints adorning his face, clearly from various individuals. Fortunately, nothing further had transpired. However, this incident left a lingering awkwardness among them. Ye Ting reflected on the situation, acknowledging that things had perhaps gone too far this time, and it would be challenging to gather them all together again in such a manner. That afternoon, as they prepared to depart from Hogsmeade to Hogwarts, Ye Ting received the day's edition of the Daily Prophet. Much like many adult wizards, he had a long-standing subscription to the Daily Prophet, Wizarding Weekly, and various scholarly journals, including Transfiguration Today and Innovations and Charms. He did not immediately peruse the newspaper, as he still needed to tidy his laboratory. Upon returning to the living room, he found the three girls huddled together, eagerly reading the Daily Prophet. What had transpired? Ye Ting was puzzled. He had only stepped away for a moment, and now the three girls were engrossed in conversation, a stark contrast to their earlier awkwardness. Hermione, Harry, and Ron have stolen Mr. Weasley's car, she exclaimed, her tone rife with astonishment. Ye Ting was taken aback. How did Hermione come to know of this? A quick glance at the newspaper in her hands clarified everything. He seized the paper, immediately drawn to the bold headline, Ford Anglia flies, Muggles astounded. Continuing to read, he learned that two Muggles in London were convinced they had witnessed an old car soaring past the post office, and Mrs. Hetty Ballas reported it to the police. How do you know it was them? He asked, still somewhat bewildered. Hermione and the duo of saviors were merely ordinary classmates. They had not even communicated with one another, making it implausible for her to have gleaned this information as in the original narrative. It was Harry and Ron who sent you the letter, Penelope interjected, handing Ye Ting a piece of stationery. The letter mentioned their inability to access Platform 9 and their hope that Ye Ting could assist them. Otherwise, they would have to drive Mr. Weasley's car to school. They were unaware he had driven the car to Hogsmeade, still believing he would take the train. Thus they had sent a letter seeking his help. Unfortunately, the distance from London was too great, and their letter had just arrived. Well, Ye Ting chuckled with a hint of schadenfreude. I hope they don't get scolded too severely tomorrow. On the evening of the first day of school, news swept through Hogwarts. Harry and Ron had not boarded the train but had instead arrived in a flying Muggle car, ultimately crashing into the precious Whomping Willow. The Gryffindors were relieved that, since Harry and Ron's breach of school rules occurred prior to the opening ceremony, no points were deducted from their house. However, Harry and Ron's spirits were far from high. They had been seen by Muggles while driving, and the incident even made the news. Moreover, Ron's wand had broken in the accident, forcing him to awkwardly tape the two pieces together, which resulted in frequent mishaps during spellcasting. The following morning, they discovered that their misfortunes were only beginning. Mrs. Weasley had written them a howler, which was delivered by an owl in front of the entire student body at breakfast. As Ron trembled while tearing open the envelope, Neville quickly plugged his ears, leaving Harry perplexed until he understood the reason for the commotion. Initially, he believed the explosion was a result of the 12 Grimmauld Place mishap, as a deafening noise filled the hall, causing dust to rain down from the ceiling. "You stole a car. If they expel you, I wouldn't be surprised. Just wait until I deal with you," echoed Mrs. Weasley's voice, magnified 100-fold. Rattling the plates and utensils on the table, with the reverberations resonating off the stone walls. Every head in the hall turned to see who had received the howler. And Ron shrank in his seat, his forehead flushed. "Last night, I received a letter from Dumbledore. Your father was so ashamed he nearly died. We worked hard to raise you, only for you to engage in such antics. You and Harry nearly lost your lives." Harry listened intently for his name to be mentioned. He tried desperately to ignore the ear-piercing tirade. "It's infuriating. Your father will face scrutiny at work, and it's all your fault. If you don't start behaving, we'll come and take you home immediately." The letter left Harry and Ron utterly humiliated before the entire student body, transforming them into the subject of everyone's amusement. During their visit to the Leaky Cauldron, Ye Ting had once remarked to Hermione and Zhang Qiu that Gilderoy Lockhart was merely a pompous charlatan, whose works offered little in practical application, and that he was far from being a formidable wizard. Should he assume the role of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, one should not expect to learn anything of substance. Initially, Hermione and Zhang Qiu were skeptical, believing Ye Ting to be mistaken in his assessment of Lockhart. However, after just the first class, Lockhart revealed his true nature. Consider the content of his lesson. Lockhart commenced with a self-indulgent introduction that he presumed to be humorous, before immediately assigning a 30-minute quiz comprised of 54 questions. The questions were as follows. 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? 2. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? 3. What do you consider Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement to date? And so forth, filling 3 full pages. The final question was 54. On what day is Gilderoy Lockhart's birthday? What would be his ideal birthday gift? It was utterly absurd. He had turned the classroom into a gathering for his admirers. Previously, while reading the original text, Ye Ting found this character amusing. Yet, upon experiencing this farce firsthand, he felt utterly deceived. In a fit of indignation, he tore the quiz into shreds and stormed out. Who was that gentleman just now? After Ye Ting's departure, Lockhart's expression darkened. Ye Ting's actions had embarrassed him greatly. Upon learning of Ye Ting's prior performance from the last semester, Lockhart earnestly addressed the students the moment I saw him storm out. I understood his reasons. Of course, this is all my fault. I truly wish I could kick myself. He paused for effect, offering a smile to the audience. He aspired to be the center of attention, and indeed, he had tasted the sweetness of fame. He was clever, handsome, and academically gifted, excelling in Quidditch, earning the admiration and envy of both his male and female peers at Hogwarts. Oh, what a delightful feeling it was. Yet now, I, Gilderoy Lockhart, hold the 3rd class Order of Merlin. At this point, Hermione could no longer contain herself. She stood up and declared loudly, Ye Ting has no reason to envy you. His accomplishments and renown far surpass yours. He won the International Wizarding Chess Championship at the age of 12, and no chess player could match him. He invented the portable fireplace at a young age, earning him a 3rd class Order of Merlin from the Ministry of Magic. With that, she too disregarded Lockhart's mortified expression and stormed out, just as Ye Ting had. Thus, Lockhart's first class commenced with a spectacular loss of face. However, his subsequent performance only deteriorated further. For this lesson, he had prepared a cage of Cornish pixies, claiming he wished to assess the practical skills of the young witches and wizards. Upon releasing the pixies, chaos ensued as they wreaked havoc throughout the classroom, scuttling under desks. At that moment, Lockhart yearned to impress the students by capturing all the pixies in one fell swoop, hoping to restore his lost dignity. However, with his mind in disarray, he waved his wand for an extended period, yet to no avail. Ultimately, even his wand was tossed out of the window by the mischievous pixies, leaving him, the esteemed professor of defense against the dark arts, utterly humiliated despite his 3rd class Order of Merlin accolade. This was nothing short of a revelation, aside from a few girls. Many young wizards began to believe the words of Ye Ting and Hermione. Lockhart was merely a superficial figure, a pompous braggart. Chapter 0092. After departing from the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, Ye Ting approached an exceedingly grotesque stone monster and halted before it, uttering the incantation, "Ice lemon juice." The creature suddenly sprang to life, leaping aside as the wall behind it split in two. Beyond the wall lay a spiraling staircase, ascending slowly like an escalator. As Ye Ting stepped onto it, he heard a thunderous crash behind him as the wall sealed once more. He spiraled higher and higher until he beheld a resplendent oak door adorned with a brass knocker in the shape of a griffin. He rapped upon the knocker, and the door swung open, revealing Dumbledore's office, marking his second visit to this esteemed chamber. This is a spacious and beautiful circular room, filled with an array of whimsical little sounds. On a slender-legged table, various peculiar silverware rotates, emitting small puffs of smoke. The walls are adorned with portraits of past headmasters and headmistresses, each gently snoring within their frames. In the room stands a massive table, its legs resembling claws. Behind this table, on a shelf, lies a tattered, crumpled wizard's hat, the Sorting Hat. Ye Ting spotted Dumbledore behind the table, but his attention was immediately drawn to a bird at Dumbledore's feet, resembling a half-plucked turkey. The bird gazed at him with sorrowful eyes, emitting a suffocating sound, its feathers continuously shedding from its tail. "Ah, a phoenix," Ye Ting murmured, "a phoenix preparing for rebirth, quite a rare sight." He turned to Dumbledore. "Professor, could you call me when your phoenix is about to be reborn? I have never witnessed such a scene." "Of course, Mr. Ye. I am pleased that you are interested in my fox," Dumbledore replied with a smile, glancing at the phoenix. "So, what brings you to me? I recall that you should be in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom at this hour. You want me to stay in that charlatan's classroom?" Ye Ting scoffed, rolling his eyes. "You're wasting my time. In fact, that is precisely why I am here." He stepped forward, approaching Dumbledore, and asked, "I fail to understand why you insist on having such a boastful individual as a professor at Hogwarts. Can't you see? He cannot even cast a simple shield charm. Having him teach us is utterly pointless." Indeed, Lockhart is not a powerful wizard," Dumbledore nodded with a chuckle. "He has always enjoyed boasting and seeking the limelight. He was like that in his youth. I remember when he enrolled. He claimed he would create the Philosopher's Stone before graduating and lead the England Quidditch team to the World Cup, ultimately becoming the youngest Minister of Magic." "Oh, you are quite familiar with Lockhart's past," Ye Ting remarked, puzzled. "Of course, I was already the headmaster of Hogwarts when he was a student," Dumbledore reminisced, a nostalgic look in his eyes. "Even then, he was not well liked. To gain attention, he became a troublemaker. He once inscribed his name in letters 20 feet tall on the Quidditch pitch, projected his portrait into the sky like the Dark Mark, and sent himself 800 Valentine's Day cards. I recall that breakfast was cancelled that day due to an overwhelming amount of owl droppings and feathers landing in the porridge. When Lockhart graduated, we all sighed in relief." "Then why would you allow such a person to return as a professor?" Ye Ting inquired, curious. "Is it because no one else applied for the position? Or due to his fabricated experiences? Surely, you do not believe them to be true." "Those experiences are indeed real," Dumbledore sighed. "However, they were not accomplished by Lockhart himself. The true heroes of those feats are others." Lockhart traveled to exotic locales, deceiving accomplished wizards into revealing their greatest achievements. After learning of these deeds, he would erase their memories and subsequently publish their stories as his own. Among his achievements, there are two I am quite familiar with. I even know the original owners, an Armenian wizard and a gap-toothed witch, both of whom had their memories wiped by Lockhart. Yet, when I attempted to expose him, I found myself unable to do so. I pondered long and hard about why. "Because people need such an idol," Ye Ting replied, recalling those irritating internet celebrities from his past life. "They crave a perfect figure, handsome, accomplished, who can fulfill their fantasies, particularly those of young girls and housewives. Lockhart fits this mold perfectly. I must admit, he is indeed quite the heartthrob. Furthermore, Lockhart brings substantial benefits to others. The media needs him to generate constant news. Bookstores profit from his expensive publications. And organizations like the Ministry of Magic and the Anti-Dark Magic Alliance require his presence to demonstrate to all wizards that the wizarding world is a wonderful and safe place. Thus, in such circumstances, Lockhart's position remains unassailable." "Indeed, your insight surpasses mine. I too struggled to grasp this at first," Dumbledore nodded in agreement, casting a look of admiration at Ye Ting. He continued, "Therefore, I had no choice but to invite him to Hogwarts. I believe the school is the best place to unveil his deception. I am confident that once Lockhart is placed in an ordinary school environment, his facade will be shattered, and he will receive the punishment he deserves. After considering Dumbledore's explanation, Ye Ting realized that this method could indeed prove effective. During the defense against the dark arts class, Lockhart would inevitably have to demonstrate his abilities, thereby exposing his true nature before the students. The students of Hogwarts represent the future of the entire wizarding community. And more importantly, they remain within the school, witnessing Lockhart's actual capabilities firsthand, making them less susceptible to media manipulation. Their opinions could swiftly alter their parents' perceptions, consequently tarnishing Lockhart's reputation, diminishing his value, and eventually, aside from a few diehard fans, no one would speak in his defense, achieving Professor Dumbledore's goal. If not for the unexpected occurrences of the Chamber of Secrets and the Basilisk in the original story, Lockhart's fate might have unfolded thus. Your idea is indeed commendable, but please do not make me stay in the same room with him any longer, nor my friends. Very well, I grant your request, Dumbledore replied. If you happen to encounter Lockhart during the defense against the dark arts class, you may act as you wish, but do not disclose this to others. Chapter 93. With Dumbledore's permission, Ye Ting began to openly appear in other areas of the castle during defense against the dark arts class. Soon, his 3 female friends followed suit. However, despite Gilderoy Lockhart's ineptitude, Ye Ting still regarded defense against the dark arts as a course of considerable importance. Especially in these times, in the coming years, Voldemort's minions would resurrect their leader, plunging the wizarding world back into chaos. Just this academic year, for instance. The Chamber of Secrets was reopened, and the Basilisk was unleashed, boldly roaming Hogwarts and claiming lives. In the original text, even Hermione and Penelope fell victim. Had it not been for their good fortune, they would not merely have been petrified, but rather slain by the Basilisk. At that moment, they found themselves under the tutelage of the unreliable Gilderoy Lockhart, the defense against the dark arts professor, leaving Ye Ting with no choice but to take matters into his own hands. In truth, he had contemplated instructing his female friends in the art of dark magic defense since the previous semester. However, due to the demands of various studies and research that consumed much of his time, coupled with his own novice status in magic, he felt ill-equipped to guide others. Thus the idea was set aside. Yet the circumstances had shifted. Ye Ting had since become quite adept in the combat applications of magic, having faced a dragon and engaged in 2 direct confrontations with the formidable Voldemort. Although his actual combat experiences were limited, his opponents were not mere novices but rather individuals at the pinnacle of wizarding power. It could be said that he had garnered significant insights into magical combat, making him more than capable of assuming the role of a defense against the dark arts professor. After formulating his plan, Ye Ting sought the opinions of the 3 young women. Penelope wholeheartedly endorsed the idea, recognizing its potential benefit for her upcoming N.E.W.T. examinations. The ultimate wizarding assessments. The intelligent and diligent Hermione, always eager to expand her knowledge, found Ye Ting's proposal perfectly aligned with her aspirations. Following their departure from Lockhart's class, Ye Ting felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing he had not labored in vain. Hermione had long sought a means to learn about dark magic defense. And now with Ye Ting, a prodigy, to instruct her, she was pleasantly surprised. To Ye Ting's astonishment, even Zhang Qiu readily agreed, rendering his prepared arguments for persuasion unnecessary. Zhang Qiu had never been particularly courageous. She preferred the life of an ordinary schoolgirl over the perils of magical combat and harbored no grand ambitions. Ye Ting was intrigued by her decision. In truth, since the events of the previous semester, she had begun to contemplate the necessity of learning how to fight. She confessed to Ye Ting, her gaze fixed on the ground, that she had been forced to witness him bravely confront Professor Quirrell while she had only been able to flee in panic, fearing she would hinder his efforts. Each time she thought of him fighting alone, she felt a mix of concern and guilt, and she was no longer willing to endure such a state. As she spoke, her voice grew softer, evidently feeling that her candor might reveal too much of her true feelings. Yet, summoning her courage, she met Ye Ting's gaze and declared resolutely, "Next time we face danger, I will stand by your side." With that, she blushed and departed. Unbeknownst to her, even Zhang Qiu had reached this realization, filling Ye Ting with warmth. His influence and connections in this world had deepened significantly, and the individuals and events he encountered began to diverge from the original narrative. Due to his very existence, everything was transforming. The girls around him had begun to strive for their own growth. This realization further solidified Ye Ting's determination to forge ahead. For beside him were those truly significant individuals in need of his protection. He must become stronger. Soon, Ye Ting established a study group for the defense against dark arts, with himself as the instructor and the members being Penelope, Zhang, and Hermione. Since all four were students of Ravenclaw, coordinating a learning venue was quite effortless. Every evening after dinner, Ye Ting would gather by the fireplace in the Ravenclaw common room, accompanied by refreshments, to impart a series of theoretical lessons to the three girls. The curriculum began with strategies for tackling various dark creatures, encompassing materials such as theories of magical defense and self-defense guides against dark forces, and Ye Ting even assigned homework. During weekends, the classroom would relocate to the Room of Requirement, where Ye Ting would conduct practical lessons, mainly focusing on spells utilized in combat, such as disarming charms, protective enchantments, stunning spells, and shattering curses. In truth, from the very first theoretical lesson in the Ravenclaw common room, the class was no longer limited to just the three girls. His roommates, Anthony, Terry, and Michael, initially began auditing the lessons as his roommates. They were the most familiar and trusting of this genius they interacted with daily, and they were delighted to receive his guidance. Subsequently, many other Ravenclaw students began to join, with Zhang's friend myriad occasionally attending, and numerous peers of Ye Ting gradually became part of the assembly. Once it became known that Penelope, the head of Ravenclaw, was also a participant, many older students set aside their pride and enrolled in this small classroom. Ultimately, as the true incompetence of Lockhart became apparent, many young wizards from other houses sought to attend, for compared to Lockhart, Ye Ting was indeed a teacher of remarkable caliber. However, they were often thwarted by the inquiries at the entrance of the Ravenclaw common room, with only a select few fortunate enough to gain entry. All who attended his lessons expressed that Ye Ting possessed the qualifications to be their professor of defense against the dark arts, as he not only had an extensive reservoir of knowledge, but also presented the material in a humorous, engaging manner that was accessible rather than pedantic. In this environment, all auditors found great value in the lessons, with some upperclassmen even declaring that Ye Ting was the finest instructor they had ever encountered in defense against the dark arts, surpassing even the previous professors before Quirrell. In this context, some young wizards proposed that Ye Ting should take on the role of their defense against the dark arts professor. However, Ye Ting firmly declined, jesting, "I am not yet ready to depart this world. Hogwarts changes its defense against the dark arts professors every year, and all newly appointed professors have met with unfortunate accidents within that year. Clearly, this position is cursed, and I shan't tempt fate." Nevertheless, the admiration of the Hogwarts students for Ye Ting only grew. 2 weeks into the new term, Ye Ting had completed the initial step toward becoming an animagus, happily extracting the mandrake leaves from his mouth and placing them into a crystal vial. Truth be told, this past month had been a torment for him. Not everyone could endure holding a leaf in their mouth for an entire month. After concocting the animagus potion, Ye Ting once again ventured into the forbidden forest, burying the vial beneath the roots of a towering tree, entrusted to the care of his unicorn, Rue. Now, he merely awaited the arrival of the next storm, at which point he could attempt to become an animagus. Additionally, in a few days, Ye Ting would face a significant event in recognition of his invention of the portable fireplace technology. The Ministry of Magic was to award him the third-class Order of Merlin. In fact, he would become the youngest recipient of such an honor in the history of the ministry. However, the award ceremony left all journalists sorely disappointed. After delivering his acceptance speech, Ye Ting promptly retreated backstage, subsequently vanishing from the scene entirely, and he did not attend the banquet that followed the ceremony. No one knew where he had gone. And once again, the reporters lost track of Ye Ting. Time swiftly passed, leading to the eve of Halloween. Over the past 2 months, a significant event had unfolded in the Muggle world. Under the leadership of George Soros's Quantum Fund, international speculators wreaked havoc in Europe, successfully short-selling the pound, resulting in substantial losses for the Bank of England. Ye Ting, too, reaped considerable profits from this event, with his total assets soaring to $15 million. By the Christmas holidays, he would be able to withdraw his funds. After the Halloween feast concluded, Ye Ting returned to the common room with the satisfied young wizards. However, as he traversed the corridor on the second floor, he suddenly noticed an eerie silence. The sounds of laughter had vanished. Peering ahead, he beheld a chilling sight. Between 2 windows, on the wall a foot off the ground, words had been scrawled, glimmering faintly in the light of the burning torches. "The chamber has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." Beneath the inscription, the tail of Mrs. Norris hung from the torch holder, her body stiff as a plank, and her eyes wide open, staring blankly. Ye Ting could immediately discern that she had been petrified. At that moment, Harry Potter and Ron Weasley stood frozen beside Mrs. Norris, having likely attended nearly Headless Nick's death day party and stumbled upon this scene on their way back, only to be blocked by the crowd of young wizards returning from the Halloween feast. They were indeed unfortunate. caught in a rather dire predicament. The atmosphere was thick with silence when suddenly, a sharp scream shattered the stillness. Enemies of the air, beware. You're next, mudbloods. It was Draco Malfoy, who had pushed his way to the front of the crowd, his cold eyes alight with malice, his normally pale face flushed with color. He gazed at the motionless cat hanging there, a malicious grin spreading across his face. Indeed, he was an insufferable character. What has happened? What is going on? Filch was undoubtedly drawn to Malfoy's shout, pushing through the throng. Upon seeing Mrs. Norris, he stumbled back a few steps, terror gripping his features as he clutched his face. My cat! What has happened to Mrs. Norris? He screamed. At that moment, his bulging eyes spotted Harry. You! He shrieked. You killed my cat. You killed it. I will kill you. He lunged at the unfortunate Harry Potter. Of course, he was quickly restrained as Dumbledore and the professors arrived just in time to take Harry, Ron, and Filch away, thus ending the farce. Following this incident, the topic among the young wizards swiftly turned to the so-called heir and the Chamber of Secrets. Upon returning to the common room, it was time for Ye Ting's defense against the dark arts class. Ting, why don't you talk to everyone about the heir and the chamber? Hermione eagerly suggested as soon as she sat by the fireplace. The others concurred. The recent events had been quite alarming, and they were eager to find some semblance of safety. Ye Ting readily nodded and commenced his lesson. Before recounting the tale of the chamber, I must clarify 2 points, he said, surveying the faces of the anxious young wizards. Firstly, Mrs. Norris is not dead. She has merely been petrified, hence her rigid state, akin to being frozen. Petrification can be reversed. Who can tell me how to reverse it? Hermione immediately raised her hand. Even during Ye Ting's private defense against the dark arts class, she was eager to answer questions. Miss Granger, he acknowledged. A potion known as the Mandrake Restorative Draft can reverse petrification. Absolutely correct. Ye Ting smiled at her. Regrettably, I cannot award points to Ravenclaw for this. But I can share some good news. Remember our herbology class when we repotted the mandrakes at the beginning of the term? Those mandrakes will mature in a while. And at that time, Mrs. Norris will return to her normal state, so there is no need for concern. He observed everyone sighing in relief. Realizing that their worries were not truly for Mrs. Norris, but rather for themselves being petrified. Ye Ting then declared his second conclusion. The perpetrator of the petrifications cannot possibly be Harry Potter, as a standard petrification curse could not produce such an effect. The magic that caused this must be extraordinarily powerful, and given Mr. Potter's capabilities, he is evidently incapable of such a feat. He is simply too weak. Laughter erupted around the room. If Harry Potter had been present, he would not have been pleased with Ye Ting's defense of him. Then who could it be? Someone called out. Is it Snape? Or the heir of Slytherin? Perhaps the monster in the chamber? Please tell us, Mr. Ye. Thus, Ye Ting began to share his insights regarding the Chamber of Secrets and the heir of Slytherin. Chapter 95. It is widely acknowledged that Hogwarts was founded over 1,000 years ago by the 4 greatest witches and wizards of the time. The 4 houses were named after them: Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. Together, they built this castle, hidden from the prying eyes of muggles. For during that era, common folk feared magic, and witches and wizards faced much persecution. Ye Ting paused, glancing around before continuing. In the initial years, the founders worked harmoniously together, seeking out young individuals with magical potential to bring to the castle for training. However, over time, rifts began to form. The divide between Slytherin and the others grew wider. Slytherin wished for Hogwarts to be more selective in its admissions, believing that magical education should be limited to pureblood families. He was unwilling to accept Muggle-born children, deeming them unreliable. Eventually, Slytherin and Gryffindor had a fierce argument over this issue, after which Slytherin departed from the school. The reliable historical records inform us of this, he stated, but these pure facts have been overshadowed by peculiar legends surrounding the chamber. According to the tale, Slytherin constructed a hidden chamber within the castle, unbeknownst to the other founders. It is said that Slytherin sealed the chamber, ensuring that no one could access it until his true heir arrived at the school. Only that heir could unlock the chamber and unleash the horrific creature within to cleanse the school of all those unworthy of learning magic. Many believe the chamber to be merely a legend. Ye Ting surveyed the room, where everyone remained fixated on him, eager for him to continue. But I must tell you that the chamber has indeed been opened before, and all the parties involved are quite familiar to you. He cleared his throat. This event transpired 50 years ago when Hogwarts experienced a series of monster attacks. Fortunately, only students were injured, but the attacks escalated, ultimately resulting in the death of a girl. Due to the excessive number of incidents, Hogwarts was on the verge of closure. At that critical moment, a student named Tom Riddle stepped forward. he apprehended the one who had opened the chamber. That individual was expelled, but to preserve Hogwarts' reputation. The then headmaster, Professor Depet, claimed that the girl had died due to an accident, while Tom Riddle was awarded a special commendation for his contributions to the school. Upon hearing this, a portrait on the wall showed Armando Depet covering his face in shame. Hermione raised her hand once more. "Excuse me. What was the name of the person who opened the chamber? What creature did he summon? I mentioned that you're all quite familiar with these individuals." Ye Ting winked mysteriously at Hermione. The one expelled for opening the chamber was named Rubeus Hagrid, and his monster was a massive acromantula. All the acromantulas in the Forbidden Forest today are its descendants. An uproar erupted in the common room. "Hagrid? How could that be? I always said the giant-blooded fellow was up to no good. Why does Dumbledore still allow him to stay at the school?" Hermione raised her hand again. "I believe Hagrid could not have opened the chamber. He is not skilled in the dark arts at all. An acromantula cannot petrify a person. It can only kill with its venom. Are you mistaken?" Hermione's analysis was sound, and the room fell silent as all eyes turned to Ye Ting. "Indeed. I also believe that Hagrid could not possibly be the heir of Slytherin. Professor Dumbledore must have erred. Slytherin would never choose someone like Hagrid as his heir. The reasons for this I shall not disclose, but the true heir must be someone else. At this point, we should look back at the individual who reported Hagrid. His full name is Tom Marvolo Riddle." He waved his wand in the air to spell out Tom Marvolo Riddle's name. "Do you discern any clues?" Everyone shook their heads. Ye Ting casually waved his hand, and the letters rearranged themselves to form a phrase. "I am Lord Voldemort." This transformation left everyone gasping in astonishment. The lounge fell silent for a brief moment. After a considerable pause, Penelope excitedly inquired, "Are you suggesting that Tom Riddle was the young Voldemort?" "You are indeed correct." Ye Ting nodded. In truth, anyone who conducts a slight investigation into the history of Hogwarts would uncover this fact. "So, do you comprehend what the truth is? It was the Dark Lord who opened the Chamber of Secrets and subsequently framed Hagrid. Am I right?" Hermione swiftly interjected. "Absolutely correct." Ye Ting sighed, however, regrettably. The records from 50 years ago do not elucidate how the chamber was opened or what the true monster within was. It is possible that no monster existed at all. Everything might have been orchestrated by the Dark Lord himself. Nevertheless, clues still linger. For the third principal character in this affair is someone you are quite familiar with and see quite often. The third party? Who could that be? Aside from Hagrid and the Dark Lord, no one else was mentioned. Someone pondered. Could it be Professor Depet? I often see him in photographs. Observing the multitude of speculations, Ye Ting found it somewhat amusing, yet he revealed the answer. The third protagonist is the deceased girl, who remains in the very place where she met her end. In the girl's lavatory on the second floor. She is none other than Moaning Myrtle. With this revelation, he concluded the lesson and returned to his dormitory. Ye Ting's analysis created quite a stir at Hogwarts, as all the young witches and wizards inundated the professors with inquiries, eager to confirm the authenticity of the events. Most believed Ye Ting was correct. Even the Slytherin snakes conceded that Hagrid could not possibly be the heir of Slytherin. Yet, Hagrid, as the principal figure, was thrust into the spotlight, and even the ghostly Moaning Myrtle was not spared, as she found herself bombarded daily with the question, "How did you die?" Though one might feel as though they were unearthing old wounds when posing such questions to a ghost, Moaning Myrtle herself relished the inquiries, displaying a hint of pride as she recounted her tale. "Oh dear, it was simply dreadful," she relished saying to her inquisitors. "It all transpired right here. I perished in this very restroom. I remember it vividly. At that time, Olive Hornby mocked me for wearing glasses, calling me Four Eyes, and I sought refuge here. I locked the door and wept, when suddenly I heard someone enter. Their words were quite ludicrous. I assumed it must have been in another language. However, what infuriated me the most was hearing a boy's voice utter the word alive. So, I flung open the door and scolded him to leave and go to his own boys' restroom." And then Moaning Myrtle, puffing out her chest proudly, with a radiant expression on her face, continued, "I died. All I remember is seeing a pair of frightfully large yellow eyes. It felt as though my entire body was seized, and then I floated away. Later, I returned. You see, I was determined to confront Olive Hornby. Oh, how she regretted mocking my glasses. Soon enough, Dumbledore summoned Ye Ting for the third time to his office. "I must say, your statements have brought us considerable trouble, my child," Dumbledore remarked, his brow furrowed, his tone somewhat stern. "Everyone is preoccupied with the events of 50 years ago, anxious about the heir of Slytherin. You have instilled great unease within the hearts of the Hogwarts community. But what I said is true, is it not?" Ye Ting met Dumbledore's gaze resolutely. "Tom is Voldemort. Hagrid has been wronged. The chamber was indeed opened. And it is highly probable that it may be reopened once more. Am I not correct? Yes, you are indeed correct. Faced with such intensity, Dumbledore's demeanor softened. However, you should not have disclosed all of this. It is not for the students of Hogwarts to be concerned about. You have entangled them all in this matter. I did not entangle them. In fact, all the students are already in danger. Ye Ting's voice rose. There is a monster roaming the corridors of Hogwarts daily. And we must still attend classes. Do you wish for another moaning Myrtle to emerge? Dumbledore sighed deeply, rendered speechless by Ye Ting's assertions, and sank back into his chair. His demeanor appeared somewhat weary, causing Ye Ting to perceive for the first time that he was indeed an elder. You are correct, entirely correct. Yet we have been powerless to act. I have conducted a thorough examination of Hogwarts, yet yielded no results. Even now, I remain unaware of what the monster is. I do not comprehend why the chamber reopened after Riddle's departure. If we truly wish to prevent any further incidents, the sole course of action would be to temporarily close Hogwarts, but this would be of no assistance in locating the chamber or the monster. Now, aside from intensifying patrols, I am left with no options. Ultimately, Ye Ting and Dumbledore parted ways on unfriendly terms. Ye Ting did not immediately seek out Ginny Weasley to retrieve Tom Riddle's diary. Despite knowing that destroying the diary with fiend fire would instantly resolve the crisis stemming from the Chamber of Secrets. However, he refrained from doing so, as he had not forgotten another objective for the academic year, to study the basilisk. He understood that he must wait for the diary to summon the creature. For this formidable magical being could provide invaluable assistance in both research and materials. Of course, he was not inclined to provoke the basilisk just yet. Although he had grown sufficiently powerful, he was not yet strong enough to easily overpower such a creature. In fact, their strengths would be evenly matched at best. Before confronting the basilisk, he needed to invest time in crafting various magical items, including defenses against the creature's lethal gaze, antidotes for its venom, and weapons capable of inflicting harm. This is the essence of a wizard. Victory is not solely reliant on magic. Wisdom and creativity constitute an integral part of their abilities. Since his last encounter with the dragon, Ye Ting had come to the profound realization that, before his magical prowess could dominate these magical beings, he needed to forge physical weapons capable of breaching their formidable defenses. Relying solely on magic would not suffice to easily vanquish these creatures with high magical resistance. So his strategy would involve controlling them with magic before delivering a decisive physical strike. Shortly after Halloween, the eagerly anticipated Quidditch Cup was set to commence. In the days leading up to the training sessions, at Zhang Cho's request, Ye Ting undertook a series of modifications to her broomstick, not merely alterations, but a complete reconstruction. Apart from retaining the original broom handle, every other component was replaced, including the invisibility seat. Ye Ting reshaped the handle, adorning it with intricate and symbolic engravings, and erased the original spells, reapplying even more powerful enchantments. He also fitted the broom with a footrest crafted from fairy silver, ensuring that while Zhang Cho's broom might not match the Nimbus 2000, it would undoubtedly surpass all other brooms. The use of fairy silver was imperative to prevent the broom from disintegrating at its maximum speed. Zhang Chia was immensely pleased with her broom, feeling confident even when facing Slytherin's 7 Nimbus 2001s. Indeed, to secure Draco Malfoy as Slytherin's new seeker, the Malfoy family generously donated 7 of the latest Nimbus 2001 models to the house, a remarkable display of generosity. However, the Gryffindor team lacked an alchemical master like Ye Ting to assist in broom construction. In the opening match of the Quidditch Cup, Gryffindor faced Slytherin, relying on a collection of outdated brooms against the Nimbus 2001s. Their finest broom was Harry's Nimbus 2000, which, though commendable, paled in comparison to the superior models. To make matters worse, heavy rain began to pour during the match, and Harry found himself targeted by a rogue bludger. This bludger lost control and relentlessly pursued Harry, determined to knock him off his broom. Under such immense pressure, Harry did not yield. Instead, he braved the oncoming bludger and, seizing the opportunity, caught the golden snitch before Malfoy could. Ultimately, he succeeded in winning the match, albeit at the cost of a broken bone from the collision. However, Ye Ting did not witness any of these events as he departed midway through the match. The rain during this competition was torrential, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. It marked the first thunderstorm since the beginning of the school year, awakening in Ye Ting the realization that his time to become an animagus had arrived. Thus, he hastily departed the scene, riding through the downpour on his Nimbus, heading towards the Forbidden Forest. Before leaving, he remembered to ask Hermione to find Professor McGonagall for him, as the process of transforming into an animagus was fraught with peril, and he required her assistance. Chapter 0097. The rendezvous point between Ye Ting and Professor McGonagall was near Hagrid's hut. As he left the forbidden forest, clutching a vial of crimson potion, he discovered that the professor had been waiting for quite some time. "Why did you not inform me before embarking on your journey to become an animagus?" Upon seeing Ye Ting, Professor McGonagall chastised him sternly. "At your age, becoming an animagus is far too dangerous. You could certainly wait a few more years before attempting such a feat." However, upon noticing the potion in Ye Ting's hand, she realized that it was too late for persuasion. With a resigned sigh, her tone softened. "Well, given your proficiency in transfiguration, it may not be too early for you to practice becoming an animagus, and at least you had the sense to summon me before your first transformation." Suddenly, she transformed into a calico cat in the rain, the pattern around her eyes resembling glasses, before reverting to her original form. An animagus is a form of transformation that does not require a wand. In fact, it is a type of wandless magic. Possessing the same drawbacks as wandless magic, it is challenging to perform and can easily lead to unintended consequences if not executed with precision. She warned him sternly. As this magic affects one's own body, becoming an animagus is extremely perilous. Merely practicing it entails significant risks. It demands not only formidable magical power but also precise control and unwavering willpower to avert irreparable consequences during the transformation process. Ye Ting nodded affirmatively at Professor McGonagall, his voice resolute. "I am entirely prepared. Agamortis shall not defeat me." Understanding Ye Ting's determination, Professor McGonagall replied, "You may commence. Point your wand at your heart and recite the incantation, Amato, Animo, Animato, Animagus, and then drink the potion." As the vibrant red potion coursed through his body, Ye Ting gradually felt an excruciating pain, as if all his muscles were on the verge of tearing themselves apart. He gritted his teeth, striving to endure. Suddenly, he sensed two distinct heartbeats within his chest. The smaller one was familiar, a sound he recognized from vigorous exertion, but the other was larger and considerably more powerful. With each beat of this second heart, he felt a surge of potent magic accompanied by a torrent of warm blood rising from his chest. He began to vaguely deduce what his animagus form might be. Indeed, a vision of a dragon materialized in his mind. Distinct from the fire-breathing dragons depicted in the world of Harry Potter, it was a true dragon, one that had appeared in numerous magical realms. It possessed a lion-like body, a long and robust neck leading to a regal and magnificent dragon's head adorned with horns and spikes, and a long tail that coiled elegantly downwards. It traversed the ground on 4 powerful legs and soared through the sky with a pair of bat-like wings. Its entire body cloaked in fine scales that sparkled with a platinum hue, their surface translucent and gleaming like diamonds. The image of the dragon, while not colossal, measuring perhaps only 4 or 5 meters in length, exudes an elegance and grandeur that makes it easy to envision what a fully grown beast, stretching dozens or even hundreds of meters, would look like. Dragons are indeed formidable creatures, standing resolutely at the pinnacle of the species even within the realm of magic. However, when the image of the dragon surfaced in Ye Ting's mind, a profound unease gripped his heart. This was due to the fact that a wizard's animagus, Ugmanis, cannot transform into a magical creature. All attempts by animagi to morph into magical beings have historically ended in failure, often leading to unpredictable consequences. Ye Ting believed this was because ordinary creatures lack magical power, while magical beings are innately endowed with it, possessing a form of magic that is entirely distinct from that of wizards. Thus, it follows that until he resolves the issue of magical energy, his transformation into an animagus would be impossible. Yet, having already consumed the potion and uttered the incantation, it was too late to halt the metamorphosis. He could feel the changes overtaking his body. Exquisite platinum scales began to emerge on his skin, and the shape of his bones was in a state of constant flux. His claws elongated, his teeth sharpened, and spikes began to sprout along his back. Most discomforting was the sensation that something was about to sprout from his shoulder blades and the base of his tailbone, as if he were growing additional arms. With a peculiar feeling of a tail forming at the end of his spine, he sensed a shift in his thoughts, becoming increasingly arrogant, driven by desire, and enamored with power, emotions that starkly conflicted with his original mindset. Ye Ting had heard that ordinary animagi must grapple with feelings of wildness and diminished intellect during their training. However, transforming into a dragon seemed to present some advantages, as their intelligence remained intact. Yet, this perspective quickly waned as he soon realized that the challenge posed to his psyche by transforming into a dragon far surpassed that of changing into an ordinary creature. The dragon's potent thoughts began to assault his soul, compelling him to focus on resisting this overwhelming sensation. Should he succumb to it and accept the temptation, he would be irrevocably lost to the essence of the dragon, a being consumed by frenzied desires. The overwhelming emotions of pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust incessantly beckoned him. In biblical lore, ancient dragons symbolize Satan, and Satan epitomizes the 7 deadly sins. The dragon embodies the ultimate original sin and represents unparalleled power. A force that continuously seduced Ye Ting, akin to the devil's whispers and hell's temptations. Even the most steadfast of minds could hardly evade such a fall. Just as Adam and Eve could not resist the ancient serpent's allure, the serpent, even if it were Satan, and Satan, in turn, represented the ancient dragon. Human origins dictated their inability to maintain their integrity in the face of such temptation. Even the glorious Lucifer, Prince of Heaven, could not escape the clutches of pride and ultimately descended into hell. Yet, Ye Ting astonishingly held firm, his will appearing limitless as he resisted the dragon's seduction. To describe it, he felt as if his soul were traversing a tightrope above an abyss, which exerted a tremendous pull on him. His spirit was compelled to maintain balance amid this allure while striving to move forward. Aside from his experience drifting through the temporal tunnel, this might well be among the most perilous situations for survival in the world. Nevertheless, he managed to calm his emotions and trudged onward with great difficulty. Chapter 0098. In response to Ye Ting's invitation, Professor McGonagall hurriedly made her way to the edge of the Forbidden Forest before her Quidditch match had concluded. Seeking her promising student, this student had taken the initiative to prepare for his first animagus transformation ahead of time. Professor McGonagall sternly reprimanded him but ultimately agreed to oversee his transformation. Thus, the student commenced his animagus transformation in her presence. At this juncture, Professor McGonagall believed it was merely a standard initial transformation, albeit somewhat perilous. Given the student's aptitude, she deemed it not overly difficult. However, as Ye Ting's body manifested beautiful scales and his claws and teeth began to shift, she initially surmised that his animagus form was a rare lizard, or perhaps, with a touch of exaggeration, an extinct prehistoric creature akin to a dinosaur, a rare but not impossible occurrence. Yet, who could have anticipated that Ye Ting would sprout wings from his back and a tail, transforming not into any reptilian creature or a fire-breathing dragon with integrated wings and limbs, but into a true dragon? This was far beyond that of a fire dragon. Even within the wizarding world, such magical beings existed only in legend. If the Ministry of Magic were to classify the danger posed by dragons, fire dragons would rank at the highest level, XXXXX, while dragons would require an additional 10XS, at the very least. It was precisely due to the dragon's immense power that Professor McGonagall felt particularly anxious. The transformation into a magical being had no precedent, and Ye Ting's aspiration to transform into a dragon surpassed that of ordinary magical creatures. She harbored no expectations for his success and could only pray that he would ultimately revert to his human form without any unforeseen consequences. The greatest risk being death from magical depletion. In truth, Ye Ting was indeed plagued by his dwindling magical energy. At this moment, not only was his soul valiantly resisting the abyssal temptation, but his body also endured inhumane torment. The colossal magical energy demand of transforming into a dragon relentlessly drained his physical and mental faculties. While the conflict between dragon and wizard magic left him in a state of unrelenting agony, it felt as though he were being subjected to 1,000 cuts simultaneously. A torturous sensation that, if it were physical, would have rendered his pain receptors numb. However, this torment was not merely corporeal, it was an assault on his spirit, forcing him to fully experience every ounce of suffering. In essence, he had to endure this torment while walking the tightrope, with the sheer mental exhaustion threatening to overwhelm him. Yet this tightrope must be traversed before his magical energy was entirely expended. This compelled him to relentlessly exhaust not only his physical form but also to forcibly strain his very soul. Ultimately, through an extraordinary willpower, he reclaimed his consciousness just before succumbing to death from the depletion of his magical energy. In Professor McGonagall's eyes, the colossal dragon, which had been writhing in agony upon the ground, gradually opened its eyes. They revealed a clear and rational gaze, yet within them shone a spirit of resilience and defiance. This gaze was one she was quite familiar with. She could ascertain that the creature before her was indeed her prized pupil. His consciousness not submerged nor degraded to the belief that he was another being. Professor McGonagall felt a wave of relief wash over her as she waved her wand, forcibly lifting the Agamanish transformation from Ye Ting. Fortunately, the current Ye Ting was not truly capable of transforming into a dragon. Otherwise, her spell would have been rendered ineffective. The dragon's form began to gradually diminish, scales and claws fading away, wings and tail shortening, until Ye Ting finally reverted to his human shape. He lay on the ground in a disheveled state, drenched in sweat, his muscles twitching uncontrollably. Professor McGonagall hurriedly helped him to sit against a large tree. After a considerable time, Ye Ting began to regain some strength. Upon seeing him open his eyes, Professor McGonagall immediately inquired with concern, "How are you feeling?" "Not well." Ye Ting replied slowly, shaking his head. "I've exhausted both my physical and magical energy, and my entire body aches." The animagus transformation proved to be more challenging than I had anticipated. After successfully transforming, I had to exert myself fully to maintain my consciousness against the seductive allure of becoming a dragon. That overwhelming and powerful sensation was truly hard to resist. "But you did resist, didn't you?" McGonagall observed him gently. "You are a strong child. I can only imagine the difficulties you faced at that moment, yet you emerged triumphant. You are remarkable." She sighed and continued, "Now, you need to accompany me to Madame Pomfrey for a thorough examination, and then rest for a day or two." "But all I want to do right now is sleep," Ye Ting lamented, reluctantly following Professor McGonagall towards the castle. However, the relentless fatigue weighing on him threatened to engulf him. He had fought the temptation for too long, enduring immense psychological torment. Thus, he followed Professor McGonagall in a dazed state until they reached the infirmary. The moment he touched the hospital bed, he collapsed. This marked the second occasion since his arrival at Hogwarts that he found himself confined to the infirmary. Lying in the hospital bed was a disheartening experience, as it starkly illuminated his own vulnerability and frailty. Yet, there are moments in life when individuals must confront their own powerlessness. It is impossible to remain perpetually strong and fearless. Fortunately, during this period of weakness, several girls chose to keep him company, alongside his friends, including his 3 roommates, the Weasley twins, and Harry, who had also been hospitalized due to a Quidditch accident that resulted in a fractured arm. Gilderoy Lockhart had taken it upon himself to mend Harry's injury, but his inept magic only exacerbated the situation, leaving Harry with a completely dislocated arm, necessitating his hospitalization. Additionally, his dear friend Ron, teammates from the Quidditch team, numerous Ravenclaw students who had attended his classes, and his admirers all took turns visiting him, which brought him immense comfort. Simultaneously, he learned of troubling news. Just the previous night, Colin Creevey, a fervent admirer of Harry Potter, had been petrified on his way back from visiting Harry, further confirming that the Chamber of Secrets had indeed been opened and that the heir of Slytherin was active within Hogwarts. It was a tumultuous time, and he felt an urgent need to grow stronger. A day later, Ye Ting departed the infirmary as his ailments were minor. He was merely drained of magical energy and vitality. Professor McGonagall summoned him to her office, attempting to persuade him to abandon his aspiration of transforming into a dragon as his animagus form in favor of a more conventional creature. "I believe a dragon suits me quite well," Ye Ting replied resolutely. "I have come to glean an understanding of why I failed to transform, and I shall discover the means to succeed. When I am ready again, I will certainly inform you." "Very well," Professor McGonagall sighed, unable to sway him. She reluctantly acquiesced to his decision. "However, you must promise to summon me before your next transformation. You are the most gifted student I have ever taught, and I cannot bear the thought of losing you." Chapter 0099. Ye Ting's assertion that he had a solution for his inability to transform into a dragon was somewhat misleading, as he merely held a tentative hypothesis. Throughout various realms, there exist narratives wherein humans can transform into dragons, and within these tales, Ye Ting could glimpse the essence of dragons, thus comprehending the transformation process. The most prominent example is the world of Dragon Clan, where the essence of a dragon is intertwined with blood. Half-breeds, known as mixed bloods, possess dragon blood, and the greater the purity of this blood, the closer they align with true dragons. Naturally, those lacking aptitude may fall into the abyss of becoming a death servant. The temptation Ye Ting felt during his transformation echoed the allure experienced by mixed bloods undergoing blood purification in the Dragon Clan, a temptation that reached at least the 4th degree of blood explosion. The second example is from Fairy Tale, where the essence of dragons lies in knowledge, specifically Dragon Slayer magic. Sorcerers who master this magic ascend to the status of dragons. The ultimate antagonist in this realm, Acnologia, the Black Dragon, is historically noted as the first human to become a dragon. The third example is from the Elder Scrolls, where the essence of dragons is rooted in the soul. Dragonborn are regarded as kin by dragons due to their possession of a dragon soul, and they can further enhance their strength by absorbing dragon souls. Conversely, a dragon's corpse bereft of its soul merely leaves behind a pile of bones. Numerous other worlds also feature similar constructs. For instance, in the Naciverse, a dragon's heart can bestow draconic power, as exemplified by Arthur Pendragon, who wields immense strength due to her possession of the heart of a red dragon. Additionally, in the tale of the artificial human from Kamen Rider, upon acquiring the heart of the dragon slayer Siegfried, he transformed into the legendary dragon species. gaining the powers of Fafnir, Siegfried's nemesis. In truth, according to the Naceverse, draconic power remains intrinsically linked to blood. For the relationship between the heart and blood is profoundly interconnected. Siegfried himself attained Fafnir's powers through immersion in dragon's blood. In worlds such as World of Warcraft and Dungeons & Dragons, dragons exist merely as a race, and if one were to discern their essence, it could only be likened to DNA, as dragonkind proliferates through various half-dragon progeny. For Ye Ting, the most viable approach is to explore the first method. After all, both the mental trials he endured and the exhilarating sensations experienced prior to transformation underscore the significance of dragon blood. The second method appears less reliable, as he lacks access to dragon slayer magic. Not only that, but he also has no means of acquiring renowned dragon language spells from other realms. The fire dragons of his world are merely magical creatures of limited intelligence, devoid of their own script, let alone any dragon language spells. As for the third method, he has already undergone that experience. Since overcoming the mental temptations and trials, he has felt a profound transformation within his soul. It is not solely the soul of a human, but also that of a dragon. Dragons embody not only the zenith of desire but also the pinnacle of power. Within his soul resides the essence and transformative power represented by the dragon's soul. This transformation has propelled him to a deeper mastery of both magic and the corporeal realm. This may perhaps be the transformation bestowed upon him by the boundless potential of his innate talent. The temptation of corruption during the dragon transformation process has become a trial of advancement for Ye Ting. As he relentlessly strides forward through the abyss of depravity, his soul ascends towards the essence of the dragon spirit. After all, the antithesis of hell is heaven. Unfortunately, even the dragon spirit has yet to grant him any substantial power. Perhaps he, like the dragonborn, must slay dragons to absorb their spirits for progress. Nevertheless, although the dragon spirit currently serves merely as a low-level buff, there will come a day when he will comprehend its true significance. Ultimately, he also possesses a theoretical means of altering his genes to become a dragon, yet this remains purely hypothetical. First and foremost, his understanding of genetic technology is insufficient, and the current state of the world lacks the scientific prowess to undertake such research. Secondly, he believes that exploring dragon genetics through sheer science is fraught with complications. It is noteworthy that in the realm of the magical beasts, the esteemed scientists, the Deathwing family, are themselves dragons who wield profound magic and command a plethora of talented individuals. Even under such conditions, their attempts to study dragon genetics resulted in a myriad of grotesque creatures. Thus, having resolved to delve into dragon blood, Ye Ting must devise a meticulous research plan. The first step involves the collection of materials. True to his nature, Ye Ting is determined to gather samples of dragon blood from all available sources. He plans to embark on a global journey during the Christmas holidays, traversing the world in a bus to visit all fire dragon sanctuaries and collect samples from every known variety. In the Harry Potter universe, only fire dragons can truly be classified as dragons. Additionally, the long-horned water serpents of America and the Celestial Empire are also worthy of study. These creatures are often mistaken by Muggles as another type of dragon, such as the divine dragon of the Celestial Empire or the feathered serpent of America. And Ye Ting suspects they may also possess draconic bloodlines. Simultaneously, aside from procuring dragon blood, Ye Ting wishes to experiment with slaying dragons to determine if his dragon spirit can absorb their souls for his own growth, akin to the dragonborn. However, he does not anticipate gaining dragon language magic through such actions, as the dragonborn's proficiency stems from their prior absorption of dragons that possess such magical knowledge. Given the intelligence of fire dragons in the Harry Potter world, it seems far more practical to hope for a fire dragon to converse than to gain magical abilities in this manner. After his encounter with a fire dragon in the Forbidden Forest, Ye Ting is acutely aware that, with his current magical capabilities, he cannot breach the formidable magical resistance of dragons. His victory over a juvenile fire dragon was achieved through transfiguration, which caused the dragon to lose its balance mid-air, resulting in injury. He then hastily transformed into a sword to behead the creature. Nonetheless, transfiguration remains a form of magic. Although the fire dragon's resistance to such indirect magical harm is not excessively high, it still exists. Therefore, to enhance his capacity to inflict damage upon fire dragons in the Basilisk of Hogwarts, Ye Ting resolves to create sword-like weapons akin to Gryffindor's sword through alchemy before the Christmas holidays. Without delay, he sets to work, first addressing the issue of materials. Given that apparition cannot be used at Hogwarts, he decides to sneak into Hogsmeade over the weekend to procure some goblin silver, a precious metal akin to mithril. Regarded as one of the most valuable materials in the Harry Potter universe, Gryffindor's sword is indeed forged from goblin silver. Chapter 0100. Ever since the news of Colin's petrification following his visit to Harry Potter spread, a rumor began circulating among the young wizards that Harry was the heir of Slytherin. Harry found this tiresome. He was convinced that Draco Malfoy was the true heir. Yet he lacked evidence. Thus, he devised a plan. He and Ron could use Polyjuice Potion to transform into Crabbe and Goyle, seeking an opportunity to extract evidence from Malfoy. However, the Polyjuice Potion is an advanced brew, and their potion book did not contain its recipe. The powerful potion that holds the formula for Polyjuice Potion is located in the restricted section of the library, accessible only with a note from a professor. Consequently, he begrudgingly feigned admiration for Professor Lockhart to extract a note from him. Lockhart, ever boastful and self-important, was eager to provide the note to Harry without a second thought. Thus, Harry and Ron commenced their endeavor to concoct the Polyjuice Potion. The potion's preparation involves 2 phases. The first phase requires common magical ingredients: fluxweed, leech juice, caterpillar, and leeches. However, the second phase necessitates rare components: bicorn horn and African snake skin, both of which are only found in Severus Snape's stock at Hogwarts. Therefore, they planned to pilfer a small amount from him, a tactic Ye Ting had previously employed during his own attempt to brew the potion last year. They sought assistance from Ron's twin brothers, George and Fred, who were more than willing to assist in their mischief against the old bat. During a potions class, Harry ignited a firework and tossed it into Goyle's cauldron. In this potions class, the focus was on concocting a swelling solution. Goyle's potion erupted, splattering the entire class. Amidst the chaos, students screamed as the potion rained down upon them. Malfoy ended up with his face covered in the potion, causing his nose to balloon like a balloon. Goyle, with his eyes covered, stumbled around blindly, his eyes swollen to the size of dinner plates. In the midst of this pandemonium, no one noticed that Harry and Ron had stealthily exited the classroom, making their way to Snape's potion storeroom, where they successfully pilfered the desired ingredients. A week later, a notice regarding the establishment of a dueling club unexpectedly appeared on the bulletin board in the hall. The prospect of the dueling club piqued the interest of most young witches and wizards. Indeed, wizard dueling is a unique cultural aspect of the wizarding world. Somewhat akin to the knightly duels of the medieval era, battlefield challenges, or the duels among nobility, dueling among wizards typically involves formal contests between 2 or more participants, where only magic may be employed. The duelists begin by bowing to each other as a sign of respect, then assume the universal dueling stance. Upon counting to 3, both parties attempt to disarm, incapacitate, injure, defeat, or even kill each other, compelling the opponent to yield in order to claim victory. Dueling also exists as a form of sport. Beyond practical combat, it can be presented as a friendly competition. Even today, the wizarding world hosts various dueling tournaments, with the most renowned being the International Wizard Dueling Championship held among different countries. Wizards often regale tales of legendary duels, the most notable being the epic confrontation between Dumbledore and Grindelwald in 1945. Furthermore, the folklore of the wizarding world is replete with tales of duels, with the most iconic being the battle between Merlin and the enchantress Madame Mim, in which Merlin cleverly transformed into a virus to secure victory. Hermione and Cho Chang also expressed their desire to join the dueling club. After several weeks of combat magic training with Lee, they were eager to test their abilities. In the room of requirement, they had been practicing with Lee and among themselves, but with Lee's superior skills, they remained unaware of their own capabilities. Lee, however, was not keen on participating in this spectacle, viewing the dueling club as a mere display of ineptitude. Reluctantly, Hermione and Cho approached him, hoping he would accompany them to the dueling club. Of course, Lee recognized their intent was to showcase their training achievements in front of their mentor. Unable to decline the invitations from his students, he felt compelled to partake in this trivial gathering. At 8 o'clock, the long dining tables in the Great Hall vanished, replaced by a gilded stage illuminated by hundreds of floating candles. The ceiling turned a velvety black once more, and nearly the entire student body attended, crowded together, each clutching their wands, faces alight with excitement. "I wonder who will be teaching us," they murmured as they squeezed into the chattering throng. Hermione remarked, "Someone told me that Lockhart was a dueling champion in his youth. Perhaps he will be our instructor." However, the truth was bound to disappoint. Lee smiled faintly, and just as he spoke, Gilderoy Lockhart ascended the stage, resplendent in his crimson robes, flanked by none other than Snape, dressed in his usual black attire. Lockhart waved for silence and boisterously declared, "Gather around, gather around. Can everyone see me? Can you all hear me? Splendid. Professor Dumbledore has graciously permitted me to establish this little dueling club to train you all adequately, in case one day you need to defend yourselves. Employing the methods I have used countless times. For more details, please refer to my published works. I would like to introduce my assistant, Professor Snape, Lockhart continued, flashing a wide grin. He has assured me that he possesses some knowledge of dueling and has generously agreed to assist me with a small demonstration before class. Rest assured. Little ones, after our demonstration, I will return your potions professor to you unharmed. There's no need for concern. Lee observed Lockhart's confidence with a disdainful smirk. Who was Snape? He was once a Death Eater and a master of dark magic, having invented the severing charm and the hanging charm during his student days. Capable of holding his own against skilled members of the Order of the Phoenix, including Harry's father, James Potter, and Harry's godfather, Sirius Black. The audacity of Lockhart. With his superficial charm, to challenge Snape was laughable. On stage, Lockhart and Snape turned to face each other and bowed. At least Lockhart bowed, flamboyantly gesturing with his hands, while Snape merely shook his head in annoyance. They raised their wands before them, as Lockhart addressed the silent crowd, as you can see. We hold our wands in the standard dueling position. On the count of 3, we shall cast our first spell. Of course, we shall not take each other's lives. 1, 2, 3. Both wands were raised sharply over their shoulders. Snape shouted, Expelliarmus. A brilliant flash of red light erupted, and Lockhart staggered, propelled backward off the stage and crashing against the wall, collapsing to the floor. Malfoy and a few other Slytherin students erupted in applause. Some students, who had no fondness for Lockhart, joined in clapping, while his admirers bounced anxiously. Lockhart, unsteadily rising to his feet, lost his hat, his wavy curls standing on end. Well, as you can see, he slurred as he climbed back onto the stage. That was a disarming charm. As you witnessed, I lost my wand. Thank you, Miss Brown. Yes, Professor Snape, demonstrating that was a brilliant idea, but I must say, your intention was quite evident. If I wished to stop you, it would have been effortless. I believe. To broaden their horizons, we should let them see. Snape's expression darkened ominously. Lockhart seemed to notice and announced, the demonstration concludes here. Now, I will mingle among you to pair you off into duos. Professor Snape, if you would assist me. They wove through the crowd, pairing the students. Lockhart paired Neville with Justin Finch-Fletchley, while Snape maliciously separated Harry and Ron, with Ron facing off against Fenwick and Harry against Malfoy, whether out of spite or coincidence. Hermione and Cho found themselves up against 2 older Slytherin girls. Face your partners. Lockhart called from the stage. Bow. Raise your wands and prepare. On the count of 3. Cast your spells to disarm your opponents. Just disarm. We wish to avoid any accidents. 1, 2, 3. Harry cast a tickling charm on Malfoy, causing him to laugh uncontrollably. Yet the latter managed to suppress his mirth and retaliated with a dancing spell, compelling Harry to perform a lively jig. Chaos reigned elsewhere as well. Ron's broken wand malfunctioned again, sending Finnegan crashing to the ground. Pallid and lifeless, Neville and Justin were enveloped by a cloud of green smoke, collapsing immediately upon inhalation. And even a young wizard discarded his wand, engaging in a brawl. Only Hermione and Zhang Qiu adeptly dispatched their opponents, with the 2 Slytherin upperclassmen caught off guard. Their wands sent flying, and their bodies toppled. Ye Ting clapped joyfully from the sidelines, for they had mastered the quintessence of the disarming spell, perfectly harnessing its swift execution. Stop! Stop! Lockhart shrieked, but Snape seized control. Ammobulus! He commanded. Harry's feet ceased their dance, and Malfoy's laughter subsided. At last, they both lifted their heads. Goodness gracious! Lockhart exclaimed, bounding through the crowd as he surveyed the aftermath of the duel. Ernie, get up. Miss Fawcett, apply pressure. The bleeding will stop shortly. But I believe it's best if I instruct you on how to counter hostile magic, he said. Panic etched across his face as he stood in the center of the hall. A fleeting glance at Snape revealed a glint of menace in his dark eyes, prompting him to avert his gaze at once. Would a pair of Longbottom and Finnegan kindly volunteer? How about it? Lockhart proposed. That is a most unwise suggestion, Professor Lockhart. Snape replied. Longbottom could wreak havoc even with the simplest of spells. We shall be collecting Finnegan's remains in a matchbox to deliver to the hospital wing. Neville's round, pink face flushed deeper. He cast a sullen gaze over the crowd, as if seeking a sacrificial lamb among a flock of sheep, until he spotted Ye Ting. A glimmer of cunning flashed in his eyes. Indeed, he had already attributed the recent theft from the potion storage to Ye Ting, for among all the second-year wizards, she alone had a penchant for peculiar potions. Coupled with the previous year's theft incident, he deemed her the prime suspect, though lacking evidence. Nevertheless, This did not deter him from seeking an opportunity to teach Ye Ting a lesson. "Ah, Mr. Ye Ting, what an unexpected presence here," Snape approached with a sinister smile. "I had assumed you would find these trivial skirmishes beneath your interest." "In truth, I merely came to observe," Ye Ting replied, stepping aside. "You needn't concern yourself with me." However, Professor Snape wore a malevolent grin as he stated, "Oh, no, no, no. How could I possibly disregard you? As a Ravenlaw prodigy, why not take the stage and demonstrate for everyone?" Upon hearing this, Ye Ting smirked, realizing Snape's ulterior motives. Yet, he felt no trepidation about any scheme Snape might concoct. After all, who at Hogwarts could rival him aside from Dumbledore? Thus, he nodded in acquiescence. At this moment, Snape seized the opportunity. Gliding onto the stage with the grace of a great bat. "Come forth, Mr. Yi, your opponent is I. Let the spectators witness your prowess." Beside Ye Ting, Zhang Qiu anxiously clutched his sleeve. "Ye Ting, don't go. Snape harbors ill intentions towards you. You could be harmed." Hermione, her expression one of indignation, glared at the old bat. "Professor Snape is truly detestable. He is a professor, after all. Turn him down quickly. You are merely a student. And that is nothing to be ashamed of." "No, he cannot best me. Rest assured," Ye Ting reassured them softly, patting their hands before adjusting his cloak and stepping forward. Immediately, the crowd parted to grant him passage, and he ascended the stage beneath the admiring gazes of the young wizards, meeting Snape's eyes with a calm demeanor. Chapter 0102. Rest assured, your genius and idol shall survive. Snape licked his lips, exuding eagerness. Ye Ting remained silent, bowing respectfully to Snape before assuming a dueling stance. 1, 2, 3. Ye Ting's reflexes far surpassed Snape's. He silently cast a disarming charm first. The combination of his swift reflexes and the silent spell provided him a significant advantage. Just as Snape raised his wand, Ye Ting's spell surged towards him. However, Snape, a seasoned master, remained composed, uttering a protective charm just in time to block the attack, quickly retaliating with a stunning spell. Yet, Ye Ting's response to Snape's assault was entirely unexpected. With his right hand, he continued to cast spells at Snape while his left hand merely swept his cloak aside, effectively deflecting Snape's stunning charm. This maneuver left everyone utterly astonished. In truth, for a powerful wizard well-versed in the arcane arts, deflecting an opponent's spell with a wand is a rather commonplace technique. Merely a clever amalgamation of the silencing charm and a shield charm. In this instance, the shield charm was drastically simplified, affecting only the tip of the wand. And its duration was fleeting, incapable of withstanding any formidable spells. However, in contrast, it became remarkably easy to cast and control, allowing a sufficiently adept wizard to simultaneously prepare another spell while deflecting their adversary's incantation. Yet, Ye Ting's performance was something altogether different. He not only wielded magic with his left hand without a wand, but he also executed a dual task, casting another spell with his wand in his right hand concurrently. In fact, Ye Ting found it somewhat perplexing that he could achieve this, for he sensed a surge of power enhancing the shield charm as he swung his cloak, leading him to believe that this trick, originally capable only of blocking mundane spells such as the stunning spell or disarming spell, could now stand its ground against even mightier curses. Ultimately, he discerned that the source of this power was none other than an innate resistance to magic, far exceeding that of ordinary magical beings, though it still required magical energy to sustain. He swiftly realized that this was the magical resistance of dragons, a gift bestowed upon him by the dragon soul. Although he was still somewhat inexperienced compared to a true dragon, it was sufficient to ensure his success in wizard duels. He resolved to craft a cloak for dueling that was both resilient and stylish, for the visual impact of this maneuver was undeniably striking. With a flick of his wrist, the cloak would sweep aside his opponent's spells, an image of such flair that it warranted a cloak designed to accentuate this elegance. After all, strength may be fleeting, but style is eternal. As the battle commenced, Ye Ting and Snape exchanged disarming charms, stunning spells, and binding charms, much like two cowboys engaged in a duel with revolvers. Yet, compared to Snape, Ye Ting clearly held the upper hand. He was able to employ both hands, one for offense and the other for defense. His cloak stood as an indomitable barrier. Despite bearing numerous scorch marks, it flawlessly shielded him from all of Snape's assaults, with the rebounding spells creating pockmarks in the hall's walls. Nearby, young wizards had to shield their heads with their hands to avoid being struck by flying debris. Ye Ting even attempted to redirect the incoming spells back at Snape, though the required angle for such a counter was too great given the defensive intensity he had applied to his cloak, rendering it temporarily unfeasible. However, had he found himself surrounded or in a melee, the effectiveness of this maneuver would have been markedly different. Simultaneously, his movements and footwork were far more agile than Snape's, at times resembling a dance upon the razor's edge. For any spell that did not aim directly at his core, he would evade effortlessly, merely tilting his head, shifting a leg, or swaying his body slightly, narrowly escaping the oncoming incantations. To the onlooking young wizards, Ye Ting appeared as a masterful figure gliding through a hail of spells, with each incantation seeming to brush past him, always just a hair's breadth away from making contact. This thrilling scene gripped their hearts as if held tightly in a vice. This is truly a duel, they thought to themselves. In comparison, their earlier attempts were merely child's play. Even Professor Flitwick expressed his astonishment. Mr. Ye's mastery of the common spells used in wizard dueling has reached an extraordinary level. If this continues, not even 3 Snapes combined would stand a chance against him. By contrast, Professor Snape found himself in a rather precarious position. Wielding his wand with one hand, he was forced to consider both attack and defense, which soon led to him being overwhelmed by the relentless barrage of spells from Ye Ting. His attacks were mature and seasoned. The silent incantation significantly increased the speed and frequency of his spellcasting, yet even so, he remained no match for Ye Ting. Gradually, he began to adopt a more defensive stance, attacking less frequently. Finally, unable to endure this disadvantaged situation any longer, Snape, who had never been one to rely on simple spells, decided to showcase his mastery of dark magic. He cast a shield charm, temporarily stabilizing the situation, then assumed a stance to unleash a powerful exploding spell towards Ye Ting. A crimson orb soared toward Ye Ting's feet, seemingly intended to teach him a lesson. However, Ye Ting was unwilling to concede defeat. With a deft flick of his wand, he conjured a stone wall from the ground, demonstrating his remarkable skill in transfiguration. Witnessing this display, Professor McGonagall nodded in approval. The exploding spell collided with the stone wall, producing a tremendous noise, and the hastily conjured barrier was shattered into fragments. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick had to intervene to shield themselves from the debris that flew toward the edge of the stage. The powerful explosion forced Snape to raise his arm, using his voluminous robe to shield himself from dust and rubble. Yet, when the smoke cleared, he was astonished to see the scattered stones floating around him like a celestial belt, orbiting Ye Ting. Ye Ting regarded Snape with a confident smile. In an instant, the floating debris surged forth like a volley of arrows aimed directly at Snape. In a panic, Snape hastily cast a barrier spell, barely managing to fend off the attack. However, the sheer number of stones was overwhelming. They came at him from all directions, compelling him to evade with great effort as he dashed across the stage, though a few still struck him painfully. Yet, this mere pain could not deter him. Suddenly, Snape straightened, no longer avoiding or resisting. He braced himself against the onslaught of stones, enduring the agony while pointing his wand at Ye Ting to counterattack. A fierce tongue of flame erupted from the tip of his wand, engulfing Ye Ting in a blazing inferno that swiftly spread between them. In that moment, Ye Ting could have unleashed the formidable power of a weaver to immediately extinguish the raging fire with a water-making spell. However, what value lay in defeating his opponent through sheer magical might? Not only would it reveal the absurdity of his wand surpassing even the Elder Wand, but it also lacked any technical finesse. He did not attempt to douse the flames. Instead, he elegantly waved his wand, tracing beautiful patterns in the air. Snape quickly realized that his inferno was spiraling out of control. The flames seemed to take on a life of their own, converging as if drawn towards the sea. To everyone's astonishment, the vast sea of flames and the rising tongues of fire began to shrink, gradually coalescing into an egg-like shape. The flame-like egg rested silently at the center of the stage, appearing utterly still. However, the flickering tongues of fire rolling across its surface and the palpable heat emanating from it revealed the perilous intensity of its temperature. Even Severus Snape, the adversary, watched the egg with a tense expression, bracing himself for any sudden change. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the surface of the egg, as if it were about to break open. No, it was truly on the verge of shattering. With a shower of sparks, the eggshell fell to the ground, and a bird, entirely engulfed in flames, emerged from within. It flapped its wings, sending waves of scorching air that could be felt by the young wizard several meters away. The firebird soared into the air, circling above the stage, and the astute Professor McGonagall recognized it as a creature she had seen before. It was a phoenix. He had astonishingly transformed fire into a phoenix using transfiguration. She gasped, recalling the beauty of this creature she had witnessed alongside Dumbledore. The phoenix circled in the air twice before launching an attack on Snape. With a powerful beat of its wings, it dove towards him. On the ground, Leaf also directed an offensive against Snape with his wand. Faced with this dual assault, Snape could only evade clumsily. He needed to devise a strategy to counter the phoenix, for with his limited agility, defeat was imminent. He swiftly raised his wand and shouted, "Basilisk, emerge." The tip of his wand exploded, and a massive black serpent sprang forth, crashing heavily onto the floor before lifting its head to glare at the phoenix. Poised to strike, the phoenix immediately shifted its focus to the black serpent, circling above it, ready to dive down at any moment to inflict damage with its claws or sharp beak. The two magical creatures engaged in a fierce battle while Snape concentrated on countering Leaf's threat. The two wizards resumed their magical duel, with the outcome of the battle hinging on the confrontation between the magical beings. The victor among the phoenix and the serpent would be able to assist its master. In truth, the outcome was becoming increasingly clear. The colossal black serpent, a product of dark magic, was not only formidable but also had the ability to multiply into several serpents when severed. Ordinary wizards stood no chance against it. Yet now, it faced an adversary far superior, the phoenix, capable of flight and entirely composed of flames. Each time the phoenix pecked or clawed at the serpent, it left behind scorched wounds that emitted a charred odor. The black serpent, fearful of the phoenix's searing temperature, refrained from attacking. A single bite would sear its mouth, rendering its classic binding strike impossible. Thus, the scene was overwhelmingly one-sided, with the serpent suffering relentless assaults. Regrettably, Snape found himself distracted by the ongoing struggle. He clenched his teeth in frustration. He desired to assist the serpent with magic, but every time he attempted to act, Leaf would increase his offensive tempo, leaving him overwhelmed. Observing his opponent's calm demeanor, Snape realized that Leaf was merely stalling for time, awaiting the outcome of the battle. The black serpent, now battered and scarred, bore numerous charred wounds yet still retained some fighting spirit due to its massive size. The phoenix, unwilling to prolong the engagement, delivered another strike to the serpent's back before altering its attack strategy, charging directly at the serpent without hesitation. The serpent, devoid of the capacity to evade the phoenix's frontal assault, was struck as if hit by an incendiary device, bursting into flames. In its desperate thrashing, the fire ultimately consumed the serpent entirely. The flames receded, revealing the phoenix once more. Victory was declared. The phoenix had triumphed over the black serpent. The surrounding young wizards erupted in jubilant cheers, particularly the Gryffindors, who had long harbored disdain for Snape. To witness him falter at the hands of a second-year wizard delighted them immensely. The phoenix let out a triumphant cry and flew to Leaf's side, poised to launch an attack on Snape. Snape, sensing the imminent threat, reacted with urgency. He flicked his wand, casting a splitting charm towards Leaf, and began chanting, clearly preparing a powerful spell. Leaf recognized this as Snape's final gambit. He had to interrupt Snape before he could unleash his spell. For the nature of Snape's dark magic was unpredictable. With a swift motion of his left hand, he commanded the phoenix to intercept the incoming splitting charm. The phoenix soared forward, swallowing the spell before ascending high, only to be obliterated by the ensuing explosion. Seizing the opportunity, Leaf cast a disarming charm at Snape. The spell struck Snape, sending his wand flying, yet his dark magic remained unchecked. The spell spiraled out of control. A massive explosion erupted at Snape's location, rendering him unconscious. From the explosion emerged numerous small snakes, showering the stage like a rain of serpents, causing the young wizards to scatter in panic. Most of the small snakes did not travel far, but one, in particular, landed near Justin Finch Fletchley, prompting him to retreat in terror. "Let me handle this," Gilderoy Lockhart shouted, brandishing his wand menacingly at the snake. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, and instead of vanishing, the snake leapt several feet into the air before crashing back down onto the floor. Enraged, it hissed furiously, heading straight for Justin, lifting its head to reveal its venomous fangs in a menacing display. Chapter 0104. Harry could not comprehend why he acted as he did. He was unaware of his decision to intervene. All he knew was that his legs moved forward as if propelled by unseen wheels, and he shouted at the snake, "Let him go." Miraculously, the snake collapsed to the ground, pliable and soft like a thick, dark garden hose. He looked up at Justin, grinning, expecting to see relief, confusion, or gratitude on his face, but instead was met with anger and terror. "What kind of trick are you playing?" Justin shouted, turning and fleeing the hall before Harry could respond. Leaf approached, waving his wand at the snake on the ground, transforming it into a plume of black smoke that dissipated into the air. He then turned to Harry, shaking his head. "So, you are a Parselmouth." With that, he departed, fully aware that the renowned savior was about to face a torrent of suspicion. Harry vaguely sensed the ominous whispers swirling among the crowd around him. At that moment, he sensed a tug on the back of his robe. "Come on," Ron whispered in his ear. "Let's hurry." Everyone left the hall in a flurry, their nerves palpable. as if the thrilling duel had never transpired. From the following day onward, Hogwarts buzzed with a new rumor regarding Harry, that he was the true heir. This gossip spread with greater intensity and reach than before, for it seemed they had unearthed evidence. Harry Potter was a Parselmouth. According to the annals of Hogwarts, Salazar Slytherin, the founder of Slytherin House, was a Parselmouth, and historically, all known Parselmouths were not reputable wizards, but rather predominantly dark sorcerers. Even Harry's defeat of the Dark Lord was reinterpreted. It was claimed that Harry himself was a more powerful dark wizard than Voldemort, thus capable of such a feat. The rumors took on a life of their own. A few days later, another incident further corroborated these whispers. Justin Finch-Fletchley was found petrified, next to nearly headless Nick, who, despite being a ghost, was also immobilized. Harry Potter was discovered at the scene. The commotion was stirred by Peeves, who was screeching in the corridor, attracting a throng of young witches and wizards. Poor Harry had been searching for Justin prior to this upheaval, intending to clarify the events that transpired in the dueling club. Instead, this unfortunate turn of events deepened the suspicions against him. The emergence of the third and fourth victims instilled a sense of dread among the young wizards, prompting them to hastily book tickets for the Christmas holidays, eager to escape Hogwarts and return home for the festive season. Now, Harry Potter was shunned by those muggle-born and half-blood students who treated him as if he were a venomous serpent, as though he might sprout fangs and spew poison at any moment. Others pointed and whispered about him. However, Fred and George found the entire situation amusing. They would deliberately stride ahead of Harry in the corridors, proclaiming, "Make way for the heir of Slytherin, the most malevolent wizard has arrived." Occasionally, Fred would loudly inquire whom Harry planned to target next, or George would pretend to fend off Harry's advances with a clove of garlic. Even Peeves joined in on the jest, hovering above Harry's head and singing for all to hear, "Oh, Potter, you dreadful nuisance, look at the havoc you've wrought. You've left students in peril, and you find it quite amusing." All of this had become a source of exasperation for Harry, who was eagerly looking forward to extracting evidence from Malfoy using the Polyjuice potion during the Christmas break to clear his name. Meanwhile, Ye Ting had once again sequestered himself in the Room of Requirement, forging his own sword with the diligence of a blacksmith. In pursuit of this goal, he had consecutively cancelled several days of his defense against the dark arts classes. At long last, the much-anticipated Christmas holiday arrived. Hermione, Zhang Qiu, and Penelope all opted to return home for the festivities, while Ye Ting was set to embark on his globe-trotting quest for dragon blood. His first target was the Welsh green dragon, which might be the closest in lineage to the giants among all dragon varieties in the world of Harry Potter, as only the Welsh green possessed 4 limbs in addition to a pair of wings, unlike other fire-breathing dragons, whose wings served as forelimbs, resembling bipedal dragons. However, before setting forth, Ye Ting needed to complete the final enchantments on his sword in the comfort of his home aboard the bus. This is a silver-hued, fantastical single-handed longsword, inspired by a weapon from a game that Ye Ting once played in a past life, known as the Endless Sword. Although it is designed as a one-handed sword, its length nearly rivals that of a two-handed blade. The curvature of the sword's body is remarkably elegant, adorned with several openings along the spine, intended for future gem inlays and enhancements. Positioned between the crossguard and the blade is a circular ring, currently vacant, mirroring the Endless Sword from the game. Yet, Ye Ting is resolute in his intention to embed a powerful energy gem here in the future, akin to the Zereb crystal set within the Ashbringer from World of Warcraft, which will serve as the source of energy for the entire sword. At present, Ye Ting seeks to inscribe ancient demonic runes upon this blade to fortify it through magical means. Employing his exceptional craftsmanship, he has imbued the sword with attributes of sharpness, resilience, anti-magic, and purification. This endows the sword with the capacity to effortlessly pierce the scales of fire dragons or serpent monsters, as well as to breach the ironclad charms of wizards, obstacles, or transmutation spells. It is noteworthy that, in the Harry Potter universe, there are no genuine spells capable of dispelling magic. Ye Ting has ingeniously derived a sufficiently potent incantation through extensive research and comparative analysis of various counterspells, enabling it to dismantle nearly all enchantments. Initially, he intended to develop a universal counterspell effective against all forms of magic. However, the complexity of this incantation rendered it impractical, requiring over 10 minutes to articulate even in a simplified form, thus lacking utility in combat scenarios. Nevertheless, as an enchanting rune, its efficacy is transformed entirely. Essentially, no formidable defensive enchantment can withstand the onslaught of this sword. Considering the sword's design is a direct homage to the Endless Sword, Ye Ting has aptly named it thus. With such a formidable weapon in hand, he is poised to embark on his dragon-hunting endeavor. Chapter 0105. On a night blanketed by swirling snow. Ye Ting stealthily infiltrated the Green Dragon Sanctuary, a region characterized by undulating mountains. In truth, the British Ministry of Magic, like all magical authorities globally, exercises relatively lax protections over fire dragon reserves, as these creatures are inherently robust. Hunting a fire dragon is not a feat achievable by 1 or 2 wizards alone. Even professional dragonologists or tamers require a minimum of 7 or 8 individuals to adequately subdue a fire dragon, while true control necessitates the combined efforts of a dozen or more wizards. This leads to the conclusion that poaching a fire dragon is far from a simple endeavor. Should a poacher aspire to hunt a fire dragon, they would require an extensive team, as fire dragons fiercely resist, and without sufficient manpower, casualties are inevitable. Additionally, the act of slaying a fire dragon demands a considerable investment of time. Dragons are inherently resilient creatures, possessing formidable magical resistance. Even employing dark magic to vanquish a fire dragon necessitates prolonged combat, inflicting multiple lethal blows before success is attainable. However, such a battle inevitably generates significant noise, detectable from miles away. Moreover, the sheer size of the fire dragon complicates the extraction of its spoils. Consequently, the staff at the Fire Dragon Sanctuary need not conduct meticulous patrols. They can easily sense the commotion of a skirmish between poachers and fire dragons from a distance, allowing them to promptly alert the aurors to thwart intruders. Yet, who could have anticipated the existence of an anomaly like Ye Ting? Not only does he operate solo, but he also wields exceptional magical prowess, bolstered by artifacts such as the Weaving Enchanter and the Sword of Infinity, enabling him to single-handedly hunt a fire dragon. Furthermore, he possesses unparalleled stealth extension spells, capable of transporting the body of a fire dragon with merely a backpack. To the sanctuary staff and dragon scholars, Ye Ting is utterly unpredictable. Upon infiltrating the sanctuary, Ye Ting cast a disillusionment charm on himself and soared above on his broom, surveying the area. His objective was a solitary adult Welsh green dragon, a target easily identified, as most fire dragons, aside from the celestial fireball dragon, do not tolerate sharing territory with their kin. Soon, he discovered a cave that likely harbored a fire dragon, its entrance exuding temperatures significantly above normal levels, as dragons can inadvertently emit flames even in slumber. The cave was shallow, and upon entering, Ye Ting immediately spotted the slumbering Welsh green dragon, approximately 6 meters in length. Its body was a vivid green, with slender jaws and smooth scales, devoid of prominent spines. Upon identifying the suitable target, Ye Ting resolved to act but first set up a precaution at the cave entrance. He retrieved a bell from his bag and hung it on a tree outside the cave. This was the silence bell, a magical device he crafted after Dumbledore's silencing charm, designed to absorb surrounding sounds and later release them. Through the silence bell, Ye Ting could effectively prevent the noise generated during the dragon slaughter from alerting the sanctuary's wizards. Additionally, he conjured a veil of black mist to obscure the light. With preparations complete, Ye Ting commenced the first transaction of his global journey. The process was straightforward. First, he would use transfiguration to bind the sleeping dragon with iron chains, then swiftly sever its neck with a single stroke. The critical aspects lay in ensuring the dragon remained in a deep slumber and the sharpness of the blade. The latter was paramount, as not everyone possesses a sword of infinity. Even masters of alchemy like Dumbledore or Nicholas Flamel, lacking Ye Ting's innate talent, could not forge such a powerful weapon. In truth, the dragon-slaying process proceeded smoothly. The Welsh green dragon was decisively decapitated in its dreams. Its formidable vitality merely prompted a futile struggle. But with the protection of chains, the black mist, and the silence bell, the dragon's life was quietly extinguished. However, as the dragon lay lifeless before him, Ye Ting suddenly observed peculiar white light emanating from its corpse. The white glow continuously manifested, and Ye Ting discerned that it resembled the translucent form of the Welsh dragon in its living state, eyes closed. Could this be the dragon's soul? If so, what lay ahead? As he contemplated this strange luminescence, it abruptly began to move. It seemed as though an immense force was drawing the light towards Ye Ting, enveloping him and merging into his being. However, the absorption was drawn out due to the light's vastness. Throughout the entire process, Ye Ting found himself immobilized. Yet he instinctively directed all the incoming luminescence toward his brain. In that moment, he felt his magical energy and mental fortitude surging, and more importantly, he sensed his soul transcending toward a higher state than that of dragons. Ye Ting ultimately confirmed that the spiritual trial he underwent during his first transformation into a dragon had indeed altered his essence. He had become a dragonborn, capable of growing stronger through the slaughter of dragons and the absorption of their souls. Unfortunately, this enhancement was limited. On one hand, fire dragons are not true dragons and are significantly weaker, thus providing Ye Ting with less augmentation than a true dragon would. They even failed to impart any draconic knowledge to him. On the other hand, the transformation imparted by the dragon soul primarily involved elevation rather than raw power. This elevation's essence pertains to rank rather than strength. Unless true transcendence is achieved, it would not significantly enhance his capabilities. It is akin to the stock of an internet company, which cannot be liquidated prior to its IPO. Yet, sufficient accumulation is required to reach that listing. This also provided Ye Ting with another avenue for enhancement, distinct from the accumulation of magical knowledge. It involved the continuous absorption of dragon souls, thereby allowing for the elevation of his own spirit. According to his understanding, such an elevation could bestow upon him a soul akin to that of a demigod. Further advancement might even allow him to attain a status similar to that of a guardian dragon, positioned between demigods and true gods, potentially emerging as a genuine dragon deity akin to Alduin. However, it was likely that even the souls of fire dragons, at their current level, would not suffice. Annihilating all the fire dragons in the entire Harry Potter universe might yield insufficient power. In Chapter 0106, Ye Ting swiftly disassembled the unfortunate Welsh green dragon into materials and meticulously concealed any traces of his deed through magic. He then commenced his search for the next victim, eager to further experience the sensation of absorbing dragon souls. Unfortunately, reality proved disappointing. The enhancement from the second green dragon's soul amounted to less than a tenth of that from the first. This left Ye Ting disheartened. He could not discern whether this diminishing effect applied solely to fire dragons or if it extended to dragon souls in general. Nevertheless, he could not allow this setback to halt his journey. The following morning, he departed from the Welsh green dragon sanctuary and made his way to the Hebrides Islands in Scotland, where a breed of Hebridean black dragons dwelt. In comparison to the Welsh green dragons, these creatures were considerably more combative, each requiring a territory of 100 square miles. For centuries, the MacFusty clan residing in the Hebrides Islands had upheld the tradition of caring for the Hebridean black dragons. Once again, venturing out at night, Ye Ting was pleasantly surprised to discover that the soul of the Hebridean black dragon offered an enhancement comparable to that of the Welsh green dragon he had absorbed earlier. This revelation made Ye Ting realize that the enhancement from souls of the same dragon type was redundant, thereby limiting its effectiveness. He needed to absorb souls from different species of dragons to achieve a substantial enhancement. In the days that followed, Ye Ting spent his time traveling. By day, he rode the bus through various countries with Oriana at the wheel, while at night, he stealthily infiltrated fire dragon sanctuaries to hunt. From the Catalonian fireball dragon to the Portuguese longsnout dragon, from the Norwegian ridgeback dragon to the Swedish short-nosed dragon, from the Hungarian tree wasp dragon to the Romanian longhorn dragon, and finally to the Ukrainian iron-bellied dragon, Ye Ting traversed nearly the entirety of Europe. He then journeyed eastward, crossing the Ural Mountains and Siberia into Asia, subsequently crossing the Pacific to Australia, flying from Australia to North America, and then from North America to South America before crossing the Atlantic to Africa. Dragons from around the world, including the fireball dragons of the Celestial Empire, the Australian protein-eyed dragon, and the Peruvian venomous fang dragon, all fell beneath his sword. Ultimately, he traveled north from Egypt, crossed the Mediterranean, and returned to England. Upon arriving in Hogsmeade, he found that the Christmas holiday was just concluding. Throughout his journey, he traversed nearly 20 prominent dragon protection zones across the globe, collecting almost every known variety of dragon, along with the blood of 7 or 8 species of horned water snakes. His storage room was filled with dozens of containers, infused with an imperceptible extension charm, solely dedicated to the bodily materials of dragons. Moreover, the souls of these diverse dragons had significantly enhanced his own abilities. He now felt that his mental and magical prowess had multiplied several-fold since his departure, placing him on par with both Dumbledore and the Dark Lord. In terms of his soul, while it once merely resembled that of a youthful dragon, it now could be likened to that of ancient dragons in stature. Upon his return, he had not forgotten to prepare Christmas gifts. His mechanical assistant, Oriana, while assisting him with navigation, took the time to craft dragonskin gloves for him. As one of the treasures from this expedition, Ye Ting had gathered an abundance of dragon hides. Oriana fashioned a vibrant assortment of gloves from various dragon skins. The red ones were made from the celestial fireball dragon, the brass-colored from the Peruvian poison fang dragon, the green from the Welsh green dragon, and the deep green from the Romanian horned dragon. This exquisite collection of gifts was indeed something special. Additionally, the gifts for the 3 girls were rather unique. They were amulets crafted from the horns of horned water snakes and adorned with gemstones from their foreheads. These amulets could shield the wearers from dark magical attacks, specifically designed to counter the basilisk roaming the halls of Hogwarts. Of course, even the most potent amulet could not provide infinite protection, so Ye Ting had incorporated a sensing enchantment into them. Once activated, he would be able to discern their precise location and arrive promptly for assistance. At Ye Ting's insistence, the three girls wore the amulets close to their bodies and vowed not to remove them, a request that could easily be misinterpreted, but at that moment, Ye Ting had little concern for such misunderstandings. Having alleviated his worries, Ye Ting could finally delve into the room of requirement, fully focused on his experiments involving dragon blood. The primary objective of his research was to analyze how dragon blood endowed him with draconic magic, enabling him to transform into a dragon through animagus. The method for hybrid beings to undergo draconic transformation involved purifying their bloodline, while in the world of Tsukihime, it entailed implanting a dragon's heart and harnessing its power for transformation when needed. In essence, as long as one could rapidly increase the proportion of draconic essence within their bloodline, the goal of transformation could be achieved, whether through purification or the creation of dragon blood from a heart. But how did dragon blood metamorphose a human into a dragon? Firstly, it was through the genetic alteration of the physical form, and secondly, through factors within that could influence magical power. The formidable magic of dragons is intrinsically linked to two elements, bloodline and soul. The heart of a dragon serves as its magical furnace. Unlike other fantastical beings, the magic produced by dragons is true ether, the most primordial form of magic, closest to the essence of rules and divine beings. Thus, in many worlds, the existence of dragons symbolizes mystery and magic, even embodying the Earth Mother Goddess in some cultures. In worlds deficient in magic and ether, dragons represent the sole source of mystery and magic. However, the amalgamation of dragon and human genes results in significant instability. Ye Ting, however, need not concern himself with this, as the existence of animagus allowed him to transform into a dragon on both physical and genetic levels. Therefore, his current task was to purify the dragon blood, ultimately extracting the elements that influence true ether to facilitate his own transformation. This is not a straightforward endeavor. Fortunately, Ye Ting possesses a sufficient reserve of dragon's blood. This step consumed nearly a month of his time, with the entirety of January devoted to it. From the blood of each distinct dragon, he extracted various etheric factors. These etheric factors, which exist solely in concept and not as tangible substances, were evidently flawed. Ye Ting believed this was due to the impure or degraded bloodline of the fire dragons in the world of Harry Potter compared to that of true dragons. However, having collected a sufficient variety of dragon blood, through a series of blends and complements, Ye Ting finally succeeded in extracting relatively perfect etheric factors, which he believed were close to those of true dragons. Thus, only one final step remained, to inject these etheric factors into his heart. Due to the dragon soul, these etheric factors would not be rejected by his body. Upon successful injection, he would gradually acquire the ability to produce genuine ether, akin to dragons. Once he completed his animagus transformation, these etheric factors would be activated, enabling his heart to generate true ether, allowing him to become a complete dragon. In this manner, the inherent flaw preventing animagi from transforming into magical creatures would be resolved. Chapter 0107. The injection of etheric factors proceeded remarkably smoothly, with no adverse reactions from Ye Ting's body. At last, he could once again attempt the animagus transformation. That evening, Ye Ting and Professor McGonagall returned to the Forbidden Forest. Under Professor McGonagall's watchful gaze, Ye Ting began his transformation. The familiar dual heartbeat echoed within his chest. This time, however, he could genuinely perceive a new form of magic beginning to emerge with each beat of his heart, distinct from the wizarding magic. This new magic was more vibrant and harmonious with the rules of this realm. True ether began to supplant his original magical essence. The transformation process unfolded without any unforeseen occurrences. Diamond-like scales emerged, his body expanded, limbs elongated, wings unfurled, and tail grew. He had once again become a dragon. Though he was still merely a fledgling in size, even as such, he was a fledgling of a dragon, unmatched by any magical creature in this world. Ye Ting felt an extraordinary vitality coursing through his being. With each powerful heartbeat, magic surged forth like an inexhaustible torrent. He felt an abundance of strength throughout his form. Instinctively, Ye Ting raised his head and let forth a thunderous dragon roar. The roar reverberated through Hogwarts and across the entire Forbidden Forest, proclaiming the existence of a dragon. In the soaring resonance of his roar, there was an undeniable majesty, instilling a profound fear in all, whether young wizards or creatures of the forest. as if they had encountered their destined nemesis, scrutinized by a being at the pinnacle of the food chain. This sensation of fear was most acutely felt by Professor McGonagall, who stood beside Ye Ting. Gazing at the dragon he had become, her heart felt as though it were gripped tightly, and her mind was blank. It was the awe of dragon might, a gift possessed solely by true dragons. Yet, Ye Ting remained oblivious to this, his heart brimmed with indescribable excitement. He had finally succeeded in transforming into a dragon. Although he had previously demonstrated the ability to absorb dragon souls, affirming his mastery over dragon power, it was only through the first-hand experience of becoming a dragon that he truly grasped that immense strength. Stretching his wings, Ye Ting felt an irresistible urge to soar. He attempted to flap his wings, though initially clumsy, he soon mastered the motion, and with a powerful push from his hind legs, he ascended effortlessly into the sky. This knowledge was a unique gift bestowed upon him by the countless dragon souls. The sensation of soaring through the air differed vastly from riding a broomstick or piloting his own bus. As the wind swept past his expansive wings, Ye Ting felt an inexplicable sense of freedom, as if the entire sky were his playground. He flew over the forbidden forest, and all creatures below, even centaurs, trembled in his formidable presence. At last, he spotted a familiar silvery figure within the forest. It was his unicorn, Rue. Instinctively, Ye Ting descended to the ground, eager to see Rue. However, upon landing, he suddenly recalled that he was in dragon form, and worried that he might frighten her. Yet, the pure-hearted unicorn would not mistake him based on appearance alone. Upon seeing Ye Ting before her, Rue joyfully approached, prancing happily and nuzzling her head against his neck, exhibiting no trace of unfamiliarity. Observing the close bond they shared, Ye Ting felt a profound emotional impact. It dawned on him that regardless of his form, she could recognize him instantly. What a direct and heartfelt connection. Such a delightful thought about Rue truly captivates the heart. Ye Ting was taken aback by the sudden emergence of this notion. Given his former disposition, such thoughts were utterly inconceivable. Indeed, it must be the influence of transforming into a dragon that has inspired this sentiment. Yes, that is undoubtedly the case. After all, being a dragon, it is quite natural to entertain such ideas. Since he would eventually transform into a dragon again, embracing this notion seems entirely reasonable. Thus, let us joyfully accept it. With this thought, Ye Ting's gaze towards Rue shifted subtly. However, the innocent and carefree unicorn remained blissfully unaware of the transformation occurring within her master. She continued to express her affectionate sentiments towards him with an innocent enthusiasm. Suddenly, a cacophony of hoofbeats reached Ye Ting's ears. Ever since his metamorphosis into a colossal dragon, his senses had heightened considerably. After a while, a group of centaurs appeared before him, brandishing spears and bows, their expressions marked by caution as they aimed their weapons at Ye Ting. He observed that their hands and legs trembled incessantly, and their tails flicked nervously, clearly indicating that Ye Ting's draconic presence exerted tremendous pressure upon them. Yet, Rue remained completely oblivious to such tension. She was simply magnificent. Finally, the leader, Mage, valiantly suppressed his trepidation and spoke up. Rue, come here quickly, it's dangerous. Stay away from that dragon. It appeared they had come to rescue Rue. To withstand the might of a dragon in their quest to save her spoke volumes of the centaur tribe's unwavering loyalty. However, Rue held a different perspective. She glanced between the centaurs and Ye Ting, and upon realizing that they had aimed their weapons at her master, her anger surged. Without hesitation, she positioned herself protectively in front of Ye Ting, lowered her head, and directed her horn towards the centaurs. Her limbs slightly bent and her front hooves digging into the ground, poised to charge. The horsemen found themselves utterly bewildered. They had come to rescue Rue, only to be mistaken for foes, which was utterly perplexing. As the floodwaters surged towards the Dragon King's temple, Ye Ting finally spoke. This was the first time he attempted to communicate in his dragon form. Do you not recognize who I am? He inquired, articulating in the language of the horsemen. His words were clear, resonant, and authoritative. Satisfied, Ye Ting confirmed that he could indeed speak while in dragon form, rather than merely roaring, which brought him a sense of accomplishment. However, the horsemen were astonished by this extraordinary spectacle. A fire dragon was speaking, and they, lacking the experience, were unaware of the distinction between a fire dragon and a giant dragon. Nonetheless, Margaret, observing Rue's closeness to this dragon and recalling the earlier conversation, immediately to do something. Tentatively, he asked, "Are you that powerful little colt?" "Indeed, I am," Ye Ting affirmed, nodding his dragon head. "Thank you for taking care of Rue. It truly is you." Margaret replied, somewhat awkwardly signaling his kin to lower their weapons. "My apologies. I misunderstood. Who would have thought you could transform into a dragon? It's quite all right." I too feel a stroke of luck in being able to assume the form of a giant dragon. Realizing it was merely a false alarm, the horsemen soon departed. However, they now regarded Ye Ting with a newfound reverence, recognizing him as a wizard capable of transforming into a dragon, and no one would dare underestimate his power. At this moment, Ye Ting had to bid farewell to Rue and return to Professor McGonagall. By then, she had recovered and was able to maintain a semblance of her usual composure upon seeing Ye Ting transform back into human form. She gazed at him, still somewhat incredulous about the events that had transpired. He had indeed become the first animagus in history to successfully transform into a magical creature, an achievement worthy of being recorded in the annals of time. How did you accomplish this? Professor McGonagall inquired eagerly. What method did you employ to overcome this challenge? It was through magical power, Professor McGonagall, Ye Ting elucidated. The reason animagi can transform into ordinary animals but not into magical creatures lies in the absence of magical power in ordinary beings. In contrast, magical creatures inherently possess magical power, which conflicts with that of the wizard, rendering the transformation impossible. My success stemmed from discovering a method to convert my own magical power into that of a magical creature during the transformation. I found the magical factor that generates power in dragon blood and then infused that magical factor into my own body. Once I transformed into a dragon, its physical form activated this magical factor, allowing me to generate the unique magical power of dragons post-transformation. Is that so? Professor McGonagall realized with clarity. Throughout history, countless wizards had failed to find a solution, and she spoke to Ye Ting with a trembling voice. You were able to achieve this. I would wager that you will undoubtedly earn the Order of Merlin again. The impact of Ye Ting's transformation into a dragon was indeed monumental. Initially, the professors believed a wild dragon had invaded Hogwarts, leading to a state of heightened alert. However, upon discovering that Ye Ting was the source of the commotion, all the professors, even Snape, could not help but regard him with admiration. This was undeniably an unprecedented achievement, a significant breakthrough in the field of transfiguration. The professors no longer viewed Ye Ting merely as a student. In their eyes, he had become a learned scholar, capable of engaging in meaningful discourse with them. This rendered Ye Ting's academic pursuits at Hogwarts increasingly effortless. He could freely choose to attend any class or opt out entirely, with professors showing no concern for his attendance. In fact, some professors would kindly engage him in discussions on profound academic topics after their lectures had concluded. Curious young wizards would often gather nearby to eavesdrop, only to be astonished to realize that while they understood every individual word exchanged between Ye Ting and the professors, the collective meaning eluded them entirely. This left all the young wizards astounded, as they swiftly recognized the widening chasm between themselves and the brilliance of Ravenclaw. I sensed that, in the eyes of the professor, he and we had already transcended into different echelons of existence. Hermione lamented to her roommate, Lisa Dupin. The lesson on charms had just concluded, and Professor Flitwick was animatedly discussing the application of movement spells with Ye Ting. Indeed, I share your sentiment, Lisa Dupin concurred. The professors have already regarded him as one of their own. Hermione sighed, her gaze towards Ye Ting complex. But now, I believe I shall abandon that notion, she mused. At least you, and he are good friends. Lisa Dupin expressed a hint of envy. No matter the predicament you encounter, he can assist you in resolving it. Yes, I am grateful for that, Hermione reflected, casting a broad smile at Ye Ting, who was engrossed in fervent discussion. Time swiftly passed, and Valentine's Day arrived. It had been a considerable while since the heir of Slytherin had made a move. Some even speculated that the Chamber of Secrets had been sealed, and the danger had subsided. A multitude of young wizards held on to this belief, as the once suspicious faculty and students began to relish the pleasures of campus life. Yet, there remained dissenting voices, such as Ernie from Hufflepuff, who firmly believed Harry to be the perpetrator, inadvertently revealing his true nature during the dueling club. Peeves, too, did not help matters. He would suddenly materialize in crowded corridors, belting out, "Oh, Potter, you nuisance," complete with an accompanying dance. Harry and Ron's efforts during the Christmas holidays had faltered. After transforming into Crabbe and Goyle using Polyjuice Potion, they attempted a series of subtle inquiries around Draco Malfoy. Regrettably, based on Malfoy's responses, he appeared to be neither the heir nor privy to the identity of the heir, merely expressing a certain admiration for the position. Of course, one could not dismiss the possibility of Malfoy being cunning enough to conceal his true intentions, but it seemed more plausible to believe that Harry himself was the true heir of Slytherin. Gilderoy Lockhart seemed to take credit for halting these assaults, proclaiming his intent to uplift the students' spirits on Valentine's Day. When breakfast commenced on February 14th, the students soon discovered the manner in which Lockhart intended to boost morale. Upon entering the Great Hall, they momentarily questioned whether they had entered the wrong venue. The walls were adorned with lavish pink flowers, and an incessant shower of heart-shaped confetti cascaded from the pale blue ceiling. Lockhart, clad in a vibrant pink robe matching the decorations, waved his hands for silence, while the teachers across from him wore expressions of disapproval. Professor McGonagall's cheek twitched, and Snape appeared as though he had just consumed a copious amount of potent liquor. "Happy Valentine's Day, everyone," Lockhart bellowed. "Thus far, I have received 46 cards, and I extend my gratitude to them." He continued, "Yes, I took the liberty of arranging this little surprise for you all, and there is more." Lockhart clapped his hands, and a dozen dar-faced dwarves entered from the adjacent doors. Unlike ordinary dwarves, these were adorned with golden wings and carried harps. "My friendly cherubs, complete with cards," Lockhart exclaimed cheerfully. "They will be roaming the school today, delivering your Valentine-esque cards. But that is not all. I am certain my colleagues would enthusiastically participate. Why not have Professor Snape teach you how to brew a love potion? If you are interested, Professor Flitwick is more adept at enchanting magic than any wizard I have encountered, that cunning old dog." Professor Flitwick buried his face in his hands. Snape's expression suggested that anyone daring to inquire about love potion brewing would likely be forcibly administered poison. Chapter 109. Aside from Gilderoy Lockhart's comical cherubs, another matter greatly vexed the boys of Hogwarts: the chocolates received by Ye Ting. This year, as in the previous, Ye Ting's table overflowed with Valentine-esque chocolates and assorted gifts, even surpassing last year's bounty. I dare say, at least 80% of the girls at Hogwarts have bestowed Valentine-esque gifts upon you. One of Ye Ting's roommates, Michael, gazed enviously at the pile before him. "The gifts you have received alone outnumber those received by all the other boys combined. With this many chocolates, you could indulge for an entire year." "Allow me to share the burden," Terry Boot expressed a longing, having never received chocolates from a girl on Valentine's Day. "Help yourself," Ye Ting replied nonchalantly. "As long as you're not afraid of consuming a love potion. I would wager that the significant gifts are certainly not included here," Anthony remarked confidently. "The gifts from Miss Know-It-All are definitely absent, as are those from third-year senior Autumn Zhang and our prefect, Miss Penelope." "What did they give you, Ye Ting?" "That is none of your business," Ye Ting retorted crossly. "If you want to eat, then eat quickly. I can guarantee there are no love potions in this Ferrero Rocher." In truth, Ye Ting had already exchanged gifts privately with his 3 female friends. He had not forgotten Oriana, who received a pair of earrings that allowed her to enlarge and shrink at will, freeing her from relying on Ye Ting's spells, and Fijiu, who received a small bottle of catnip extract. The Ye Ting strictly regulated her daily intake to prevent her from becoming a drunken mess at such a tender age. Even Rue received a gift. Ye Ting had prepared a set of horseshoes enchanted with swiftness, agility, buoyancy, and force, allowing for delightful interaction in her play. Valentine's gifts seemed to be shared in abundance. Was this indeed a result of the influence of the dragon soul? Alas, joyful moments are fleeting. Just as everyone believed that peaceful days would persist, another attack occurred. It was a beautiful morning when Ye Ting was preparing for the Quidditch match against Hufflepuff. In truth, due to the attacks, the Quidditch matches had been postponed since Colin Creevey's incident. Now, with the situation somewhat abated, there was further good news. The mandrakes in the greenhouse were nearing maturity, and the restorative potion for petrified individuals would soon be ready. Once the victims returned to normal, they would be able to identify the assailant, bringing closure to the incidents surrounding the Chamber of Secrets and the heir of Slytherin. At present, the Academy sought to uplift the spirits of the young wizards through the Quidditch match. This decision bore immediate fruit, at least for the past few days. Harry's life has returned to a semblance of normalcy. No longer do people speculate whether he is the heir of Slytherin, nor do they shun him as if he were a venomous serpent. Conversations have shifted to Quidditch, with everyone pondering just how many points the Ravenclaw prodigy might score against Hufflepuff. However, just before the team took to the field, a sudden sense of foreboding struck Ye Ting as a peculiar message infiltrated his mind. The talismans he had crafted were activated, and remarkably, 2 of them triggered simultaneously. What is happening? Zhang Qiu is the seeker for the Ravenclaw team, currently preparing for the match, while trouble has befallen Hermione and Penelope. He turned his gaze towards Hogwarts, estimating the location to be the library. Hermione had mentioned to him earlier in the morning that she intended to find some in the library and would arrive late to watch his match. It seems she encountered the basilisk after being left alone in the library. Aside from that, Ye Ting could not fathom who would attack Hermione and furthermore activate the protective charm. However, Who would have thought that Penelope was also with her? Suddenly, he recalled that after breakfast today, they had a conversation with Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds, who had complained in their presence about someone having killed all his roosters. Ye Ting had always known that the creature in the Chamber of Secrets was a basilisk. Yet he lacked definitive evidence and thus had refrained from sharing his suspicions with others. The crowing of a rooster is lethal to a basilisk, which aligns with the incident from the original text where the heir of Slytherin had killed Hagrid's roosters. However, since Ye Ting had discerned the answer early on, he had become desensitized to the evidence, unlike the astute Hermione. Thanks to Ye Ting's analysis of the chamber following the first attack, they had gained a deeper understanding of the heir of Slytherin and the chamber compared to the original narrative. Coupled with the ominous sign of the rooster's death, it is no surprise that a clever mind like Hermione's would immediately deduce something. Her visit to the library was undoubtedly to confirm her hypothesis. It is also unsurprising that Penelope could arrive at the same conclusion, as she herself is an academic overachiever, albeit slightly less proficient than Hermione, yet being older. Her accumulation of knowledge is substantial. The two girls unexpectedly arrived at the same conclusion, leaving Ye Ting in a quandary about whether to commend them or chastise them for their lack of caution. However, the pressing matter was to reach the scene. Facing the basilisk's lethal gaze, his protective charm would not endure for long. "I'm sorry, but I have suddenly encountered an urgent matter and may not be able to participate in the competition," Ye Ting interjected, abruptly interrupting Roger's enthusiastic pre-match speech. "But I believe that without me, you will still achieve victory, so I must take my leave." He hastily departed, clutching the sunlit wheel. As he passed Zhang Qiu, he whispered in her ear, "The outcome of this match rests on you." Staring at Ye Ting's retreating figure, the entire Ravenclaw team was momentarily stunned. Ye Ting had always been their unequivocal core. If he were to leave, how would Ravenclaw compete? A profound silence enveloped the scene, as everyone exchanged glances, utterly bewildered. And a wave of pessimism began to permeate the team. Surprisingly, it was Zhang Qiu, typically reserved and not particularly bold, who first shattered the silence. "Ye Ting is right." She mustered her courage and proclaimed loudly, "I believe we can still defeat Hufflepuff without him." Are we truly inferior to Hufflepuff? At the very least. I do not fear Godric Diggory. Godric Diggory was the captain and seeker of Hufflepuff, directly opposing Zhang Qiu. Her ability to voice such sentiments indicated her significant growth since the incident with the Philosopher's Stone and the subsequent defense against the dark arts training. Her advancement extended beyond mere magical prowess. Perhaps inspired by Zhang Qiu's encouragement, or perhaps shamed by his own lack of bravery compared to a junior, Roger suddenly became animated. "What Qiu said is absolutely correct. Should we still fear Hufflepuff? How many strategies has Ting devised for us? Without him physically present, do we not have the capacity to execute them? We are the wise Ravenclaw. Ting has sacrificed so much for us, and now that he is absent, we cannot let his previous efforts go to waste." Zhang Qiu's encouragement and Roger's impassioned speech had an immediate effect. The atmosphere became fervent, and everyone began earnestly discussing strategies, vowing not to relent until they had triumphed over Hufflepuff. Meanwhile, Ye Ting was racing on the sunlit wheel, hurtling towards Hogwarts Castle at a terrifying speed. Chapter 110. Ye Ting had never before harbored such disdain for the disillusionment charm at Hogwarts. Now he was racing towards the library of Hogwarts Castle, the velocity astonishingly fast, yet he still found it insufficient. With Hermione and Penelope simultaneously under attack, Ye Ting had no idea how long the protective charm he created could withstand the basilisk's deadly gaze. Nevertheless, he had to seize every second, for it represented the lives of Hermione and Penelope. Fortunately, the two girls had likely deduced the identity of the basilisk today and had some understanding of its abilities. Thus, after the charm withstood the initial assault, they should be cautious, avoiding direct eye contact with the creature. Thus, they could at least ensure that they would not fall victim to the basilisk's deadly gaze. Aside from the imminent threat of death, whether through petrification, venomous bites, or toxic poisoning, Ye Ting possessed the capability to restore them to health. As he soared through the air, he silently prayed and comforted himself. At long last, he arrived above Hogwarts Castle, selecting a window nearest to the library, and leaped inside without hesitation. Upon landing, he hurriedly made his way toward the library, and at the corner of a corridor, he finally spotted the person he yearned to see the most. Hermione and Penelope, wands in hand, were crouched breathlessly at the corner, with Hermione extending her hand around it, holding a small mirror angled downward to observe the corridor's movements, ingeniously avoiding direct eye contact with the basilisk while assessing the situation. "She truly was my clever little Hermione," Ye Ting thought, mentally applauding her. The sound of his approach startled them, as they had feared it might be the monster's accomplice or even the heir of Slytherin himself closing in on them, a sense of despair nearly swallowing them whole. When they finally mustered the courage to draw their wands and prepared to fight to the death, one can only imagine their exhilaration upon seeing Ye Ting appear before them. The two girls immediately rushed into his embrace, one on each side. "You finally made it. I thought I would never see you again," Penelope exclaimed, her excitement manifesting in a tight grip on his arm. "I knew you would come," Hermione added, her joy mingled with tears, yet she promptly reminded Ye Ting. "We already know that the monster of Slytherin is a basilisk, and anyone who meets its gaze will perish. We must hurry. I'm here, and I will protect you." Ye Ting reassured them, patting their backs soothingly. "Rest assured, everything will be fine. I will handle this monster. But it's a basilisk. One misstep could mean death." Hermione stressed anxiously. "Indeed, we should exercise caution, especially since the professors are here. They can deal with the basilisk," Penelope suggested. "There's no need for that. I can manage." Ye Ting calmly shook his head. "Haven't you always been curious about what my animagus form is? You shall see it soon." At that moment, the unmistakable hissing of the serpent, accompanied by the sound of scales scraping against the floor, echoed ominously. Ye Ting knew the basilisk was approaching. "Move back and close your eyes," he urged the two girls. "Open them only when I tell you to." Seeing that they could not sway Ye Ting, the girls reluctantly complied to not hinder him. "Be careful. Don't get hurt." Like valiant warriors bidding farewell before battle, each girl bestowed a quick kiss upon Ye Ting before hastily retreating into the distance. "Do you really think this little serpent can harm me?" Ye Ting smirked, recalling the soft touch and distinct fragrance from their kisses. The hissing grew louder. Suddenly, Ye Ting began to transform. His skin morphed into scales, claws sprouted from his limbs, wings unfurled from his back, and a long tail emerged. With a powerful heartbeat thrumming through him, his immense magical energy surged throughout his being. He had transformed into a majestic dragon, resplendent in its elegance. With golden eyes fixed ahead, he beheld the enormous serpent slithering around the corner. Its vibrant green body shimmered with the distinctive luster of a venomous snake, its girth comparable to that of an oak tree. The basilisk raised its upper body high. Its flattened head aimed menacingly at Ye Ting, revealing razor-sharp, elongated fangs like daggers. Its yellow eyes, with slitted pupils, radiated a dangerous aura, even as a dragon. Ye Ting felt a stinging discomfort in his eyes from its gaze. Unfortunately for the basilisk, it lacked the power to kill Ye Ting with its sight alone. Nevertheless, its stare had a palpable effect, rendering his body sluggish and his joints stiff, a sensation he had never experienced before. Was this akin to Medusa's petrifying gaze? Ye Ting pondered, realizing that while the basilisk's gaze could indeed be lethal, its effects had been weakened, resulting instead in a state of paralysis rather than death, as the latter was merely a consequence of the victim's inherent weakness. Currently, despite being a dragon, Ye Ting could not completely resist the basilisk's gaze and thus lowered his head to avoid direct eye contact. Instantly, the sensation of stiffness and lethargy dissipated. In truth, the basilisk itself was taken aback upon seeing a dragon before it, originally intent on pursuing two peculiar young witches. It was baffled that these witches had not perished upon meeting its gaze. However, it assumed this state of affairs would not last long and pressed forward. Yet, who would have anticipated that merely turning a corner would reveal a creature of similar size and ferocity? For a moment, both monsters stood frozen in the corridor. Suddenly, a youthful and handsome figure appeared beside the basilisk. "What is this?" He furrowed his brow in confusion. "Why is there a dragon here?" Forgive his ignorance. He failed to recognize a dragon. Yet, what astonished him further was that the dragon spoke. "Are you Tom Riddle?" A commanding and resonant voice echoed throughout the corridor. "How can a dragon speak? Who are you?" Tom Riddle queried in bewilderment, only to suddenly recall something. "Is this your animagus form?" "Astutely deduced, as expected of you, Voldemort." Ye Ting responded gravely. "Remarkable. For centuries, even Merlin could not transcend the limitations of transforming into magical creatures. Yet you have achieved this feat," Tom Riddle inquired smoothly. "So, why do you stand before me? Do you not know why I am here?" Ye Ting countered. "Ah, you are here to protect those two girls." Tom Riddle nodded in realization. "I believe I understand who you are. With such talent and a close relationship with those girls, you must be the genius of Ravenclaw, the male idol of Hogwarts, Ting Ye." Faced with Tom Riddle's swift deduction of his identity, even Ye Ting could not help but admire his intelligence. "You managed to guess my identity. While I have mentioned it before, I must reiterate. Impressive indeed, Voldemort. You, capable of transforming into a dragon, can certainly contend with me. Tom Riddle regarded Ye Ting with a playful glint in his eye. Yet, why do you choose to oppose me for the sake of these weaklings? With such formidable power and talent, why not join my ranks? Only then can you attain a status befitting your strength. Me, a muggle? Join your ranks? Ye Ting scoffed derisively. How dare you even suggest such a thing? It is nothing short of a daydream. Such a pity. Tom scoffed derisively, lamenting that you stand alone. With merely the serpent monster at my disposal, I can contend with you, and I shall personally bring about your demise. As he uttered the final words, his handsome visage twisted into an unspeakable grimace. You behaved in much the same manner last year. Ye Ting taunted, speculating. I wonder how he fares now. Presumably, he is still clinging to life within some beast, desperately enduring. These words instantly provoked Tom. You shall undoubtedly perish. He growled menacingly. I will have the basilisk slowly devour you, allowing you to experience the agony of death. At Tom Riddle's command, the basilisk roared and lunged toward Ye Ting with its gaping maw. Engaging in close combat with a dragon in such a confined space was sheer folly. Ye Ting let out a cold laugh, then inhaled deeply. Subsequently, the dragon's mouth opened wide. A torrent of golden-red flames erupted from within, the dragon's breath radiating intense heat that swiftly engulfed the basilisk. The searing blaze elicited a horrific scream from the creature, which writhed in agony, its massive form crashing against the surrounding walls, leaving them riddled with cracks as if they might collapse at any moment. The scent of roasting flesh permeated the air as the high temperature cooked the basilisk's skin. How infuriating! Such a powerful dragon's breath. Tom seethed inwardly, realizing that this fire exceeded his understanding of dragons. He was compelled to cast a water-conjuring spell upon the basilisk. Yet, even the formidable torrent of water summoned by his magic could not wholly extinguish Ye Ting's dragon fire. This outcome left Tom in disbelief. What could be the reason behind such formidable dragon breath? In desperation, he resorted to his ultimate tactic, shedding his skin. In this state, only through molting could he escape the relentless flames of the dragon's breath that clung to him like a parasite. The serpent struggled vehemently and soon shed a layer of burning skin, subsequently retreating at Tom's command. The smoldering serpent skin became a natural barrier, obstructing Ye Ting's path. Even a fire dragon would fear the breath of another fire dragon. Although a fire dragon can exhale flames, it does not imply an immunity to fire. For the intensity of the dragon's breath reaches its peak only after it exits the body. Even the dragon itself cannot be entirely impervious. Do you think you can intimidate me with this? You underestimate the might of the dragon. Ye Ting snorted coldly and forcefully charged through the flames. Though the flames were fierce, they proved ineffective against the dragon scales of Ye Ting. With legs that afforded him swiftness far surpassing that of the serpent beast, Ye Ting swiftly closed the distance, sinking his formidable jaws into the serpent's body, rendering it incapable of further escape. The serpent, feeling the sting of pain, struggled in vain against its predicament. In a moment of desperation, it relinquished its attempts to break free, opting instead to turn and ensnare the mighty dragon. It aimed to sink its fangs into the dragon's neck, hoping to deliver a fatal blow through a dual assault of venom and constriction. Yet, the strength and agility of the dragon were beyond what the serpent could contend with. As the serpent coiled around him, Ye Ting released his grip, pinning the serpent's abdomen with his forepaws, immobilizing it momentarily. With precision, he lunged at the serpent's head, both creatures vying to strike the other's cranium. A contest of reflexes and speed. However, in this clash, the dragon prevailed. Ye Ting's bite landed squarely upon the serpent's flattened skull, the tremendous force eliciting a mournful crack from its bone. With one more exertion, the serpent's head would surely be crushed, sealing its fate in an instant. As the serpent creature faced certain doom, Tom Riddle was filled with urgency. He had been relentlessly casting spells against the dragon, attempting to aid the serpent. Yet the dragon's scales, fortified by an extraordinary resistance to magic, rendered his efforts futile. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a powerful explosion spell upon Ye Ting, momentarily staggering him. Seizing the opportunity, the serpent freed itself from the dragon's grasp, narrowly escaping death. However, the bite had taken its toll. The serpent's skull was fractured. Its eyes were blinded, and its hearing severely impaired, drastically diminishing its combat prowess. We must retreat. Tom gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept defeat. He realized that he was no match for the dragon, which could inflict grievous harm upon the serpent. Thus, he comprehended that his chances of victory had evaporated. The serpent, in a state of disarray, began to withdraw. Tom Riddle, relying on his ethereal form, positioned himself between the dragon and the serpent, employing magic to disrupt the dragon's pursuit. Such an annoying little pest, Ye Ting muttered in annoyance. Yet, as the serpent seemed poised to escape, he devised a new strategy for triumph. He took a few steps back, then charged forth with all his might, colliding violently with the walls of Hogwarts Castle. The dragon's immense strength was undeniable. With a deafening crash, the already damaged wall crumbled, creating a gaping breach through which the sunlight streamed into the darkened castle. Regaining his bearings from the impact, Ye Ting surged forward once more, seizing the serpent's tail. With a powerful tug, he dragged it toward the castle's exit. The friction of his forelimbs far exceeded that of the limbless serpent, allowing him to easily pull the creature out of the castle. The two colossal beings tumbled through the breach, landing in the open space beyond the castle. The towering structure of Hogwarts was no obstacle for these titans. But it did signify a shift in the battlefield. The arena transformed from the narrow hallways of the castle to the expansive grounds outside, a domain where the dragon held the advantage. Chapter 112. As the dragon and serpent tumbled out of the castle, Tom Riddle was struck with horror. "No, serpent, flee," he shouted in desperation. Ye Ting cast a mocking glance in his direction. "Do you know how eagles hunt serpents?" he asked with a cold smirk. "No," Tom screamed in despair. With a mighty flap of its enormous wings, the dragon ascended into the sky, leisurely circling above Hogwarts. The serpent crawled frantically on the ground, striving to escape the dragon's range, but the dragon's speed far surpassed the serpent's slithering. With a single beat of its wings, Ye Ting swiftly closed the distance. He folded his wings slightly, diving down toward the serpent. Just before hitting the ground, he skillfully spread his wings, halting his descent in a graceful arc before soaring upward again. At the lowest point of his trajectory, the dragon positioned itself less than a meter above the serpent, its powerful front claws poised to seize the opportunity. Despite the serpent's considerable weight, Ye Ting's aerial prowess was formidable, and he effortlessly lifted the creature into the sky. The serpent writhed and struggled in his grip, yet in midair, it found no leverage, and its futile attempts to resist could not breach the dragon's defenses. Ultimately, Ye Ting ascended to several thousand meters in altitude. This height was sufficient to ensure the serpent's demise upon impact. He adjusted his flight posture and dove toward the ground once more. The force of gravity accelerated his descent, and at the apex of his plunge, he released the serpent. The creature plummeted from thousands of meters above, crashing violently onto one of Hogwarts' towers. The serpent's immense weight combined with the height resulted in a catastrophic collision, shattering the stone tower. In this brutal impact, the serpent itself was left mangled and bloodied. By the time Ye Ting landed beside the serpent, it was on the verge of death, its bones shattered and its insides ruptured, transforming back into human form. Ye Ting drew his endless sword and aimed it at the serpent's neck, striking with force. With a swift sound, the serpent's neck was severed. The formidable being that had resided within the Chamber of Secrets at Hogwarts for millennia has met its demise. Ye Ting initially intended to commence the delicate task of handling the basilisk's remains, meticulously gathering the precious materials. However, the creature's body had been so severely mangled that he found himself compelled to invest an inordinate amount of time in dealing with the gruesome mass of flesh and shattered bones. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have proceeded without hesitation, yet the shadow of Tom Riddle loomed large. The Horcrux, the diary in which he concealed himself, remained intact. Thus, Ye Ting had no choice but to redirect his efforts and confront this pressing matter first. He hastened back to the castle, to the very location where he had battled the basilisk. Alas, Tom Riddle was no longer present. Employing magic to scan the vicinity yielded no results. Infuriatingly, Ye Ting clenched his teeth in frustration. This cunning individual, sensing the impending danger, chose to abandon the serpent and seize the opportunity to flee. Indeed, he is the ruthless Voldemort, capable of making cold-hearted decisions in critical moments. However, fortunately, during the recent battle, Ye Ting had retained a measure of control. Unlike the villains portrayed in cinematic works, who divulge all their knowledge when in a position of superiority, he refrained from revealing that Tom Riddle was merely a fragment of Voldemort's memory, hidden within his diary. Nor did he disclose that the host currently being consumed by Tom was Ginny Weasley. He was well aware of this critical intelligence, yet he feigned ignorance. Since Tom Riddle was unaware that Ye Ting had acquired this information, it was improbable that he would suddenly change hosts. At present, he had already consumed a significant portion of Ginny's life force. If he could endure a little longer, he would be able to possess a complete physical form through her vitality, achieving resurrection. To arbitrarily switch hosts would render the considerable effort of the past half-year futile, thus delaying Voldemort's resurrection, something he could not tolerate. Therefore, Ye Ting resolved to pretend ignorance and secretly locate the diary where Riddle was concealed, hidden away by Ginny. Once he destroyed this Horcrux with his endless sword, Tom Riddle would vanish forever, and everything would be truly concluded. After a while, as Ye Ting returned victoriously, Hermione and Penelope hurriedly approached him from their hiding place. "Was your animagus transformation a fire dragon?" Penelope exclaimed. "To defeat the basilisk in such a manner is truly remarkable. How could your animagus be a fire dragon?" Hermione inquired, puzzled. "The books state that animagi cannot transform into magical creatures throughout history. All witches and wizards who attempted to transform into magical beings have failed. How did you accomplish this?" Ye Ting engaged in a light-hearted conversation with the two. Before long, Dumbledore and the professors arrived at the scene. The clash between the dragon and the basilisk had created an uproar of such magnitude that it was inevitable they would come. Not only had they collapsed a wall of Hogwarts Castle, but they had also destroyed a tower. Even now, the mangled corpse of the basilisk lay amidst the rubble of the tower. "Good heavens! You actually killed a basilisk!" exclaimed the professors upon hearing Ye Ting's account. They had never imagined that the creature within the Chamber of Secrets was indeed a basilisk. Yet, before they could even comprehend the nature of the beast, Ye Ting had already taken it down. This was somewhat difficult for them to accept. As professors, they found it astonishing that they had been protected by a student. Even these esteemed educators did not dare to claim they could defeat the basilisk and emerge unscathed. Professor McGonagall gazed at Ye Ting with immense pride. For her student had triumphed over the legendary serpent using his unique dragon animagus form. As Ye Ting's transfiguration professor, she felt an overwhelming sense of honor. When news spread that a young Tom Riddle had reappeared at Hogwarts, the professors were taken aback, particularly Professor Snape, whose expression was particularly enigmatic. The professors were at a loss to explain how Voldemort had accomplished this feat. Only Dumbledore wore a contemplative expression. He was aware that Voldemort was clinging to life through Horcruxes, suggesting that Dumbledore harbored his own doubts. After managing the professors, Ye Ting ascended once more to the tower, commencing the collection of his spoils amid the ruins. The basilisk was indeed a treasure trove. He meticulously gathered its serpent skin, flesh, gallbladder, heart, blood, fangs, and venom sacs. The most challenging task was dealing with the mass of putrid flesh. He expertly removed the shattered bones and congealed blood, ensuring everything was collected. He had a special method for processing the basilisk meat, but the time for that had yet to arrive. Upon returning to Hogwarts after the Quidditch match, the young wizards were astonished to discover that the Ravenclaw prodigy had not participated in the competition because he had undertaken an earth-shattering feat. He had slain the monster hidden within the Slytherin chamber. The news immediately stirred a commotion among the young wizards, with most celebrating joyously, particularly the Muggle-born or half-blooded wizards, as they no longer had to live in fear due to their lineage. Even the news of Ravenclaw's stunning victory over Hufflepuff, achieved without Ye Ting's participation but rather through Zhang Cho's remarkable performance, was momentarily overshadowed. Everyone was enveloped in joy. For a time, it seemed that the series of attacks had come to a close with the demise of the basilisk, yet Ye Ting remained resolute in his actions. He aimed to infiltrate the girls' dormitory within Gryffindor Tower to destroy Voldemort's diary. To this end, he sought Hermione's assistance. "What? How can you suspect that Ginny Weasley was the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets?" Hermione regarded him with a peculiar expression. Not only was she a Gryffindor, but she was also a daughter of the Weasley family. We all know that the Weasley family are staunch Gryffindors. They could never be the heir of Slytherin. What on earth are you thinking? Of course, strictly speaking, Ginny did not open the chamber. Ye Ting patiently explained, in truth, it was Voldemort who manipulated Ginny Weasley into opening it. She was merely a first-year student. How could she possibly resist Voldemort? Yet, I still find it hard to comprehend. Hermione interjected. Did we not just drive the heir of Slytherin away last year? Has he returned? How could he have done that? Why do you suspect that it was Ginny Weasley who was seduced, and not anyone else? Voldemort left behind a magical artifact, Ye Ting stated earnestly. It is a diary containing memories of his time as a student at Hogwarts. This diary was cunningly slipped into Ginny Weasley's textbooks through subterfuge. It was imbued with dark magic, which led to Ginny becoming yet another unfortunate victim of Voldemort's parasitic influence. Do you recall the scene we witnessed at the Leaky Cauldron before school started? What? The Leaky Cauldron? Hermione appeared puzzled, then suddenly seemed to recall something. Are you referring to the altercation between Mr. Weasley and Malfoy's father? Impressive indeed. Hermione had quickly pinpointed the crux of the matter. Ye Ting praised her. Exactly. I believe this marks the inception of the conspiracy. It is well known that Lucius Malfoy was once a Death Eater. After Voldemort's downfall, he claimed he was under the influence of the Imperious Curse, which prevented him from being seen as an accomplice to the heir of Slytherin. However, many doubt this narrative. I suspect he has been secretly aiding Voldemort all along. At the Leaky Cauldron, he intentionally instigated a fight with Mr. Weasley surreptitiously slipped the diary into Ginny Weasley's books. Thus, the unsuspecting Ginny fell under Voldemort's control. After the school year commenced, she opened the Chamber of Secrets and unleashed the basilisk, resulting in the recent attacks at Hogwarts. Ah, hearing you say that, I recall. The red-haired girl from the Weasley family, I've noticed her several times. Each time, she appeared pale and lethargic, Hermione said, coming to a realization. Indeed. This is because Voldemort siphoned her life force while he was parasitically connected to her. What a pitiable girl, Hermione sighed, seemingly conceding to Ye Ting's perspective. However, as a Ravenclaw genius and the god of Hogwarts, you could simply speak up, and those girls would surely be eager to invite you into their dormitory, Hermione teased. Who would have thought? The girl is usually so absorbed in her studies, yet she seems to have been aware of other matters, Ye Ting replied, somewhat bemused. Enough of this nonsense. I wouldn't stoop to such measures, he added, slightly exasperated. All right, Hermione acquiesced. I will assist you in infiltrating the Gryffindor girls' dormitory, but do refrain from any foolishness. I am not that idle, Ye Ting retorted. The following morning, Hermione arrived at the Gryffindor common room on the 8th floor. The entrance was guarded by the fat lady's portrait, and she had to utter the password to gain entry. Fortunately, Hermione had prepared for this. Kappa Draconis, she declared. The portrait swung open, revealing the passageway behind it. Upon entering the Gryffindor common room, a spiral staircase led to the girls' dormitory. Hermione's pretext for entering the dormitory was to find Parvati Patil, a second-year Gryffindor, whose twin sister Padma Patil was in Ravenclaw and Hermione's roommate. This was the closest connection she could claim among the Gryffindor girls. As Hermione made her way into the dormitory, Ye Ting followed closely behind, utilizing the disillusionment charm to conceal himself and the levitation charm to avoid making any noise. The levitation charm also served another purpose, to prevent triggering the protective enchantment on the Gryffindor girls' dormitory. In fact, the staircase leading to the girls' dormitory was safeguarded by a spell that barred boys from entering. If a boy attempted to ascend, it transformed into a long, slippery slide. However, there was no such enchantment on the boys' dormitory side, allowing girls to enter freely, as the founders believed girls to be more trustworthy. By employing the levitation charm, Ye Ting successfully avoided contact with the staircase, thus circumventing the enchantment. Before long, he successfully infiltrated the dormitory without detection. While entering the girls' dormitory was indeed a fantasy for many boys, Ye Ting had long since surpassed that phase. He was no longer driven by such desires. He immediately focused on his search and soon discovered Ginny's dormitory, for she was present there. The petite girl lay quietly on the bed, still in the embrace of slumber. Her complexion was pallid, and her brow was slightly furrowed, clearly indicating a restless night. It is only natural that anyone, having absorbed such a vast amount of vitality, would succumb to drowsiness and even be plagued by incessant nightmares. Ye Ting rummaged through the vicinity but found no diary. In desperation, he turned his gaze toward the slumbering Ginny. My sincere apologies for the intrusion, he silently mused as he reached towards her blanket, gently lifting it. Indeed, beneath the covers, he beheld Ginny curled up in her pajamas, clutching an old diary tightly to her chest. It was a diminutive, slender tome with a tattered black cover, evidently weathered by time and perhaps even dampened by water, clearly a relic of years gone by. This is the target he has been seeking. How cautious indeed. Ye Ting couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. But alas, escape is not an option for you. However, in order to avoid alarming the snake, he covered the blanket back up and departed, seeking out Hermione, who was engaged in a trivial conversation with Parvati Patil. To assist Ye Ting, Hermione had to concoct a rather flimsy excuse, and upon locating Parvati, she began to engage in a rather dry conversation with her. Hermione herself was at a loss for topics to discuss with Parvati, yet the latter appeared quite interested in chatting with Hermione, eagerly inquiring about Ye Ting. Yet, Hermione had no desire to share anything regarding Ye Ting with the other girls and could only stammer through the conversation. When Ye Ting leaned close to Hermione and suggested that she approach Ginny, Hermione felt as though she had been granted a reprieve. She truly did not wish to continue the discussion any longer. Thus, she hastily fabricated an excuse and rushed away from Parvati. Under Ye Ting's guidance, Hermione arrived at Ginny's dormitory. Miss Weasley, wake up. Hermione gently shook Ginny, who quickly emerged from her slumber. Are you Miss Granger? Ginny asked, rubbing her sleepy eyes, a hint of confusion lingering between wakefulness and dreams. What brings you here? She sat up in bed, the blanket slipping away to reveal a diary she had been holding. Upon seeing this, Hermione's eyes lit up. May I take a look at that diary? She inquired tentatively. No, At this question, Ginny reacted as though her tail had been stepped on, becoming quite agitated. This is my diary. I generally do not show it to others. As she spoke, she nervously hid the diary behind her back, observing Ginny's continued hopefulness and desire to conceal the truth. Hermione shook her head in resignation and felt compelled to unveil the matter at hand. Miss Weasley, we are fully aware of everything, Hermione stated earnestly, locking eyes with Ginny. The monster in the Chamber of Secrets is dead. We understand everything concerning the chamber, and our investigation has revealed that this diary is the key to the entire incident. We hope you can cooperate. Upon hearing Hermione's words, Ginny's complexion immediately paled. In truth, although she had been under Voldemort's control, her own body had remained active, and the long-standing clues had led her to harbor suspicions. However, the truth was too harsh for her to voice. She feared that once others learned of it, she would become the target of scorn, even facing expulsion from Hogwarts. Thus, she had to carefully guard her secret. All along, she had held on to a sliver of hope, believing no one would uncover her involvement, and the monster's demise led her to naively think the attacks had ceased, that all evidence had perished. Unfortunately, Hermione's arrival shattered her illusions, forcing her to confront the grim reality. She had been discovered. Everything had been revealed, just as she felt at a loss for words. Her eyes suddenly rolled back, and she lost consciousness, collapsing onto her bed. What is happening? Hermione exclaimed in alarm, swiftly drawing her wand and scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Suddenly, a translucent figure materialized before her. This scene indeed startled her. However, feeling Ye Ting's hand gently patting her back, Hermione quickly regained her composure, reassured by the presence of someone protecting her from behind. You have been manipulating Ginny all along, haven't you? Hermione queried softly, pointing her wand at the shadow. Are you Tom Riddle? It seems that wretched Mudblood has divulged everything to you, The shadow revealed a youthful and handsome visage. Yet the expression was grotesquely discordant. That despicable creature dared to thwart my plans. And you must be Ravenclaw's other genius, Miss Know-It-All, Hermione Granger, correct? Another loathsome muggle. What have you done to her? Hermione disregarded the taunts, her voice tinged with urgency. What is happening to her? Oh, that's an intriguing question, Riddle replied gleefully. It's a long story. From my perspective, the true reason Ginny Weasley has become like this is because she opened her heart to an unseen stranger, confiding all her secrets. What do you mean? My diary, Riddle stated. For several months, little Ginny has been pouring her heart out onto its pages, sharing her painful worries and sorrows, how she was teased by her brothers, how she had to wear old robes and carry tattered books to school. As he spoke, Riddle's gaze never left Hermione, his eyes filled with hatred and malice. How tedious it was to listen to an 11-year-old girl lamenting her trivial troubles, he continued. But I patiently wrote her a few responses, presenting myself as kind and understanding. Ginny fell in love with me. Oh, Tom, no one understands me like you do. I am so glad to have this diary to confide in, as if I possess a friend I can carry in my pocket. Riddle let out a cold, piercing laugh that sounded far from that of a 16-year-old, sending chills down Harry's spine. Not a boast, Miss Granger. But I have always had the ability to enchant those at will. Thus, Ginny laid her entire soul bare to me, and her essence was precisely what I craved. I feasted upon her most secret fears, her deeply hidden truths, my appetite growing ever larger. I grew stronger, far surpassing the diminutive Miss Weasley. Strong enough to share a few of my own secrets with her, and to unveil a fragment of my own soul. Therefore, although she had suspected for some time, the realization of everything before her made Hermione grit her teeth. It was you who controlled Ginny Weasley to open the Chamber of Secrets, to strangle the roosters at the school, and to smear those terrifying writings on the walls. It was also you who commanded the basilisk to attack the students, including me. Wasn't it? Indeed, Miss Know-It-All has deduced quite a bit. Commendable, Riddle coldly praised, his tone laced with sarcasm. However, you should never have appeared before me alone. That arrogant muggle ruined my plans, destroying the supreme legacy left to me by Slytherin. I vowed to make him regret it. With that, Riddle let out another of his shrill, maniacal laughs. Unfortunately, that fellow is strong enough. I am no match for him now. Yet, here you are, willingly presenting yourself. You must be one of those two girls attacked yesterday, who endured the basilisk's gaze yet lived. It seems he truly cares for you, granting you such a precious magical artifact. Alas, now I shall subject you to a cruel demise. I will make him regret opposing me, leading him to perish in endless remorse. Riddle adopted a grotesque expression as he slowly pointed Ginny's wand at Hermione. Suddenly, a chilling voice emerged from behind him, quiet yet commanding, causing Riddle to halt in panic. You dare. It was Ye Ting, who had quietly approached Riddle's back while he was distracted by Hermione. Although his disillusionment charm had grown powerful enough to grant true invisibility, in the presence of a master like Riddle, Ye Ting could only move cautiously to avoid detection. But now, he acted without restraint. Raising his endless sword high, he aimed it at the diary on the bed. "No," Riddle shouted, attempting to thwart the action. But the sharp sword pierced the diary effortlessly. With a horrifying, prolonged scream that pierced the eardrums, ink gushed forth from the diary, cascading down the sword and pooling on the ground. Riddle twisted and struggled, flailing his arms as he let out cries of anguish, before vanishing completely. Is he truly dead? Just like that, due to the destruction of the diary? Hermione stared at the shattered remains, the shrill scream still echoing in her ears. Unable to comprehend that it had ended so simply. Of course, it was not so simple, Ye Ting shrugged, explaining. In reality, the diary possessed formidable defenses. Ordinary weapons or spells could not harm it. Alas, my sword was sharp enough, and moreover, it bore the power to vanquish. Hermione wished to inquire further. But a gentle groan interrupted her. Ye Ting snapped his fingers, promptly vanishing from her sight. Not wanting anyone to learn that this renowned figure in the wizarding world had stealthily infiltrated the girls' dormitory, Ginny began to stir. Sitting up with a bewildered gaze falling first upon the ruined diary, she gasped, tears streaming down her face. "Miss Granger, oh, Miss Granger. I wanted to tell you it was me, but I swear I didn't mean to. Riddle forced me. He controlled me. How did you kill that monster? Where is Riddle? I only remember him emerging from the diary." "It's all over now," Hermione comforted her, showing Ginny the gaping hole where the sword had pierced the diary. "Riddle is finished. Look, he will never return. I will be expelled." As Hermione helped her unsteadily rise from the bed, Ginny cried, "Ever since Beeble arrived, I have longed to come to Hogwarts, and now I must leave. What will Mom and Dad say?" The events that followed unfolded simply. Hermione took Ginny to the professors, recounting everything. Though she omitted Ye Ting's infiltration of the Gryffindor common room, Ye Ting found it too embarrassing and let Hermione take all the credit. She had single-handedly uncovered the truth behind the diary and used Ye Ting's sword to destroy it, thereby thwarting Voldemort's scheme. After inspecting the remnants of the diary, Dumbledore accepted this account, not blaming Ginny, for she too was a victim in this ordeal. However, he still summoned the Weasley couple, hoping they could comfort Ginny, who had been under Voldemort's control for an entire term. Before long, Mr. Weasley hurried over, accompanied by his daughter, to take her to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries for an examination. Before leaving, they warmly expressed their gratitude to Hermione and extended an invitation for her to visit during the holiday, hoping to host her splendidly. Dumbledore also praised Hermione profusely, believing that it was her wisdom and courage, alongside that of Ye Ting, that had saved Hogwarts. As a consequence, both were awarded 200 points for Ravenclaw. Furthermore, a conflict erupted during the Hogwarts Board of Governors meeting concerning the origins of the diary, resulting in Lucius Malfoy being expelled from the board. Draco could no longer strut around the school as if he were its master. Instead, he now wore a sullen expression, seemingly filled with resentment. Shortly thereafter, more good news arrived. The mandrake had fully matured, and Professor Snape had concocted the antidote. All the petrified students would soon awaken after consuming the potion. Of course, throughout this ordeal, due to Ye Ting's decisive resolution of the basilisk and the diary, the precise location of the Chamber of Secrets remained a mystery to the faculty and students of Hogwarts. Ye Ting planned to alter the method of accessing the chamber, intending to use it as another secret base, especially considering that many were aware of the Room of Requirement. To celebrate these events, Dumbledore organized a feast. Prior to the banquet, Ye Ting sought out the house elves in the Hogwarts kitchen. At his request, the elves prepared a variety of dishes made from the basilisk meat, which would serve as the main course for the feast. Given that a basilisk weighed several tons, there was ample meat to provide a grand feast for all the young wizards at Hogwarts. Ye Ting's decision left the professors in a state of bemusement, though Dumbledore seemed rather pleased. In Ye Ting's words, this grand feast of basilisk meat was a means to alleviate the fears that had plagued the young wizards throughout the term. During the evening's banquet, the young wizards were astonished to find an abundance of meat dishes. Though puzzled, they savored every bite. Dumbledore joyfully announced that the monster from the chamber had been slain and that the heir of Slytherin had vanished forever, lifting the dark cloud that had loomed over Hogwarts. He also cheerfully informed everyone that the meat served that night came entirely from the basilisk, allowing them to indulge in a veritable feast. The opportunity to taste basilisk meat was indeed rare. Many would go their entire lives without encountering such a creature. For those fortunate enough to partake in this unique culinary experience, it was unprecedented in history. Many, upon hearing this, nearly spat out their food. However, A greater number felt that the feast of basilisk meat allowed them to vent their frustrations, particularly the victims who had been petrified by the creature, who ate with great relish, as if avenging old grievances. Only the Slytherin students appeared discontented. The basilisk symbolized their house, a creature of pride from the Chamber of Secrets. Yet now their pride had become fodder for all, and they found themselves without a voice to protest, as they consumed the basilisk meat. Many from other houses cast mocking and pitying glances at the Slytherins. The remaining days of the summer term saw a series of events unfold. Approaching the exams, Professor Dumbledore announced that, to soothe the fears everyone had experienced during the term, the final examinations would be cancelled, much to the delight of all. Though Hermione expressed some discontent, the outcome of the Quidditch Cup was evident, with Ravenclaw triumphing. Even without Ye Ting, they managed to defeat Hufflepuff, demonstrating their prowess. In the House Cup standings, with the combined score of 400 points from Ye Ting and Hermione, Ravenclaw secured a decisive victory. Another piece of joyous news was that Gilderoy Lockhart's reputation had been utterly destroyed due to his lackadaisical approach and defense against the dark arts. The young wizards gradually uncovered his ineptitude with magic. Although he was proficient in the memory charm, could he truly employ it on the young wizards at Hogwarts? Increasingly, doubts arose regarding the authenticity of his works, and more parents began sending complaints to the Ministry of Magic regarding Lockhart. Ultimately, the ministry could no longer withstand the pressure and organized a special investigative team to verify the authenticity of Lockhart's purported experiences. The team traveled to various locations, including Armenia and Tibet, and was astonished to discover that while all the events described in Lockhart's books had indeed occurred, they did not pertain to him but rather to a myriad of other wizards. This conclusion has caused an uproar within the entire wizarding community. Originally, most of Lockhart's admirers swiftly turned their backs on him, launching vehement criticisms that surpassed their former idolization, demanding the Ministry of Magic impose severe penalties on the charlatan. However, a small faction of diehard fans continued to defend Lockhart's reputation, insisting that the ministry's findings were merely a conspiracy, claiming Lockhart was not a fraud, but rather a remarkable individual. Ultimately, the ministry summoned Lockhart, and he faced trial at Wizarding Court, where he not only had his Order of Merlin medal revoked, but Hogwarts also promptly rescinded his teaching position, thus fulfilling Dumbledore's plan perfectly. Upon hearing the news of Lockhart's departure from the school, the students erupted into cheers, with several teachers also expressing their approval. The once-renowned Gilderoy Lockhart now found his reputation utterly tarnished and, overnight, he was left destitute. He was no longer the magnificent figure he had once imagined himself to be. Such a harsh reality deeply shattered Lockhart's spirit, swiftly transforming him into a madman, rambling incoherently. He clung to the belief that all the tales within his book were drawn from his personal experiences, convinced that everyone around him was envious, and that the doubts and accusations from the outside world were mere slanders against him. Before long, he was admitted to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries, becoming one of its patients. Time flew by, and soon it was holiday season, with young wizards boarding trains to London one after another. The three girls had their own plans for the summer break. Penelope intended to dedicate a significant amount of time to prepare for next year's NEWT examinations, while the Granger family planned a vacation to France. It was said that the Zhang family would join them at the invitation of the Grangers, as the Muggle couple wished to learn more about wizarding families, and Zhang Qiu was Hermione's closest friend at school. When did your relationship become so close? Ye Ting asked Hermione curiously in their train compartment. Guess. Hermione shot him an exasperated glance. Ever since she had narrowly escaped from the basilisk, her demeanor towards him had become increasingly casual. Ye Ting shrugged helplessly and decided to inquire with Zhang Qiu in the adjacent compartment. Among his three female friends, she was the most amiable and easy to converse with. Unfortunately, this time Zhang Qiu was surprisingly tight-lipped, even when Ye Ting resorted to leaning in close. Causing her to blush and falter, she still refused to divulge a word. Ye Ting found himself at a loss. The girls were growing up, each beginning to harbor their own secrets. They were no longer the adoring fans who would hang on to his every word. Upon learning that Hermione and Zhang Qiu would be vacationing together in France, Ye Ting abandoned his plans to visit them. The memories of the last summer's experiences were still vivid in his mind. In fact, besides continuing his studies and research, there were two other significant matters for him this summer. The first was his second Order of Merlin medal. Although Ye Ting did not particularly value this honor, its prominence certainly carried weight within the wizarding community. Just look at Dumbledore. Despite his limited actual power, he had friends wherever he went and was afforded respect in all matters, even from the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. This was the advantage of notoriety. The second matter concerned Nicholas Flamel. Since losing the Philosopher's Stone, the Flamel couple's time was running short, and they yearned to meet Ye Ting, a rising star in the realm of magical academia. In fact, as an ancient being who had lived for over 6 centuries, the Flamels were eager to mentor the younger generation, having cultivated a wide circle of acquaintances in the wizarding world, yet now faced the inevitability of death. Ye Ting was profoundly interested in this invitation. At Hogwarts, he had reached a bottleneck in his studies of ancient runes, not that he was incapable of progress, but rather that the library's collection no longer satisfied his thirst for knowledge. In this context, engaging with a master like Nicholas Flamel was indeed a splendid opportunity. Who knew what novel theories or groundbreaking works might be concealed within their abode? Moreover, Ye Ting was particularly keen on Flamel's extensive records and manuscripts detailing centuries of alchemical experiments. He hoped to acquire these invaluable resources during their meeting. The meeting with Nicholas Flamel was scheduled for the first weekend after the holiday. Ye Ting arranged to meet Dumbledore at the Leaky Cauldron, from where Dumbledore would guide him to Flamel's secluded residence. Flamel's dwelling was located in Devon, just outside the Leaky Cauldron. We shall use apparition to reach our destination, Dumbledore informed Ye Ting. Oh, I dare say you've secretly mastered apparition by now, haven't you? Indeed, I have, Ye Ting replied nonchalantly. In truth, to perform apparition in the UK, one must first pass a test administered by the Department of Magical Transportation, obtaining a license for legal use. While there were classes available for apparition, the ministry only taught it to wizards aged 17 and above. Ye Ting had neither attended such classes nor taken the test, but Dumbledore appeared unconcerned about this. He simply nodded and took hold of Ye Ting. With a familiar sensation of swirling vertigo, the two found themselves in a woodland. Ye Ting followed Dumbledore along a winding gravel path until they reached a small hill. He keenly noticed the magical concealments surrounding the area, designed to ward off muggles and prevent detection. As they approached, Dumbledore indicated that Flamel's home lay ahead. However, Ye Ting was astonished to find that no matter how hard he searched or what methods he employed, he could not locate Flamel's residence. Is this the secret keeper's charm? He inquired. Yes, it seems you have discerned that, Dumbledore acknowledged. It is an exceedingly complex spell that conceals a person's secret within the very soul of a living being. The secret resides within the mind of the chosen keeper, rendering it forever undiscoverable unless the keeper chooses to reveal it. Ye Ting drew his sword of Gryffindor, probing the area in an attempt to break the spell, yet to no avail. Oh, that sword is truly magnificent, but what are you attempting to accomplish? Dumbledore asked with curiosity. This sword possesses the ability to vanquish dark magic, Ye Ting explained briefly. I hope to see if it could disrupt the effects of the secret keeper's charm, but it appears that this spell does not affect tangible objects. Indeed, the target of the secret keeper's charm is the secret itself, rather than any physical entity, Dumbledore confirmed. What astonishes me most is your ability to forge a weapon with such dark magic-destroying properties. It seems Voldemort's diary was indeed destroyed using this sword. Correct. Oh, you have achieved remarkable feats once again, Dumbledore said with a pleased smile. Nicholas will surely appreciate your company. Come, let me escort you inside. He placed a hand on Ye Ting's shoulder, and in an instant, a grand estate materialized in the previously vacant clearing. Dumbledore stepped forward, and the estate's doors swung open automatically, leading them through to its center, where he gently knocked on the door. It was opened by a house elf. Ah, it's Mr. Dumbledore. This must be Mr. Ye. Please, come in, Mr. and Mrs. Flamel have been expecting you. The house elf guided them into the hall. The hall was adorned with antiquated decor, exuding a rich Renaissance architectural style. Ye Ting beheld two elderly individuals, the illustrious Nicholas Flamel and his wife, Perenelle. It's been a long time, Nicholas, Dumbledore said, embracing the two elders. And you, Perenelle? It's been too long, Dumbledore. How have you been? Perenelle replied with a smile. Child, you must be Mr. Ye. I've heard much about your exploits. Even as one who has retreated from the world, Nicholas approached to shake Ye Ting's hand. You appear even younger than I had imagined. Greetings, Mr. Nicholas. Ye Ting nodded to Nico and Perenelle, surveying them with pleasure. It is a delight to meet you both. You appear even younger than I had anticipated. The magic stone is indeed a wondrous invention. Ye Ting's humorous response elicited laughter from them all. He was undeniably a handsome young man, possessing a gift for conversation. Perenelle regarded Ye Ting with a benevolent gaze, nodding in satisfaction. I dare say, you must be quite popular with the young ladies at Hogwarts, am I right? In truth, Mr. Ye had already become somewhat of a male adversary at Hogwarts. Dumbledore mischievously winked. If I were your age, I would likely harbor the same feelings towards him. Dumbledore's words left Ye Ting feeling a touch embarrassed. This old man, who could possibly forget your past with Grindelwald? However, he soon engaged in an intense conversation with Nick, completely sidelining Dumbledore and Perenelle. My goodness, their discussion seemed to stretch on endlessly. After an indeterminate amount of time, Perenelle glanced at the cold food spread across the table and couldn't help but voice her discontent. Yet, there was no trace of anger on her face. Instead, it was marked by a profound sense of resignation, as if she had grown accustomed to such occurrences. It is quite natural, after all. Nicholas Flamel is indeed a remarkable alchemist, and he may have once been such a person himself. He bears a resemblance to your former self. Perpetual remarked to Dumbledore, however. He possesses a far more intense thirst for knowledge than you do. I share this sentiment, and I sometimes worry about his maturity. He seems overly advanced for his age, particularly regarding his friendships. Dumbledore, having consumed a cockroach cluster specially prepared by the Flamel couple, concurred. Those of his own age seem somewhat out of sync with him. He dedicates a considerable amount of time to books and research. Fortunately, he has made a few friends of the opposite sex at Hogwarts, 4, if I recall correctly, and another at Beauxbatons. Chapter 118. The exchange between Ye Ting and Nicholas Flamel was exceedingly pleasant. The latter, a master of alchemy with a lifespan of 600 years, possessed a wealth of knowledge. Many of the challenges Ye Ting encountered in his studies were ones Nicholas had faced before, and he offered Ye Ting some excellent advice. Conversely, many of Ye Ting's achievements were refreshing to Nicholas, who greatly appreciated his attitude towards knowledge. Knowledge, indeed, is the most potent force a wizard can wield. A truth that many fail to recognize, Dumbledore included. This perspective was one that Nicholas held firmly, and Ye Ting wholeheartedly agreed. It is truly difficult to fathom that a mere 14-year-old possesses such a profound reservoir of knowledge, able to engage in meaningful discourse with Nicholas. Perpetual lamented. Ah, yes, Mr. He is indeed an exceptionally bright child. His understanding and study of magic have surpassed that of the majority of adult wizards, Dumbledore reminded. You have read his papers, have you not? It has been a long time since I have seen Nicholas so joyful. Observing Nicholas's occasional seriousness juxtaposed with his laughter, Perpetual sighed. Perhaps you could allow Mr. Yu to stay with us for a few more days. In truth, you intended to bring him here for that very reason, did you not? Yes, Dumbledore replied, shaking his head with a hint of remorse. After all, it is my responsibility. The destruction of the Philosopher's Stone was a consequence of my oversight. I am deeply sorry for the repercussions this has wrought upon you. Now, seeing Nicholas so happy brings me some solace, and that child is indeed eager to meet Nicholas. No, you need not feel guilty, Perpetual said gently, looking at Dumbledore. These are our own choices from the moment we decided to entrust the Philosopher's Stone to you. We anticipated circumstances such as these. Perhaps you were right. We have lived too long, and confronting death is indeed a challenge, a new beginning. In response to the Flamel couple's invitation, Ye Ting gladly accepted, hoping to engage in further dialogue with Nicholas. Thus, for the following week, Ye Ting resided at the Flamel household, where his primary activity was not so much discussion as it was Nicholas's one-sided narration of his extensive achievements. In Ye Ting, Nicholas Flamel found a kindred spirit, a vessel for his knowledge, eager to impart his legacy. He not only shared his theories and discoveries but also presented his vast manuscripts and notes accumulated over 6 centuries, treasures Ye Ting yearned for. Before he could utter a word, Nicholas bestowed upon him everything, including even the somewhat taboo knowledge surrounding the creation of the Philosopher's Stone. Noticing Nicholas's actions, Ye Ting discerned an underlying sentiment during one of their discussions on the Philosopher's Stone, and could not help but inquire, given that the methods for creating the Philosopher's Stone have always existed, why do you not attempt to create another? If necessary, I would be willing to assist. The assistance offered by Ye Ting was significant. He had always taken for granted the removal of the Philosopher's Stone, yet now, he felt a twinge of guilt towards them, even contemplating the notion of returning a portion of the stone. However, this proposal was met with rejection from Nicholas, who countered, And what of you? You seem solely interested in the theory behind the Philosopher's Stone, yet indifferent to its very essence. Why is that? There are countless individuals who yearn for immortality. No, I have no desire for such eternal life. Ye Ting shook his head. If one were immortal, one would possess infinite time to acquire more knowledge. Perhaps you are correct, but not everyone is as fortunate as you. If a person were to live alone for centuries, witnessing their body decay, familiar sights fade, and beloved ones gradually depart, they would likely descend into madness. Humanity is inherently short-lived. Truly adapting to immortality is exceedingly difficult. You make a valid point. We are indeed fortunate. Nicholas and his wife exchanged glances and smiled, relieved. We have lived too long. Perpetual thinks it is time for us to rest. Confronting death requires immense courage. Ye Ting sighed, choosing to refrain from further discussion on this matter. Ye Ting held no regard for the notion of eternal life through the Philosopher's Stone, for while it could grant the user longevity, it could not preserve youth. The idea of immortality equating to perpetual aging was utterly unacceptable to him. As a wizard, there are numerous avenues to pursue longevity. For instance, in the world of the Forgotten Realms, the Empire of Netheril developed a spell known as Iolarum, which allows wizards to absorb the life force of other beings to maintain their youth and vitality. Some may deem this a malevolent act. Yet humanity has thrived through the sacrifice of other species, has it not? If one considers this method to be wicked, then the practices of modern livestock farming would be deemed utterly abominable. In fact, a modern breeding facility can provide an inexhaustible source of vitality for the mage. However, this spell possesses a significant weakness. Should the enchantment be revoked, or should the caster encounter a magic-suppressing situation, the user will immediately revert to their natural age. This means that those ancient individuals who have prolonged their lives by several centuries through this method would instantly transform into a mere handful of withered bones, or even be reduced to ashes. Nevertheless, within the boundless realms, there exist numerous methods of attaining immortality. For instance, igniting divine flames to become a demigod or true deity, concealing one's soul within a phylactery to become a lich, akin to Voldemort, tearing one's soul to create Horcruxes, transforming into a vampire or other undead beings, or perhaps ascending to become a favored servant of deities or demons, such as angels, demons, or divine attendants. Additionally, certain physical modifications or the achievement of specific magical feats, such as the materialization of the soul, can also lead to immortality. In the realm of god layers, there exists a spell known as Pandora's Dark Rite, which allows mortals, upon slaying a deity, to project themselves and steal a portion of the divine's omnipotence, thereby using this borrowed power to reconstruct themselves and attain eternal life. Ye Ting has also conceived his own ideas regarding the pursuit of immortality and how to ensure that those he cherishes remain by his side forever, to become a being that embodies both human and dragon. The magic of the Harry Potter universe is indeed a unique phenomenon among countless realms. While its power may not be overwhelmingly great in certain contexts, it can prove unimaginably potent. For instance, the spell of unwavering loyalty, which directly affects the very concept of secrecy, or the restoration spell that entirely defies the principle of entropy, as well as certain transfiguration techniques, particularly that of an animagus. Chapter 0119, In the World of Harry Potter. When discussing animagi, one cannot overlook the legendary figure, Merlin. In this world, Merlin is regarded by all the wizards across the United Kingdom and even the globe as the most extraordinary sorcerer, holding a position in their hearts akin to that of the sun in the hearts of Christians. Moreover, Merlin stands as the most remarkable animagus in the annals of wizardry. And in contemporary times, Ye Ting also qualifies, for he is the first animagus of magical creatures, capable of transforming into a myriad of animals, including viruses, and conversing with them. Furthermore, he is a metamorphmagus, able to assume the forms of an elderly person, a woman, or a child. In Ye Ting's original world, Merlin is seen as a revered worshipper and protector of nature, embodying the essence of druidism, which itself is intertwined with the ability to shapeshift into animals. It appears that the animagi in the world of Harry Potter share a certain affinity with druids, exhibiting striking similarities in their transformations. However, in reality, the metamorphosis of an animagus is fundamentally distinct from that of a druid, which is precisely where the strength of the animagus lies. The transformation of a druid is entirely reliant on the forces of nature. Thus, in certain realms, the various magical abilities of druids are akin to divine spells rather than traditional sorcery, even when the druid does not worship a specific nature deity, but rather venerates nature itself. This led to the conclusion that a druid's transformation is not a true metamorphosis. Rather, it is a temporary alteration of their state. In stark contrast, an accomplished animagus embodies an entirely different essence, akin to possessing another physical form. In this context, animagus is not merely a spell but a profound ability, a distinct state of being. A quintessential example is a wizard who misuses animagus and could potentially remain in animal form indefinitely. Furthermore, should the wizard perish while in this state, they would not revert to their original form. In the case of Ye Ting, this phenomenon is even more pronounced. Since he successfully transformed into a dragon by infusing himself with draconic ether, his bond with dragonkind has grown increasingly profound. This is evident in the vastness of his magical power, which has allowed him to generate true ether from his heart even while in human form, a capability traditionally exclusive to dragons. as his metamorphic abilities become more refined. He has astonishingly learned to transform only parts of his body into that of a dragon. Concurrently, he feels his vitality strengthening, with his lifespan gradually aligning closer to that of dragons. The most apparent indication of this is his aging process, which has slowed considerably, resembling that of a young dragon. Had he not always been taller than his peers, he might have lamented the possibility of becoming an eternal youth, questioning whether he had embarked on the path of animagus too early. Thus, Ye Ting is gradually evolving into a unique entity, both human and dragon, yet not a mere half-breed. Such a state is virtually unparalleled in most other magical realms. Through his own circumstances, Ye Ting found inspiration. Why not seek a method that would enable a stable transformation into a draconic animagus? This way, he could allow those dear to him to attain a similar existence, nearly immortal and endowed with the formidable powers of a dragon. Of course, the overwhelming temptation during the ascent to draconic consciousness is not something everyone can withstand. However, Ye Ting initially stumbled into that state due to insufficient preparation before transforming into a dragon. Without experiencing such a state, one might merely be unable to grow through the consumption of dragon souls, but this would not hinder their transformation into a draconic animagus. For those lacking the resolute willpower of Ye Ting, losing the ability to swiftly achieve soul ascension may not be unacceptable. After witnessing the plight of the Nick of Couple, developing a method for draconic animagus became a pivotal goal for Ye Ting. He neither desired to live forever in solitude nor witness those around him lose their youth. However, relying solely on the dragons from the Harry Potter universe would not provide him with adequate research material. Therefore, before delving into this inquiry, he must first discover a means to traverse worlds, enabling him to seek suitable dragons in other realms. Nonetheless, Ye Ting's immediate priority remains learning as much as possible from the Nick of Couple before their passing. Indeed, they are nearing the end of their journey. Having lost the Philosopher's Stone, they can no longer produce the elixir of life. The reserves of the potion they had stored allowed them to live for an additional 2 years, but now their supply is dwindling, and this couple, who has lived for centuries, is approaching death. As Nick have once stated, they have lived for far too long. Now, death offers them a form of liberation. Yet, even with their acceptance of fate, they still wish to leave a legacy, and the remarkably gifted young Ye Ting has been brought before them by Dumbledore. They regard this exceptional individual as the heir to their knowledge, perhaps even a future leader capable of advancing the field of alchemy. Understanding this, Ye Ting devoted himself to absorbing the elders' wisdom, determined not to disappoint their expectations. Thus, he spent a brief yet meaningful week in the estate. On a Sunday morning, upon waking, Ye Ting keenly sensed an unusual atmosphere. The room's decor had transformed from its usual simplicity to opulence, adorned with an array of collectibles, each appearing aged. In the living room, an antique phonograph played a beloved opera piece, the Nick of Couple's favorite melody. During breakfast, they did not partake in their customary cup of exceptionally red tea. Instead, their expressions bore a pallid serenity. Throughout the morning, they refrained from discussing magic and alchemy, instead reminiscing about their youthful experiences. Ye Ting listened silently, absorbing their stories. In the afternoon, Dumbledore arrived unexpectedly, his demeanor somber, and he silently led Ye Ting away. Are they to die? Ye Ting inquired suddenly upon returning to the leaky cauldron. You have discerned the truth, Dumbledore replied gravely. Their elixir of life is nearly depleted, and they are destined to depart from us forever. Before that time comes, let them savor their final moments together. Though Ye Ting had anticipated this outcome, hearing it from Dumbledore's lips filled him with sorrow. From the Philosopher's Stone to this week of invaluable teachings, he owed them much. Chapter 0120. When Ye Ting returned to the estate of Nicholas Flamel, it had transformed into a sight of mourning. Upon his arrival, he immediately perceived the absence of the estate's protective enchantments, likely due to the demise of its guardian. As they approached the entrance, Dumbledore paused, solemnly producing his wand, causing a flower to materialize in his left hand. Ye Ting conjured a white flower as well, tucking it into the pocket of his robe. They pressed onward. Along the way, Ye Ting encountered a multitude of individuals, at least several hundred wizards, most of advanced age. Some he recognized from the wizard chess tournaments. Renowned masters of magic and alchemy with whom he corresponded. Like Dumbledore, each held a bouquet of flowers. However, unlike Dumbledore, they remained stationary, bowing their heads in silent tribute. Ye Ting also spotted a familiar carriage, an enormous powder blue vehicle drawn by a dozen magnificent winged silver-maned horses, belonging to Nicholas Flamel's alma mater, Beauxbatons, where he had met his wife, Perenelle. Later, he generously contributed to the school by funding the castle and grounds, while the fountain at Beauxbatons was named in honor of the Flamel couple. Of course, Ye Ting also spotted a familiar figure, the principal of Booth Batten, the tall and giant-blooded Madame Maxime, accompanied by several professors from the institution, although Furlong was notably absent. Additionally, Ye Ting encountered the Minister of Magic for the British Ministry, Cornelius Fudge, who wore a troubled expression and, as usual, twirled his green hat. Followed by a considerable entourage from the ministry. Accompanied by Dumbledore, Ye Ting arrived at a gravestone, its design rather unadorned. Inscribed with these lines, "Here lies the greatest master of alchemy in the wizarding world, Nicholas Flamel, 1327 to 1993, and his wife, Perenelle Flamel, 1334 to 1993. They once triumphed over life, and now they shall conquer death." Albus Dumbledore laid flowers at the base of the gravestone, then stepped back, bowing deeply in reverence. Ye Ting followed suit, paying his respects. "I have known Nick LeMay for a long time, a true friendship across ages," Dumbledore proclaimed with a voice filled with emotion. "At that time, I was merely a young man in my 20s, hungry for knowledge, while he was already a renowned master of alchemy. Yet, he generously guided me in my magical studies. He was not only my mentor but also my dearest friend. With his help, I published numerous papers and discovered 12 uses for dragon's blood." Dumbledore reminisced with heartfelt nostalgia, as low sobs emerged from the silent crowd. Although Nick had long chosen a life of seclusion, disengaged from worldly affairs, he remained a just and noble wizard, always ready to rise when the world called upon him. I still remember over 60 years ago, when the wizarding world of Europe was shrouded in the shadow of the first Dark Lord. It was during that time that the reclusive Nick stepped forward, leading brave wizards to defend Paris. He has assisted me tremendously throughout the years, although I am well aware of his preference for tranquility. He simply wished to reside with his wife in Devon, dedicating time to their beloved alchemy and opera. Yet, unforeseen circumstances compelled me to seek his aid. A year ago, they informed me they were prepared to leave this world. For someone like Nick, who had invented the Philosopher's Stone and lived for centuries, this was a difficult yet courageous decision. Many of my former friends have since departed, and now 2 more have left my side. All listened in silence to Dumbledore's eulogy, some discreetly dabbing at their noses. As they departed from the gravestone, Dumbledore suddenly turned serious and addressed Ye Ting. "In my youth, I too lost myself in the pursuit of power and authority. It was only later that I understood family, love, and friendship are the most precious treasures in this world." "I understand, Professor," Ye Ting replied softly, acknowledging his words. They lingered in the cemetery for an extended period. When the distribution of the Flamels' estate was read, everyone was astonished to learn that they had bequeathed their entire collection of books and manuscripts to Ye Ting, a significant part of the alchemist's legacy. Most wizards present had heard of Ye Ting, the exceptionally talented young man who had become a champion in wizard chess at a tender age, achieving scholarly accomplishments that many wizards could only dream of attaining in a lifetime. What a fortunate young man, some thought, while others considered it unexpected yet fitting. Knowing the Flamels' inclination to support the youth, once the reading concluded, the funeral was essentially over. However, Dumbledore remained. "Professor, what shall we do now?" Ye Ting inquired, glancing at the darkening sky. "I sincerely apologize for wasting your time, my dear child," Dumbledore smiled. "Old men often revel in nostalgia. I wish to greet a few old friends. Could you kindly wait a moment for this old man?" Ye Ting nodded in agreement. "Dumbledore! Professor Dumbledore!" A frail voice suddenly called from behind them. "Oh my!" Dumbledore turned, his face lighting up with joy. Ye Ting saw an unkempt old man and 2 elderly women, accompanied by an 11 or 12-year-old boy with red hair, approaching them. Dumbledore and the old man embraced warmly. "Newt, my old friend, it has been far too long. I presume you are here to honor Nicholas as well?" "Indeed, we rushed here from Dorset," Newt Scamander nodded. "During our time in Paris, Mr. Flamel provided immense assistance to my brother and me. Allow me to introduce my companions." Newt gestured to those with him. "This is my wife, Porpentina Scamander. This is her sister, Queenie Goldstein. And lastly, my youngest grandson, Rolf Scamander." The 2 elderly women bore a striking resemblance, one appearing more composed and calm, while the other radiated warmth and kindness. Ye Ting recognized them as characters from past films. Newt Scamander was the protagonist, a magizoologist and author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, a book well known in the wizarding world. Additionally, in the films, he thwarted the plots of the first Dark Lord and was a true ally of Albus Dumbledore against Gellert Grindelwald. The 2 elderly ladies, particularly Tina Scamander, had once been formidable figures in their youth, having been an American Auror who actively participated in the confrontation with Grindelwald. As for Rolf Scamander, He would eventually follow in his grandfather's footsteps as a magizoologist and marry Luna Lovegood in the original story, at Tina's request. Rolf is currently studying at Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, sorted into Thunderbird House, much like his grandmother. I apologize for not sending him to Hogwarts. Newt explained to Dumbledore, gesturing towards Rolf's commander. Ah, he resembles you quite a bit. Had he been at Hogwarts, he might have been sorted into Hufflepuff, Dumbledore remarked, patting Ye Ting's shoulder. This is Ye Ting, my most accomplished student. Nicholas greatly admired him during his lifetime. Your student? Oh, I have heard of him. I understand he has become the first animagus of magical creatures. Hogwarts always seems to produce such prodigies. Newt's interest piqued. Speaking of Hogwarts, I was once a student there myself, but alas, I was expelled in my 5th year. Phineas Black later deemed it one of the greatest mistakes of his life. Dumbledore chuckled. Newt laughed in return. I still remember the infuriating face of Headmaster Black. Dumbledore engaged him in conversation. A week following the funeral of Nicholas Flamel, the Ministry of Magic awarded a first-class Order of Merlin Medal to Yeti, an honor presented personally by Cornelius Fudge. As anticipated, the ministry soon found itself embroiled in a scandalous revelation. The infamous murderer, Sirius Black, had managed to escape from Azkaban, marking the first breakout from the prison in many years. His imprisonment stemmed from the heinous crime of killing a wizard and 12 muggles, claiming 13 lives with a single curse. This occurred during the height of Voldemort's reign of terror, when he sought to eliminate a newborn prophesied to potentially vanquish him in the future, Harry Potter. Yet, both Harry and his mother were shielded by the protective charm of love, rendering Voldemort powerless against them. At that time, it was widely believed that the secret keeper of this charm was Sirius Black, a close friend of Harry's father, James Potter. Ultimately, the tragic outcome is well known. The secret was betrayed, leading to the death of Lily Potter while she defended her child. And Voldemort met his demise through the rebounding curse in his attempt to kill Harry. Consequently, Sirius was presumed to have aligned himself with Voldemort and, without a trial, was confined to Azkaban due to the murder charges. Yet now, this supposedly inescapable fortress had been breached by such a notorious killer, instilling fear throughout the wizarding community. The ministry's response was exceptionally fervent. Fudge not only informed the Muggle Prime Minister, Margaret Thatcher, but also unleashed Dementors to scour the entirety of Britain in pursuit of Black, creating widespread panic. When Yeti visited Diagon Alley to procure supplies for the upcoming term, he was met with a plethora of wanted posters for Black plastered everywhere. The ministry's sensitivity was quite remarkable. With a bemused expression, Yeti entered Flourish and blots. Although he had largely acquired and studied the Hogwarts curriculum in advance, one book remained an exception, a peculiar tome entitled Magical Creatures, which detailed various dangerous magical beings. This peculiar book possesses a remarkable characteristic. It is decidedly aggressive. Not only does it attack those who attempt to open it, but it also engages in hostilities with its fellow volumes. Upon entering the Lehan bookstore, Ye Ting was greeted by this comical scene. Where one would typically find bookshelves, there stood a large iron cage housing approximately 100 tomes of monstrous lore. These books were confined together, furiously contending in a wrestling match, viciously biting and battling, with torn pages fluttering about chaotically. Ye Ting observed 2 of the monstrous volumes, grasping a third, attempting to rend it apart, while the bookstore manager flailed in a futile effort to separate them, only to find his own hands bitten several times in the process. Approaching the scene, Ye Ting expressed his desire to purchase one of the tomes. The manager, appearing utterly helpless, gestured for him to choose for himself. Ye Ting selected one of the monstrous books and casually flipped through its pages before proceeding to the checkout, during which the book exhibited an unexpectedly obedient demeanor. The manager, astonished by this transformation, inquired about Ye Ting's technique. What else could it be but sheer force that compelled their submission? Ye Ting replied, demonstrating with another tome. As he attempted to open it, the book thrashed violently. In response, Ye Ting delivered a decisive punch to its cover, stunning it into submission, and successfully pried it open. The violent antics left the manager bewildered, foolishly contemplating imitation. Do not be misled by his inept methods, as they may tarnish the integrity of this book. Suddenly, a familiar and melodious female voice resonated behind Ye Ting. Turning around, he beheld Senior Penelope entering the bookstore with an elegant stride. She took a volume of monster lore from the manager and, with a delicate touch along the spine, the book effortlessly opened. Oh, thank heavens. I finally know how to handle them, the manager lamented, on the verge of tears. I will never stock these books again. Never. It's utterly chaotic. We previously acquired 200 volumes of invisibility spells, and I thought nothing could be worse than that. Those books were exorbitantly priced, and we never even laid eyes on them. After exchanging greetings, the two settled their accounts and departed. Upon exiting the Lehan bookstore, they erupted into laughter. "I wonder why Hogwarts has chosen this book as a textbook for the semester," Penelope remarked, struggling to suppress her mirth. "I dare say it is bound to be a disaster. Have you not heard? Professor Sylvanus Kettleburn has retired, and his successor is our keeper of keys and grounds, Hagrid." "I find it quite fitting that this book serves as his textbook," Ye Ting replied nonchalantly. "Perhaps he simply finds these tomes amusing." Chapter 0122. After a brief excursion with Penelope, she departed on her own, having arranged to meet friends at another second-hand bookstore to procure notes on previous N.E.W.T. examination content. Ye Ting, meanwhile, ventured alone to a magical creature shop named the Magical Menagerie, intending to purchase a specific cat food favored by his companion, Feiju. Although she relished sharing meals with him, it was far healthier for her, in her untransformed state, to consume cat food. Inside the shop, Ye Ting unexpectedly encountered Hermione, who was purchasing an owl. The sun-kissed glow from her recent holiday in France was evident. Hermione appeared pleasantly surprised upon spotting Ye Ting and greeted him warmly. "I heard you received a new Order of Merlin medal." "Yes," Ye Ting replied with a casual nod. "It is merely a medal." "Oh, is that so? With your talents, I'm certain you will acquire such accolades in the future." Ye Ting casually remarked, however, "The issue lies elsewhere. In truth, most ministry employees are rather foolish. I have heard that some of them cannot even perform the shield charm. Such a group bestows medals? Sirius Black? The escaped murderer from Azkaban? His grandfather managed to secure a first-class medal? Indeed, he made significant contributions to the ministry," Ye Ting retorted with sarcasm. "He donated a considerable sum of galleons. Hence his medal." Ye Ting's revelation struck Hermione profoundly, as she had long aspired to work for the ministry after graduation. Consequently, during their ensuing conversation, she mentioned the medal in the Daily Prophet, stating, "You are the first magical creature animagus in history. This is a monumental breakthrough in transfiguration." Hermione gazed at him with admiration. "Can you teach me to become an animagus? I believe my transfiguration skills are sufficient for this endeavor." "Of course. But I advise against pursuing it just yet," Ye Ting sincerely suggested. "Currently, I am researching how to enable a stable transformation into a dragon. Once I succeed, you will be able to transform into a dragon." While conversing, Ye Ting spent several galleons on a substantial bag of cat food infused with crab meat. He promptly opened it and fed some to Feiju, who savored the treat with a look of delight. Suddenly, a large ginger creature leaped from the uppermost cage, landing at Ye Ting's feet. It approached curiously, but upon spotting Feiju, it timidly retreated behind Hermione. There exists a peculiar large cat, its ginger fur thick and fluffy, yet its legs appear somewhat crooked. Its face bears a rugged and brutish demeanor, resembling a creature that has once collided forcefully with a wall. "No. Crookshanks, no," the witch exclaimed, attempting to return the cat to its original position, but Crookshanks danced around Hermione's ankles. "Such a charming little fellow, isn't he?" Hermione crouched down, lifting Crookshanks into her arms, stroking its dense and soft fur, and gently massaging its oddly flattened face. It is said to have the lineage of a Kneazle, yet its unusual appearance rendered it unsellable, leading to its prolonged stay at the pet shop. The witch enthusiastically introduced the cat, hoping that Hermione would consider adopting Crookshanks. "I'll take him," Hermione replied readily. "How much does he cost?" 20 galleons, the witch said cheerfully. Hermione rummaged through her beaded purse, dumping the coins onto the surface. But upon counting, she realized she possessed fewer than 10 galleons. "Allow me," Ye Ting declared, casually placing a handful of galleons on the counter. "Consider it a gift. No need for change." With that, he turned and left with Fuchsia. "Wait. I don't want yours," Hermione called after Ye Ting's retreating figure. But he had already distanced himself. "What a stubborn fellow," she muttered, stamping her foot in frustration before cradling Crookshanks and murmuring, "I said I didn't want it. Yet he insists on making decisions for me. How bothersome. Don't you agree, Crookshanks?" Meow. The final days of summer swiftly passed, and once again, Ye Ting did not board the train but instead set off on foot from Hogsmeade directly to Hogwarts. Upon arriving at the entrance of Hogwarts, he beheld a pair of grand, magnificent wrought iron gates flanked by numerous stone columns, crowned with winged boars. However, beside the gates stood 2 cloaked figures, towering at least 2 or 3 meters tall, guarding the entrance. Their faces were completely concealed beneath their hoods, and their cloaks obscured any view of their feet, as they appeared to float in midair. They were Dementors, dark creatures regarded as the most malevolent beings in existence. Dementors feed on human happiness, instilling feelings of despair and hopelessness in those who draw near. They possess the ability to consume souls, reducing individuals to a state of mere existence, leaving behind only empty shells. The Dementors, guardians of Azkaban, had been dispatched by the Ministry of Magic to safeguard Hogwarts due to the escape of Sirius Black. The Ministry assessed that Sirius might seek out his godson, Harry Potter, at Hogwarts. However, when the Dementors encountered Ye Ting, they approached him as if to conduct an inspection. One of them suddenly lifted its cloak and drew in a breath. A chill swept over Ye Ting, rendering his very breath heavy in his chest. The cold permeated his skin, penetrating deep into his core. A buzzing began to resonate in his ears, and a torrent of painful memories surged forth, dragging him back to his past. He recalled the years spent adrift in the time tunnel. A bleak and aimless journey fraught with despair that had nearly cost him his life on countless occasions. Initially, Ye Ting had proven to be resilient against the influence of the Dementors. Yet, the length and darkness of his experience in the time tunnel had awakened a buried darkness within him, momentarily consuming his will. This harrowing memory had long been concealed within the depths of his heart. The satisfaction derived from his progress in magic and the joy brought by several cherished companions had led him to believe he had moved on from it all. However, the appearance of the Dementors rekindled the despair and fear associated with that chapter of his life. Suddenly, a powerful heartbeat reverberated within his chest. As an overwhelming surge of magical energy dispelled the chill throughout his body, banishing the despair and darkness from his soul, this was the power of the dragon. He was jolted from his reverie, only to find a grotesque visage, seemingly decayed, looming before him, desperately attempting to siphon something from him. "You wretched souls! How dare you trouble me?" Ye Ting shouted at the Dementors, for it had been a long time since he had felt such a profound assault. One that even Voldemort's two schemes had failed to inflict upon him. He raised his wand, aiming it at the Dementors, and proclaimed loudly, "Expecto Patronum." A stream of white light erupted from his wand, transforming into a resplendent white dragon. The dragon unleashed a furious roar towards the Dementors, startling them into retreat. Yet, the dragon was relentless, bravely flapping its wings in pursuit. It soared through the sky, shimmering with a silvery luminescence, finally closing in on the Dementors. The guardian dragon raised its majestic head, inhaling deeply before unleashing a torrent of silvery dragon fire. The terrifying breath swept over the Dementors, engulfing these dark creatures in a blinding blaze, their piercing shrieks echoing as they dissipated into wisps of black smoke. The formidable Patronus charm conjured by Ye Ting was indeed unimaginable in its potency, capable of annihilating the Dementors, which were previously believed to be merely banished, not destroyed. Despite vanquishing two of the creatures, Ye Ting remained unsatisfied. He gazed skyward, noticing several more Dementors still hovering ominously above Hogwarts. Upon realizing the fate of their comrades, they converged towards Ye Ting, seemingly intent on overpowering his Patronus through sheer numbers, aiming to drain the life from him, the perceived instigator. With a flourish of his wand, the silvery Patronus spread its wings and charged towards the Dementors, engaging them in combat. As Ye Ting's immense magical power surged forth, the Patronus grew ever more formidable, expanding in size and brilliance. It unleashed its silvery breath indiscriminately, causing the Dementors to emit silent wails as the flames scorched their forms, melting them as if they were made of ice. Sensing the peril, the remaining Dementors retreated warily from the dragon. Yet the animosity born from their fallen comrades kept them lingering near Ye Ting, reluctant to depart. "What on earth is happening here?" Albus Dumbledore's voice thundered behind Ye Ting. A silvery phoenix, Dumbledore's Patronus, soared forth, joining the dragon in a formidable display that immediately intensified the pressure on the Dementors. Reluctantly, the creatures circled for a moment before ultimately retreating. "Mr. Yi," Dumbledore approached with a serious demeanor, "can you elucidate what transpired here? Why did the Dementors attack you?" Ye Ting recounted the incident with anger, questioning Dumbledore. "Why does Hogwarts permit the Dementors to linger near the school? This is an utter disregard for the safety of the students. If they were to kiss any student, you know the dire consequences. Your Patronus is capable of vanquishing Dementors?" Dumbledore appeared taken aback, taking a moment to digest this revelation. He explained, "This is a protective measure by the Ministry of Magic, intended to prevent Sirius Black from harming students. Dementors are not meant to pose a threat to them." Yet, it was evident that the recent attack on Ye Ting had breached this assumption. "Do you believe the fools at the Ministry can control the Dementors?" Ye Ting scoffed. "They delude themselves into thinking they can manage everything, but in reality, Dementors owe allegiance to no one. Their compliance with the Ministry stems from the allowance of their proliferation. They were manageable in Azkaban, but look now." He gestured to the Dementors swirling in the sky, aimlessly drifting as they exhaled frigid air, generating an atmosphere of cold and frost. They were perilously close to losing control. "Alas," Dumbledore sighed, "you are correct. I shall notify the ministry to tighten their constraints on the Diminers. After a moment, he turned to Ye Ting. I believe you should seek Madame Pomfrey immediately for an examination, and perhaps enjoy a piece of chocolate or a cup of hot cocoa. Go quickly. As evening fell, the train finally arrived at the Hogwarts platform, the cold rain pouring down, the small station now frozen, a testament to the Dimina's presence. Young witches and wizards disembarked in a chaotic scene, but the atmosphere was markedly different. Their faces were pale, clearly affected by the Dimina's earlier visit. Among the crowd, Ye Ting spotted a frail figure. Zhang Qiu, supported by her friend Marietta, approached the platform, while Hermione softly offered words of comfort beside her. Zhang Qiu's complexion was ashen, her body trembling, indicating her distress. Ye Ting approached with concern, and upon seeing him, Zhang Qiu immediately collapsed into his arms, terrified by the Diminers. He held her close, feeling her damp and cold form, gently patting her back. I feel as though I will never be happy again, Zhang Qiu lamented, shrinking closer to him. As if only his embrace could provide warmth. Her state seemed troubling. Hermione furrowed her brow, looking to Ye Ting, clearly hoping for a solution. The impact of the Diminers on her was evidently severe. It seemed they had drained her spirit during the train ride, leading to her current breakdown. He retrieved a piece of chocolate from his pocket, unwrapping it and placing it in her mouth. Eat this. You'll feel better afterward. I just bought it from Honeydukes before coming here. After she consumed the chocolate, he stroked her hair, encouraging her to focus on joyful thoughts, which would aid her in resisting the Diminers. The Patronus, he summoned once more. The silvery dragon erupted from the tip of his wand, joyfully circling around them, dispelling the surrounding despair and unease. Hermione noticed the ominous atmosphere gradually dissipating, warmth enveloping the young witches and wizards, even causing the frost on the ground to begin melting. What is this silver light? Hermione inquired curiously. I feel less sorrowful now. That was a Patronus, Marietta remarked in astonishment, gazing at the silver dragon soaring above them. My mother told me it is a highly advanced form of magic, requiring substantial magical power to sustain. Only truly powerful wizards can cast such a spell. Ye Ting directed the dragon to breathe upon Zhang Qiu, the silvery flames causing no burn or pain, instead instilling a profound warmth and happiness within her. Clearly, Zhang Qiu was gradually recovering, and she soon realized her situation, blushing as she extricated herself from Ye Ting's embrace, retreating behind Hermione and Marietta. The four of them boarded the night bus, the damp and musty atmosphere displeasing Ye Ting. He snapped his fingers, instantly drying the area, preventing even the slightest drizzle from disturbing them. Thank you, Zhang Qiu murmured softly, her voice barely audible. Your wandless magic is becoming increasingly adept. Hermione exhibited a look of envy as the carriage approached the entrance of Hogwarts. Before the grand doors, they encountered two ominous Diminers, ominously hovering as sentinels at the entrance. Each student entering was subjected to their scrutiny. At times, they would even draw a breath or two, sending chills down the spines of